Tonight, we're diving into a chilling true camping story. A group of friends set out for a weekend in the woods, but only some of them came back. What happened deep in that forest still leaves questions unanswered. This is not just a campfire tale. It's a documented missing person case with details that will leave you uneasy the next time you step into the wild. Let's begin. My name is Harper Quinn. I am 31 years old, a freelance nature photographer who has spent the better part of the last decade moving from one wilderness to the next with a tent strapped to my back. I have documented grizzlies in Denali, glaciers calving into the sea in Alaska, elk herds moving like rivers in Yellowstone. My work appears sometimes in magazines that people flip through while waiting in airports, and occasionally I am invited to speak to college students about capturing the sublime. What I never tell them, what I have never written down until now, is that my most vivid memory from the wild is not a photograph. It is a night beside a lake in Olympic National Park when something shone above me that no camera could ever catch. The images are branded into my mind alone, and I wish I could burn them out. I arrived in Olympic in mid-August, the season when the Pacific Northwest feels like a secret gift to those who know it. The weather was clear, the air a little heavy with cedar and salt from the nearby ocean. My goal was to hike into the backcountry and photograph reflections of the Milky Way on one of the alpine lakes. I had scouted a spot 2 years before and remembered the way the ridgeline framed the water like a cup cradling stars. I packed light, a 3-day ration of food, my tent, sleeping bag, tripod, and 2 cameras. I signed in at the ranger station, spoke briefly with a seasonal ranger named Cole, who teased me about chasing ghosts with my long exposures, and then I set off up the trail. The climb took me most of the afternoon. I reached the lake, unnamed on most maps, just as the sun dipped behind the ridge. The surface was still as glass, catching fire in hues of orange and violet. I set camp on the shore, careful to follow, leave no trace. My tent tucked just within a cluster of firs. I boiled water, ate a pouch of dehydrated curry, and then began setting up my tripod. By 2100, the sky had grown black enough that the stars broke out in their millions, the Milky Way stretching its luminous spine from horizon to horizon. I lay on the damp grass with my camera, breathing in the high silence and feeling a gratitude that sometimes makes me ashamed, as if I had stolen a view meant for no human eyes. At 22:30, the first light appeared. At first I thought it was a plane, a steady glow moving above the ridge. Then it paused midair. My finger hovered over the shutter, but instinct told me not to move. The light brightened, then split into 3 smaller orbs that drifted apart and hovered above the lake. They were white, but not like headlamps or lanterns, more like the shimmer you see when sunlight hits quartz. They pulsed faintly, as if breathing. I remember the exact sensation that rolled over me, then not awe, not fear, but recognition. As if some old part of me, buried beneath skin and memory, had been waiting to see this. The orbs descended until they floated, just feet above the water. Their glow spread ripples of light across the lake's surface, shimmering in impossible patterns like veins or roots. The reflections moved faster than the actual orbs, lagging a heartbeat behind, like a video buffering on poor Wi-Fi. I told myself it was some atmospheric effect, trick of optics, but my heart hammered against my ribs with the terror of being watched. I took one photograph, then another. The camera shudder loud as gunfire in the still night. On the third shot, the closest orb pulsed sharply, and my camera screen went black. I tried turning it back on. Nothing. The second camera, same result. Dead. Both batteries had been charged that morning. The lights began to circle one another slowly, tracing loops above the water. Then a sound came. Low at first, like wind moving through a hollow log. It swelled into something that resembled voices. Not words I could understand, but syllables layered on top of one another, a choir sung backward through water. My throat locked. I could not breathe. The air pressed down on me, and for a moment, I thought I was drowning on dry land. The orbs tightened their circles, moving faster, and the voice, sound deepened and vibrated the ground beneath my back. I remember scrambling to my feet, stumbling toward the tent, my hands shaking so badly I could not grasp the zipper. The orbs flared bright white, blinding me. Then the sound cut off. Silence fell, total and immediate, as though the forest itself had been muted. When my vision cleared, the orbs were gone. The lake was still again, black and starred, filled as if nothing had happened. I sat on the ground until my legs stopped shaking. My cameras were useless, both dead. I tried my phone, no service, but also no battery. I knew I had charged it too. I crawled into the tent, pulled the sleeping bag over my head, and told myself over and over that it was ball lightning, St. Elmo's fire, some rare meteorological event. Science is a raft we cling to in the flood of the unknown. But even as I whispered those words, I knew the raft had holes. Sometime in the night, I woke to a glow seeping through the fabric of my tent. My heart seized. The glow shifted across the nylon, like fingers of light searching for a way inside. Then came the hum again, low and rising, vibrating the aluminum poles. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the sound was inside my head as much as outside. For a moment, I heard my own name. Not whispered, not shouted, just said. Calmly, precisely, Harper. I lay paralyzed, my breath shallow. The glow brightened until it painted the interior walls white. Then, slowly, it faded. When I dared unzip the flap, the forest was empty. The lake calm, the sky innocent with stars. I did not sleep again. I sat in the cold until dawn, watching the surface of the lake for the smallest ripple, listening for the faintest hum. When the first gray light filtered over the ridge, I packed my gear with clumsy haste. The cameras remained lifeless, their screens black. I hiked back down the trail without eating, without looking back, every nerve screaming to get out of that valley. At the ranger station, Cole raised his eyebrows when he saw me. Back already? Weather turn on you? I opened my mouth to speak, to tell him something, anything. But no words came. I handed over my permit and signed out. My signature shook so badly it barely resembled letters. Cole didn't comment. Maybe he'd seen that kind of look before. Maybe he knew better than to ask. That was the last time I camped alone in Olympic. And though I still carry my cameras, though I still take photographs of peaks and rivers and skies, I have never again pointed my lens at the night. Some things, I think, are not meant to be captured. Some things notice when you try. I drove as far as Port Angeles before my hands stopped shaking enough to trust a motel pen with a signature. The room was the kind with carpet that tries to be green and a framed print of a lighthouse you can't place. I set my cameras on the small round table and plugged in both chargers. The indicator lights stayed stubbornly dark for a long minute, then flickered to life begrudging. I sat on the edge of the bed and watched the tiny LEDs as if they were heart monitors. When they finally turned solid, I powered the bodies on. The screens woke up, menus intact, clocks reset to factory defaults, dates and times all wrong the way electronics do when they've been shocked into forgetting. The memory cards mounted. The folders were there. The files were not. Both cards showed the same betrayal, a neat list of directories, each empty. I ran a quick recovery from the camera's own menu. Nothing. I borrowed the motel's front desk computer after midnight with a promise to be quick and not to break anything. Downloaded a freeware recovery tool from a source I didn't trust and watched lines of file names scroll by like headstones. IMG to 1724. CR2. IMG to 1725. CR2 IMG 1726. CR2 recoverable, unrecoverable, corrupted, unknown. When the software finished, it had salvaged exactly 4 files. One opened into a block of digital confetti. 2 were 0 kilobytes, the idea of photographs without the fact of them. The 4th was an audio file the program didn't know how to name. I clicked play. The motel speakers hummed, and then deepened into that low, layered chorus from the lake, the one that had pressed my spine to the ground like a hand. At 7 seconds, something in the vibration brushed the inside of my ears, in a way hearing never should. And then, in a voice that sounded like calm air passing over glass, I heard my name, Harper. The file ended with a faint splash and a click, like a finger tapped a microphone from underwater. I could have checked out then and driven straight home. I could have thrown the cameras into the garbage and pretended I had lost them to a river or a thief. I did neither. I watched the progress bars fill with updates and the little fans inside the desk computer push warm, dusty air at my knees. And I told myself I'd make rational time of it. Once I was back in my apartment. Once the city put its hand on my shoulder and reminded me that most of the world obeys clocks and plumbing. Home, for me, is a 1-bedroom in Seattle that smells faintly like cedar, because I convinced myself that a closet rod would be enough forest to keep me sane between trips. I set the cameras on my kitchen table, pried the cards out, and let my own computer take a crack at them with better tools. The result was worse. The file tree showed a handful of items in AWAST, DR, anonymous. Fragments, the system writes, when it doesn't know where a thing belongs anymore. I stitched them together in every configuration I could imagine. Sometimes the result would tease, a thin white vein on black, a scattering of stars that looked like home until the pattern repeated wrong. I tried the audio again through decent headphones. The hum grew teeth, harmonics stacking until it felt like scaffolding built inside my skull. Harper. The voice said at 14 seconds this time instead of 7, as if the timing could be moved by my attention. When I finally stood up, the clock on my microwave read 1200. It always reads 1200 after a power outage. And I have not had a power outage in months. My phone lay on the counter where I'd left it the night before. I picked it up. The battery had the wide, shouldered look of a device that had been working while no one was watching. There was no signal, which happens even in the city, even on a clear day. There was a new voicemail with no number attached and a timestamp that made no sense. I pressed play. Silence. Then a hiss. Then the simple, precise tone of my name pronounced, as if by someone who had practiced it. My skin prickled across the forearms like I had walked into a cold mist. I set the phone down and turned the kitchen faucet on without meaning to. I cupped water in my hands and watched it, expecting to feel foolish. The surface trembled, then quivered against my palms like a small animal trying to escape. I let it go. The bowl in the rack. Caught the runoff and made circles that didn't move outward like ripples, should but inward, like the water, wanted to gather itself at a point I could not see. I told a version of the truth to a version of a friend. Zog works for a magazine and loves the part of my job that lets her commission spreads with words like majestic in the captions. When I called, she laughed at first, because I have told her a dozen stupid field stories about raccoons unzipping tents and owls stealing hats. And this sounded like that until it didn't. Earthquake lights, she said, trying on explanations as if they were jackets. Piezoelectric effect, rocks under stress releasing charge, or sprites, the upper atmosphere kind. Or you were tired. That one fits most things. I could hear her typing. No aurora that far south last night? She said after a moment. No seismic events either. Not even an old truck hitting a telephone pole. Send me the files. I sent the audio. She wrote back with a single line, 2 minutes. Later, please tell me you edited your name in. I did not answer. Cole called the next morning. His number flashed and I let it ring. Once more than I should have before answering. He started with the tone Rangers use when they need something but don't want to make you feel like a suspect. Hey, Harper, you signed out in a hurry. Everything okay? I said yes. He paused like a good reader at a line break, then went on. We got a report last night from a party on the far side of your trail. Lights over the lake. They described look. They used words like orbs and singing, which I am dutifully entering into a government database that doesn't have boxes for those. He exhaled through his teeth. We also got a call this morning from a family. Their daughter didn't check in after her solo overnight near there. Could be nothing. Could be that she likes pancakes and overslept. But the timing is not my favorite. The quiet on the line wasn't silence. It was a weight he had set down between us so we could both measure it. Did you see anything? He asked finally. I saw lights, I said, because that was the smallest truth I could make. You want to come back in and make a statement? He asked, polite and inevitable. Maybe later today, I said, which meant maybe never. Copy, he said, and let it go the way Rangers let things go, when pushing would make a witness disappear. I tried to busy my hands with ordinary chores. Laundry. The shelf under the sink that has all weighed 1.5 degrees out of square. The hum kept finding me anyway. It came first through the bathroom fan, a soft plastic rattle, then settled into the walls the way a bass line finds the studs in old plaster. I turned the fan off. The hum stayed. I turned the main breaker off for the apartment. The hum stayed. It wasn't loud. That's what made it impossible to ignore. It threaded itself through quieter places in my head. Under the kettle's whistle. Inside the click my camera shutter makes when I test it with the lens cap on. At one point I thought I heard a second voice, speaking beneath the first. I leaned closer to the wall until my forehead touched paint. I couldn't make out words, only the shape of speech that had not learned how to lose its water. In the late afternoon, I set a shallow roasting pan on the kitchen table and filled it with 1 inch of tap water. I drew the blinds and shut the lights and stood there like an idiot waiting for a magic trick I hoped wouldn't work. For a long time, it didn't. My apartment was just an apartment. My reflection a bent rectangle in a home-made darkroom tray. Then the water brightened, not from any source I could point to, but from its own skin. It was like someone had held a fluorescent light above it and then removed the bulb but asked the light to stay. Lines appeared, faint first, then insistent. Like roots, like veins, like the branching tributaries of a river seen from an airplane. The pattern matched nothing in my apartment and everything in my memory of that lake when the orbs had hovered low. The hairs on my arms rose. I whispered without meaning to, "I see you." The water shivered as if the seeing were reciprocal. I put my hand over the tray. The light did not go away. It bent around my fingers the way wind splits around a rock. I wanted to photograph it more than I ever wanted to photograph anything, but the last honest thing my cameras had done was die. And I knew the price of pointing a lens at a thing that has already noticed you noticing. I backed away. The light dimmed and then compressed, gathering itself at the center until the tray showed only a single bright pinprick, and then that too vanished. The hum remained, patient. When the sun went down and the city turned its own constellations on, I ran a bath and sat on the closed toilet lid like a man waiting out a storm in a hallway. The tub took a long time to fill because I made it take a long time, checking the tap every minute, putting my hand under the stream as if temperature could anchor a person to a world that knows how to boil. When the water was half full, the hum nudged the surface into corrugations I couldn't blame on the faucet. The ripples traveled toward the drain, met there, and did not cancel. A pale corona shone an inch off the surface like light trapped in varnish. "Harper," the voice said, not through the fan or the wall this time, but up through the water itself. Calm, precise, practiced, I pulled the plug. The water twisted into a vortex, and for a second the light held steady, in the center like an eye that had decided to be patient. I left the bathroom light on all night, because I knew it wouldn't help and I needed to do something. The missing hiker showed up in a news brief the next morning. 23, solo. Last check, in text from a saddle near the trail to an unnamed lake. Family concerned. The article had the starch of boilerplate. The stern plea for information, a number to call. Her photo looked like all the hopeful photos in those pieces. Bright sun, wind, tangled hair. The wide-open grin of someone whose biggest fear is weather. I went to my pack and pulled out the slip of paper with the trail register code. I always jot in case. I need to find my own coordinates later. 2 names above mine, and 1 matched hers. She had signed in an hour and 12 minutes before me. I didn't remember passing her on the trail. People can tuck themselves into switchbacks like notes into books. I called Cole. "If I come in," I said, "I'll tell you what I saw." He didn't do the tone. He just said, "Copy," and gave me a time. On the drive north, the radio in my car went soft, and then dead as I crossed the Hood Canal Bridge. The dash clock blinked 1200. The water on either side of the span was flat and gray, and for a second, every pool and puddle on earth felt like a window someone could lean into. I gripped the wheel until my knuckles whitened and told myself to breathe like a person, not like a rabbit. In the ranger station conference room, I put the audio file on the table between us like a small, dangerous animal I had been asked to babysit. Cole listened without expressions, then replayed the precise pronunciation of my name, then let the last second click out. He rubbed his forehead once and sat back. "We hear things up there," he said, not as consolation but as news. "People hear their own names in wind. Radios cross, talk with weather stations 100 miles away, ravens learn ringtones. You can be rational for a long time and still have a night that makes the rest of your life feel like it forgot a page." He looked at me. "I'm going to log this. We'll ask to pull satellite overpasses, though that's a joke. We'll send Sarah up again at first light. You're not going back in." The last sentence was a question performed as a command. "I'm not going back in," I said, and we both knew my mouth was lying, and my feet would have to do the truth later. The hum in my apartment changed that night. It wasn't louder. It was closer, like a person stepping forward, while speaking in the same volume. The water tray brightened before I reached the table. When I leaned over it, the reflection didn't show my ceiling. It showed a tree line I recognized. The same fist of firs wrapped around that lake's lip. I lifted the tray and the image held, as if the lake were not a place I had left, but a thing that had attached itself to any surface in which it could exist. "What do you want?" I asked, the most arrogant question a human can ask a phenomenon. The light flexed, expanding in a slow, deliberate pulse that I felt in my teeth. "Come back," a new voice said under my name, not a command exactly, not a plea either, just a statement of arrangement. I set the tray down because my hands had begun to shake again, and because spilling felt like it would be rude, in the way putting your hand through a painting is rude. Not because paint is fragile, but because you are. I didn't sleep. Around 4:00 a.m., the city's traffic began to drag its calm across the streets, and the light in the water dimmed the way stars dim when a day decides it is ready. I stood at the sink and watched the tap drip. Each droplet made a ring that traveled inward, collected itself, and then vanished as if it had been taken rather than absorbed. I filled a Nalgene, then a second, then a third. I packed my cameras, because some lessons have to be relearned. And I packed extra batteries because science is petty and insists on tests, even when magic has already taken the room. Before I closed the door behind me, I turned every faucet handle in the apartment to hard off and laid a towel across the tub drain. Like a charm, I didn't know how to bless. I texted Cole from the ferry dock that I was coming in to sign whatever he needed me to sign and to go nowhere else. Then I bought a 4th bottle of water from the one pier because some part of me wanted to believe that carrying it meant I had a choice about where the next reflection would happen. The bay beyond the ferry's white rail looked like polished slate. I told myself it was only water. I told myself I was only a photographer. The hum rose in my bones like I was a tuning fork waiting for a note. I boarded the early ferry with my pack heavy against my shoulders and the water humming underneath like an engine tuned to the wrong frequency. People around me scrolled their phones or cradled paper cups, and I envied how little they listened. When you have heard something once that should not exist, the world doesn't go back to silence. It only waits for you to notice what's already beneath. I stood at the rail as the city shrank, and the sound widened, watching the slate, gray surface shift in tiny rhythms. A gull banked low, its shadow cutting across the water, and for half a heartbeat the shadow's trail glowed white as if the water had remembered light. I stepped back from the rail, pulse quickening, and pretended to take photographs of the skyline, just to give my hands something to do. Cole met me. ranger station with the perhaps calm of someone who's seen things he won't describe in front of clipboards. He led me into the same conference room as before, dropped a manila folder on the table, and gestured for me to sit. "Search teams pulled out this morning," he said. "They covered every mile around that lake. No sign of the missing hiker." He tapped the folder but didn't open it. "We found her pack, though. On the shore." My throat closed. He studied me as if gouging whether I already knew. The tent was still zipped, her sleeping bag unrolled, stove set on a rock like she meant to boil water. No footprints leaving, just the pack. "We tagged it and bagged it." He paused. "You don't need to see it unless you want to." I didn't want to, but I nodded anyway. He slid a photo across the table. The image was plain. A weather-stained blue backpack on gravel, its straps neatly buckled as though someone had packed it for a catalog. But inside the mesh side pocket, crumpled but visible, was a piece of paper torn from a notebook. 2 words in block letters, Sambas K. I pushed the photo away, my palms sweating against the laminate. Cole leaned forward. "You said you heard your name. That night at the lake. And later, too." "Right." I managed a nod. He sighed through his nose. "I'm not telling you to ignore it. I'm telling you not to go alone." He let the silence linger, then stood. "You'll do what you're going to do. But if you walk back in there, you need to tell me first." He left me with the file, the photo, and a pulse in my jaw that hurt when I unclenched my teeth. I drove out to the trailhead anyway. The lot was empty except for a single Subaru, with a cracked windshield sunning itself like a lizard. I tightened my straps and started up. The air felt thicker the higher I climbed, not just with exertion but with a pressure that seemed to lean on the crown of my head. I carried 3 bottles of water, my cameras, and an unease that made me check my watch every 20 steps. At the saddle, where the missing hiker had last checked in, the trees parted to give a slice of view down into the basin. The lake lay there like a coin dropped into the earth. Too round, too perfect. I stood a long while before descending, wishing I had the sense to turn back, knowing I would not. By dusk, I was on the shore. The campsite looked untouched since I'd left it. Flattened grass where my tent had been, the same firs clutching the shoreline like sentries. I pitched the tent again in the same place. Zipper pulls at the top, as if superstition could substitute for courage. I boiled noodles on my small stove, ate without tasting, and then set the tripod. I pointed the lens at the water and waited. At 22:15, the first glow bloomed over the ridge. 3 orbs, white as quartz, sliding down like lanterns lowered on invisible strings. They hovered above the lake, and the reflections did their impossible delay again, rippling half a beat behind, as though the water were a separate screen playing back reality with lag. My camera clicked, but I already knew the files would be empty. The orbs pulsed, and the sound began low at first, then swelling into the layered chorus that thrummed in my bones. I bit my lip to stop my teeth from chattering. Then, clear as my own thought, the voices formed my name. Harper. The nearest orb dipped, hovering level with my chest. Its reflection showed not light but a shape, an outline of a figure standing where I stood, blurred and pale, as if the water were remembering me a second before I existed. My breath caught. I whispered, "What do you want?" The voices swelled and braided together until a single phrase rose clear. "Some seek." The same words from the paper. My knees buckled. I staggered back to the tent, fumbling with the zipper, dragging the flap down to seal myself inside. The glow filled the fabric until the walls shone white. My camera in my lap buzzed, screen flickering, then went black again. The hum filled the poles, the floor, my chest cavity. Then silence fell so sudden it felt like someone had muted the world with a switch. I must have slept, though I don't remember deciding to. At 2033, I woke to a glow seeping under the zipper teeth like milk poured through cracks. The hum rose again, steady and calm. This time the voice didn't just say my name. It said another word with it. Harper. Stay. My throat clenched. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound bloomed inside my skull. The zipper teeth rattled once, as though nudged from the outside. I whispered into the nylon, "No," though my lips shook with the word. The glow dimmed, then collapsed inward to nothing. The night returned. I lay there until dawn with every muscle rigid, counting my breath to make sure it didn't belong to anyone else. When morning came, I unzipped the tent with trembling hands. The lake was glass again. My tripod stood where I'd left it, lens capped with dew. I checked the camera. Memory card empty, batteries drained. On the ground near the shore, pressed into the damp earth, was a footprint. Not mine. Too small, too narrow. Bare, it faced the water. Another step forward, and there was only ripple. I hiked out that day, legs heavy, pack heavier. At the trailhead, the Subaru was gone. My car was the only one left, and I could have sworn condensation had written words across my windshield. When I wiped the glass, the letters vanished, leaving only streaks. I told myself they had said nothing. I told myself that until the drive back across the bridge, when the water below shimmered faintly and the hum returned in the steering column, polite, patient. That was months ago. I have not returned. The ranger reports filed it under missing person, unresolved. The girl has not been found. My photographs from that trip are still empty. My computers occasionally hiccup at 2033, resetting their clocks to 1200, wiping open documents as if time itself took a breath. The water in my apartment does things I refuse to test anymore. I shower quickly, eyes closed, mouth shut. I keep no bowls or pans uncovered. What I know is this: the lights over the lake were not weather. They were not geology. They were not tricks of optics. They were invitations, rehearsed in syllables we could understand. They have learned names. They have learned patience. And once they call you, the distance between a mountain lake and a kitchen sink is nothing at all. I don't know what happened to Jacob Copeland in Shenandoah. I don't know what happened to the girl who camped an hour ahead of me in Olympic. I only know the common thread: zippers, water light, and a voice that waits for you to answer. I have not answered. Not yet. But sometimes, when the faucet drips and the rings collapse inward, I wonder how long refusal counts as choice. Because the voice is no longer outside. It is inside now, a second breath behind my own. And last night, for the first time, it did not say my name. It said, "Wei." My name is Ranger Daniel Brooks. I have served as a law enforcement ranger at Shenandoah National Park for 12 years, and in that time I have been called to scenes that have tested every nerve I possess. I have broken up fights between drunken campers, pulled stranded hikers off ledges in the pouring rain, and searched for bodies in the dark woods when families prayed they would still be alive. My training tells me to document events with precision: times, weather, terrain, names, the sequence of actions. I am not trained to explain the parts, that make no sense, the parts that gnaw at the edge of reason. But what I will tell you now is the truth as I lived it, and I write it down as carefully as I can, because facts do not change, even when they become unbearable. The day began like countless others before it. It was the Friday before the 4th of July, one of the busiest weekends in the park. Skyline Drive was a ribbon of red taillights as tourists crept along, stopping at every overlook to take pictures. The campgrounds were filling with chatter and the smells of charcoal grills. At Big Meadows, where the trees open into a wide clearing, I made my evening rounds, checking fire pits, reminding families to store food properly, and making sure tents were pitched safely. It was 1830 when I stopped at campsite C37. A family of 3 had settled there: Mark Copeland, his wife Leela, and their 15-year-old son Jacob. The Copelands looked like the kind of family you expect to see on a holiday weekend. Mark had that sturdy, slightly weathered look of a man who spent most of his life in an office, but liked to imagine himself rugged in the outdoors. Leela was warm, polite, the sort of person who thanked me twice for the same piece of advice. And Jacob. Well, Jacob didn't even look up from his phone as I walked up. His shaggy hair half covered his eyes, and his posture radiated the universal signal of a teenager dragged away from his friends and Fi. Their tent was a tan dome pitched a little too close to the tree line. I suggested moving it a few feet outward to avoid deer trails. But Mark smiled in that way some fathers do, when they don't want to be corrected in front of their families. "I camped here as a kid," he said. "We'll be fine." I let it go. You learn which battles to fight. By 21:10, the horizon gathered thunderheads, but they skirted south, leaving us with only the smell of rain in the air. I made my final pass around the loops after quiet hours began at 2200, hushing a harmonica in Loop A and watching fireflies blink green threads between the trees. The Copeland campsite was quiet by 2015. Their lantern was off, only the faint glow of embers in the pit. I drove back to the station before midnight, logged the day's reports, and tried not to think about the long weekend ahead. The call came at 06:12. Dispatch radioed, Unit 2, respond to campsite C37. Report of missing juvenile, 15-year-old male. The voice on the other end of the line was a woman's, jagged with panic. I was already in my boots. I reached the site at 06:07. The tent looked the same as the night before. Guy lines taut, rain fly neat. Picnic table cluttered with the remains of breakfast preparations. A faint odor of instant coffee clung to the air. Leela Copeland's face was drawn tight with terror, her hands trembling too much to point properly. Mark looked pale, his eyes darting, as if searching for something he could not name. Their story came in pieces, overlapping, each filling gaps the other left. They had all gone to sleep around 20:30. Jacob had been in the sleeping bag closest to the door, his phone tucked into one of his shoes, because he was sulking about no reception. Mark claimed he woke around 0300 to relieve himself and had heard nothing unusual. At 05:45, when Leela unzipped the tent to start the stove, Jacob was gone. I crouched at the tent door. The zipper pulls were fastened together at the bottom, interlocked, and secured by a small brass slider, clip threaded through them. The clip's gate faced inward, which meant the last person to close it had been inside the tent. The dew on the ground told its own story. Scattered adult prints from the parents' night trips, mine from the previous evening, but no smaller tracks leading away. No scuffs in the duff, no drag marks, It was as if Jacob had simply evaporated into the night. I asked permission to examine the inside. With gloves on, I unzipped the door and peered into the gloom. The smell was the ordinary musk of sleeping people, sweat, nylon, and the faint sour of unwashed feet. 2 sleeping bags were still occupied by pillows and blankets, rumpled as if slept in. The third, a blue nylon bag with a broken drawstring, lay unzipped and empty by the door. Beside it sat a pair of gray trail runners, one of them with a phone jammed awkwardly into the heel. I bagged the phone for evidence, then bagged the brass clip. The clip had a dark smear on the hinge, which later turned out to be nothing more than pitch from a tree mixed with skin oil. Neighbors reported little. 2 college students in C-35 had heard a zipper around 02730, but assumed it was a bathroom run. A woman in C-39 thought she heard whispering near dawn, but she could not be certain if it was human or just the wind in the leaves. No one saw Jacob leave. No one saw a car pull in. Nothing. By 0800, we had incident command set up at the shelter. We followed the ICS protocol. As we always do, establish the last known point of the tent, set up grids, assign hasty teams, notify park police. At 09:25, the first K9 unit arrived. Harlow, a yellow lab who had found more lost people than most officers ever will, sniffed Jacob's T-shirt and bolted to the tent. She whined, pawed at the flap, circled, and then sat, confused. She could not find a trail leaving. A second dog produced the same result. Jacob's scent ended inside the tent. Around noon, I examined the boy's phone. There were 3 videos from the drive up, ordinary and forgettable. Then a 4th, recorded in the dark sometime after lights out. A minute of blackness filled the screen, accompanied by the rustle of nylon and steady breathing. At the end, there was a faint noise, the soft trace of a fingertip brushing the tent wall. Then a whisper. 2 syllables, almost inaudible. Not Daddy. My name. The timestamp was 02:33. By nightfall, the search had expanded across trails and ravines. News vans gathered at the visitor center. The Copelands were moved into a cabin at the lodge. Though Mark looked at me like I was the last person on earth who could help him, I volunteered for night duty at the campsite to protect the scene, and I admit, because something about the phone's whisper made me feel compelled to be there. The meadow was quiet under fog. I set up a folding chair 6 feet from the tent, the boy's phone in my pocket. At 20:47, the zipper tapped softly against the threshold, as if something inside had brushed it. My hand went to my flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. Instead, I listened. There was breathing. Not the sigh of wind through nylon, but the steady rhythm of lungs. When I placed my palm near the fabric, I felt a faint exhale, cold against my skin. I spoke the boy's name. The tent wall flexed inward, just slightly, as if a chest pressed against it from the other side. The phone buzzed violently in my pocket. On the screen, voicemail transcription failed. I hadn't heard it ring. I sat frozen until the sound faded. At 02:33, the exact time on the video, the tent shivered once. The brass clip, still bagged as evidence, turned a 1/4 inch by itself inside its plastic. The voice whispered again, this time in my ear, where no fabric stood. Danny. I could not bring myself to unzip the door. I stared until the breathing stopped, and the fog pressed low around the tree line. The minutes after that whisper stretched into an eternity. Each second waited with dread. I sat with the tent in front of me, the fog curling low to the ground, and the silence pressing against my eardrums like a physical weight. I tried to steady my breathing, forcing air through lungs that did not seem to want to function. My rational mind repeated the same reassurances over and over. Tents cannot breathe, tents do not whisper, names are coincidences. But my rational mind sounded more like a child in that moment, whistling in the dark to hide his fear. I thought about waking the command post, but what would I report? That a piece of nylon had spoken my name, that I had felt a breath against my palm where no one was. They would chalk it up to exhaustion, stress, or worse, question my judgment entirely, and maybe they would be right. But I have always trusted my senses, my eyes, my ears, my hands. They have kept me alive on more cliffsides and rescues than I can count. They did not fail me that night, even if my explanation could not match what I had felt. At 03:15, I heard footsteps approaching, crunching softly through damp duff. I rose from my chair, hand on my sidearm, expecting perhaps one of the volunteers or another ranger who had ignored protocol to check on me. Instead, through the fog, a figure emerged. It was Mark Copeland, Jacob's father. He wore only a sweatshirt and pajama pants, his shoes unlaced, his hair plastered with dew, as if he had wandered straight out of a restless bed. His eyes looked hollow, rimmed with red, and when they landed on me, they passed through me like I was not there at all. "You shouldn't be here, sir," I said carefully, lowering my hand from my weapon but keeping my voice firm. "The site is secured until morning." He did not respond. He walked past me like I was fog myself, straight to the tent. His hands reached for the zipper, trembling but determined. I stepped forward to block him, to tell him he'd not contaminate the scene. My hand reached for his wrist. For a moment, I felt the clammy heat of his skin, and then I did not. My fingers closed on nothing, as though his arm were a mirage of heat waves above asphalt. Mark yanked the zipper down in one swift motion. The tent flaps peeled apart, and a gust of air poured out. Cold, chalky, like damp stone deep underground. It carried the unmistakable smell of wet limestone caves, a scent I know too well from rescues in caverns. But there are no caves near big meadows. Not like that. Mark leaned inside, calling softly, "Jacob." His voice broke on the second syllable, not with hope but with despair. And then, before my brain could protest, his body began to slide inward. His head and shoulders disappeared into the tent, as if the nylon had become a tunnel. I lunged, grabbing for his calves, and my hands landed on fabric that had the weight of skin, but none of its solidity. My fingers slipped through as though I had tried to hold smoke. The scrape of his belt buckle against the threshold was the last sound before his hips vanished too. Then the tent collapsed flat against the ground, poles snapping, guy lines whipping like angry snakes. I ripped the nylon back with both hands, expecting, praying, to find him crouched inside, confused, frightened, anything. But the space beneath was empty. Empty except for Jacob's blue sleeping bag, unzipped and rumpled, and a foam pad with the faintest impression of weight that was no longer there. The tent's floor was slick with dew in a perfect outline where his body should have been, as if he had pressed against the earth and then evaporated. My lungs burned, my stomach churned, and for the first time in a very long career, I considered the possibility that I was losing my mind. The radio on my hip crackled, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Unit 2, status check. Copy. Dispatch's voice, steady and oblivious. I fumbled the mic to my lips, forcing calm into my tone. Unit 2, all clear. Still monitoring the site. I left out everything else. I left out the father, the collapse, the impossible. I told myself it was because I needed to think, to process, but part of me already knew the truth. No one would believe me. I stayed awake until dawn, pacing the perimeter like a guard dog who had already failed his post. The fog lifted slowly, revealing the meadow damp and glittering with dew. Birds chattered in the treetops, indifferent to what had unfolded hours earlier. When the command post stirred and volunteers returned, I stood stiff, my mind buzzing with the memory of Mark's belt buckles scraping against nylon. I did not tell them. I could not. By mid-morning, the official report was written, still missing, no new leads, search continuing. The tent was bagged as evidence and taken back to the district office. I drove it myself, placing it in a gray cabinet marked for storage. I tagged it, signed the chain of custody sheet, and locked the door. Then I went home, showered, and sat at my kitchen table staring at my own tent folded neatly on the shelf in the garage. I stared until my eyes blurred, until every crease in the nylon looked like a mouth. The first night home, I tried to sleep. As 2033, I woke to the faint sound of a zipper clicking once in the dark. I froze, staring at my own gear in the corner. Nothing moved. Nothing stirred. I told myself it was imagination. I told myself many things, none of them convincing. The following day, hikers on the Rose River Loop found a shoe under a laurel bush. Gray trail runner, size 10. Inside it, Jacob's phone. Ants had colonized the device, crawling over the glass screen, disappearing into the ports. I bagged it, dried it, and asked a technician to recover what they could. There was only one new file, a photograph, time-stamped 2033. The image was almost black, except for a thin seam of light across the frame. The seam looked like a zipper gap. Pressed against the gap was something blurred and pale, shaped like a hand trying to push through mesh. If you stared long enough, you could almost imagine a belt buckle glinting in the corner. I began to notice patterns after that. Always the same time, 2033. Always something small and almost dismissible, a zipper pull vibrating. A breath where there should be none, a whisper of nylon brushing without wind. At first I dismissed them as fatigue, tricks of the mind sharpened by grief and guilt. But patterns don't lie, and I've spent too many years reading tracks in the mud to ignore them. Weeks later, when the search officially wound down, when the Copeland family's relatives had taken Leela away from the lodge, and the news vans had finally disappeared, I returned to the storage cabinet. I told myself I was just checking the evidence. I told myself I had a duty. But the truth is, I couldn't stay away. The tent was inside its box, the brass clips still bagged beside it. When I touched the cardboard, the chill that seeped through made me jerk my hand back. It was colder than the room around it, unnaturally so, like something hidden deep underground. I sat there, alone in the evidence room, staring at the box. The clock on the wall read 220. My eyes blurred. I closed them for what I thought was a minute. When they opened, it was 233, and the box was exhaling. The cardboard sides bulged outward just slightly, like lungs filling with air. I leaned closer despite myself. The smell of wet limestone seeped through. Then a soft voice pressed itself against the thin wall. Danny. My name again. Stretched thin and uncertain. I staggered backward, my shoulders slamming against a metal shelf, knocking a row of folders to the floor. By the time I recovered, the sound had stopped. The box sat perfectly still. My breath, however, would not steady for hours. I added another lock the next day. A real one, steel and heavy, not just the flimsy cabinet latch. But locks are for people, and whatever breathed inside that tent was not a person anymore. Still, I found a strange comfort in the gesture. Humans make rules when they face what they cannot understand. Don't say a name in the woods at night. Don't whistle after midnight. Don't lock zippers from the inside. These are not rational instructions, but they are the only maps we have when reason fails. And maybe, just maybe, they keep the darkness at bay. The official search quieted, the way a storm does when it has thrown everything it has and decides to move on out of boredom rather than mercy. Volunteers went home first, taking their bright shirts and borrowed radios with them. Mutual aid units peeled off next. Assurances of "call us if anything breaks," trailing behind like tin cans on a wedding bumper. What remained were our reports, the taste of old coffee, and the ache in my legs from walking grids that never held what we wanted them to hold. Someone from headquarters asked me to compile the incident chronology. I did it because lists are something to push against when nothing else pushes back. I entered times I could swear had changed their minds about what they had been. I described locations that felt farther away, on paper, than they had under my boots. I omitted the parts that would turn the report into a confession. By Monday morning, the park had resumed its performance of normal. Cars snarled at the overlooks, children in sun hats pointed at deer, and a man in a visor asked me where to find a good waterfall that won't make my wife's knees mad. In the lodge, a housekeeping note flagged that cabin 4's bed hadn't been slept in. They had seen Leela leave with her sister just after dawn. Both women moving with the slow economy of people who have learned there are only a few motions left that the body will bother doing. Mark had not been seen since the previous night. The front desk clerk hesitated when she told me, layering, probably just stepped out, and maybe went for a walk, over a silence that told the truth. Cameras in the lobby showed him drift through, like fog at 2010, barefoot in a sweatshirt, eyes emptied past the point of tears. Outside, the video was a blank smear. The fog had thickened so much the lens recorded only white. I wrote an addendum. Second subject presumed missing. I printed it and held the paper until the ink came off on my fingertip. They sent an investigator up from the regional office to review my statements. He had the kind of tidy mustache that insists on facts as discipline rather than comfort. He asked me to reconstruct my overnight shift. I did, marking down times, describing the fog and the cold backlash of air, and the sound the zipper made against the threshold once, like a silver coin knocked against wood. I said, the tent collapsed, and let that sentence sit on the table between us. He tapped the paper with a cap pen. Collapsed how? He asked. Under what weight? I shrugged without meaning to. The gesture felt like something my body did to save my face from showing anything at all. Improper pole tension, maybe. Old fiberglass, I said, because even a lie wants an alibi. He asked if I'd seen Mr. Copeland after midnight. I stared at the scuffed line on the conference room table where someone had dragged a binder too hard for years, and said, no. There is a version of this story in which I told the truth the first time I was asked. In that version, men with grim faces and hard shoes arrive with measuring devices and neutral words. They scan and photograph and declare me exhausted. In that version, I go home early and stare at my ceiling until morning. When the phone buzzed at 0233, I would have told myself it was a marketing text burrowing under "do not disturb by accident." But the version I am writing is the one that happened. I went to see Lila 2 days later, because there are duties that are not written in any policy. She had moved in with her sister in Harrisonburg to a ranch house with a magnolia in the yard, whose leaves looked like they were always freshly polished. She opened the door with swollen eyes and a tissue still in her hand, and didn't look surprised to see me. Grief teaches you to expect everyone and no one equally. We sat at her kitchen table and avoided the yawning mouth of language by talking about logistics, where to send copies of reports, who to call when a number felt wrong to dial. Finally, she put her palms flat on the laminate and said, "Did you hear him?" The question landed between us with the same weight as, "Do you believe in God?" I didn't ask what she meant. "Yes," I said. I heard him breathe. She closed her eyes. "He gets cold in the middle of the night," she said, and half laughed. The sound that comes out when the body tries to expel a memory it can't digest. We always argued about pulling the zipper all the way down. He said it made him feel sealed up like a bug. She pressed her fingertips to her lips. I had a dream the night before. The tent was a mouth. When I woke up, I told myself not to be dramatic. She looked at me then, finally. "If he called you, you didn't answer, right?" The question was not accusatory, merely logistical, the way you ask someone if there's enough milk left to make a second cup of tea. "No," I said. I did not. She nodded once, a small mercy she could afford me. Sleep became a discipline rather than a refuge. Every night, I sat in the dark living room and waited for the minute to turn. Some nights nothing happened, and I congratulated myself on being sane. Other nights the key ring in the dish by the door rattled like a coin shaken in someone's cupped hand. The sound so domestic it made my eyes burn. Once, the brass clip in the evidence bag turned, a tiny arc like a needle finding north. The smell that came with it was always the same. Damp stone, old air, the patient rot of leaves far from a sun. I tried reasoning with it, because reason is a hammer I swing at everything. I read cave maps for the county and confirmed what I already knew: the karst country falls to the west, not under big meadows. I called an old friend in rescue who has a better nose for geology than most. He talked about sinkholes like the mouths of gods and laughed when I asked if a tent could be a throat. I laughed too, because laughter lets you hang up. In the file room at our district office, there is a drawer that slides rough because someone knocked it off alignment in 1998, and no one has had both the time and the desire to fix it. In that drawer, between Lightning Strike, Fisherman 2006, and Bear Baiting Rumor, Unfounded, 1989, I found a thin folder with a label bleached to gray. The date was 1983. The report inside was typed. The kind of typing that shows where a finger hit harder on certain letters. A boy had gone missing near Lewis Falls. The mother reported unzipping the tent for air at dawn and finding nothing but the depression of a head on the floor and a line of dew along the footprint of a body. The officer's addenda included a detail that shouldn't have snagged me and did. Never open when breathing stops. Someone had underlined the sentence in ballpoint blue and pressed so hard the point had carved into the fibers. The signature at the bottom belonged to a ranger who retired before I came on. When I asked two gray hairs about him over coffee, one said, "Took early disability," and the other stirred his cup for too long. Parking lot talk afterwards suggested hunting accident, divorce, A drinking problem, a Jesus problem, the usual explanations for the way a man can suddenly become a ghost among the living. I called him anyway. The number still worked. It rang into a house with the kind of silence that belongs to people who have moved most of their lives into boxes and not yet decided whether they will open them again. He answered, voice sandpapered by age, and when I introduced myself and the park and the date, he said, "Oh," like a man hearing a hymn from a church he left 30 years ago. I asked about the phrase he'd underlined. He laughed quietly. "I was younger then," he said. You try to make rules so the world doesn't keep changing shape when you're not looking. I told him what I had heard and what I hadn't said in my report. He didn't pause long enough to pretend he was shocked. "They don't like names," he said. "Names make paths. If something knows how to say yours, it has already walked it." He cleared his throat. "I used to tell the new kids leave the pools at the top. Ridiculous. But ridicule is cheap and funerals are expensive." Before he hung up, he said, "If you hear it in your house, think about how many doors you have." The line went dead. I counted my doors that night, and the number came up wrong. As if the front door and the back were sharing a number to save me from a bigger one. I drove Skyline on a Tuesday and stopped at Big Meadows at midnight, because there are places a person returns to even when he's promised himself he won't. The meadow made its soft orchestra of insects and small lives surviving. I set my own tent on the grass 6 paces from where C-37 had been, a private bit of sacrilege. I left the zipper pulls at the top and sat in the dark with my hands on my knees, like a pupil waiting for a teacher who is late. The air cooled into that particular mountain hour, when the body begins to remember it is mostly water. At 02:33, a breeze traveled across the meadow without stirring the taller grasses, as if it knew to make a smaller shape to fit between blades. The zipper pulls at the top tapped once and then held still like a patient animal waiting for food. I did not move. The breath came next. The soft press through mesh that a sleeping person makes when their mouth wanders open. The voice that followed said, my name the way a child says, please. Then it said, Dad, and the syllable folded in on itself like a paper, getting wet. I wanted to open the door so badly my fingers shook without touching anything. If I had, I believe the tent would have turned into a hallway again, though hallway is too generous a word for a direction without distance. The discipline that kept me alive on wet rock kept me still. I counted to 100 as slowly as a man can count. When the breathing stopped, I did not touch the zipper. When the urge passed, it left a cold behind like kneeling before an empty fireplace. In the morning, I took that tent down with the same reverence one gives to a body. I packed it into its bag and put it under my truck seat and tried to drive away. At the visitor center, a woman waved from a sedan and asked the usual, is there a good campsite with a little more privacy? I told her yes and gave directions to a loop I would not sleep in again. I kept the admonition in my mouth, leave your poles at the top, but did not say it because there are things which, when said by a ranger in uniform, stop being superstition and become liability. Back at the office, I moved the Copeland tent into a locker with a better lock, the kind that complains when you try to drill it. I wrote a memo that did not mention breath or time, that cited privacy concerns and family sensitivity, and that asked, in the softest bureaucraties I could manage, that no one touched the box without notifying me. My supervisor approved it without comment. Sometimes doors close because everyone agrees, without stating it, that a room should be left alone. The shoe from under the laurel bush sits in the property room with a tag that has learned to curl in the humidity. The photo from 2033 remains in an evidence folder I do not open unless I am in the mood to hate myself for several days. In the far right pocket of my cargo pants, the brass clip has made a smooth circle against the fabric from where my thumb has worried it. I bought a twin for it and put the twin on my key ring. It is good to make a pair of things when you cannot tell if the original wants to be alone. I have been asked if I believe in anything beyond what maps like to pretend is true. I say belief is not required to avoid walking off a cliff in the fog. You accept that a thing is there, or you learn how long a fall takes by counting your bones. Still, there are nights when I read a passage in a geology report and realized science's vocabulary has always had a place for what swallows and what hollows, for karst and sink and subduction. Words that are just more careful ways to say down. Maybe this is not outside the world, but is a cousin of it. Some pressure system we have not learned to chart yet, because our pens are too short. If you camp in the park, I hope you sleep well. I hope the wind is kind, and the rain is just enough to make the morning smell like forgiveness. I hope you wake with the zipper pulls resting at the top because you have put them there on purpose. I hope you never learn, as I did, the difference between the tent walls moving because of you and the tent walls moving because of something that has remembered the shape of you too well. At Yo 2:33 last night, the keys in the dish by my door vibrated once, a single polite announcement. I lay in the dark and counted all the doors in my house, and the number came out right this time. I kept very still. The sound was followed by a small exhale that did not belong to plumbing or wind. It said my name like a question someone asks after having practiced the answer alone for too long. Then, very carefully, it said, "Dad," and the word almost found a second syllable before it ran out of breath. I did not move. When the breathing stopped, I did not open anything at all. My name is Ranger Luis Ortega. I am 34 years old, and I have worked as a backcountry law enforcement ranger in Yosemite National Park for the past 7 years. My patrol district covers the less traveled northern drainages, places where tourists rarely linger, where the trails grow faint and the forest seems to fold in on itself. My work requires stamina, a tolerance for solitude, and the ability to carry both authority and compassion into the wilderness. But nothing in my training prepared me for what waits in a cedar stand locals have always called the hollow. I will record what I saw as plainly as I can, because sometimes a clean account is the only shield against the way memory warps when fear takes hold. It was late August, the season when the Sierra smells of dry, needles and stone baked all day under a relentless sun. Nights fall into the 40s, crisp and clean, but days climb back into the 80s. Fire danger warnings had been posted across the state. On Monday morning, our dispatch sent out a bulo for an overdue hiker, Emily's son, age 27, a graduate student from Davis, who had obtained a backcountry permit for a 2-night loop in Alder Fork Basin. She was expected out on Sunday evening. When her partner found her car, still parked at the trailhead that night, he drove down to a payphone and reported her missing. Her last in-reach ping had been received Saturday evening. near the Alder Fork crossing. Search operations began as they always do, methodical, structured, and urgent. We established an incident command post at the old PAC station turnout. We set up the ICS framework, operations, plans, logistics, and started building the map. Last known point, point last seen, probable routes, potential hazards. I was assigned to a hasty team along the tributary leading toward the Cedar stand. With me was SAR 3, a pair of volunteers trained in grid search, and Gwen, one of our canine handlers, with her dog Harlow, a yellow lab who has found more missing hikers than most of us ever will. We stepped onto the trail at Zoonines LA10. The air was thick with dust that clung to our boots, but as we descended into Alder Fork, the temperature dropped. Jays heckled us from the canopy, and somewhere uphill a squirrel rattled branches in alarm. The creek itself was shallow, water sliding over stone with a voice too thin to comfort. Harlow worked the long line in front of us, nose down, weaving like a kite in steady wind. At 09s and 52, she stopped dead. Her ears pricked, her tail lowered, and she released a single high whine that I had heard from her once before, when we found a lost child pressed into the hollow of an oak, alive but nearly unconscious. Gwen's hand tightened on the leash. "What is it, girl?" Harlow sneezed, shook her head as if dust had stung her nostrils, then sat abruptly on the trail, staring into the trees. That sit was her way of saying, "Subject here, but I won't approach." The cedar stand rose out of the slope just ahead. From the trail it looked like any other cluster of incense, cedar, bark weathered into deep furrows, crowns high enough to knit with the firs. But once you stepped closer, you could feel the temperature shift again. A cooler pocket of air, as though a spring ran hidden beneath the roots. The hollow itself stood near the center, a massive cedar, trunk split and burned decades ago by lightning. The base was black with char, hollowed into a cavity large enough for a grown person to crouch inside. I had heard stories about it from older rangers. Warnings told half in jest but with eyes that didn't laugh. "Don't lean in," they said. "Don't call into it. And don't let it learn your name." Folklore, I always thought. Until then. We left the trail and climbed the rise through ferns that crackled in the heat. I called our position in to ICP, Ortega with SAR 3. Approaching Cedar Stand, grid C, 12, static hissed, then a clipped, copy. We slowed. The hollow commanded that kind of caution. Even sunlight looked uneasy here, angling through the canopy in pale shafts that didn't quite reach the ground. From 20 feet out, I could see the cavity clearly. Its interior was darker than it should have been, as if the char absorbed light rather than reflecting it. The opening was rimmed with beads of resin that had cooled into glossy amber droplets. I crouched low, keeping my balance back, and looked inside. The geometry of the hollow didn't make sense. What began as a shallow cavity bent away, in curves the eye couldn't follow. The light from my phone barely reached in before it seemed to dim, swallowed by the darkness. The air that breathed out of it smelled of damp stone, not wood rot, cold and mineral like a cave deep underground. There are no caves here. Scratches marked the inner wall, 4 deep grooves parallel, at about hip height. Too even for animal claw marks, too sharp for a pocket knife. They looked old. The char hardened around them like melted wax that had cooled mid-drip. I snapped a photo. The flash glared, then sputtered, and the image stored as a blur. We stood in uneasy silence. Gwen shifted. "It smells like ozone," she murmured. She was right. Not the acrid tang of burning wires, but that strange clean metallic scent that hangs in the air after lightning strikes. Harlow whined again, her body tense, ears flat, refusing to move closer. My own chest felt tight, as if the air pressure were subtly higher here. Then, at 1017, the sound came. A voice, muffled and ragged, rising from inside the cavity. "Hello," it said, the words small, panicked, undeniably human. Every hair on my arms lifted. Gwen's eyes widened, and she knelt to calm Harlow, who had started trembling. I forced my voice steady. "Emily, this is Ranger Ortega. Can you hear me?" Silence, then a sob. "Help." The word fractured into static, like a radio losing its channel. It came again, fainter, cold. My radio crackled with overlapping voices from ICP, but I couldn't parse them. All my attention locked on that hollow. I reached for the rope in my pack. We carry throw lines for rescues. And my hands went through the motions automatically. Flake the line, tie a figure, 8, clip a carabiner. I tossed the loop gently inside. It vanished after a few feet. No scrape of stone, no rattle. Just gone. I paid out more line, 20, 30, 50 feet. Still nothing. Then a tug. Light, deliberate, as if someone had lifted it and let it drop again. I froze, knuckles white on the rope. Gwen's mouth formed the words. "What is it?" But before I could answer, another sound came from deeper within, not words, but the echo of water lapping softly as though against stone walls. My skin prickled. There is no water inside that cedar. Then, behind us, a voice called out from the forest. "Over here." High-pitched, female, sharp with urgency. Gwen and I spun toward the sound instinctively. Harlow barked. In that instant, the rope jerked, went taut, then slack. I hauled it back. The knot was intact, but the carabiner was gone. Gate unscrewed and missing. My throat went dry. That doesn't happen by accident. I have no better sentence than that. It had been taken off the rope. I keyed my radio, voice steady only through force of training. "ICP, SAR 3. We have auditory contact. Possible subject inside cavity. Rope compromised. A vice. Static washed over me." Harlow pressed against Gwen's leg, whining. My own heart hammered like it wanted to bolt out of my chest. And from inside the hollow, faint but clear, came that same voice, stretched thin by distance. "Help me." The hollow breathed at us while we waited for command. I kept my eyes fixed on the opening, unwilling to blink, because blinking felt like permission for it to move. The voice had sounded like a young woman's, desperate and shivering, but there was something in the cadence that didn't fit. It had stretched syllables in a way that reminded me of an echo chamber. Delayed, slightly wrong. Gwen clutched Harlow close, her knuckles white against the dog's collar. Harlow's tail swept the dirt once, twice, then tucked tight between her legs. "ICP from SAR 3, I repeated into the radio, forcing authority into my tone. "We have auditory contact with possible subject." Repeat, "Auditory contact." "Do we have permission to attempt extraction?" Static answered. For a heartbeat, I thought my radio had died. Then a clipped voice broke through. "Ops Chief, hold perimeter. Do not enter." Repeat, "Do not enter cavity. Plans en route. Orders. Clear, rational." But standing there, listening to the faint sobs unravel from blackness, those orders felt like betrayal. My body screamed to move, to crawl in, to grab whoever was inside and drag them into daylight. I've done it before. Pulled kids out of storm drains, hikers from rock cracks, but never from something that felt less like a space and more like a mouth. The sobbing continued. Then, very softly, I heard my own name, Louise. drawn-out light fabric tearing, heavy with a weight that did not belong to Emily's son, or anyone who had ever met me. My blood iced. Gwen's eyes snapped to mine. She began, but stopped. Her face said enough. She had heard it too. Harlow barked once, sharp and panicked, then backed up until her haunches pressed against Gwen's boots. The leash quivered with her tremors. The throw line lay slack across the ground. I reeled it in, coil by coil, hands trembling. When the last few feet emerged, the frayed end told me what I had refused to believe. The carabiner hadn't simply unscrewed. The gate was twisted, bent in a way human fingers alone couldn't manage. Metal warped, edges bright where force had torn away the dull sheen. I bagged it quickly. My hands shook as I wrote the evidence tag. Some part of me clung to the formality. Paperwork as armor against the chaos yawning in front of me. At 10:34, Ops arrived with 2 more SAR volunteers and a plans chief. They approached quietly, faces tight as they saw the tree. Ops asked for a briefing, and I delivered it in clipped sentences: auditory contact, rope compromised, canine alert. I did not mention my name being spoken. I couldn't, not yet. The plan's chief, a man named Harris, crouched at the opening. He didn't shine a light in. He didn't speak. He just listened. The sobs had quieted now, replaced by a low, rhythmic rasp, like breathing filtered through damp cloth. He straightened, face pale. We're not cutting. Not until we know what the hell this is. He waved a hand at Carl, one of the sawyers who'd come up from fuels. The still in Carl's grip whined to life, then idled as he killed it. Not today, Harris repeated, as if reassuring himself. We set a perimeter, 5 of us, stationed in a loose semicircle around the cedar. The plan was to sit tight until evening, monitor for signs, then reassess. Harris radioed ICP, logging it as auditory anomaly, probable echo source, subject status unconfirmed. His tone was flat, clinical, but I saw the tension in his jaw. He had heard enough stories to know what wasn't said aloud. I took first watch, kneeling on the tarp we'd laid to preserve ground sign. The sun angled high overhead, but the light in the cedar's hollow never changed. It remained a depthless black, as if the tree swallowed every photon offered. The air around the opening felt cooler than the rest of the forest. I took the temperature with my Kestrel meter, ambient 78 degrees. At the hollow's mouth, 61. Too cold, too abrupt. At 11:02, a sound rose from inside. Not words this time. A wet, rattling exhale that seemed to fog the charred wood. I watched condensation bead on the inner walls. It dripped once, thick as dew, then vanished before hitting the ground. My stomach knotted. I recorded everything in my notebook. Time, temperature, humidity, description. It read like a field guide to madness. By mid-afternoon, Gwen brought me water and relief. We sat shoulder to shoulder, saying little. The forest was unnervingly quiet. No squirrels, no jays. Even insects seemed muted, as if life itself bent around the hollow. At 16:22, a shadow crossed the opening. I thought at first it was a bird, wings brushing light into dark. But no bird passed overhead. The shadow lingered, long, tall, vaguely human, then melted back into black. Gwen swore softly. Harlow pressed flat to the ground, muzzle between her paws, whining. I broke protocol then. Against Weller's old warning, I switched on my headlamp and shone it inside. The beam barely penetrated, diffusing after only a few feet. Still, it caught something glinting on the inner wall. I reached in with a stick, scraping it loose. A fragment dropped into my palm. Fabric, tacky with resin. Faded blaze orange, reflective strip peeling. the corner of a hunter's vest. Old, maybe decades, maybe yesterday. Harris bagged it without comment. His face told me he didn't want to consider how it had ended up sealed inside resin that should have hardened years ago. The rest of the day passed in uneasy stillness. Every half hour, radios checked in, voices strained. Subject still audible. Negative. Intermittent. No one wanted to sit closer than 10 feet from the hollow. At sunset, the light shifted, painting the trunks in bronze. The hollow remained black. As darkness deepened, the sound returned. First the rasp, then a sob, then a scream so sudden it ripped the air.
ELO,
it shrieked, female, urgent. Then, softer, over here. The words echoed impossibly, bouncing from depths no tree should hold. Ops cursed, gripping his radio. ICP, auditory contact confirmed, repeated subject call. The line crackled. Command answered. Negative entry. Hold perimeter. I wanted to crawl inside anyway. My legs shook with the impulse. My name lingered in my skull, whispered again in that stretched cadence. Lewis, I flamped my jaw shut. The night stretched on. We rotated watches. At Hosodeo 3, while Harris was dozing against his pack, my radio whispered without squelch. Just breath, soft, deliberate. It lasted 3 seconds, enough to fog my earpiece. I wiped at it, hand trembling. The channel was silent after. At 01:29, the scream came again. This time closer. Help, it said, the syllable snapping like a branch under strain. I counted to 10, fingers digging into my thighs to resist answering. Weller's warning echoed in me, never call into hollow voids. At 01:35, cold air poured from the cavity, hitting me in the face. It smelled of limestone caves, damp and old. The same scent I had noticed on day 1. My breath fogged, though the night temperature hadn't dropped below 50. I reported every detail into my notebook, words scrawled in a hand I barely recognized. At 0200, I was relieved from watch. Harris ordered us to pull back for the night. No one argued. When dawn came, the hollow looked like nothing. Just a cedar with char at its base, resin glistening amber, birdsong returning in cautious threads. But none of us could shake the voices. That afternoon, ICP reviewed the trail camera we'd set up. The footage showed the hollow in infrared, motionless and black. Then, at 23:11, a figure appeared. Tall, thin, hunched forward, features indistinct, like static given form. It lingered at the mouth of the hollow for 7 seconds, then collapsed inward, vanishing as if the cedar had inhaled it. The missing hiker was never found. The fragment of vest, the warped carabiner, the voices, they remain in evidence bags. My report sits in the system, clinical and bloodless. Auditory anomaly. Subject not located. But I know what I heard. The hollow is still there. It will always be there. And when the wind slides through the cedars, it carries my name. I returned to the hollow against orders. I told myself I was simply walking a follow-up, a final sweep before the search closed. In truth, I needed to hear for myself whether the silence had settled, or whether the tree would still breathe a name into the dark. Officially, the incident was wrapped, search discontinued, evidence cataloged, missing person classified, unresolved. Unofficially, I had a notebook full of hours and sounds that no one would read and a knot in my chest that no sleep could cut loose. It was 2 nights after the last watch. I left camp at dusk, carrying only a headlamp, rope, notebook, and a body camera clipped to my vest. I told no one. The hike-in was familiar now, switchbacks carved into my calves, ferns brushing at my shins, the creek mumbling in its shallow bed. The cedar stand rose out of the slope like a warning, crowns black against the fading light. Every step closer. The air cooled until gooseflesh prickled across my arms. The hollow waited as it always did, a black mouth at the base of a scarred trunk, resin glistening in amber beads around its lips. I circled once, scanning for sign. The tarp was gone. Command had pulled everything. But the soil still bore the faint depression where the trail camera tripod had stood, and in the duff nearby. I saw a line of prints pressed deeper than wind or rain could explain. Human in shape, bare in outline, toes too long, stride too narrow. They led nowhere, stopped abruptly at the cavity's edge. I set my pack down and sat with my back against a fir, 10 feet away, notebook open. 20:37 hours. Temperature 76 ambient, 59 at cavity, humidity rising. Forest sounds muted. I wrote it all, each line an anchor. Because the longer you sit here, the easier it is to lose the shape of time. At 21:04, the rasping breath returned. It rattled against char. Louder than before, moist enough that condensation misted across the blackened wood. I saw droplets bead and run without ever hitting soil, absorbed into air that shouldn't drink. I wrote hand-shaking breathing observed, volume increasing. At 21:30, the voice came. Not words first, just sobs, the catch of lungs struggling in cold air. Then, hello. Thin stretched? Help. My pulse spiked. But I didn't answer. Weller's rules sat heavy on my tongue, never call into hollow voids. The sob turned to a cough, then a ragged, please. I gripped my rope. Every instinct said throw it, but memory of the carabiner twisted in ways meta shouldn't was enough to freeze me. Instead, I set the coil in front of me and waited. At 22:12, the headlamp on my chest flickered. I slapped it, thinking battery, but then my body camera blinked the same way. Both devices dimmed, then steadied. The air smelled of ozone. I checked my watch. It read 1200, always 1200. At 22:47, a shadow moved inside the cavity. Not a figure exactly, but the suggestion of one, black on black, taller than the hollow should allow. It bent as if stooping to look out. My throat went dry. My name slid out of the dark in a voice that wasn't mine, wasn't Emily's, wasn't anyone's. Louise. Pronounced slowly, precisely as if practiced. I pressed my palms flat against my thighs. I didn't answer. The figure lingered. Then another voice joined it, female, higher. Come back. It echoed in the same cadence as the paper we'd found in the missing hiker's pack. My stomach twisted. The two voices overlapped, one deeper, one higher, until they braided into something that wasn't language anymore. A chorus of syllables, layered and reversed, rising until the cavity shook with it. I wrote through the terror, pencil gouging the page, two voices, both calling, demanding return. My script slanted, almost unreadable. At 23:11, the ground trembled beneath me. Not an earthquake. A pulse. The cedar shivered, shedding a thin rain of char. The hollow flared white for half a heartbeat, as if light had burst outward then been swallowed again. My headlamp died. My body cam cut to black. The only glow was a faint phosphorescence inside the trunk, tracing veins along the char like lightning frozen in wood. And then the scream. It tore out of the cavity like a jet breaking sky. Female, young, furious. "Ippy me!" It shrieked, so loud my ears rang. I stumbled to my knees, rope clutched tight, and nearly shouted back. Nearly. My jaw locked with the weight of Weller's warning. I stayed silent. My breath heaved out like a man surfacing. At Ozendoser 3, silence fell. Too complete. Not even wind in the needles. I sat trembling, afraid to move. Then a hand pressed against the inside wall of the hollow. Pale, indistinct, fingers too long, palm wide, like a reflection of flesh through smoked glass. It slid down slowly, leaving a wet trail in resin. Another hand followed. Then a face. Not anyone's. A blur of features, eyes sunken, mouth stretched wide. Skin like water held against cloth. It pressed forward until the fabric of the world bulged with it. I scrambled back, rope slipping from my grip. My notebook tumbled into the duff. I tripped against the fur, heart hammering, unable to tear my gaze away. The face pressed harder, mesh thin between us, until it mouthed one word that I heard as much as saw. Stay. I don't know how long I froze there. My watch still read 1200. The forest refused to tick forward. When I finally blinked, the figure had receded. The cavity was only black again, swallowing light and sound. My devices sputtered back to life, headlamp flickering, body cam wearing as though rebooting. At 01:22, the last sound came. A sob, choked and weary, and then a hush that felt final. The hollow exhaled cold air across the clearing. My breath fogged white. Then nothing. I gathered my things with shaking hands. The notebook was damp where resin had touched it, 3 pages stuck together. I stuffed it away without checking. The rope smelled of limestone, wet and old, though it had never left my sight. At 0200, I forced myself to leave. Every step away, I expected to hear my name. But the forest remained silent, only the creek murmuring faintly in the distance. Back at ICP, I didn't confess where I'd been. I wrote a report that said, "Final sweep of Alder Fork. No sign of subject. Negative contact." I turned in the evidence bags, the twisted carabiner, the fragment of vest, the trail camera footage. They sit somewhere in storage now, cataloged under case numbers that mean nothing. But the hollow is still there. It will always be there, and I know what waits inside. 2 weeks later, I woke at 02733 in my apartment in Mariposa. The house was silent, but the closet door was ajar though I'd shut it. From the darkness inside, faint and calm, I heard my name. Lewis. The same cadence. The same practiced precision. I didn't answer. I didn't move until dawn. Now I sleep with every door in my house latched. Every closet wedged shut, every faucet turned tight. But sometimes, in the early hours, I smell ozone. Sometimes the walls cool as if stone were breathing behind them. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see hands pressing against charred wood. Fingers too long, waiting. If you hike in Alder Fork, and you come across the cedar-burned hollow at its base, walk wide. Do not lean in. Do not call. And above all, do not give it your name. Because once it has it, the hollow will never let you go. My name is Claire Donovan. I am 29 years old. And I accepted a seasonal ranger position in Glacier National Park last summer because I wanted to test myself against solitude. I had grown tired of office walls, of the city's constant sirens, of coffee gone cold on desks under fluorescent lights. I thought a season of nights in the mountains would cleanse me, give me a kind of silence I could carry back into the noise of regular life. What I found instead was a silence that moved, a silence that paced outside my door in heavy boots, long after the world should have been still. The ranger station where I was posted sat in a forgotten corner of the park. A small cabin that had once been used for trail crews decades earlier. It was 20 miles from the nearest paved road, reached only by a winding track that rattled my old Subaru half to death. The roof was tin, patched in spots with sheets of darker metal, and when it rained, the sound was like standing inside a snare drum. A wood stove hunched in the corner, scarred from years of use. The forest pressed close on every side, lodgepole pines and subalpine fir knitting together until the cabin felt swallowed. There was no cell service, only a scratchy radio that worked when the clouds didn't sit too heavy on the peaks. My first days were ordinary. I hiked trails, checked campsites, updated logs. The backcountry here breathes differently than anywhere else I've been. It's not just the scale of the mountains. Sharp ridges knifing into the sky, glaciers gleaming like broken teeth. But the way sound carries. A raven's croak echoes twice, once from the canyon walls and again from somewhere deeper, like a place behind the air itself. At night, when the wind dropped, I could hear creeks miles away. It was beautiful, and it unsettled me in ways I could not explain. The first incident happened on my third night. I had just settled into my cot with a book and a lantern, the stove sighing with its last log. At 20, 30, 40, I heard footsteps outside, not the skitter of an animal or the scratch of branches. Heavy, measured footsteps, boots on packed earth. I froze, listening. They paced slowly from one side of the cabin to the other, circled once, then stopped directly at the door. My throat tightened. I whispered into the radio, station to base, possible visitor on site. Static answered. The line was dead. I stood, gripping the flashlight like a weapon. The door rattled once as if someone had pressed against it. I called out, "This is Ranger Donovan. Identify yourself." No answer. Only the sound of breathing, slow, steady, inches away from the wood. Then, after a minute that stretched too long, the footsteps moved again. They circled twice more, fading into the trees until the forest was silent. I slept little after that. At dawn, I searched the perimeter. The ground was dry, dusted with pine needles. No prints, no sign. I told myself it had been a moose or a black bear, their hooves and pads distorted by my imagination. But moose don't circle cabins, and bears don't pause to breathe at doors. The next night, it returned, though there was another scene in this time. The same slow pacing, the same heavy weight in each step. I forced myself to stay quiet, not to call out. The footsteps circled again, then stopped by the window. The glass darkened with a shadow that blocked the moonlight. I couldn't make out a face, only the impression of height, of bulk. The breathing pressed against the glass, fogging it. My hand shook so badly I dropped the flashlight. By the time I scrambled for it, the shadow was gone. Silence swallowed the cabin. I began marking the times in my notebook, always between 20:30 and 30 and 0100. Always pacing, always circling. Never a knock, never words. Just the deliberate sound of boots that should not have been there. On the fifth night, I made a mistake. I shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" The footsteps stopped. For the first time, silence stretched too long. Then, slowly, the steps resumed, but heavier now, as though they dragged chains. They circled until dawn. I did not sleep. When the sun rose, I checked again. No tracks, not even a bent needle in the duff. The earth was undisturbed, but my nerves were not. I radioed base that morning, voice tight. Possible trespasser near station, multiple nights. The reply crackled back, "Copy, Claire. You're the only one out there. We'll note it." The flatness in the dispatcher's tone told me all I needed to know. No one was coming 20 miles down a dirt track for footsteps in the night. I resolved to document everything. Times, sounds, duration. I placed a notebook by the cot, pencil ready. I checked batteries in my radio twice a day. I kept my boots by the door. The silence between patrols grew heavier, as though the forest itself was waiting. On the 7th night, I tried something different. When the footsteps came, 02, right on schedule, I sat in the dark without the lantern. My eyes adjusted slowly. The cabin window reflected faint starlight, the glass a mirror. The steps circled. I gripped the pencil hard enough to snap it. Then, at the door, the breathing again. Louder now. Longer. I saw the latch tremble as if pulled from the outside. The voice came then, low, almost human, rasping like a throat torn with smoke. Claire, my own name, my chest constricted. The syllables dragged, stretched thin, as if spoken by someone not used to shaping them. I didn't answer. I held my breath until my vision blurred. The voice repeated, softer. Claire. Then the footsteps retreated into the trees. At dawn, my notebook was damp where my hand had sweated against the page. I wrote the word name 5 times, the letters crooked. I don't know how to describe the days after that, except to say the forest felt wrong. Jays stopped calling near the cabin. Squirrels no longer darted across the clearing. Even the wind seemed to avoid the station, brushing past without touching. I patrolled trails in silence, eyes darting to shadows that vanished when I turned my head. At night, I dreaded the clock's crawl toward midnight. On the 10th night, the boots came earlier, 22 on 48, a slow approach, dragging through needles. They stopped at the wall by my cot. I lay rigid, eyes fixed on the ceiling. A hand pressed against the logs from outside. The wood creaked inward, dust sifting from the seams. Fingers traced the wall, slow, deliberate, as if learning its shape. I couldn't breathe. The cabin felt smaller, closing around me. My radio hissed static, though I hadn't touched it. Then, clearly through the hiss, my name again. Claire. I snapped the radio off. The static died. The footsteps resumed, circling until the sky began to gray with dawn. When I opened the door at sunrise, I saw nothing. No prints, no sign. Only the forest, vast and indifferent. I have worked law enforcement long enough to know fear, but this was different. This was not adrenaline, not the rush of an emergency. This was erosion. Something steady and patient, wearing me down one night at a time. I began to wonder if the footsteps would ever stop, or if they were not an intruder at all, but the forest itself, pacing its boundaries, reminding me that I was not welcome here. By the 2nd week, I stopped pretending the footsteps were a hiker who'd lost their way. I began treating the cabin like a crime scene. I lived inside. In daylight, I made a list and worked down it, the way I would on patrol. Establish baselines, control variables, document. I sifted ash from the stove and sprinkled a thin ring of gray a foot out from the walls. A narrow moat that would betray any print. I strung fishing line with a few tin mugs and a fork around the porch, so the slightest touch would sing. I taped my radio's PTT down for a second, just enough to make sure the squelch cut in cleanly, then released it and logged the time. I set my camera on the sill with a fresh card and full battery, pointed out toward the clearing with a slow interval timer so that if anyone walked past, even in the dark, I'd have something to show another human being. The next time a voice on the other end asked if I was copy. The boots returned that night at 23:11, early enough to make the hours stretch long and thin. The first pass around the cabin brushed the mugs, and I felt the relief in my body first. Sound, a physical confirmation. The mugs clinked once, twice, then fell silent as if a hand had steadied them. The line didn't move again. I kept my eyes on the ash ring, breath held until it hurt. When the steps reached the door and paused, the ash didn't so much as tremble. No print, no scuff, not even a mouse scribble. The wood of the door planked in millimeters as weight leaned into it from outside. A slow exhale washed through the seams. I tasted iron. I didn't say a word. I let the pencil record for me 2013, pacing resumed 3019, shadow crosses glass 2332, breathing at window 2328. Ash undisturbed. The routine soothed nothing. It put the night in a box that still had no lid. On my next supply run to an old shed, half a mile down the track, I found a stack of logbooks, jammed behind dry gas canisters. The covers were sun-faded blue, the spiral binding rusted. I carried 3 back to the station like contraband and set them on the table. The first dated to 2004, the second to 1991, the third to a decade I felt in the brittle paper before I read the year 1978. Inside were the usual entries: trail maintenance, notes about snow lines, a penciled sketch of a bear print bigger than any boot. But there were other notes too, threaded through like a private conversation across decades. In 1991, a ranger named H. McCrae wrote, "Heard boots around outer sub at 40, no sign at dawn, latch door from inside. In 1978, heavy pacing, don't open when it stops." In 2004, a seasonal I recognized only by the last name Hadley. Someone older rangers mentioned when a storm came up. Wrote it knows my name now. The ink had bled into the page where sweat or rain had touched it. On the very last line of that book, pressed so hard the paper buckled, someone had carved with the tip of a pen, "Leave before it asks twice." I closed the book and put both palms flat on the table, as if pressure would hold the room together. Then I folded each log in wax paper from the kitchen and slid them into my pack. It felt like stealing the cabin's memory out from under it. The boots changed on the 9th night. They came not on the ground but on the roof. Slow steps across tin that reverberated through the ribs of the cabin. If you've ever heard a goat cross a shed, you know that light clatter. These weren't that. These were deliberate, heel to toe, heavy enough to make a fine dust sift from the rafters. The first pass went over the stove, then above my cot, then to the far wall. They stopped directly over my head, the tin oil can softly with weight. I moved the cot by instinct, dragging it across floorboards to the opposite wall, and as soon as I did, the steps followed, unhurried like a warden pacing up there, content to make me relocate until there would be nowhere left to go. I radioed base. The squeal of static lifted hairs along my forearm. "Station to base," I said, keeping my voice flat. "Unknown person on roof. Requesting check in and guidance." The reply clicked in with the delay that told me the repeater had bothered to listen. "Base to station. Copy condition. You're solo. No units available to respond overnight." A pause, then, gentler. "Claire, secure indoors. Update at first light." Something about hearing my own name through the radio while the roof shifted under boot. Sounds made my scalp tighten. I signed off, then shut the radio and set it face down. The steps crossed to the stovepipe. The metal rang once, a hollow bell. Smoke that should not have existed puffed down and edged the air with a faint, old campfire bite. I watched the pipe for heat, shimmer that wasn't there. The head of a nail in the plank wall beside me glinted, then dulled, as if a shadow had learned how to flex thin and long. On the 11th day I drove out, more to see another human face than to pick up supplies, and handed the camera card to our district tech. A patient man who could retrieve photos from cards people had put through washing machines. He plugged it in, typed the magic. I never bothered to learn, and brought up the folder. Every interval stamp was there, neat as a heartbeat. Every file opened to black. He tried levels and curves, histogram tricks that sometimes rescue images from themselves. In 4 files, a faint gray haze appeared along the bottom edge, as though fog had scribbled its name. In one there was a blur at the very corner that my brain wanted to call a boot heel, but that he, kindly, named lens artifact. He gave the card back to me, as if returning a bird that had refused to be caught. "You're sure your timer's working?" he said gently. I told him I was sure. He didn't argue. He didn't have to. That evening I dusted flour along the threshold. Inside the door, a desperate household trick you use when mice are eating your crackers. I chalked a line across the sill as a secondary mark, a crisp edge I could check with my thumbnail. I took a photo with my phone and labeled it 2017 in the notes. At 22:48, the pacing started in the trees the way it always did, a slow stitching of the clearing's edge. At 23:03, the breathing pressed through the gaps around the door and slid along the floorboards like a draft. The chalk line remained unbroken. The flour lay smooth. The latch trembled once, a silver laugh. The steps moved to the window. I kept still and watched my breath fog the glass from inside until the fog smeared with another breath from outside. 2 ovals of condensation, misaligned by an inch, grew and faded in a gentle rhythm, as perfect as any sleeping person's. One of them belonged to me. The voice came softer that night and wronger. "Claire," it said. But the syllables had been rehearsed with a mouth that didn't fit them. It added 3 more words that made the room tilt open. For me, it wasn't a demand yet. It had the patience of a machine repeating the same instruction until the person listening decided compliance would be easier than complaint. I went to the desk, tore a page from the logbook. I'd started and wrote a single line for myself to read when I needed the version of me that still believed rules mattered. I will not open when the breathing stops. I taped it to the door. The next afternoon, I found a set of prints in the dust on the track, a quarter-mile from the station. For a breathless moment, relief flashed through me. Confirmation at last. Then I knelt. They were boot prints, yes, but not like any I'd seen. The heel had a row of small circles, too regular for modern tread, like ancient hobnails or the faint coin, shape left by something hammered long ago. The toe bled forward into the dirt in a smear that suggested weight dragging at the end of each step. The stride was human, too narrow to be moose, too long to be a bare false register. The trackway approached from the west, then stopped dead 15 yards from my clearing. The last print crisp, edges sharp, no turn, no back trail. I followed the timber line like a dog and found nothing. I called my supervisor, a steady man named Mason who had the gift of making you feel less foolish for believing your own eyes. I told him the facts I could swear to and left the rest alone. He listened without cutting in. "I can push a maintenance check to you in the morning," he said. "No promises." The little pause after no promises meant there would be paperwork and there would be other priorities, and in any case, even if someone drove up the track at dawn, I would still be alone at midnight. That night the boots waited until Sauersalzen to begin. They paced once around, then twice, the second loop tighter as if measuring. At Hoserson 58, they stopped at the door and stood there long enough for me to count 60 breaths and realize that some counted as mine and some did not. The latch lifted and settled. The chalk line flaked off in one spot where the wood had swelled. The floor remained smooth. Then the steps crossed the porch and climbed the wall. Vertical, impossible, each footfall planting on logs that offered no purchase. They reached the roof, crossed over me, and stopped in the exact center of the room. The tin sank 1/8 of an inch. Dust sifted onto my blanket like ash. The radio clicked on by itself. A half-second of soft hiss. Then a voice in the flat tone dispatchers use when the world is coming apart and they need you to do one thing. "Claire, do not answer the door," it said. Mason's cadence, his pragmatic rhythm, the particular way he leans on the second syllable of my name. I almost laughed with relief, with gratitude at how precise help could sound. I grabbed the mic and keyed it. "Copy," I said. "Are you on?" The reply came with no gap at all, as if it had been waiting right on the other side of the wave. Open. Not Mason's voice. Not even a voice mimicking him. My own voice, played back slowly, each vowel heavier than my mouth could make it. I dropped the mic hard enough to crack plastic. Every hair on my arms lifted. The roof creaked as if a weight shifted from one heel to the other. Impatient. The voice came again without the radio this time, pressed through the door seam like breath. "Open for me." The ash ring lay smooth and perfect. I did something then that I had mocked in other people's stories. I spoke to the thing like a person. "You are not welcome," I said, and the sentence felt solid in my throat, a beam I could climb. "You are not welcome here." The words came back through the wood in my voice, syllables in the same order. A perfect recording. Then repeated wrong, the vowels stretched, the consonants hard where mine would have been soft. It tried the phrase again, and again like a student pronouncing a new language. And on the fourth try it let the last word fall into a long exhale that sounded like relief. I don't remember sleeping. I must have gone under between one breath and the next because I woke to gray, to that cold that soaks into mountain rooms, just before the light decides to show itself. When I opened the door, the chalk line was intact. The flower was intact. The ash ring was intact. 15 feet out from the cabin, all the needles lay oriented the same direction, calmed into a tidy path that circled the building twice, then ceased. My camera held 70. 6 images of black erupted by one image that was not any color at all, but a thin plane of white like a door left ajar in a lightless room. The timestamp stuttered between hour of 58 and 1200, as if the camera could not decide which world's clock it should obey. I went to the creek that afternoon because I needed a sound I knew. The water ran low over gravel, making that glass bead murmur that never pretends to be anything other than what it is. I knelt and wet my bandana and pressed it over my eyes and told myself that if I came back and found my door standing open, I would drive out and sleep in my car in a pullout with all the other sensible people who let their engines keep them company. And at 2 in the morning, when I returned, the door was shut. The note I'd taped to it had curled at the corners but held. I put my hand against the wood and felt it cool, as if shade had never left it even when the sun had. The footsteps waited until 0107. When they came, they were inside. There was no entry, no hinge groan, no latch click, no sigh of wood. One moment the room held only my breathing and the stove's small hitches of settling iron. The next, the far corner blossomed with pressure, a sense of mass inhabiting air. Floorboards depressed in a path toward the cot-knot prints, not even visible dents, but the ghost of weight. A shift of light that the eye reads as shape because light has to go somewhere and cannot go through weight. The steps were quiet now, as if soft-souled, as if someone had learned the sound I feared most and decided to remove it. They stopped a foot from the bed. The blanket tilted an inch under weight that wasn't there. Something sat. I couldn't breathe. I could, but only shallowly. And the sound of it made me furious, because I could hear how the other, breathing, leaned into my rhythm to match. I reached for the radio and pushed the PTT without lifting it from the table. "Base," I said, the words a scrape. "Do not come." Repeat. No response needed. Static sizzled like fat in a pan. The thing on the bed shifted, a patient, fond movement, as if someone had remembered where a person's knee goes when they sit close. It leaned in. The room smelled like wet wool worn by a body that had come in from snow. "Claire," it said very softly, as if saying my name were a kindness. Then, in a tone that understood that nights are long but not infinite, "One more." I stared at the note on the door and read the line to myself with my lips without making sound. "I will not open when the breathing stops." The room held its two breaths until they were one. Then, with a care that made my eyes sting, the other breath ceased. The space beside me waited. The latch stayed still. The ash ring lay intact, a circle drawn against nothing, keeping nothing in and nothing out. But it was something I had made, and I clung to it, the way a person clings to a syllable in a strange place. The footfalls did not return to the roof. They did not return to the porch. They did not leave. They arranged themselves in the corner of the room, between the stove and the shelf of NML mugs, and watched me in a way you feel and cannot prove. I did not move until a line of white expanded along the eastern seam of the window, and the world offered me a thing. It could still do dawn. I have no heroism to report. I have only this. When the light came enough to show that the boards were only boards and the walls only wood and the air only air, I stood, opened the door, stepped onto the porch, and closed it behind me without looking down. The flour streaked under my boot a fraction. The chalk line broke. The ash ring scattered. I left it there like a signature. Part of me thought that would end it. That whatever walked at midnight would mark the broken circle as a win and be done. Part of me knew better. The day had not finished before I found my name, written in the condensation on the inside of the window in letters made by a finger that had pressed too carefully. CLAR, the E too straight, the R too long. The C correcting itself halfway through, as if someone had practiced on a surface that did not take marks and suddenly found one that did. That night I would either leave or I would stay. The footsteps had said, "One more." I believed it. I didn't know whether one more meant one more lack, one more knock, one more name, one more person, one more door. I folded the 1978 logbook open to the line I'd written and set it on the table. Then I sat on the floor with my back to the door and my boots on, and I waited for the cabin to decide whether it would still be mine when midnight reached it. Midnight didn't arrive all at once. It seeped in through the joints like cold. I kept my back to the door, boots on, knees up, palms flat on my thighs. I let the stove go to a low glow because I want to hear everything the air decided to do. The cabin breathed with me, wood flexing in tiny ticks. I stared at the note I had taped to the door and read the sentence until it felt like a rail I could grip with my mind. I will not open when the breathing stops. At Oda Wundine, Wade entered the room. There was no latch sound, no hinge. The air just clenched by the far wall, and then relaxed into a shape. You can't see pressure, but you can feel how light behaves around it. I watched the corner between the stove and the mug's dim half a tone, as if someone had moved between the room and a light that wasn't on. The first footfall came without sound. Only the floorboards gave it away, a shallow bow, then the rebound. It crossed to me unhurried. I matched its rhythm with my breath, not because I wanted to, but because the body learns even while the brain refuses. It stopped a foot from my knees. The blanket by my hip rose an inch, a suggestion of thigh settling. The room smelled like wool, warmed, after a long wet day, the faint animal of old leather, a ghost of stove smoke from winters long before mine. I realized the smell had been inside the logs all along, waiting for air. "Claire," it said, as if greeting someone who had finally come home. I didn't answer. The sentence on the door gave me a jaw to borrow. The voice tried again, not louder, not nearer. Just a small adjustment in how it shaped me. "Claire." This time it stacked another phrase under it like a shelf. One more. The words were careful, evenly spaced, the way you speak into a recorder to hear how a thing will sound when it comes back out. I stared at the note until the letters blurred. One more what? One more lap. One more name. One more night. Hadley's line in the old log, "Leave before it asks twice," floated up in my head like a lifeboat without oars. The breathing was easy then. 2 rhythms, mine and its, pacing each other without touching. The quiet had weight. I counted to 100, then to 100 again because I didn't trust the first count. My watch read 1200. The second hand didn't move, the battery should have, but the cabin held it. The thing beside me shifted with a small patient sigh and stood. The floorboards didn't creak. It crossed the room to the desk where I'd laid the 1978 logbook, opened to my line and paused as if to read. The page trembled once, the paper lifting in the draft of something that wasn't air. Then the log turned a leaf very slowly on its own, the way a cautious person flips a page while wearing gloves. The sound of paper sliding over paper felt indecently loud. The page settled on an entry written in the cramped hand of someone, trying to cram fear into factual lines. Heavy pacing. Don't open when it stops. The radio popped to life on its own, a small polite throat clearing. "Station," it said in Mason's cadence. And the spine between my shoulders loosened with a relief that embarrassed me. "Are you awake?" I picked the handset up an inch off the table and didn't key it. The voice continued without waiting. "Open the door. You're safe." The tone was wrong, not the words, the timing. Mason leaves one beat between sentences, like he's letting you choose to step into them. This voice stacked words flush against each other, no air. Then, quieter. As though it had discovered, whispering is more efficient than shouting. "Open for me." I set the handset back down like it was made of eggshells. I didn't touch the PTT. The voice denied the radio's throat, came through the door seam instead, soft and steady as breath. "Open. For me." Across the room the mugs chimed once, a courtesy cough. The tin roof dimpled above, then undimpled, as if the cabin were a lung. The steps resumed inside. A slow pacing that mapped the room, the way a blind person learns a new space: wall, shelf, stove, window, door, and back again. They stopped with a small pleasure whenever they reached the door, as if the distance to it were delicious to cross. I let the minutes stack like papers. I kept still till my legs sang pain up my thighs, until my feet went numb and my toes began to throb with it. At 01:03, the breathing hitched, once, twice, and then stopped. Everything in me reached for the latch like a dog for a bell. Rule, I told myself. And read the sentence on the door with my eyes, until the words turned from language back into black marks. I will not open when the breathing stops. I pressed my tongue against my teeth and waited. My chest convinced me it was empty. It wasn't. The other quiet stayed where it was, a held breath made of room. Something touched my boot. Not a weight, a draft with intention. It moved up the laces and paused at the knot, curious about knots. It slipped along the leather and found the place where a toe joins a foot and stayed there like a hand, deciding whether to be a hand. I kept my gaze on the note and counted again, slow, letting each number be heavier than the last. When the breathing came back, it didn't belong to lungs. It belonged to the room. The gap under the door inhaled and exhaled. The seams between the logs at my back drew cool air and pushed it out in a rhythm that matched the old nails. Tiny clicks as they accommodated the flex. It wasn't a trick, and it wasn't not a trick. It was simply what a house could do when something asked it kindly. Once, the voice said, and the word went under my name and waited. Twice, it said the second, like a person making sure a child has understood an instruction. Open. It tried the order again, rearranging it as if there might be a combination that would make a latch obey. Open for me. I stood without meaning to. The presence matched my height with a tilt. I placed one palm on the door and felt the outside cold transfer through it, as if wood were a membrane. The latch didn't move. The ash ring I had scattered lay only in my memory now, but I pictured it. A chalk circle on a school floor a teacher makes with a rope to give children a place to gather. The cabin felt like that, a circle, and I was either inside or outside, and the difference mattered. Hadley's last line, pushed like a hand between my shoulder blades. Leave before it asks twice. It had asked once on the bed. It had asked now. I lowered my hand, kept it on the wood until the grain under my palm stopped feeling like a map and started feeling like a thing. And then I took it away. I picked up my pack, which I had already laced tight and set upright like a promise to my future self. I slung it. I didn't look for the camera, or the timer or the phone, because none of them liked me after midnight, and I had no more apologies to offer. The handle turned without a click. I hadn't touched it. It turned to the exact degree a latch needs to think it's obeyed, and then let itself back. One more. The voice said softly. It wasn't a command. It was a sadness. I twisted the knob, opened the door, and stepped out into the porch. The forest lay in attention. Stars tilted in the window glass. The clearing's edge waited like a lip. The air tasted of cold iron and dust. Behind me, the boards eased as weight shifted to watch. I took 2 steps to the edge of the porch and stopped. The dirt beyond my scatter of flour was smooth. The chalk line I'd broken earlier was a pale stitching in the threshold wood. I stepped over it again like a person stepping back into their own footprint. The boots didn't follow me onto the porch. They moved to the door. Instead, slow, then stood with their breath pressed into the seam where my back had been a minute ago. I shut the door gently because slamming would have been theater and I didn't want to feed it. The latch settled. On the glass to my left, my name formed in fog on the inside where I had just been, letter by careful letter. CLA. then stopped as if mid-listen. The last trace ran downward and then evaporated. I walked to the car. The track out of the station is a blind throat with trees leaning in. You know that you are pointed toward the world only because the road continues. I drove with both hands on the wheel, and the rearview mirror showed only the pale dash of trunk after trunk, a metronome of verticals. At the first bend, something stepped onto the roof as lightly as a person putting a hand on a door frame in a dark hallway. The metal cupped and sang one long note. I kept my foot steady on the gas and counted telephone poles that were not actually there. At the second bend, the weight moved to the center of the car and sat like a quiet passenger. A finger drew on the windshield from the inside, a circle that fogged and then cleared. I rolled all the windows down and let the mountain air cold my lungs. The circle made no more progress. At the junction where the track meets dirt, that counts as a road, the weight lifted. The car roof popped up a fraction. The windshield fog dissipated as if a kitchen door had opened. Behind me, in the lane of the rear window, I saw the porch light of the station, which hadn't worked all season, blink once like a sleepy eye and then go dark. I did not drive to base. I drove to a pullout where 2 RVs slept flats, and I parked between them and folded myself small in the driver's seat. I stayed awake until gray made the pines into the sketch of themselves, and then I drove in. Mason watched me cross the lot and didn't speak until I did. "I'm done," I said. "Close it." He didn't argue. He didn't ask for adjectives. He set a hand on the counter and nodded like a man counting inventory. "Leave your keys," he said. "I'll send maintenance for the stove and a lock for the door." The way he said lock made it sound like comfort offered to a child after a nightmare. Unnecessary but kind. He printed a page for me to sign. The form said Trayan Sefar OF Do Y and had boxes for equipment checked and keys returned and comments. In the corner, in a small hand that did not look like his, were 3 initials HM, dated a year I didn't want to count. I signed under where a dozen names had written themselves small. He saw me see and said, "She didn't check out." I nodded. He added, "You did." We went up together at noon because light makes men feel bigger. The cabin was only wood and glass again. The note on the door had fallen to the floor. The line I had written faced up. I didn't pick it up. On the inside of the door, traced in the feint test, rub of resin dust from years of hands, my name had been written to the end this time. Each letter careful. The E too straight, the R too long. CLR. Mason stared a second and then said, "Wood remembers." That's all. He locked the door even though it would never matter, and hung the key on a nail, under the eaves where everyone hangs keys, when they need to pretend a place will be open again. I moved to a busier district the next week, a station with a porch light that actually works, and radios that don't talk to me after midnight. The first night in the new bunk room, I slept 12 hours and woke raw, the way people cry after weddings. For a while the wind was only wind, and the roof only roof. For a while footsteps I heard were human, rangers coming off shift, boots muddy and hearts louder than they knew. The quiet is different now. I don't mean the mountains. They still hold their breath in the same places. I mean the hush that knows my shape. Some afternoons the closet door in my apartment in town creaks a millimeter on its hinges and stops, like a person catching themselves being impolite. Sometimes, in the second before I fall all the way asleep, The mattress remembers a weight beside my hip and forgets again. Once, at $41, the radio on my kitchen counter clicked on and said, in my own voice slowed and smoothed, "Open." And I laughed out loud because I was not there with it, and that meant I was still mine. The old logbooks sit now in a drawer beside my bed. I shouldn't have taken them, but leaving them felt wrong, like mailing letters to an empty house. When I wake at the seams of the night, I read the lines that are only facts. Snow line, trail cleared, bear at mile 5, and they ladder me back to a world that is changeless in the ways that matter. Sometimes my eyes slide to the notes between. Heavy pacing. Don't open when it stops. Leave before it asks twice. It asked me twice. I left on the second. If you earn a post at a lonely station, bring extra batteries and extra stubbornness. Sprinkle your ash if it makes your hands stop shaking. Tape your rule to the door. When it says your name, let your name be a coat you can take off and hang on the peg until morning. Walk the perimeter at dawn and pretend the lack of sign means nothing was there. But know what I know. Sometimes the world will learn how to pace outside your walls, then inside, then under your ribs. It will call itself by your voice and ask for one more thing. Don't give it what it asks for, even if the asking is polite. Don't open when the breathing stops. If you need a reason beyond fear, use mine. I checked out. I got to write my name in the book that says who left, and the world, for now, keeps honoring that line. When I stand on porches now and listen to the kind of quiet that carries creaks a mile, I keep my boots on, but I let my shoulders drop. At midnight, the steps I hear are mine, from when I get up to check that the latch is set, and that the note on the door is still there, curling at the corners but legible. I will not open when the breathing stops. And when a voice as soft as wool, warmed by a fire, says my name through wood that is only wood, I let the door be the thing that answers. My name is Ranger Micah Reynolds. I am 36 years old and serve as a law enforcement ranger in Yellowstone National Park with a technical emphasis on swiftwater response. My work, most days, is ordinary in the way mountain work is ordinary: long patrols on washboard roads, citations for people who edge too close to bison, reminders to keep food locked, and the occasional rescue that turns the hours elastic. Rivers are where my training tightens, into a habit you can feel in your bones. I have hauled drunks out of the Madison at midnight, cut anglers free when their waders filled in the fire hole, and stood chest deep in spring snowmelt holding a throw bag, while the current tried to convince me I was only another stick in its mouth. I tell you this because I want you to hear the caution in the next sentences I write. I am not given to exaggeration. I will keep to times, places, weather, and technique as far as the words allow. But you should also know that what happened at 7 Mile Bridge in early June made the word technique feel flimsy in my mouth. It began with a call that sounded like 100 others. Saturday, 1842. A visitor flagged down a patrol near Madison to report that her brother slipped from the bank and disappeared under the dark riffle below a cottonwood. He had been venturing too close to the edge for a photograph. She had reached for his sleeve and got nothing but air. No life jacket. No helmet. The river was high from the last cold snap. Snowmelt coming off the plateaus. Firehole and Gibbon shouldering together to make the Madison broader and faster than it looks from the pullouts. Water temperature that week had hovered in the 40s. You can get your breath knocked clean out of you just by stepping in. Incident command went up at the 7 Mile lot because it's the place you can park a dozen trucks and a trailer and not stop traffic. ICS is a useful spell when the air turns to glass, ops, plans, logistics, hasty, grid, downstream safety, throw bags every 50 yards. Comms clear on the half hour. Our lost subject 27-year-old Colin Pierce from Bozeman, last seen in a black hoodie and jeans. Slipped at 1835-1837, sister called 911 and flew patrol encountered 1858 first Sarah rig on scene. 1907 tagline across the slow side under the bridge. 1912 we had our first downstream safety posted. I note these times for the record. I can recite them without looking, because they kept me intact later when other things did not. By 2000, we had rangers and volunteers walking the banks with headlamps, watching for a catch at the strainers. The river's voice carried up the glacially carved walls, rough and indifferent. A bald eagle worked the thermals above the bank. It had a schedule I could not see. The sister, named Alice, sat on the tailgate of her rental SUV with a foil blanket over her shoulders and her hands, laced so tight her knuckles looked like chalk. I crouched and did the part of the job I hate. And that matters. I said the words about water temperature and the way bodies travel, about survivability curves and how they aren't beliefs but data. I kept my voice steady. I told her we would keep searching after dark. I didn't say the part about how rivers keep their dead in pockets and under tongues and only spit them up when they are ready. We ran till 0100. Nothing. Not a scarf, not a hat, not the sick shine of wet denim on a snag. We stood down until dawn per protocol, because you can drown good people in the dark, looking for a person who is not breathing. I volunteered to be back on the river, at first light with Sierra Klein from SAR, a woman who trusts water because she respects it, who will tell you 100 different ways to say no if you try to make her do something stupid. Sierra and I have worked scenes together long enough to read each other's shoulders. At Zo 438, the sky went from ink to iron. Steam rose off the fire hole upstream from Drisser country and drifted across the meadow in white ropes. We launched the John boat into a slow braid near the inside bend. Dry suits, PFDs, helmets, throw bags at our feet, and a drag rigged between a pair of old grapnel hooks that looked like something your grandfather used to haul hay. We sweep low and methodical, never making hero moves, hugging the inside where a body would catch. Sierra held the stern and read the currents. I worked the drag, paying line out and drawing it back in smooth, careful arcs, like calming a horse's mane. The bridge threw a pale shadow, and swallows cut the air under it in brief, decisive dashes. The water spoke the same hard syllables it speaks every June. At Zo 5-12, the hooks snagged something that wasn't rock and wasn't brush. I felt it through the line the way anglers feel a pull that isn't quite fish. Sierra saw it too, the pause in the rope, the lazy dip that says you've found weight. We traded a look that meant, don't guess. I eased the line so whatever we had wouldn't slip off. Sierra feathered the motor and nudged us toward a gravel tongue so we could work without the river asserting itself. We've pulled bodies before. You learn not to rehearse the face. You prepare for the wrongness of a denim leg where denim legs shouldn't be. You don't look away. Your hands do the work a human body needs done, gently, like you're closing a stranger's eye in a room where all the machines have gone quiet. I set my knees against the gunwale and leaned back on the rope, coaxing whatever was down there to rise. It gave slowly, reluctantly, with a drag that spoke of silt and the sticky pull of riverweed. Then the surface bulged. For a second it read like a human shoulder through muddy water. Pale, round, not the color of trout belly or bark, but that unmistakable human white that looks wrong under sky. I worked the line hand over hand, and a second bulge lifted. Another shoulder maybe, or a hip. The water slicked off it. I saw no fabric. I saw no hair. Just skin smooth and too clean, the way wax looks when you peel it from a mold. My stomach went cold, not with fear yet, but with correction. The picture in my head reassembled to fit what my eyes were showing me. Sierra's voice was calm in the marrow of the morning. "Whatever it is, keep it in the shade," she said. I didn't understand her language until later, when my nerves replayed her tone like a song and refused to stop. We weren't in full sun yet. The canyon wall kept us in a soft gray, where light hadn't sharpened its edges. I took wraps of the line around the bow cleat and breathed in with the river. The thing slid higher. A torso now. Humanoid the way a carved figure is humanoid. When you notice the sculptor didn't put in the face. The place where a face should have been was smooth as a river stone. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Only the suggestion of a head, shaped that didn't quite reach the proportions your mind expects. It was the sort of wrong that reverberates backward. Your heart tries to tell your eyes they've made a mistake, and your eyes tell your heart to sit down, Sierra. I said, and that was all. I see it, she said. And the words fell flat, like she'd dropped them in a room with no floor. I thought, stupidly, of those pale subterranean salamanders the old books call olms, the ones with skin so thin you can see the veins remember red. The thing's surface had that translucent sheen, living clay. Not bloated, not purple, not dead, just unfinished. River water slipped from it in streams that beaded and ran in slow patterns. It lifted one arm in the current. Not lifted, maybe. That suggests intent. The current moved it, and the shape of the limb made motion look like motion. 3 human, length segments, shoulder, forearm, hand. Fingers long as cigarettes. Webbed to the second knuckle with a membrane so fine it made threads of light. It flexed once and then stilled. We were quiet in the boat then, because quiet is what your body does when the part of your brain that slaps labels on the world can't find the drawer it needs. Sierra's hand tightened on the tiller until the glove creaked. The motor ticked a single sucked breath and then settled back to its low, dutiful hum. I took another loop on the cleat and breathed through my nose, because my mouth had decided it didn't trust air. Sierra said, and I knew she meant a body bag. The way we sometimes do on water when the thing you're dealing with shouldn't touch the world until the world is ready. I nodded. She nosed us closer to the gravel bar. We were still in shade. The sun had not yet thrown its gold over the canyon, lipped to turn the river into knives. We drew the shape toward the shallows, steady, like escorting a herd animal that doesn't know you're helping. I don't want to lie to you and say, I didn't think then of miracles, or of the reverse of miracles. People vanish in parks. People slip between breaths. Most of the time the explanations are ugly and tame. Hypothermia, a bad step, a drink too many, a map read upside down. But you spend enough nights under a sky that pays you no mind, and your belief in odds begins to itch. I thought of Colin. I thought of the sister's hands folded, so hard the bones looked lit from inside. I thought of the thread of life running under all this water and how the river loses track of which was forward and which way is back when spring shoves it. We eased the figure alongside the boat. It bumped the aluminum with a sound too soft to be a bump, more like a kiss. Close up. The knot face was worse. Your eye looks for any hook to hang knowing on. A pore, a crease, a wrinkle where a nose might cast a shadow. There was nothing. The skin wasn't smooth like plastic. It was textured ever so slightly, like bark under snow. A seam ran where a mouth might have. Not a cut, but a fault line under skin, threaded with a faint pale vein. Its chest rose. Or else the water made it look like it did. I found myself counting, waiting for proof either way. I don't know whether it breathed. I know the hair on my arms flattened and then stood again, as if the nearby air could make up its mind. Only every other second. The sun broke the ridge at 05:24. It happened with the sudden theatricality it always does here. One moment the world is pewter. The next a blade of direct gold slides along the rock like it's been waiting backstage for its cue. A single bar of light swung across the river and touched the thing's shoulder. It screamed. There is an old, clean sound I associate with trouble. The snarl of rope on metal, the shout of a name in a wind, the crack of wet wood. This was none of those. This was a noise I have only otherwise heard in nightmares about babies. Not the pitch, not the human part. It was the helplessness that made me want to put my hands over my ears and over my heart at the same time. The sound rose with the light. Pure sunlight made it ache. It didn't thrash. It didn't fight. It simply screamed like a throat discovering what pain is for. Sierra swore once. Softly, and threw the boat back into shadow with a jerk so clean I barely felt it. The line in my hands went taut. The scream cut off as if someone had pinched it with 2 fingers. We stared at each other, across the pale thing gently riding the shaded water. The gulls under the bridge shut up, and then started again like a machine kicked back on. I couldn't tell if my hands were shaking, or if the river was doing it for me. I am not ashamed to tell you that I have been shot at and been afraid, in a way that makes you efficient. This was fear that made me stupid. I opened my mouth to say something that would sound like a plan. What came out was air. Keep it out of the sun, Sierra said again, quietly, like I might be hard of hearing. Micah, keep it out of the sun. I kept the line on the cleat and my body between the thing and the sun the way I would instinctively shelter a hypothermic patient from wind. Sierra feathered the motor and let us drift back until the canyon's shadow reclaimed us. The pale surface lost that glassy sheen you get right before ice melts. I didn't know if I was watching a creature calm down or river putty going slack. Copy ops, Sierra said into her mic, voice level now. We have an object, humanoid form, alive or reactive, photophobic response to direct light. We're in shade on the inside bend, 200 downstream of 7 Mile. Advice. She didn't say the part about screaming because it didn't feel like a detail you put on the air if you could help it. Static. A pause long enough to remind us that radios have to find their way through stone. Ops came back hold. Repeat hold position in shade. Do not attempt removal until plans arrives on scene. We're calling wildlife, medical, and county. Maintain downstream safety. The words were clean and rational. The river said its old hard syllables, indifferent to ours. I worked a hand under the throw bag pouch and pulled out the rolled Mylar emergency blanket I keep there for people whose day has gone downhill into cold. The thing wasn't shivering, but the way the sunlight had lit it to pain felt like a cousin to shock. I opened the blanket slow, so the crackle wouldn't startle whatever sense it had, and laid it over the part of the shape nearest the light. The foil clung with a faint static whisper. It stuck as if the skin held a charge. The seam where a mouth should have been twitched, the suggestion of a line under wax, and then stilled. Everything in me loosened a notch I refused to name relief. "Thermal," Sierra said, nodding at the small IR gun clipped to my vest. I pointed it at the pale dome. The readout blinked 45 Grafe F, river temperature, then stuttered to 41, then 46, like the surface couldn't decide. When I aimed at my own forearm above the wrist gasket, the display obligingly read 84. At the foil, 47 and holding. "Cold," I said, which was nothing and still felt like saying it mattered. We eased the figure toward the gravel, tongue, all I could plant a boot and take some of the load. It wasn't heavy, it was all displacement. If I had to guess weight, I'd have guessed what a man my size weighs, but the way it moved in the water made the number a joke. The membrane between the fingers bellied, and hud like the wing of a bat underwater. When the current bumped it, the knot shoulder rolled with a smoothness that made my skin pebble. I slid a gloved hand under to keep it from scraping stone and felt, through neoprene, a texture like bark under a thin layer of clay. Sierra's voice had changed, not louder, but moving toward a place where you make your tone soft on purpose. Her eyes were on the seam. It had trembled again. The line parted a fraction. Not a mouth opening. That would require lips, but a fault easing. Clear river water bled from it in a slow thread. The sound it made was so soft, I almost missed a hiss that carried 3 syllables my brain arranged into ha, elp, p. I put my hand on the gunwale because my knees had decided to rehearse a collapse. "Micah," Sierra said, but not to me. The way you say someone's name when you want whatever is listening to understand what a human voice sounds like when it knows who stands beside it. The seam shut, the pale surface went still. Under the foil, I felt the faintest rise against my palm, and then a slackness like the river had claimed its shape back a fraction, a tide in inches. I looked at my hand. Water gloved my glove, a clean layer that didn't run off in droplets but held as if aligned, skin on skin. I shook it, irritated at myself. It clung a heartbeat longer than water should, and then sheared away in a sheet that caught light and vanished. "Ops to Unit 2, the radio barked. "We have the sister on foot at the lot. Keep her back until County arrives." Sierra glanced at me. "Copy," she said. "We're on the inside bend. I'll meet her at the bank." She swung the bow, set the skeg, and gave the boat the smallest dose of throttle to wedge us belly, up to the gravel. "You stay with it," she said low. "Shade and slow hands. No more hero moves." "I haven't made any," I said, which was a lie I'd picked up from the job, because lies come in kits with the gear. I crouched on the bar, with the line around the cleat and the mylar, tucked around the form like I was tucking in a child who'd fallen asleep in a too bright room. The foil made a papery, patient sound with each miniature wave. Swallows scribbled under the bridge. A mayfly lifted and laid itself down on the water and drew a tiny map that the river immediately erased. Footsteps scuffed gravel behind me. I expected Sierra and the controlled packet of family grief that is always a sister. Instead, something made the hair at the base of my skull bristle a split second before a shadow fell across the foil. I shifted, hand up to block glare, and nearly barked at the person standing there, an older man in a cotton hoodie, gone dark at the sleeves, sweat breaking on his forehead in a weather that did not deserve it. He looked wrong the way people look wrong when they are out of place in both time and reason. "Sir, this area is closed," I said, the sentence you put in front of worse sentences. "We need you to step back behind the tape." There was no tape. There hadn't been time to put any. But sometimes saying the word puts a line where you need one. He didn't look at me. He looked at the thing under the mylar. The way a man looks at an aquarium when he hasn't decided yet whether he's seeing fish or his reflection. "Cullen," he said, numb, like the syllables remembered what to do without him. Alice's brother's name moved through air and laid itself next to the river's noise. My gut went cold. "Sir," I said again, sharper now. "Who are you?" He blinked as if remembering there are other people on Earth. "I'm the uncle," he said. She called. I drove. He put a hand out, palm down, and the fall dipped without his palm touching it. The seam twitched. The thing made a sound so small it would have been nothing in wind. There was no wind. "Micah," it said. The voice was flat. My name just air shaped by water, shaped by foil. It carried no personality, no inflection, and still it put a curdle in my gut. The uncle's knees buckled and he caught himself, one hand on his own thigh, the other hovering over the foil as if he could push sound back inside. "Back," I said. Gentler, because I had decided in that instant that he might be a man who would step where he should not if I put hardness in my voice. "Please, step back. We're going to keep it covered. We're going to keep it in the shade." The thing slid under my hand a fraction toward the deeper water, one long, slow inch. Like river had made a decision about direction. I tightened the line. It stopped. The foil crackled. Sierra's boots came quick across the gravel then, Alice 5 steps behind. Foil, blanket still around her shoulders like she'd been afraid to take it off. Removing it made the case real. When she saw me on my knees with a blanket, tucked around a shape whose outline promised answers to a prayer and delivered a different religion, she stopped. Her hands came up to her mouth the way people put hands up when a car stops too close. "Eyes that," she said. The rest of the sentence left for us to save her from saying. "It's reactive," I said. "It hates the sun." The moment the word hates left my mouth, I wished I had picked another. We're trained to be careful with verbs. The radio on my shoulder ticked and then went to a smooth hiss. At first it was only static, and then something underneath it the ear recognizes, even when the head doesn't. The cadence of a human trying to be words. It was the wrong tone for dispatch, not Mason, not Ops. Alice's head snapped toward my shoulder, like she'd been struck by a memory. "That's his voicemail," she said, slow, like a person translating from a language only she speaks. The hiss built to stacks of sounds layered, like the syllables on a busy channel. "Help," came through, not from the radio exactly, but from inside that narrow ribbon of foil and water. Cold. It said the second word the way a caller says a last name, as if it were a given and he was only reminding us. "Colin," it said, behind it or under it or above it, or we decided it did. Ops arrived on the bank with 2 more rangers and county close behind, their boots already telling me the plan, before their voices did secure. Assess, don't contaminate. The county medic crouched beside me with the caution of a person who has knelt next to things that stopped being patients a long time ago, but are still treated like them. He slid a gloved finger toward the seam. The water there beaded around the latex, like it was trying to figure out whether to wet it or wear it. Jesus, he said. Not a prayer, just a sound he felt entitled to. Let's bag and transport Shaded, Sierra said to Ops, and it sounded sane coming out of her, which is her gift. No way. We can hold this position once the light moves. We need a canopy and an ice chest we can pretend is a habitat until somebody smarter shows up. We need to keep. She searched the air for a word that would not get her laughed out of a briefing. It out of direct. We're not putting that in a county rig, the medic said. Good-natured in the way men get when the thing they're saying is not a joke. Wakan Tarpit and LZ a helo for the university if they decide they want it. But I'm not the guy who explains to the ER why there's a mannequin that screams sunlight in bed 6. Just keep it shaded, I said, calmly, surprising myself. It was easier to be the calm voice kneeling next to the thing than to be the man staring down the rest of the day. We rigged a tarp on trekking poles over the gravel bar like a cull. Sack tent, staked lines to smooth rocks, adjusted angles as the shadow shifted. An intern from Wildlife, summer tan lines. Eyes too wide. Stood in the river and borrowed waders holding a corner line with both hands, like that corner was the only job on earth. County opened a soft stretcher and slid it under the foil and surface in my hands. When we lifted, the weight distributed in a way that said, body even if the details refused. Under the tarp, under my palm, the knot chest rose a fraction and fell, or the river pretended to. Alice knelt once, very quick, and touched foil with 2 fingers. Cole, she said, and changed her mind midway, the way people save themselves by remembering their own names. At 0607, the sun's blade cut under our tarp edge. It touched the foil at the corner before any of us could shift to block it. The scream ripped the quiet again. Smaller than before because the light was lesser, but it still made the intern flinch so hard. He almost dropped his guy line. The sound ricocheted off canyon walls and came back complicated. A Huron downriver lifted and folded itself into flight, long legs drawing a patient line in air. Okay, Ops said, almost conversational now that everyone had heard what we had heard. Keep the edge blocked. He looked at me. Rhett learns. Talk to me, I said, a sentence I would have mocked yesterday. Voices. Names. Heat. Sierra didn't laugh at me. She adjusted the guy line so the tarp edge stayed honest. Something under the foil moved a fraction toward the deeper water. The line on the cleat went from easy to insistent. The pull wasn't strong enough to beat a man, but it wasn't the river either. It had a cadence to it. 1, pause, 2, pause, 3. The rhythm you use to test a rope that's just about to take your weight. I slipped my river knife from its sheath and held it low. The way you do when you know the problem is going to be either the rope or you, and you don't get to cut yourself free. Don't, Sierra said softly. If it pulls the stretcher under, it's going to flip, I said. It's not pulling to drown you, she said. It's pulling to go where water goes. Her voice had the kind of patience you use with rookies and with men who love rivers too much. The seam trembled. Water whispered through it. Micah came again, not a voice this time. Just a shape of air that had learned what my name does to my jaw. I tightened the line. The thing under the foil gave another long, slow inch toward depth, choosing not to fight. The sun slid brighter under the tarp. Plans wants us to stand by for command from county. Ops said into his mic. The polite version of a decision that had already been made somewhere with carpet and better coffee. I set my knife down on the gravel, within reach because setting it down felt like a thing a reasonable person would do. The river spoke its old syllables. The foil made its patient paper sound. The pull grew by a weight you can't measure by physics. I kept my hand on the cleat and my eyes on the seam and waited for someone to decide whether we were rescuing, recovering, or admitting we had met something that did not belong in any of our categories. The light crawled another inch. The thing slid another inch. The scream, when it came next, would take the legs out from under all of us, or I would cut the line and watch it take itself back into the shade where rivers keep the names they learn. The light crawled in a patient inch beneath the tarp, and the pull on the line matched it. 1, pause. 2, pause. Like a metronome set by something that didn't need lungs. I braced with the cleat against my hip and kept the mylar snug where shade still held. Sierra watched the tarp edge like a sailor reads weather. County stood half in, half out of the gravel, faces turned into the river's voice, as if meaning might hide under the noise. Ops spoke into his mic with that careful calm people use when they want their own pulse to take the hint. All units hold. No movement. Wildlife en route, ETA 10. University on the fence. It would have been funny on a different day. Nothing about this stood on any fence I'd ever seen. The seam moved again. Not an opening. A rehearsal. Water bled along it in a clear thread and beaded at the edge of the foil. Alice made a small sound the way a person does when a name is almost spoken in a room where it shouldn't be. The uncle, both hands now, on his own thighs if he could hold himself to earth, stared without blinking. I could feel the weight of his stare, the way you feel sun on skin before you notice it. Micah, the river said, or the foil said, or my own head gave back to me. It was my name only as shape flat, precise, practiced. Language turned into geometry. Keep the edge honest. Sierra said to the intern, who nodded as if she'd entrusted him with the moon. The inch of sun struck the mylar at the corner again. We shifted to block, but not fast enough. The scream launched. Animal and human and neither. And every person on that bar flinched like a single creature. The intern let go of his guy line on reflex. The tarp bellied, sun-speared. The thing arched under my palm without using muscle. The foil snapped like a flag. The stretcher slid 2 centimeters toward deep. The line on the cleat jerked hard enough to bite the aluminum. Alice moved then, because there is a kind of sound that empties choice. She lunged to the edge, hands out. The foil blanket still around her shoulders, skidding in gravel. Sierra caught her, arms crossed over arms, turned her body with the efficiency of someone who has prevented more falls than she's counted. Back, Sierra said, not loud, not angry. The kind of back that gives a person their dignity, while it refuses them their ruin. The uncle grabbed for the nearest corner of the tarp and jerked it down. Sun vanished. The scream cut off as if pinched closed. The air remembered what air felt like. Whole, Ops said, but his voice had a data lag of fear. The pull did not stop. It became deliberate. Not a thrash, not panic. A steady insistence toward the dark water that waits under the bank where the river keeps the cool of caves. The seam trembled. Cold, it said very softly, as if the word were less a complaint than a direction. Then, in a tone that made my hands burn with memory, "Help. I have a rule I teach rookies on river work, because rules are the only scaffold we can build against the stupid urge to be special. You do not let the river decide your moves, and you do not punish it for trying. You put the patient where the physics help you, and you never make a second mistake to correct the first." I looked at the light edge. I looked at the pull. I thought of keeping it here for a photograph, a sample, a signature on a chain of custody tag that would let someone in a building make sense of my morning. I thought of the sound it made in Son, Reynolds, Ops said, because my hands were where the decision was. "Cut it," Sierra said, very quietly, to me alone, as if we were still the only two people who knew a river's favorite word is down. It was not an order. It was a blessing. I slid my knife free and set the blade under the line, so the cut would be clean and not whip. "On my mark," I said, useless ceremony that made my hands be hands. 3. The seam opened a fraction, the fault easing like ice under a boot. "Micah," it said. Not pleading, not claiming. Like a man tapping the name on a door, to make sure the letters were where he remembered. The foil tightened under my palm, as if static wanted to tattoo it there. The pull added a little weight. I counted the river's syllables between my owns. 2. Reynolds. Ops again. No new words inside it. Only the shape of a man who doesn't want to be let out of an action he'll have to write his name under. 1. I said, and cut. The line parted with a hiss you could feel in your teeth. The stretcher slid with a graze that didn't splash. The thing took the opening the way water takes shape, without drama, with certainty. The foil shucked from my fingers and bellied, once like a silver fish and then folded over itself, and sank as if it had learned to be stone. Under the tarp, the lack of mass turned to absence. The river closed the space as if sewing. For one long second, no one moved. The uncle made a sound that was not a word and not a sob. Alice dropped to her knees and pressed both hands flat to the gravel, like she could feel whatever had passed. The intern gripped his line with the obedience of a man who has learned that if he cannot make the world sane, he can at least hold his corner. Sierra let her breath out in a measured strip. I did not yet know whether my hands were shaking. The knife in them told me they were not. The water darkened under the tarp, where shade ran deep against the bank. The surface did a thing I had seen only once, before at the lip of a limestone spring in a different park. Concentric rings that did not travel out, but in, collapsing into a center and vanishing there without a hole to claim. The fold admitting a letter and sealing. A heron farther downriver set its feet like punctuation and drew itself tall again, reassured that the grammar had returned. Ops swore. "Goddammit, Reynolds." Not a shout, a statement of accounting. I prevented exposure, I said, calm in a voice I had not earned until that breath. "It's photophobic. Keeping it here hurts it. We're not equipped for transport. The river isn't a lab." Sierra stood beside me without touching me and lifted her chin at Ops just enough to share my sentence. "Have prevented harm," she said, giving him a box he could check that didn't require a new form, "and maintained scene integrity," she added, because she is a generosity engine. "We have foil with residue. We have audio. We have witnesses. We have the time." Ops looked at the uncle, and and at Alice and made the administrative calculus of whether saying anything to me in front of them would help. He didn't. "We hold for wildlife," he said into the radio. And the radio made that little proud. Click it makes when it has decided to be clear. We stayed under the tarp and watched the light slide on and off the water like it had forgotten where it was needed. County asked me for a statement. I gave them times and temperatures and the adjective. Reactive. Like a man throwing dry kindling onto a campfire and calling it shelter. Wildlife showed up, young and eager and already tired around the eyes, and took the foil from my hands with gloved care like it might bruise. The mylar had a film on it you could feel with your gloves. A faint grit like dried egg white. They bagged it and labeled it and told me they'd let me know. They will not. At 7023. A raft guide 2 miles downriver. Radioed a snag report. Black hoodie sleeve caught on willow in a back eddy. Consistent with subject description. At 1450, a fisherman on the west bank found a body caught in a side channel where the current has a habit of thinking about itself. We rowed the John boat over and did what men do. When they claim their own from water, we were gentle. We bagged. We hauled. We did not say his name aloud because names put hooks into rooms. The medic did his work with competence that felt like a prayer. Time of death went in a column. It matched Saturday evening. It did not match anything that had happened since dawn. That night Alice played me a voicemail time, stamped 05524, the exact minute the sun slid a blade over our gravel. The file was 15 seconds of river. At second 7 my own name sounded inside it with that flat, precise geometry that has moved into my bones. At second 9 a whisper said, "Cold," or "Colin," and I'm old enough to know that a brain will choose whichever keeps the rest of you walking. She looked at me like I could fix audio with hands. I told her networks are strange in canyons and time stamps lie when signal bounces. I did not say anything about mouths that are seams. The report I filed would bore you weather, water temp, crew list, GPS, actions taken. Chain of custody numbers for the foil and the audio copy and a sketch of a tarp angle with the sun's path drawn like a child's sundial. I typed, "Released unknown object to river due to photophobic reaction, risk of harm high. Site conditions unsafe for retention." I signed it with a hand that only shook when I got to my own last name. Wildlife called 3 weeks later to say the mylar tested clean for anything simple and dirty. For everything complicated, silica, calcium, a trace of a protein signature like fish skin, and something like human nail, keratin smeared thin enough to be denial. The audio we forwarded to the university returned with a note that said, "Likely pareidolia," and a smiley face someone drew, so I would know they are nice. The county coroner wrote the word "drowning" in tidy letters and moved to the next folder, because that is how a job stays a job instead of a river. I've been on water every week since. The river didn't make me special. Rivers do not care. But I carry 2 new things in my kit now, an extra foil blanket and a rule I will never write into in SOG, because doctrine should be boring and this is not. The rule is this: do not hold a thing in light that hurts it just so you can prove you saw it. The second rule is the same one I taught rookies before any of this. You do not answer when the river says your name. You keep your mouth shut and your hands busy and your lines clean, and you put the patient where the physics help. And when the river asks you for one more proof, you remember what you are, only a man able to count to 3. The strangers at the pullouts will keep leaning past edges to get their photographs. Some will fall. Some will be found as soon as gravity finishes its sentence. Some the river will keep for a while the way a tongue keeps a seed whole. I will go when called with a coil of rope and a flat voice, and I will use the words that make sense to people, standing inside the worst moment in their lives. I will not tell them that water learns shapes, because that is not medicine. I will keep the sun on my shoulders as long as there is sun to carry. Once since that morning, at Zo 5:24 on a day when light came rude and fast, the faucet in my kitchen coughed air, and then gave a thin stream that made a sound like a whisper practiced in metal. I shut it off with more care than a person should give a tap. I stood there and listened to pipes adjust themselves in the walls, and told myself what men tell themselves in houses where no one else sleeps. Plumbing is loud. I said my name aloud once to prove I owned it, and the room gave it back to me in my own voice. And I laughed in a way that made me check the blinds. I keep them open in the morning now. Sun finds the sink first. If you launch near 7 Mile, and the current carries you under that bridge where swallows write their quick drafts in the air. Listen, not for miracles, for ordinary commands. Watch your trim, mind your lines, keep your weight low, respect the shadows undercut into the bank. They are mouths that do not belong to anything with a face. And if something under a tarp asks you for the one thing you can give it that will keep it from screaming, do not wait for a memo. Shade it. Let it slide. Write your report like a grown-up after. Let the river have back what it knows how to keep. My name is Evelyn Chase, and I have always considered myself someone who respects the wilderness. I was raised in northern Colorado, where mountains cut into the sky and rivers braid themselves through valleys. And from a young age I found peace beneath pine canopies and red sandstone cliffs. I am 32 years old now, and though I work as a freelance graphic designer, my true passion has never been screens or cities. It has always been escaping them. Whenever my deadlines loosen, I load up my old Subaru with gear and disappear into the national forests and canyons that stretch across Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming. It was on one of these trips in the early summer of last year that I experienced something I cannot reconcile with logic or memory. I tell myself daily that I must have dreamt it, or suffered dehydration, or slipped into some delirium that produced hallucinations. But I know my body, and I know the difference between imagination and what my eyes saw. I wish I did not. I had planned a 4-day into the Escalante region of southern Utah. The desert there isn't barren. It is alive with strange textures, sheer cliffs of Navajo sandstone, twisting slot canyons, cottonwoods that gather near water, and night skies so open they feel almost intrusive. I intended to camp off trail, not in any of the marked campsites, because I prefer the quiet solitude where you can almost convince yourself you are the first human who has ever stood in that place. I carried a standard backpacking kit: tent, sleeping bag, filtration pump, food sealed tight, and a map I had studied carefully. The first night was ordinary. I hiked several miles off a marked trail and found a flat area beneath, a jutting overhang of rock. The evening was cool, and I cooked my meal on a small stove while the desert darkened. Stars wheeled into position, brilliant and innumerable, and I slept without dreams. The second night, everything changed. I remember unzipping my tent sometime after dusk, crawling inside, and clicking off my headlamp. The silence of desert night settled around me, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of an insect. My last conscious thought was of how remote it felt, how I was likely miles from another living person. When I woke, I was no longer in the place where I had pitched my tent. At first, I didn't even notice. I rolled over, unzipped the flap, and was greeted not by the solitary stretch of sandstone and sagebrush where I had lain down, but by the orderly rows of a developed campground. It was impossible. I sat upright, my throat tight, scanning what spread before me. There were picnic tables, weathered wood with etched initials, metal fire pits ringed with gravel, grills cemented into the ground, trash bins lined neatly along a paved loop road, dozens of empty tent pads, arranged in perfect order, extended into the trees. And though the entire campground was deserted, every single fire pit still smoked. The sight was surreal, white tendrils of smoke rising lazily from blackened logs, the acrid tang of char filling the air. Yet there were no voices, no footsteps, no rangers or families or campers. Only the remnants of presence. Heat without people, fire without fire builders. I stumbled out of the tent, half expecting my head to throb from some unseen injury. The ground beneath my boots was not the sandy earth where I had set up camp. Instead, I stood on packed gravel. A parking pad for RVs stretched only a few yards away, painted lines crisp and clean. I spun in slow disbelief. This place was real, solid, tangible. But I knew the Escalante maps thoroughly. No developed campground existed within 10 miles of where I had chosen to sleep. I whispered aloud, as if saying it could make it truer. This isn't possible. The sun had not yet risen fully, but dawn light streaked across the horizon, casting everything in a cold gray. The smoke from the fire pits curled upward, as though dozens of campers had extinguished their flames only minutes before. I walked to the nearest fire pit, crouched, and pressed a hand close. The embers glowed faintly red. The heat stung my skin. Someone had been here. Many someones, but they had vanished in the narrow window between night and morning. There was no sound except for my own shallow breathing. I wandered deeper into the campground, my boots crunching on gravel. Row after row of sites appeared, all meticulously arranged. At one picnic table, a forgotten coffee mug rested on its side. At another, a plastic bag fluttered in the breeze, though the air was otherwise still. I found no vehicles, no tents, no human forms. Only absence. My sense of time collapsed. I tried to recall if I had heard anything in the night. A caravan of cars arriving, voices, laughter, but my memory was blank. I had fallen asleep in silence and woken into this impossible settlement. Panic began to scrape at my chest. I pulled out my map, unfolded it, and traced the lines with trembling fingers. There was no campground marked. Not here. Not anywhere near here. I tried my phone. Unsurprisingly, there was no service. The screen's clock told me it was 6:12 a.m. I wondered if that time even belonged to me anymore. I decided I had to leave. I slung my pack over my shoulders and followed the paved loop road, reasoning that it had to connect to something. Perhaps a highway, perhaps a ranger station. My boots echoed unnaturally against asphalt that had no right to exist in that desert backcountry. The smoke lingered behind me, faint columns rising into the brightening sky. The road curved gently, lined with numbered posts for each site. Site 17, Site 18, Site 19. The numbers continued, though I saw no end in sight. I walked faster. My breath fogged slightly in the morning chill. After perhaps 15 minutes, I realized something wrong. The sights were repeating. I passed Site 17 again, identical in every way, the same carved initials on the table, the same rust-streaked trash bin, the same smoldering logs arranged in the same pattern. I stopped dead, my pulse racing. Had I doubled back without realizing? No. I had been walking in one direction, never turning, never crossing a junction. Yet the landscape had folded upon itself, presenting the same sight again. I forced myself onward, now at a near jog. My eyes darted to each post as I passed, 1819, then back to 17. Again, the campground looped. Sweat pricked my temples. I spun in a circle, shouting into the emptiness. "Hello, is anyone here?" My voice bounced and faded. No reply came. I tried another strategy, cutting between sites rather than following the asphalt. I plunged through sparse trees, stumbling over roots, until I reached what should have been the far side. Yet as I emerged, I found myself once again on the loop road, staring at the marker for Site 17. I wanted to scream. Logic insisted there must be an explanation. Disorientation, a dream, carbon monoxide poisoning from my stove. But I had used it carefully. The burns on my fingers from the fire pit's heat were too real. I staggered back to my tent, thinking perhaps I could reset, pack, and force myself out in a straight line using my compass. But when I reached the spot where I had left my tent, my breath caught in my throat. It was gone. Not collapsed or moved, simply absent. The patch of ground where I had unzipped it minutes earlier was bare gravel, indistinguishable from the rest. My pack still clung to my shoulders, but everything else, tent, sleeping bag, stove, had vanished without trace. I sank onto the picnic table, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped my compass. I forced myself to look at the needle. It spun in lazy circles, unable to find north. I felt eyes on me then, not the watchful presence of a passerby, but the oppressive weight of something unseen, something vast. It pressed down from all directions, as though the empty campground itself had grown aware of me. I scanned wildly, half expecting a figure to emerge from the smoke. Nothing moved. Only the smoldering fires continued their steady exhalation, each plume a reminder that people had been here recently, but were no longer. A sound broke the silence, a creak, metallic, like hinges shifting. I turned. At the far end of the road, one of the steel trash bin lids had opened slowly, rising as though tugged by invisible fingers. It hung open, yawning dark. I stared, paralyzed. Then it closed with a heavy clang. The echo traveled across the empty sites, and for the first time since waking, I felt the urge to run. I don't remember making the decision. One moment I was frozen at the table, and the next I was sprinting, boots hammering against asphalt, lungs burning. I didn't care where the loop led, whether it repeated endlessly or not. I only knew I had to keep moving, to deny the suffocating sense that the campground itself wanted me to stay. The smoke swirled around me as I passed. It clung to my clothes, to my hair, acrid and relentless. I ran until the sky shifted fully to morning blue, until my legs gave out, and I collapsed against another identical picnic table. My body trembled with exhaustion and fear. I had escaped nothing. In front of me stood Site 17. I sat slumped against the splintered wood of Site 17's picnic table, chest heaving as if I had sprinted miles, though in reality I'd only run myself in circles. Sweat chilled my skin, and the morning sun felt harsher than it should, glaring through the trees with a pale, washed-out light. The entire campground seemed suspended in a strange stillness, like a photograph that had forgotten to develop the people who should be inside it. For a long moment, I could not convince my body to move. My mind spun through every rational explanation I could conjure. Perhaps I had stumbled into a forgotten campground, one unlisted on modern maps, abandoned but still intact. That didn't explain the smoldering fires. Perhaps there was gas seeping from the earth, something disorienting me, causing confusion. That didn't explain the disappearing tent. The harder I searched for sense, the further it retreated. Eventually, survival instinct overpowered fear. I forced myself to stand. My legs wobbled, and I gripped the table edge until the dizziness passed. The loop of sights seemed endless, but maybe, just maybe, there was an exit road I hadn't yet reached. A campground had to connect to something. A ranger station, a highway. I decided to search more carefully, to fight panic with structure. I began walking, slower this time, marking my path with deliberate care. At each site, I dragged a boot across the gravel, gouging a line toward the road. When I reached the next number post, I repeated the mark. If I circled back to Site 17 again, I'd at least have proof. I made it as far as Site 24 before my heart sank. There it was, the same coffee mug lying on its side, the same initials carved deep into the table. My scuffed boot mark cut across the gravel exactly as I'd left it. I had looped again. I wanted to cry but forced the tears down. Panic was my enemy. I reminded myself of basic wilderness survival. Don't wander blindly, conserve energy, prioritize water. My filter pump and bottle were still in my pack. I unscrewed the lid, drank deeply, then clipped it back on. The taste of plastic and mineral tang grounded me, though not enough to erase the dread crawling through my gut. I tried to orient myself with landmarks, but everything was maddeningly uniform. Every site looked the same. Same trees, same gravel pads, same weathered tables. The only unique detail was the smoke, but even that swirled in identical patterns. Finally, I sat cross, legged in the gravel, and forced myself to think differently. If walking the loop only brought me back, then perhaps I needed to move against it. Cut deeper into the trees, not just between sites but farther, in one unbroken line. My compass needle still spun, but I could at least choose a direction and hold it. I rose, picked a bearing at random, and marched into the trees. The air was cool and dry, carrying faint ash with every breath. I counted steps. 50, then 100. At 200, my calves burned. At 300, I broke through a screen of brush and found myself staring into Site 17. The sight was like a physical blow. My knees buckled, and I nearly collapsed. My boot marks slashed across the gravel in front of me. The universe mocked me with its sameness. That was when I noticed something new. The smoke in this fire pit did not drift lazily upward. Instead, it poured downward, curling into the pit as though the air itself were reversed. The ashes swirled like water sucked into a drain. I staggered closer, my breath caught in my throat. I felt no breeze, yet the smoke flowed against nature's law. The pit's embers pulsed, brighter than before, glowing an angry orange. A low sound began, faint at first, like distant wind. But the longer I stared, the clearer it became. It wasn't wind, it was whispering. Dozens of voices murmured beneath the crackle of coals. Too low to discern words, but rising and falling in a rhythm like a chant. I stumbled backward, heart slamming against my ribs. My heel caught on the gravel, and I nearly fell into the pit. The voices grew louder as though aware of me. Then, as suddenly as they began, they stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I turned and fled, running with reckless speed. Branches slashing at my arms, as I plunged deeper into the trees. I didn't care if I looped again. I only needed distance from that whispering pit. My lungs burned, but fear drove me forward. When I finally stopped, gasping, the world around me was different. The trees had thinned. The ground sloped downward, leading into a shallow basin. And in the center of that basin was a structure. At first I thought it was another picnic shelter. But as I drew closer, I saw it wasn't built for comfort. 4 blackened posts rose from the ground, charred as if by fire, connected overhead by a sagging beam. Chains hung from each corner, swaying gently though no wind stirred. Beneath them lay a circle of ash. My stomach twisted. It looked less like a campsite and more like a place of execution. I crept closer despite every instinct screaming to run. The ash circle smelled fresh, pungent, and sharp. My eyes watered. Something metallic glinted half, buried in the dirt. I knelt and brushed it free. It was a key. A simple brass key, tarnished cold in my palm. No tag, no markings. I didn't know why, but I slipped it into my pocket, unable to leave it behind. As I stood, the chains rattled faintly, as though stirred by invisible hands. My chest tightened. I backed away, eyes fixed on the structure, until trees swallowed it from view. By then the sun had risen high, though its light seemed wrong. Too pale, too thin, like a copy of daylight. Hunger gnawed at me. I reached into my pack for a protein bar, but when I tore it open, the smell made my stomach revolt. It reeked of rot, though the wrapper was sealed. I threw it aside, gagging. The world here wanted me weak. I pressed on, stumbling through brush, following no road, no pattern. My legs ached, and my throat dried quickly. I drank sparingly from my bottle, dread growing as the level dropped. Eventually, I pushed through a screen of pines and froze. Ahead lay the campground road. Site 17 waited, but it wasn't the same. The fire pit now blazed with full flame, logs stacked high though I had seen them reduced to ash. Smoke poured skyward, thick and black. The initials carved in the table seemed deeper, fresher as if gouged only moments ago. And someone was sitting at the table. A man. He was dressed in a flannel shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows. His skin was pale, his hair dark, his back turned to me. He sat perfectly still, staring into the fire. Relief and terror clashed inside me. I wasn't alone, but nothing about this was safe. I hesitated, pulse roaring in my ears. Then I forced myself to step forward, crunching gravel beneath my boots. The man turned his head. His face was wrong. Not grotesque, not monstrous. Just blurred, as if I were seeing him through warped glass. His eyes, nose, mouth refused to focus, shifting subtly each time I blinked. Yet I felt his gaze lock onto me with piercing clarity. He smiled. The fire roared higher, embers spiraling upward. My voice cracked as words passed my throat. "Who are you?" The blurred face tilted, almost curious. Then, in a voice both distant and intimate, the man spoke. "You shouldn't be here." The words froze me. My fingers dug into the strap of my pack. "I didn't choose this," I whispered. His smile widened. "That doesn't matter." I took a step back. The gravel shifted beneath me. The air thickened with smoke. "What is this place?" I demanded, my voice louder now, desperation breaking through fear. The man's features shimmered, flickering like heat waves. For a moment, I thought I glimpsed dozens of faces overlaying his. Men, women, children, all staring, all smiling the same smile. "This is where they stay," he said softly. "And now it is where you stay." The flames leapt higher, heat blasting against my skin. My throat burned with the taste of ash. I turned and ran, though some part of me knew it was useless. The last thing I heard before the smoke swallowed me was his voice, calm and final. "There is no leaving." Smoke swallowed me as I ran. It coiled around my face, choking my throat, stinging my eyes until tears streamed down my cheeks. Every breath felt thick, like I was inhaling soot instead of air. My lungs screamed for oxygen, but still I pushed forward, desperate for escape, for any break in this endless campground that refused to release me. I burst through a screen of trees and stumbled onto the road again. The smoke thinned, but despair replaced relief when I saw the marker, Site 17. Always Site 17. It was waiting for me like a predator crouched in the dark. But the table was empty now. No man, no blurred face. Only the fire pit still burning as though it had never gone out. The logs cracked and hissed, flames unnaturally tall. I staggered back, shaking my head, whispering to myself like a prayer. It isn't real. It isn't real. My fingernails dug into the straps of my pack. The brass key in my pocket pressed against my thigh with every trembling movement. For reasons I couldn't explain, I clung to the thought that the key mattered, that it had to be connected to a way out. I turned my back on the fire and walked, not running this time. Running only brought me back to the same spot, gasping and broken. I forced myself to move deliberately, step by step, counting silently, clutching the key in my pocket. 100, 200, 300 steps. My head pounded with every number. At 400, I saw something new. The road curved differently, sloping downward into a stretch of pines denser than the others. The air felt heavier there, darker, though the sun was still high overhead. My heart raced. Variation meant hope. I followed it. Gravel crunching beneath my boots, sweat slicking my palms. The road ended at a building. It looked like a ranger station, small and squat, with a peaked roof and log siding weathered gray. A faded sign above the door read "Siakan." My throat tightened with hope so fierce it hurt. I stumbled forward, fumbling for the handle locked. My hand shot to my pocket. The key. It slid into the lock as though made for it. My fingers shook as I turned. The mechanism clicked. The door swung inward with a long groan. Inside, the air was cold and stale, carrying the scent of mildew and ash. Dust coated every surface, thick enough to leave finger trails. The front desk stretched across the room. A ledger open on its surface, pages yellowed with age. A corkboard hung behind it, covered in faded notices. Quiet hours, fire restrictions, campsite maps. I stepped inside, heart hammering. This was proof. The campground was real, not hallucination. Someone had built it, staffed it, kept records. Maybe there was a radio, a phone, something to connect me back to the world I knew. I approached the ledger. Names filled the columns in looping handwriting, family after family, dates scrawled beside them. The last page caught my breath. The date was 2 days ago, and the final name written there was mine. Evelyn Chase. The pen strokes matched my own handwriting. I staggered back, the ledger slamming shut with a puff of dust. My stomach turned. I hadn't written that. I couldn't have. Yet there it was, ink sunk deep into paper. Something creaked behind me. I froze. Slowly I turned. At the far corner of the station, a door stood ajar. Darkness pooled beyond it, deeper than shadow should allow. From within came a faint rustling, like fabric dragging across wood. I backed away, heart thundering. My instinct screamed not to look closer, not to see what waited, but curiosity. The same stubborn curiosity that had always driven me into wild places, kept my feet rooted. The rustling grew louder. A whisper threaded through it, the same cadence I'd heard in the fire pit. Dozens of voices overlapping, low and urgent. They weren't words I knew, but they carried weight, a rhythm that felt older than language itself. The key burned against my thigh. Without realizing, I had drawn it from my pocket. The brass glowed faintly in the dim light, warm in my palm. My breath hitched. It wasn't just for the front door. It was for this one. I stepped forward. Each movement felt like surrender. The whispers rose, eager now, almost jubilant. My hand trembled as I pushed the door open. Darkness swallowed me whole. The air inside was damp, thick with rot. My eyes adjusted slowly, shapes emerging. It was a basement, stone walls slick with moisture, the ceiling low. Chains dangled from hooks, their ends clinking softly as though stirred by unseen hands. In the center of the floor lay a circle of ash, identical to the one I'd seen outside. But this one wasn't empty. Figures stood around it, dozens of them. They weren't solid, not entirely. Their edges blurred like the man's face at Site 17, their forms shifting, overlapping. Some were tall, others small, but all turned toward me as one. Their mouths moved in unison, chanting in that same alien rhythm. Their eyes burned faint white, glowing faintly in the gloom. I stumbled backward, but the door had closed behind me. My hand scrabbled for the knob. Gone. Only cold stone under my fingers. The chanting rose, filling the room, rattling the chains. My chest heaved with terror, and the key seared my palm like it was alive. Instinct told me to drop it, but I couldn't. It clung to my hand, bound to me. The figures stepped closer. Their mouths split wider, the sound drilling into my skull. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the chanting wasn't only sound. It was inside me, vibrating in my bones. Stop! I screamed, my voice cracking. What do you want from me? The figures froze. As one, they raised their arms and pointed at the circle of ash. My legs shook. No, I whispered. The chanting resumed, louder than before. The air thickened, pressing against my skin, forcing me forward inch by inch. My heels dug into the stone, but the pressure was irresistible. The key pulsed with heat, unbearable now. My fingers uncurled despite myself, dropping it into the circle. The chanting stopped. The ash flared with blinding light. When my vision cleared, the figures were gone. The circle was empty. The basement was silent. I staggered, gasping, my hand blistered where the key had been. My heart raced, waiting for the next horror to emerge. But nothing came, only silence. Then I noticed the door. It was back. The knob glinted faintly in the gloom. I lunged, wrenching it open, and burst into the daylight outside. The air was sharp, clean free of smoke. I doubled over, sobbing with relief. When I raised my head, the campground was gone. No road, no sights, no numbered posts. Only open desert stretched around me. Red cliffs glowing in the afternoon sun. My knees buckled, and I collapsed onto sand and sagebrush. My pack thudded against the ground. I was back. Or at least, I was somewhere that looked like the world I had left. I stumbled to my feet, dizzy, disoriented. The horizon stretched empty, but familiar. Rock formations I recognized from my map, the Escalante wilderness I had meant to camp in. My compass needle pointed north again. Steady. My map aligned. Everything made sense. Odds, because when I looked back, where the ranger station should have been, there was nothing. Only a patch of blackened ground, a circle of ash. And in the center of it lay the brass key. I didn't touch it. I turned and walked, forcing myself forward with every ounce of strength. Hours later, I stumbled onto a marked trail. The sight of boot prints in the dust nearly broke me with relief. By dusk, I reached my car. I drove until the sun set, until stars glittered above, until I was too exhausted to keep my eyes open. I have not returned to the desert since. I tell myself it was a hallucination, that I ate something spoiled, breathed something toxic, lost myself in fever. That explanation keeps me functioning, though I don't believe it. The burns on my palm are still there, pale scars in the shape of the key. Sometimes, at night, I wake choking on the smell of smoke. I glance at my bedside clock and always find the same numbers glowing 6-12. The time I woke that morning to find myself in a campground that doesn't exist. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I hear the faint rattle of chains waiting for me to return. My name is Jonah Price, and I have served as a park ranger in Denali National Park for nearly 9 years. I was 35 years old when the events I am about to describe took place. And while my profession has exposed me to the vast beauty and the equally vast dangers of Alaska's wilderness, nothing in my training could have prepared me for what I encountered. Wolves are a constant presence in this region, majestic, cunning, and deeply tied to the land in ways that both command respect and inspire fear. Yet the wolf that visited me one night at my campfire was unlike any creature I had ever read about, studied, or heard from colleagues. It was not simply an animal. It was something else entirely. The evening had started in a way I had come to think of as routine. My assignment was to monitor a stretch of backcountry where visitors occasionally wandered too far, often underestimating the distance between marked trails and the unforgiving remoteness beyond them. I had hiked deep into the area with my pack, rifle and radio, setting up a small camp for 2 nights. The day had been crisp but calm. I had seen signs of moose near a river crossing, and ravens circled overhead, as they always seem to do in Denali's vastness. When twilight fell, I built a fire to keep myself warm and ward off whatever wildlife might decide to get curious. The first sign that something was different that night was the silence. Usually, as the fire crackled and I cooked my dinner, beans and dried meat, the wilderness around me would come alive with its nocturnal orchestra. The wind sighing through black spruce, the occasional howl from a distant wolf pack, the scurry of hares darting through the underbrush. But that night, the air seemed to hold its breath. The only sound was the pop of the firewood, sharp and lonely against the darkening sky. I had been writing notes in my field journal when I noticed movement just outside the circle of firelight. At first, I assumed it was a fox. Their red coats often glint faintly, even in dim light, and they were known scavengers of ranger camps. But as the figure drew closer, I recognized the unmistakable shape of a wolf. It moved with deliberate slowness, its paws soundless against the ground. Its fur was a smoky gray, mottled with darker streaks, and its eyes gleamed faintly, catching the fire's glow. Instinctively, I reached for my rifle. Wolves rarely approach humans so boldly. They are cautious, keeping their distance even when curious. This one did not hesitate. I kept my hand near the weapon, watching as the animal walked directly into the glow of my fire, its gaze fixed on me. Instead of circling warily or stopping short, the wolf came close enough to feel the warmth of the flames. And then, with a strange composure that made my skin prickle, it sat down. I froze. Every part of me screamed that something was wrong. My rational mind tried to supply explanations. rabies, injury, hunger. But none of those would explain what happened next. The wolf tilted its head slightly, as if regarding me not as prey or threat, but as an equal. Then, in a voice that was neither growl nor snarl, but high and fragile like a child's whisper, it spoke. "Help me." The sound was faint, almost lost to the wind. My first thought was that exhaustion had warped my senses. I had spent hours trekking through uneven terrain, and fatigue often plays cruel tricks on the mind. But then the wolf opened its mouth again. "Please." The voice was unmistakable now. It was not my imagination, nor the distortion of firelight and shadow. The words came from its jaws, from behind its blood-stained teeth. The smell hit me a moment later, the hot, iron reek of blood on its breath, so strong it made my stomach tighten. I did not move. My rifle rested against my knee, my hand still hovering near it, but I could not bring myself to act. There are many things a ranger expects in the backcountry weather. That turns without warning, wild animals defending their territory, tourists making foolish mistakes. But this broke every rule of nature I had come to rely on. The wolf lowered its head slightly, and in the firelight I saw something that unsettled me more deeply than its words. Its eyes did not gleam like the reflective gaze of an animal. They looked human, not in shape or form, but in their depth. There was recognition in them, awareness beyond instinct. And there was something else. Fear. My heart thudded so loudly I thought it might startle the creature. I forced myself to speak, my voice rough from disuse. "What are you?" The wolf blinked slowly. For a moment, I thought it would answer. Instead, it let out a long, trembling exhale that sounded too much like a sob. Then it repeated, barely audible, "Help me." The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The wolf flinched, though only slightly, its gaze darting toward the shadows beyond the fire's circle. I followed its look, but the night beyond was impenetrable. Every instinct told me I should leave. Pack up, douse the fire, retreat to safer ground. Yet I sat frozen, torn between the urge to flee and the terrible gravity of what I was witnessing. I had devoted my life to protecting the park, to understanding its creatures and preserving its balance. But this wolf did not belong to any balance I understood. I tried again, my throat tight. "What do you need help with?" The wolf's ears twitched, its body tensing. Its gaze shifted nervously toward the tree line again, as if something out there stalked closer. It made a low, whining sound, then whispered, "They're coming." The words chilled me more than the night air. My skin prickled, and I instinctively tightened my grip on the rifle. "Who's coming?" I asked. The wolf did not answer. Instead, it rose to its feet, circling the fire once, its movements restless and urgent. The shadows seemed to thicken around us, and I could no longer shake the feeling that I was being watched. The silence of the forest pressed closer, heavy and unnatural. Then the wolf stopped, directly across from me, its gaze meeting mine with a desperate intensity. It took one step closer, and I could see blood matting its fur around, the muzzle staining the gray into black. It lowered its head as if to bow, and whispered again, so softly this time that I barely heard the words over the crackling fire. "Don't let them take me." I opened my mouth to reply, but a sudden sound from the trees cut me short. It was faint at first, like branches shifting. But then it grew into something heavier, more deliberate. Footsteps. Not the light tread of an animal, but something larger, measured, and far too coordinated to belong to a moose or bear. The wolf's ears flattened. It backed away from the fire, its body trembling. I rose slowly, lifting my rifle, straining to see into the darkness. The footsteps stopped just beyond the edge of light. For a long, unbearable moment, nothing moved. Then, from somewhere in the shadows, a voice echoed. It was deep, distorted, as if carried through water, but unmistakably human. "Give it back." My grip tightened on the rifle stock. The fire hissed as a gust of wind swept through camp, scattering embers. The wolf whined low in its throat, backing closer toward me, its shoulder brushing against my leg as though seeking protection. I had no words. I only knew that the wilderness around me had shifted into something unrecognizable, and I was standing on the edge of an encounter that defied everything I had ever believed. The voice came again, louder this time, closer. "Give it back." The forest seemed to lean inward. My heart hammered as I realized that whatever had spoken was not alone. There were others out there, hidden just beyond the circle of firelight. And the wolf beside me, trembling, whispering in a child's broken voice, was at the center of it all. I stood rooted to the ground, rifle raised, staring into the darkness where the voice had come from. The fire's glow seemed feeble now, as if the night itself pressed down on it, threatening to snuff it out. My training told me to call over the radio, to alert the base that something strange and possibly dangerous was happening. But my instincts warned me that breaking the silence, even with a radio crackle, would only draw whoever lurked beyond the trees closer. The wolf pressed against me, trembling. Its fur bristled, and I could feel the rapid thrum of its heart through its ribs. I had spent enough time around wolves to know their strength, their resilience. They were not creatures easily cowed. Yet this one shivered like a frightened child. Another voice rose from the tree line, different from the first. This one was higher, rasping, and it carried an edge of mockery. "You can't keep it." The words drifted through the forest like smoke, thin and unnatural, and I felt the sting of cold sweat break across my back. I tried to spot movement, any sign of figures between the trees, but the shadows seemed alive, bending and twisting to conceal whoever, or whatever, was watching. The wolf whimpered, and to my shock, pressed its muzzle against my leg, as if begging me for shelter. Its hot breath reeked of blood, the smell so strong it burned my nostrils. I wanted to recoil, but instead I found myself lowering my rifle slightly, torn between instinctive fear and a duty I did not understand. This animal had spoken to me, asked me for help. I couldn't bring myself to abandon it. Summoning what courage I could, I called into the darkness. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, betraying my unease. The forest answered with silence, heavy and suffocating. Then the first voice spoke again, closer now. "Give it back, or we'll take you too." The fire spat sparks as another gust swept through camp. My pulse thundered in my ears. I raised the rifle again, finger grazing the trigger, but I did not fire. Whoever they were, they wanted the wolf. That much was clear. The question clawed at me, why? I looked down at the animal pressed against me. Its eyes met mine, luminous with terror, and once again it whispered, "Please." The sound cracked like glass, fragile and desperate. My options spun wildly through my mind. I could chase the wolf away, force it back into the woods, and hope that would appease whatever stalked us. Or I could stand my ground, protected as I would any injured creature in the park, though my gut told me this was no ordinary case of wildlife rescue. Both choices felt like gambles, and both could cost me my life. I tightened my grip on the rifle and spoke again, louder this time, trying to project authority I did not feel. "Stay where you are. This is protected land. Show yourselves!" For a few seconds, nothing moved. Then, from beyond the firelight, I heard it laughter. Not one voice, but many, layered and overlapping, spilling through the trees in a chilling chorus. It wasn't the hearty laughter of people around a campfire. It was hollow, ragged, and cruel. The wolf crouched lower, tail tucked, ears flattened. Its trembling worsened. The laughter faded, replaced by that same, distorted command. "Give it back." I could not tell how many voices spoke now, but the words swelled together as if spoken by a single mouth that did not belong to a single being. My resolve cracked. I bent toward the wolf, whispering fiercely, "What are they? What do they want from you?" The wolf's head jerked toward me, and for a moment, I thought it would finally give me an answer beyond that single plea. Its jaws parted, its eyes glistening. "They took me." It breathed. "They made me this. Don't let them." The words cut off with a strangled whine. Its body jerked, fur rippling, as though invisible hands pulled at it. It yelped and scrambled closer to the fire, circling me in panic. Branches cracked in the woods. The sound was deliberate now, closing in. I swung the rifle in that direction, my chest heaving. That was when I saw them. Shapes moved just beyond the glow, sliding between the trees. At first, I thought they were people. Tall, thin silhouettes with long arms that swayed unnaturally. But the longer I stared, the less certain I became. Their outlines wavered, as if they were made of smoke or mist. Eyes glinted among them, dozens of eyes, each pair reflecting the fire in pale, milky gleams. One shape stepped closer, close enough for me to glimpse its face, or what passed for one. It was stretched, blurred, features too faint to fix upon, and yet I felt it smiling. The wolf shrieked. Not a howl, but a shrill, broken cry that cut through my bones. I clamped my hands to my ears, the rifle slipping dangerously. "Give it back." The voices thundered in unison. The ground seemed to vibrate with the sound, the fire whipping violently as though the air itself recoiled. "No," I shouted, without knowing why. The word burst from me, raw and instinctive, as if refusing them was the only choice that would keep me human. The shapes surged forward. I raised the rifle, fired once into the darkness. The crack split the night, and the recoil jolted through me. Sparks of gunpowder stung my face, the echo crashing through the trees. For an instant, the figures wavered, their outlines rippling like disturbed water. Then they melted back into the shadows, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. Silence rushed in again. The forest held its breath. Smoke curled from the rifle barrel as I lowered it with trembling hands. My ears rang from the shot, the acrid smell of powder thick in my nose. The wolf pressed against me again, its sides heaving, and when it lifted its head, I saw tears, real tears, sliding from its eyes. "They won't stop," it whispered. I swallowed hard, scanning the trees. My eyes caught only blackness. The voices were gone, but I felt them still, lingering just beyond sight. Watching, waiting. My instincts screamed to pack up, leave the fire behind, retreat to the safety of a ranger station or outpost. But another part of me knew I couldn't. Whatever this was, it had singled me out, drawn me in. Abandoning the wolf now felt like signing my own death warrant. I crouched low, trying to steady my voice. "What do they want from you?" The wolf shook, its ears flicking nervously, and finally, it spoke again. "They take voices. They take faces. They take what makes us whole. It shuddered, lowering its head. They took mine. Gave me this. The words left me speechless. My mind reeled, struggling to fit them into any rational framework. Yet as I stared at the trembling creature, heard its fragile, human-like tone, I could not deny the truth before me. Something in these woods had twisted this wolf into an abomination of pleading words and terrified eyes. The fire snapped sharply, startling me back into motion. I forced myself to think practically. "We have to move," I said, more to myself than to the creature. "We can't stay here." The wolf glanced at me, then toward the darkness, as if weighing whether I was truly capable of protecting it. At last, it gave a faint nod, an almost human gesture that made my blood run cold. I doused the fire quickly, scattering embers, scapping them into the dirt. The darkness rushed in, oppressive, my headlamp the only light now. I slung my pack over one shoulder, rifle in the other hand, and motioned for the wolf to follow. It padded close behind me, every step wary, ears swiveling toward the woods. I led us away from the campsite, deeper into the backcountry, hoping distance might buy us some safety. My boots crunched over frost, hardened soil, each sound amplified in the silence. For nearly half an hour, we moved like this, tense and silent. I checked behind us constantly, but the forest gave nothing away. My every nerve screamed that we were not alone, that the eyes still followed. At last, we reached a ridge overlooking a frozen creek. I paused to catch my breath, scanning the shadows. The wolf crept beside me, its breath pluming white in the frigid air. I dared to whisper, "Why did you come to me?" The wolf turned its gaze on me, and for the first time, its voice something stronger than fear. "Because you can hear." I frowned. "Hear what?" The wolf lifted its head, ears perked, eyes wide. "Them. They call. Most don't hear. You did. That means they'll never let you go." The words dropped like stones into my chest. The forest around us seemed to lean closer again, branches rattling though no wind stirred. Then, from behind us, back the way we had come, the voices rose once more. Louder, clearer, no longer whispers. "Give it back." The sound rolled through the trees, and this time, it was not distant. It was everywhere. The wolf whimpered, backing against my legs. My grip tightened on the rifle. I realized with sudden, chilling clarity that this was no longer just about saving a wolf from whatever horror had twisted it. The moment I heard its voice, I had stepped into something far older, far darker, and now it had its grip on me as well. The voices closed in around us, rising from every direction, echoing through the blackness like a storm of whispers tearing through the trees. My breath caught in my throat as I swung my rifle, trying to pin down where they were coming from. Each time I thought I had fixed a direction, the sound shifted, drifting to the opposite side, circling me like a predator I could not see. The wolf pressed hard against my legs, whimpering. I could feel its body trembling, though the sound of its voice was gone now, as if even it feared to break the chorus that flooded the forest. "Give it back. Give it back. Give it back." The repetition hammered into me, each word vibrating through my ribs, shaking the air until it felt heavy enough to crush me. I clamped my teeth together, fighting to steady myself. My training had drilled me to face fear, to stand firm in the wilderness, but this was no storm or grizzly bear. This was something unnatural, something that had rooted itself in the dark place where reason faltered. The wolf looked up at me, eyes glistening in the beam of my headlamp. Its mouth moved, lips curling in desperation, and in that brittle, childlike tone it whispered, "Run." I did not hesitate. My boots dug into the earth, and I surged forward down the ridge, rifle clutched tight. The wolf bolted at my side, paws pounding the frozen soil. Behind us, the voices swelled, no longer calm commands but shrieking demands, overlapping, breaking apart into raw, jagged noise. The terrain pitched steeply downward, and I stumbled, sliding through patches of snow and dead leaves. Branches clawed at my arms and face, ripping the skin, but I did not slow. My only thought was distance, putting space between myself and those voices. The wolf darted ahead, weaving through the trees with uncanny speed, pausing only to look back as if urging me on. My lungs burned, and each breath cut like glass in the freezing air. Still, I ran. At last, the ground leveled near the frozen creek I had seen earlier. I staggered to a halt, doubled over, my chest heaving. The wolf circled me, restless, ears twitching toward the woods. For a moment, the voices had faded, swallowed by distance or drowned by the pounding of blood in my ears. I dared to hope we had shaken them. Then the air grew cold. Not the ordinary chill of Alaskan night, but a sudden, brutal drop that sank into my bones. Frost bloomed across the surface of the creek with a sharp crackling sound. My breath plumed thicker, hanging in the air like smoke. The wolf froze, head snapping up, fur bristling. From the far side of the creek, the shapes emerged. They slid between the trees, tall and thin, their bodies swaying as though pulled by invisible strings. There were more now, dozens, maybe more than I could count. Their faces remained blurred, stretched, but their eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the pale moonlight. And from every mouth, in unison, came that broken command. "Give it back." The wolf whimpered, stepping closer to me, its body shaking with terror. I raised my rifle again, though my hands trembled so violently I could barely keep the barrel steady. I knew a bullet would not stop them. My shot back at the campsite had driven them off for a moment. But these things were not flesh and blood. They were shadows wearing the suggestion of faces, voices twisted into shapes no human tongue should make. Still, I aimed, finger tight on the trigger, because it was the only weapon I had. The figures drew closer, moving in unnatural, jerking strides, as though time skipped with each of their steps. The wolf cried out, its voice breaking into words. "Don't let them take me." "What do I do?" I shouted, my voice raw, desperate. Its gaze locked onto mine, wild and pleading. "Keep me in the fire." "Only fire." The words struck something in me, a spark of memory. In every culture I had ever studied, fire had been more than survival. It had been protection, a barrier against darkness, against the unknown. Perhaps whatever had twisted this wolf feared fire, feared its cleansing light. But there was no fire here. Only the dead cold creek and the suffocating shadows drawing closer. I dropped to my knees, tearing through my pack with frantic hands. Matches, lighter, fuel, anything. My fingers closed around a small tin of waterproof matches, the kind every ranger carried for emergencies. I snatched it out, struck one against the tin strip. The flame flared to life, tiny and fragile against the night. The effect was immediate. The figures froze, their eyes flaring brighter. The chorus of voices fractured into snarls, hisses, as if the flame had burned them from a distance. The wolf pressed closer, eyes fixed on the tiny fire in my hand. More. I yanked open the pack again, pulling free a small camping stove and the half-empty bottle of fuel I carried. My hands shook so badly I nearly spilled it, but I managed to pour a ragged line of liquid across the frozen ground. Then, praying it would be enough, I dropped the match. The fire raced along the fuel, flaring bright orange against the snow. Heat licked at my face, and the shadows recoiled, jerking back as if the flames had teeth. Their voices rose to a screech, overlapping, breaking apart into incoherent sound. "Give it back! Give it back!"
Give it back.
I staggered to my feet, rifle clutched in one hand, staring as the figures writhed just beyond the line of fire. They stretched and twisted, their shapes bending impossibly, as though something inside them fought to escape. The air trembled with their fury, but they did not cross the flames. The wolf stood at my side, eyes locked on the fire, its voice breaking again. "Don't let them take me. Please." I turned to it, my chest aching with the weight of a decision I did not understand. "What are you? What did they do to you?" Its gaze softened, and for the first time, I thought I saw something almost human flicker there. "I was like you." The words, my stomach knotted as the implication sank in. Whatever these things were, they could take a person, hollow them out, twist them into something else. And this wolf, this trembling, pleading creature, had once been one of us. My knees weakened. The fire hissed, the shadows shrieking as they circled. I knew the fuel would not last long. Already, the flames licked hungrily, thinning at the edges. When it died, they would surge in, and neither I nor the wolf would stand a chance. The wolf seemed to sense it too. It looked up at me, eyes glistening, and whispered, "Burn me." The words hit harder than the cold. My throat closed, refusing to form a reply. "Burn me, before they take me back." Its voice cracked, desperation spilling through. "Only fire can end it. Please." I shook my head violently. "I can't. You must." Its tone sharpened louder now, the words scraping like claws against my mind. "If they take me, they'll take you too. They've seen you. They've heard you. Burn me." The fire sputtered, dwindling as the fuel burned out. The shadows pressed closer, their eyes glowing brighter, their shapes twitching with anticipation. The voices rose in unison, shaking the ground, tearing through the trees. "Give." My hands shook as I raised the rifle again, but this time I did not aim at the darkness. I aimed at the creature pressed against me, the wolf whose trembling body shielded me, whose terrified eyes pleaded for release. Tears blurred my vision. My finger curled against the trigger. For a heartbeat, I hesitated, my mind screaming to find another way. But in my chest, a terrible certainty took root. There was no other way. "I'm sorry," I whispered. The wolf lowered its head, eyes closing. "Thank you." I fired. The shot tore through the night. The wolf collapsed instantly, its body crumpling beside me. Blood spilled dark across the snow, steaming in the cold air. The shadows shrieked, their chorus breaking into a frenzy. The fire flared as if feeding on the wolf's last breath, bursting brighter higher. The figures reeled back, twisting, screaming as they dissolved into smoke. One by one they collapsed inward, vanishing into the night. Then silence. The fire guttered. Sparks flickering upward, then died. Only the faint glow of my headlamp remained. I stood trembling, rifle hanging limp in my hands, staring at the still form of the wolf. Its eyes were closed, its body at last free of its trembling. The forest lay quiet around me, as if nothing had ever disturbed it. I do not know how long I stood there, staring. Time seemed to stretch and break. At last, I forced myself to move, I shouldered my pack, slung the rifle, and began the long, hollow trek back toward the ranger station. Each step echoed with the memory of that fragile voice, whispering for help. When I finally returned, pale and hollow, my fellow rangers asked what had happened. I told them only part of the truth, that a lone wolf had wandered too close, that I had been forced to put it down. They accepted it. After all, wolves were common here. Encounters were part of the job. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had heard. And every night since, when the wind stirs the trees and distant howls echo through the wilderness, I hear it again. That trembling voice, childlike and broken, helped me, and I wonder if I saved it or damned myself. My name is Marjorie Kent, and I have worked for most of my adult life as a park ranger in the Great Smoky Mountains. I chose this line of work not because of a romantic notion of wilderness or some idealized escape into the past, but because I have always felt most steady when I am in places where the human world thins out and the land itself is allowed to speak. That is what drew me here in the first place. The forest, the ridges rolling like the vertebrae of some colossal sleeping creature. The silence so complete that the faintest detail becomes magnified. In such silence, a single bird call seems like a proclamation, the crack of a twig like an announcement, and one's own thoughts echo as though shouted into a cathedral. It is in that silence that I have often found peace, and, as I must admit now, terror as well. I was on foot that afternoon, on a stretch of the Alum Cave Trail that few visitors linger on in late autumn. Most who hike here come during summer, when the air is warm and the sky clear enough to see for miles. By November, the wind sharpens and the light falls early, sliding like quicksilver off the bare ridges. The forest floor had gone quiet, most of the creatures preparing themselves for winter. That day, I carried my usual kit, a small pack with first aid, radio, water, and a field notebook I always keep close. A habit born of both professionalism and compulsion. I like to record things. Birds seen, tracks noted, odd plants in bloom. Over the years I have filled dozens of those notebooks, their pages smudged by rain and thumbed soft at the corners. Looking back, I sometimes wonder if I recorded these things because I knew, in some deeper way, that I might someday need to prove to myself that I had actually seen what I saw. It was just past midday, though the sun was already slanting toward the ridges, casting long shadows across the rock walls. I stopped to rest against one of those walls, a sheer face of weathered stone that jutted from the hillside like the flank of an animal. I remember pressing my palm against it, feeling the familiar chill of mineral, the faint grain of quartz rough beneath my glove. The cliff rose high above me, its upper edge blurred against the pale sky, streaked with moisture where water seeped in thin rivulets. It was then, in a moment of idle curiosity, that I leaned closer, almost without thinking, and laid my ear against the stone. What I heard should have been nothing at all, the silence of rock. Instead, I heard breathing. At first it was so faint that I assumed it was my own pulse, that old trick of the body reminding you of its machinery. But I held my breath, and the sound persisted steady, rhythmic, unmistakable. A slow draw in, a slow release out, like the rise and fall of lungs. My skin prickled beneath my jacket, and I drew back quickly, pressing my boots into the leaf litter. For a moment I stood there, staring at the wall, telling myself I had measured. Perhaps it was wind, funneling through some unseen crevice. Perhaps water moving in a cavern. a subterranean stream echoing strangely. But even as I told myself these things, I saw the surface of the rock shift. The gray stone seemed to swell outward, faintly, as if pushed from behind, and then retreat. Not much, just enough to catch the edge of my sight, a pulse like something alive beneath skin. I froze. Every instinct told me to step away, to retreat down the trail, to put distance between myself and that impossible sight. Yet another instinct, equally strong, held me in place. Curiosity is a dangerous force, and it has always been stronger in me than fear. I stared, my breath clouding in the chill air, waiting for the pulse to repeat. It did. Slow and deliberate, a rhythm not of wind or water, but of some vast respiration. I extended my hand and placed my fingers against the rock again. The surface was cold, unyielding, yet beneath it I thought I felt a faint vibration, like the tremor of a distant machine or the muffled beat of a heart. The forest around me was silent. Not a bird call, not the skitter of a squirrel. Even the wind had stilled, as if the world itself were holding its breath. That silence pressed on my ears, amplifying the sound within the stone, until it seemed the only sound that existed. I do not know how long I stood there, ear tilted toward the cliff, listening like a child at a door behind which something enormous stirred. At last I stepped back, shaken. The rational mind clamored to explain a cavity within the mountain, air moving through it in a pattern my senses mistook for breathing. Rocks often shift, contracting and expanding with temperature. Perhaps I had imagined the pulse, tricked by the eye's tendency to find movement in stillness. These explanations were serviceable enough to keep me steady as I resumed my hike. Yet I found myself glancing back, over my shoulder more often than usual, the cliff looming tall and inscrutable behind me. The rest of the day passed in a fog of unease. I completed my survey of the trail, noted a few downed branches, and radioed in a report. Nothing out of the ordinary. But in the quiet moments, when I stopped to drink or adjust my pack, I found myself straining to hear, convinced the sound followed me, hidden in the stones beneath my boots. By the time I returned to the station, dusk was already gathering, the mountains folding into shadow. I told no one of what I had heard. What would I say? That a cliff had lungs. That a ranger had leaned against rock and found it alive. Better to let it lie as a strange trick of the senses. Another story I could file away in silence. Yet that night I could not sleep. I lay awake. The hum of the station's generator faint through the walls, and in its rise and fall. I thought I heard the same rhythm, the same slow inhalation and exhalation. I pressed my pillow over my ears, but it did not silence it. Even in memory, the sound was too vivid, too precise. I dreamt, if it was a dream, of lying pressed against stone that swelled against me, a chest expanding, a great body breathing beneath the mountain. When I woke, my sheets were damp with sweat, my heart hammering as though I had run miles uphill. The following day I returned to the trail. I told myself it was routine patrol, that I would have walked that way regardless. But I knew better. I wanted to test the stone again, to prove or disprove what I had heard. The sky was gray with a low ceiling of clouds, the kind that dulls all sound and makes the forest feel close. My boots scuffed against wet leaves as I climbed, every step accompanied by a strange anticipation that tightened my stomach. When I reached the cliff, I stood before it for a long moment, my hands trembling in spite of the cold. Then, with deliberate motion, I pressed my ear once more to the surface. The sound was waiting for me. breathing steady and deep, as if the mountain itself had lungs the size of caverns. This time there was no mistaking it. I felt it through my cheekbone, a vibration that ran into my skull. And worse, the rhythm had changed. It was faster now, as though whatever lay within had sensed me, its respiration quickened by awareness. I stumbled back, gasping, and watched as the surface rippled again, a swell like flesh shifting beneath stone. My knees felt weak, and for a moment I considered fleeing down the trail at full sprint. But I did not run. Instead, I did what any ranger trained to observe would do. I opened my notebook. My hand shook as I wrote, but I forced myself to record it. Time, location, description of sound, description of movement. I underlined the word, breathing. Twice, my pencil gouging the paper. Writing it down gave me the illusion of control, of distance. Yet even as I scribbled, I could feel the presence pressing against me, immense and patient. When at last I tore myself away and returned to the station, I locked that notebook in my desk drawer. I could not bring myself to share it. How could I? A ranger's word carries authority, and to speak of living stone would brand me unfit. Still, the memory clung, a shadow at the edge of thought. And when I closed my eyes that night, I felt again the vibration against my skull, the slow pulse of a mountain alive with breath. I wish I could say that was the end of it, a moment of strangeness I left behind. But the truth is that I returned again and again in the weeks that followed, compelled as though drawn by a tether I could not see. Each time, the sound was there. Each time, the pulse stronger. And though I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I was acting in the spirit of inquiry, I knew the truth. I was listening for something that should not exist, and each time I pressed my ear to the stone, it was listening back. I began to lose track of how many times I returned to that wall of stone. It felt less like a decision each day, and more like a compulsion, a tug in my chest that grew heavier when I ignored it. I would rise from bed already thinking of the place, already picturing the sheer face of the cliff and the cold surface waiting for my ear. On days when duties or weather kept me from hiking there, I felt restless and irritable, pacing the ranger station, unable to sit still. My coworkers chalked it up to fatigue and long hours. I let them think that. To confess the truth would have sounded absurd, even dangerous. A ranger who claimed to be haunted by breathing, rock would not be trusted with much for long. What unsettled me most was the way the sound seemed to change. On my third or fourth visit, I realized the rhythm of the breathing matched my own. When I held my breath, the stone's inhalation seemed to falter, as though it waited for me. When I exhaled sharply, it quickened, like a mirroring echo. The first time I noticed this, I stumbled back from the cliff face with a cry. I remember the silence that followed, silence so complete that I half believed I had imagined it all. Yet the moment I pressed my ear again to the surface, the rhythm picked up, cinched once more with my chest. It was not merely alive, I thought then. It was aware. There were moments, too, when the stone did more than breathe. Twice I felt it tremble beneath my fingers, a subtle shudder as though something vast and unseen shifted behind the mineral crust. Once, in the late afternoon, I swore I heard a sound beneath the breath. A faint groan, low and resonant, like the timber of a whale moving through black water. The sound sank into my bones. I stepped back in terror, but even at 10 paces, I felt it vibrating inside me, humming against my ribs. The dreams worsened. Each night I woke drenched in sweat, heart racing. convinced I had suffocated in my sleep. In those dreams, I always stood pressed against stone, my cheek flattened to cold granite, while something titanic breathed beneath. Sometimes, in those dreams, I thought I felt stone lips against my ear, whispering words too low to understand. Once, I woke gasping, clutching my throat, certain I had heard my name. It was not the voice in any person I knew, deeper, slower, vast in a way that defied language, but it had said my name, unmistakably Marjorie. I tried to reason through it, as any scientist or naturalist might. Could underground caverns and air pockets create resonances that mimicked breath? Could shifting layers of rock generate pulses under certain conditions? Perhaps my own senses had betrayed me, primed by fatigue and suggestion. I considered speaking to a geologist at the university, but stopped short each time. I had no evidence, only a notebook of frantic sketches and words scribbled in the forest. To share it would be to expose myself, and yet to withhold it was to let the thing in the mountain grow stronger in silence. It was late November when I finally brought equipment. My pack was heavy with a handheld recorder, a small stethoscope, and a field camera. I felt foolish as I hiked up the trail, like a child playing at Ghost Hunter. But when I arrived at the cliff, the familiar dread and fascination seized me all over again, and my doubts fell silent. I pressed the stethoscope to the rock, my ears filled instantly with the slow rush of air, the rise and fall like tidal waves within stone. I set the recorder down, red light blinking, and let it run. Then I snapped a few photographs of the wall itself, though I knew the camera would capture nothing more than gray, weathered stone. Still, I hoped for any evidence that might anchor this experience in reality. When I replayed the recording later in the station, my hands trembled. At first all I heard was static, the faint hiss of wind, the scrape of my jacket against the microphone. Then, beneath it, faint but steady, the unmistakable cadence of breath. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, slow and vast. I played it over and over, headphones pressed tight, tears welling at the corners of my eyes. It was not my imagination. It was not fatigue. The stone was breathing. Something within the mountain was alive. But the more I listened, the more another sound emerged, one that made my blood run cold. Between breaths, beneath the hiss, a voice, muffled, distorted, stretched too low for clarity, yet present. A resonance that carried form, if not words. The longer I strained, the more certain I became that it was trying to speak. Not merely a vibration, not a trick of resonance, but language, buried deep. It wanted to be heard. I did not sleep that night. I lay in the dark, recorder clutched in my hands, headphones buzzing faintly. The sound lulled me and terrified me all at once. And each time I began to drift, I jolted awake, convinced that if I let myself fall fully into sleep, I would not wake again. My dreams were not dreams anymore, but tunnels. Dark, endless passages through stone, where something enormous followed close behind me, its breath warming the back of my neck. The following week, I confided in no one. I worked my shifts, answered tourists' questions, cleared fallen limbs from trails. I smiled when spoken to, but inside, I carried the weight of a secret that grew heavier by the day. I told myself I would stop, that I would avoid the cliff, lock away the recorder, burn the pages of my notebook. And yet when the sky cleared and the ridges shone crisp with frost, I found myself once again on that trail, boots crunching over the frozen ground. I could no more resist than I could resist drawing breath myself. That day was different. The cliff was louder. I felt it before I reached it, the vibration running through the soil, faint tremors beneath my boots. When I laid my hand against the stone, the pulse was immediate, insistent, as though it had been waiting for me. I pressed my ear close, heart hammering, and the breath came fast and deep, unmistakably eager. Then came the groan again, louder now, resonant enough to rattle my teeth. And beneath it, the voice. Clearer this time, syllables dragging like stone across stone. I could not understand the words, but I felt them. A rhythm of sound that sank into my marrow. Then, for the first time, I felt heat. The stone beneath my palm was no longer cold, but faintly warm, as though blood moved behind it. My heart lurched. I stumbled back, staring at the sheer face of the cliff, my breath fogging in the icy air. The surface rippled visibly now, a swell outward, slow and deliberate. My knees buckled, and I dropped into the leaf litter, notebooks spilling from my pack. I wanted to run, yet could not tear my eyes away. And then, God help me, it spoke. Not through the recorder, not through dream or resonance, but through the stone itself. My name, Marjorie, drawn out, deep and resonant, so vast that the forest quivered. My name spoken by a mountain. I fled. My legs carried me without thought, crashing down the trail, branches whipping against my arms. I did not stop until the station came into view, my lungs burning, my body shaking with exhaustion. I locked myself in my cabin that night, drew the blinds, and sat with my back to the wall, shotgun across my lap though. I knew it would be useless against stone. All night I waited, heart hammering, certain that the mountain would call again, that it would tear open the valley and crawl free. It did not, but the silence was worse. The silence meant it was waiting. The days after blurred. I forced myself through duties, but each sound, a truck rumbling down the road, the hum of the refrigerator, mimicked that rhythm, that inhalation and exhalation. I began to doubt whether I had escaped it at all. Maybe it had followed me. Maybe it had entered me, breathed itself into my lungs while I leaned close. Sometimes, when I stood still, I swore I felt a second rhythm beneath my own heartbeat, as though something vast now beat within me too. I have not yet told anyone. Who would believe me? A ranger swearing that stone speaks, that the mountain breathes and knows her name. They would call it stress, delusion, the product of isolation. And perhaps they would be right, but I know what I heard. I know what I felt. And I know that each night when I close my eyes, the sound returns, louder than before, until I wake gasping, hand pressed to my chest, certain that it is not only the mountain breathing anymore, but me. The longer I tried to resist returning to the cliff, the stronger the pull became. It was like gravity, like the tide. No matter how far I walked, no matter how I filled the hours with tasks, I felt it behind me, a weight tugging at the base of my skull. It was no longer only a place on the trail. It had taken root inside me. I knew, as surely as I knew the rhythm of my own breath, that sooner or later I would go back. And when I did, I feared I would not come away again. The Smokies are full of stories older than I am. The Cherokee spoke of mountains that walk, of caves where voices murmur, of ridges that breathe. Most of those tales are treated now as myth, or else reduced to quaint folklore recited for tourists around fire pits. But alone in my cabin, I remembered them differently. I remembered an elder once telling me that the land itself is alive, that the stone is only the skin of something greater. At the time, I had smiled politely, thinking it a metaphor. Now the words returned like a warning I had ignored. For 3 nights I stayed away. On the 4th, I broke. I set out before dawn, the trail still wrapped in mist. My boots slid on wet leaves, my breath pluming in the cold air. Each step was heavy with dread, yet beneath it was relief, as though I were returning to something inevitable. The forest was hushed, but not with the stillness of peace. It was the silence of expectation, the kind that settles before a storm. Even the crows that usually haunted the ridges were absent, as if they knew better than I. When I reached the cliff, the air itself seemed to vibrate. My chest tightened as though I were standing before the mouth of some vast furnace. The stone pulsed visibly now, a swell and retreat too slow to be mistaken for illusion. I set my hand against it, trembling. It was warm again, warmer than before. The vibration ran through my arm, through my bones, until I felt my own body sensing with it. Inhale. Exhale. Exhale. I tried to step back, but my feet would not obey. It was as if the rhythm had seized me, pulling me into its cycle. The voice came then, deeper than anything human. Marjorie. Drawn out, elongated, resonant enough that the trees around me shivered and dropped frost from their branches. My name, spoken as though it had always known me, as though it had waited for me all along. My knees buckled, and I fell forward, ear pressed once more to the stone. What I heard inside was not only breath this time. It was a chorus of sounds, whispers like shifting gravel, groans like mountains grinding together, a heartbeat so slow it seemed eternal, and beneath it words. Words not in any language I knew, but words all the same. They thrummed through me, sinking into marrow, reshaping thought. I realized then that I was not only listening, I was being listened to. I tore myself back with a cry, stumbling into the undergrowth. My body shook, sweat freezing on my skin despite the cold. I ran, half blind, tripping over roots, scraping my palms raw on bark. But no matter how far I fled, the sound followed. In my ears, in my chest, in the hollow of my skull. Each breath I took was mirrored by the mountain, or perhaps it was the other way around. I no longer knew where my body ended and its presence began. The days after blurred into one continuous fever. I performed my duties automatically, but my mind was elsewhere. My coworkers noticed. One of them, a younger ranger named Paul, asked if I was sick. I told him it was just lack of sleep. He laughed and said I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I wanted to tell him he was close, that I had seen something worse, something older than ghosts, older than humanity itself. But I bit my tongue. To speak of it aloud would give it more power. Or perhaps it already had all the power it needed. At night, the breathing filled my cabin. I would lie awake, hands pressed to my ears, and still hear it, steady and patient. The windows rattled in time with it. My chest rose and fell not with my own will but with its. More than once I woke to find myself standing at the door, hand on the latch, ready to walk out into the darkness as if summoned. Only by sheer force did I stop myself, slamming the lock back into place, collapsing against the wall until dawn. I told myself I could resist, that the thing in the stone could call, and I would not answer. But by the 7th night, I was walking the trail again, lantern in hand, frost crunching beneath my boots. The air was sharp enough to sting. The stars brittle overhead, but I barely felt it. My body moved without my consent, as though pulled on strings. And when the cliff came into view, glowing faintly in the moonlight, I felt a terrible relief. I was home. The stone did not wait this time. It swelled outward as I approached. The breath loud as surf. The voice thundered, "Marjorie, The sound knocked me to my knees, lantern tumbling into the leaves. Shadows leapt wildly. I clutched my head, screaming, but the voice drowned it out. It spoke again. Not only my name this time, but other sounds, syllables that twisted in my skull, vast and incomprehensible. My nose blood. My vision swam. Yet even through the pain, a terrible clarity formed. It was not simply calling me. It was asking, inviting, demanding. The mountain wanted me to listen not with ears, but with everything I was. To open myself fully, to become part of its breath. I should have fled. Any sane person would have. But sanity had left me days ago. I pressed myself against the rock, palms flat, cheek resting against the warm, hiving surface. The stone gave beneath me. Not much, but enough that I sank an inch, as though pressing into living flesh. My chest rose and fell with its rhythm. My breath was its breath. My heart slowed to match its impossible pulse. And in that moment, I felt what lay beneath the mountain. Not a creature as we would understand it. Not an animal or God, but something vaster. A presence that stretched beneath ridges and valleys, older than the forest, older than the stone itself. It was not sleeping, it was waiting. Images flooded me. Caverns the size of cities. A body made not of flesh but of strata, muscle layered in granite, blood running molten in veins of magma. A face I could not comprehend, too large, too alien. And yet it looked at me. It had always looked at me. I was no intruder. I was a part of its dream. Humanity, the forest, the mountains themselves. Mere skin stretched over what breathed beneath. I screamed against the stone, but no sound came out. My lungs were no longer mine. I don't know how long I stayed there. Minutes, hours, perhaps longer. When I finally tore myself free, I collapsed onto the trail, gasping. My body felt wrong, as though my bones had shifted, as though my veins carried more than blood. I staggered back to the station, half mad, collapsing into my bunk. Sleep was no refuge. I dreamed of being buried alive, my body becoming stone, my breath the mountains. And when I woke, the dream clung to me like reality. Now I sit writing this, my notebook trembling beneath my hands. I don't know why I bother. Perhaps because putting it into words is the only way to remind myself I am still human. But even as I write, I feel it inside me. My chest rises and falls not at my command. My breath is no longer my own. When I press a hand to my ribs, I swear I feel stone instead of flesh, ridges instead of bone. Sometimes I hear whispers from within, muffled syllables pressing against my skull. Sometimes I feel my lips move without will, shaping sounds in a language older than words. I cannot tell my colleagues. They would not understand, and worse, I fear they would hear it too. I have thought of leaving, of abandoning the Smokies altogether. But I know it would not matter. The mountain is not bound to a single ridge or trail. It is beneath everything, beneath all of us. Once heard, it cannot be unheard. Once breathed in, it cannot be exhaled. I don't know how much longer I have before I am fully its. Perhaps I already am. Sometimes, when I stare into the mirror, I swear my chest rises not with my own lungs, but with something deeper, vaster. Sometimes, in the silence of the cabin, I hear a second heartbeat, slow and eternal. I wonder if someday, when my body finally fails, the mountain will draw me fully into itself, my breath added to its endless cycle. Perhaps that is what it wants to gather us, one by one, until all of us breathe as one within its body. If you ever find yourself on the Alum Cave Trail and feel compelled to lay your ear against the cliff, resist. Do not listen. No matter how curious you are, no matter how strong the urge, Once you hear it, you will never escape. It will know your name. It will call you back. And when you answer, as you will, it will breathe through you, until you no longer remember where you end and it begins. I am no longer certain of the difference myself. Even now, as I write, the rhythm overtakes me. My breath slows, sensing with something vast beneath the earth. My hand trembles. My vision blurs. And in the silence of the cabin, I hear it calling again. Louder this time, so loud that the walls tremble and the floor shakes. The mountain is breathing through me, and I cannot hold it back much longer. If these pages are found, know that my name is Marjorie Kent, Ranger of the Smokies. And know also that I did not die here. I was taken back into the stone. If you press your ear to the cliff and listen closely, you might still hear me, breathing, waiting. My name is Ranger Caleb Morris. I serve as a law enforcement and backcountry ranger in Zion National Park, a stretch of desert cliffs and winding canyons that draw people from all corners of the world. I was trained to handle lost hikers, injuries, flash floods, and the occasional search and rescue that grows long into the night. What I was not trained for was what happened on the trail that twisted itself into something impossible, something that stripped the ordinary meaning from distance and direction. I have written incident reports for years, but none like this one. If I sound formal in introducing myself, it is because I must. There needs to be a clear record of who I am, what I saw, and how my life became caught in something that should not exist. The call came just after sunset, when the sandstone cliffs had turned blood red in the last light. Dispatch radioed that a group of campers had reported their friend missing. They claimed he had wandered off ahead of them and never returned. Yet each time they tried to follow, the trail delivered them back to their own campsite, as though mocking their sense of direction. Missing persons in the park are not rare. Zion's canyons lure visitors into a false sense of simplicity, but the backcountry is harsh, and a wrong turn can end in dehydration or worse. But when I arrived at their location and heard their shaken voices, I knew this was no ordinary call. There were 3 of them waiting for me, 2 young women and a man, college-aged, their faces pale in the beam of my headlamp. They were camped near a wash where cottonwoods gathered the last of the moonlight, their gear scattered and abandoned in their panic. They told me their friend's name was Jordan. He had insisted on hiking a loop before bed, just a short walk. But when he didn't return, the others went looking. They swore they had followed the exact same path 4 times. Each time they were certain they had covered miles, but each time they stumbled back into their own circle of tents, as if the land itself had folded in on them. Trails don't loop like that, the young man said, wringing his hands as if desperate to convince himself as much as me. His voice trembled, half swallowed by the desert silence. We weren't turning back. We weren't retracing our steps. The ground just changed. I wanted to reassure them, to suggest that exhaustion and darkness had confused their senses, that the mind plays cruel tricks in the wilderness at night. But even as I prepared to say those words, I felt something in their story that clung like static to my skin. I could see in their eyes that they were not simply disoriented. They were frightened, truly frightened, in a way that carried no hint of exaggeration. I told them to stay at camp, conserve their light, and wait for my return. I would trace the trail myself. I had been through this sector of the park before. a lesser, used route, branching off from one of the main backcountry trails, so I knew the terrain should have been straightforward. I clipped my radio to my vest, checked my GPS, and started out beneath the rising moon. The desert night carries sound differently than the day. Each footstep echoed across stone. Every shuffle of sand carried farther than it should. The cottonwoods whispered faintly as a breeze tugged their leaves, but otherwise the world felt unnaturally still. I followed the boot prints that Jordan must have left earlier, pressed deep into the dust. They led along a narrow trail that twisted between boulders and up toward the ridgeline. My GPS showed a steady progression northward. Everything seemed ordinary. Yet as I climbed, I felt the same gnawing unease that the campers had described. The air seemed to thicken, though the night was cool. My headlamp illuminated the sandstone walls around me, revealing patterns in the rock that looked almost like ribs curving inward, enclosing me. I forced myself to keep moving, reminding myself that the desert plays tricks. Shadows stretch, cliffs echo, distances bend under the influence of fatigue. After what felt like 30 minutes, the trail curved down through a narrow wash. My GPS continued to track normally, recording my location. I descended, noting landmarks. An angled boulder, a dead juniper twisted like a claw, a sheer wall etched with dark streaks of mineral. The wash bent sharply left, and then spilled out into an open clearing of sand. I paused there, breathing evenly, listening for any hint of Jordan. That was when I noticed the fire pit. A simple circle of rocks, charred black, its ashes faintly scattered. I frowned. No official campsite existed in this area, and camping off trail was prohibited. Yet here was evidence that someone had camped before. I bent down to touch the rocks. They were still faintly warm. The clearing opened into another narrow trail that climbed once again. I followed, my boots grinding into the sand. My watch ticked past midnight, though the moon hung stubbornly bright above. I hiked onward, determined to push far enough to prove the campers wrong, that the trail was linear, ordinary, and that their panic had distorted perception. But as I climbed the second ridge, I recognized something that froze me in place. To my right was the same angled boulder, tilted like a pyramid. To my left stood the same twisted juniper, its branches skeletal against the stars. Ahead loomed the same mineral-streaked wall. I stopped, breath catching in my throat. My GPS insisted I was farther north, yet the land around me was identical to where I had been before. Not similar, not close, identical. A voice seemed to whisper in the wind, a faint shuffle, almost like footsteps just beyond sight. I called out Jordan's name, but only the echo returned. I pressed forward into the clearing, and there again was the same fire pit, the same ring of rocks still faintly warm, as though the heat had been waiting for me. I circled it once, scanning for differences, for anything to prove this was not the same place I had already been. But every detail matched. I had looped without turning back. I forced myself to continue, hiking with increasing urgency, climbing the ridge again, marking the same landmarks with sick certainty. My chest tightened with each step. I knew the desert knew its tricks, but this was no trick of shadows. This was geometry broken, direction betrayed. On my third pass through the clearing, I knelt by the fire pit and found something new. A boot. Just one. It stood upright in the sand, toes pointing toward the trail I had just come from. The leather was scuffed, the laces undone, the tread marked with dust. I lifted it in my hand, and the sole still held the heat of a foot that was no longer inside. I spoke into my radio, but the line cracked with static so harsh it bit my ear. Dispatch did not respond. The channel hissed with a sound that resembled breath. I shut it off, suddenly more afraid than of the silence. The night deepened, and yet the moon did not move. My watch said nearly 2 in the morning, but the sky remained locked in the same silver light. I had entered something closed, a circuit that would not release me. Each loop left me more drained, each step heavier, as though the trail itself was drawing me in, feeding on my insistence to solve it. And on the 4th pass, when I reached the clearing again, the fire pit had vanished. The sand lay smooth and unbroken, as if no rock had ever been placed there. What remained were 2 boots, side by side, laces open, their emptiness arranged with deliberate precision. I stared at them, my throat tight. Jordan was gone, but his absence was displayed like a marker left for me. I reached down, touched the leather, and recoiled at the cold. It was not the ordinary chill of desert night, but a deep cold, a void of warmth that leached into my hand. When I straightened, the clearing no longer opened to a trail forward. It opened to the trail backward. The path I had just traveled had folded into itself, leaving me facing the way I had come. The landmarks were there again. The angled boulder, the twisted juniper, the streaked wall, waiting, unchanging, eternal. I realized then what the campers had felt, what they had fled from. The trail was not leading anywhere. It was swallowing time, rearranging space, trapping all who dared to follow. Jordan had been claimed already. I stood next in line. Still, I pressed forward once more, driven less by duty than by the dreadful knowledge that standing still would change nothing. The loop would come again, whether I moved or not. My only choice was to see what waited when the trail decided to reveal something new. The boots remained behind me like a warning marker, though no wind stirred the laces. I forced myself to keep walking, eyes locked on the trail that stretched once more between the angled boulder and the clawed juniper. My body moved, but my mind circled in the same trap as the trail, repeating questions without answer. Where had Jordan gone? Why had the landscape collapsed into itself? How long before it swallowed me whole? As I passed the mineral-streaked wall again, my headlamp beam stuttered, dimming as though drained. I tapped it, replaced the batteries with trembling fingers, and cursed under my breath. The darkness of the desert night was profound, waiting to collapse in if that thin bulb failed. When the lamp brightened again, it revealed something that stopped me in my tracks: fresh footprints in the sand. They were larger than the ones I had followed earlier, the treads deeper, more erratic. They cut across the trail instead of following it, weaving like someone had staggered in desperation. My first thought was Jordan, but these tracks were wrong. His boots, now left behind, had made a different pattern. These prints seemed older and yet sharper, as if imprinted with an intent that lingered beyond the person who had left them. I knelt, brushing my glove against the sand. The prints pointed both ways, into the clearing ahead and back toward where I had just come. It was impossible, like 2 different journeys laid on top of each other. The ground had become a ledger of every failed attempt, all superimposed into a single trail. A prickling sensation rose along my neck. I stood quickly, swung my beam across the ridgeline, and froze. Someone was standing there. At first, I thought it might be Jordan after all, silhouetted against the pale sky, unmoving. But as I lifted the light, the figure resolved into something. that did not align with the human outline. The proportions were wrong. The torso stretched too long, the arms dangling low, and the head bent at an unnatural tilt. Its skin seemed mottled, stone-colored, as if carved from the very cliffs. The moment the beam touched it, the figure slipped sideways into the shadow of the rocks and vanished. I shouted, a harsh bark of sound that felt swallowed before it even reached the cliffs. My hand gripped the radio, but static hissed before I could press the button, rising like the sound of wind through 1,000 throats. I shut it off again, heart hammering. The prince continued forward, so I forced my legs to follow. The loop pulled me onward with a dreadful inevitability, each landmark returning as if painted onto a wheel that spun beneath me. The clearing appeared again. This time, no boots waited in the sand. No fire pit, no ashes. Only a scatter of smalls arranged in a perfect circle, as if mocking the absence of everything else. I stepped inside the circle and felt the ground shift beneath my weight. Not physically. The sand did not collapse, but in sensation, as if gravity itself tilted. The desert air pressed tighter around me. I staggered back out, dizzy, nausea coiling through my gut. The circle was not decoration. It was boundary. My watch showed 3:30 in the morning. The moon still hung, unchanged, above the cliffs. The desert did not sleep, but time itself refused to move forward. I hiked on. My boots dragged, my throat parched, but I could not turn back to the campers. Some part of me already knew the trail would not release me until it finished whatever purpose it held. Whether I found Jordan or became him, the loop demanded continuation. The fourth pass through the ridge came faster, as if the land had shortened itself. I no longer counted minutes, only the repetition of landmarks. By then, my thoughts had blurred into a dull mantra-angled boulder, twisted juniper, streaked wall clearing. Over and over, etched into my mind as if the desert meant to erase every other memory. On that pass, the clearing was not empty. Jordan stood in the center, facing away from me. Relief struck me so hard it was almost painful. I stumbled forward, calling his name. He did not move. Jordan, my voice cracked against the stillness. It's Ranger Morris. We're getting you out. At last, he turned. My light revealed his face, pale and streaked with dirt, eyes wide but unfocused. He looked at me, mouth opening slowly, but no words came. His lips moved soundlessly, like fish gaping at the air. I approached cautiously, speaking calm words. His boots were gone, his socks filthy and torn, leaving bloody smears on the sand. His arms hung limp, and when I touched his shoulder, his skin was icy. He blinked at me, a slow mechanical gesture, and then lowered his head as if ashamed. Jordan, you're safe now, I said, though I knew it was a lie. My voice wavered as I added, we'll walk back to your friends. He shook his head, almost imperceptibly. Then his lips moved again, this time forming one word that reached me in the barest whisper, no. Before I could react, the ground beneath the clearing shivered. The circle of stones rearranged itself silently, rolling like chess pieces across the sand until they formed two overlapping loops. Jordan stepped backward, directly into the inner ring. The air folded around him, shimmering like heat rising from asphalt, and in that instant, he dissolved, not falling, not fleeing, dissolved into the shimmer, leaving nothing behind but the faint smell of iron. I shouted, lunged forward, but the shimmer collapsed before I crossed the line. My hands grasped only empty night. Jordan was gone again, claimed by the trail more completely than before. Breath ragged, I staggered back, The sand beneath me pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat traveling through stone. I felt it under my boots, a living rhythm that did not belong to desert earth. When I turned, the landmarks were gone. The angled boulder, the Jupiter, the streaked wall, erased. The clearing stretched into flat, featureless desert that should not have existed in this canyon. The moonlight revealed nothing but unbroken sand. Panic surged. I spun in a circle, searching for direction. My GPS flickered wildly, jumping coordinates as if torn between a dozen different places. My watch hands spun forward, then backward, then froze. I picked a direction at random and walked. My breath rasped. The sand grew softer, sucking at my boots. Then, just as abruptly, the landmarks returned. Angled boulder, twisted juniper, streaked wall, clearing. I had not escaped. I had simply been thrown back into the loop again. This time, the clearing held not Jordan, not stones, but a single object, my own hat. The brim was dusted with sand, the crown dented in the exact place I had marked years ago. I touched my head and felt the hat still there. Yet its twin lay before me, proof that the trail was no longer content to recycle Jordan's belongings. It had reached into my life. I left it where it was and pressed onward, heart hammering. My mind spun with theories I could not anchor. Temporal distortion, hallucination, a fold in geography. None fit. The trail was not a place anymore. It was a mechanism operating with rules I could not understand. On the sixth loop, the clearing contained something worse than objects. Figures stood among the stones. 3 of them, dim and distant, their faces hidden in shadow. My first thought was the campers. Relief surged, but when I ran closer, the light revealed hollow shapes, like outlines cut into the air. They shifted with the wind, but never advanced, never spoke. When I blinked, they were gone. Each loop grew harder. My lips trembled, my lips cracked, and thirst clawed at me. I no longer trusted my body. I no longer trusted time. Yet I could not stop. Some instinct told me stopping would make the loop permanent, would let it calcify around me like a tomb. By what I think was the 8th pass, the clearing changed again. 2 boots waited there, but this time they were mine. They stood side by side, laces undone, exactly as Jordan's had been. I stared at them, terror rising cold and absolute. My boots were still on my feet. I stamped them into the sand, desperate to feel solidity. They were real. But when I stepped closer to the waiting pair, they mirrored my movements, shifting slightly as if filled with an invisible weight. My light caught a reflection within them, eyes staring up through the empty space where feet should have been. Human eyes, wet and blinking, staring from inside the leather. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. The boots did not follow, but the eyes lingered until I looked away. I kept moving, half delirious, whispering to myself for courage. I recited the Ranger's creed, the search and rescue procedures, anything to anchor myself to reality. Yet the trail offered only repetition, the loop grinding me down like stone on stone. At last, I collapsed near the twisted juniper, my body refusing to continue. The sand was cool against my cheek. My headlamp flickered, threatening to fail. I knew then that if I slept, I might never wake again, that the trail would take me as it had taken Jordan. And then, just as my eyes began to blur, I heard voices. Real voices cutting through the night. The campers calling my name, their cries laced with panic. I forced myself up, staggered toward the sound. But when I reached the clearing again, the voices cut off abruptly, leaving silence so deep it roared. In their place, A final arrangement of the sand awaited me. The stones spelled my name. Kelb. The stones spelling my name rooted me in place. My knees locked. My mouth dry as desert bone. I tried to convince myself it was pareidolia, random scatter I had forced into meaning. But the symmetry was too exact. 5 letters, perfectly shaped, as if someone had lifted the name from my ID badge and poured it into the sand. I bent close, heart racing, and brushed one with my glove. The stone was smooth, river, worn. Not the rough sandstone common here. I had not seen a river for miles. The loop was bringing in things from elsewhere, things that had no reason to be here. It was curating, collecting. I whispered, "What do you want?" The desert answered with silence, then with a faint sigh, as if the sand itself exhaled. For a moment I imagined Jordan's voice, tangled in that sound, soft and resigned. I backed away, refusing to enter the clearing. Instead, I turned and forced my legs to run. Full stride, boots hammering against the trail. The landmarks whipped past in sickening déjà vu. Angled boulder, twisted juniper, streaked wall. My lungs burned, but still the loop brought me back, dumping me once more into the clearing, like a cruel dealer shuffling the same cards. The stones had rearranged again. Now they formed 2 words. Stieshiri. I nearly laughed, a wild, broken sound. My throat hurt from dryness, but the hysteria rose anyway. The trail had grown bold enough to give commands, as if it had grown tired of suggestion. It wanted me to yield, to stop, to dissolve into the loop as Jordan had. But I am not made to yield. Rangers don't stop because the wilderness frightens us. We push through fear, because fear is what keeps people alive. So I spit into the sand, as if defiance could count for something, and I walked straight through the circle of stones. The air quivered like a mirage. My vision blurred, my ears filled with a rushing roar, as if I had stepped into the center of a storm. I stumbled, fell to my knees, and then the world reset again. Only this time, something was different. The angled boulder was split open, a crack running down its length, as if it had been struck by lightning. The juniper was not skeletal, but green and thriving, its branches filled with needles that glowed faintly. The mineral wall oozed with moisture, rivulets trickling downward as if the rock itself wept. It was the same place, and not the same. The loop had shifted me into a variation, another layer of its impossible design. I stood weak but driven and pressed on. Each step carried me deeper into this altered version. The clearing awaited, and there I found Jordan again. He stood barefoot, his socks gone, his feet raw against the sand. His eyes glimmered with recognition when he saw me, but his expression was hollow, stripped of urgency. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered. "I came to bring you out." My voice cracked, raw from thirst. "There is no out," he said, his tone calm, like someone reciting a fact from memory. "The trail keeps what it takes." I shook my head, anger boiling. "I don't accept that. We'll walk together. We'll break it." He smiled faintly, a broken expression. "I already tried. 4 times. 10 times. 100. I don't know anymore. Every time I walk, I come back. Every time I stop, the trail waits for me to move again. It doesn't matter." I grabbed his arm, feeling the brittle thinness of his skin. We walked together. Right now. He did not resist. We walked side by side, retracing the cursed landmarks. For a few minutes, hope flickered. 2 living bodies resisting the pattern. But when the clearing returned, Jordan was no longer beside me. I spun, panic searing through me, but he was gone as though he had never walked at all. Only my own footprints remained. The clearing now held a mirror. A tall, freestanding rectangle of glass, impossible in this place. My own reflection stared back at me, pale and ragged, eyes wide with terror. Behind the reflection, the sand was smooth. No footprints, no stones. Just me doubled infinite. I smashed the glass with my fist. It shattered without sound, the shards dissolving into dust before they hit the ground. The reflection lingered, ghost-like, even without the mirror, staring back at me until it too faded. The loop was unraveling, or I was. I lost count of passes. Time no longer existed in any form I recognized. My water was gone. My throat cracked with each breath. My light faltered, flickered, and finally died, plunging me into moonlight alone. On one loop, the clearing contained not objects, not Jordan, but the three campers who had called me in the first place. They stood together, pale and frightened, whispering my name. I rushed to them, desperate. But when I touched the nearest one's shoulder, my hand passed through. Their bodies shimmered like heat mirages, voices warped and metallic. They repeated my name again and again, like a recording, until the image collapsed into empty air. On another loop, the clearing contained no sand at all, only a yawning pit, black and endless. I teetered on the edge, staring into a void that pulled at my vision, begging me to fall. The sound of rushing wind rose from it, carrying whispers in Jordan's voice, in my own voice, in countless voices layered together. I staggered back, heart pounding, unwilling to know what waited below. Each cycle bled into the next. My body weakened, my resolve frayed. I thought of the campers waiting at their site, terrified. I thought of dispatch, who would never receive my calls. I thought of my own name spelled in stones, a grave marker waiting to become permanent. When I collapsed for the final time, it was at the foot of the juniper. My eyes closed, too heavy to lift. I expected the loop to claim me in sleep. But instead, I heard a new sound, running water. I forced my eyes open. The mineral-streaked wall had split wide, revealing a narrow gap. From within, a stream poured, fresh and clear, sparkling in the impossible moonlight. The air smelled of wet earth. With the last of my strength, I crawled toward it. My hands plunged into the water, cold and real. I drank deeply, gasping, letting life flood back into my parched body. The water was sharp, metallic, but it kept me awake. Then I saw it, a path through the split wall. A narrow corridor, slick with moss, leading away from the loop. My heart leapt. Escape. I stumbled to my feet and entered. The passage wound tightly, the stone pressing against my shoulders. The sound of the stream guided me deeper until, at last, I stumbled into open air. I was out. The canyon stretched before me, familiar and real. The moon had shifted lower now, dawn threatening at the edges of the horizon. My GPS blinked with steady coordinates again. I laughed, a broken, hoarse sound, but it was laughter all the same. I turned back to mark the gap, but behind me there was only solid wall. The passage was gone. I staggered back toward the campers' site, guided by instinct and the return of the world I knew. They were still there, huddled in their tents, their faces lighting with relief when they saw me. They asked if I had found Jordan. I could not answer. My throat closed. My mind filled with the image of his dissolving body, his resigned whisper. Instead, I told them the truth that would protect them. The trail was impassable, unsafe, and we had to leave immediately. We hiked out at first light. Every step away felt like a weight lifting from my chest. The trail did not follow. The loop did not return. Days later, when I filed my report, I wrote the details as plainly as I could. Missing camper, search conducted, no recovery. Terrain confusing, hazardous. Area closed until further evaluation. That was all the record would hold. But here, in my own words, I tell the truth. The looping trail exists, hidden in Zion's backcountry, disguised as an ordinary path. It does not end. It does not lead anywhere. It takes. I sometimes wake at night with sand in my mouth, the taste of stone on my tongue. I sometimes dream of the clearing, of the stones spelling my name, of the boots standing empty. In those dreams, I always see Jordan, waiting in the loop, patient as the desert itself. And I know, with a certainty I cannot escape, that one day the trail will open again. Not behind me, but ahead. It will not need to trap me. I will walk into it willingly, because part of me never left. My name is Nora Beckett, and I am a 32-year-old schoolteacher from Massachusetts. I was raised in a family that valued nature, summer hikes, and nights beneath the stars. I always felt at home in the woods, as though the trees and rivers remembered me, as though they had known me all along. Because of that, camping trips were not unusual for me. And when my friends suggested a weekend retreat in Maine's North Woods, I accepted without hesitation. I could never have imagined that trip would change me in ways that still haunt my sleep. We set out in late September. 4 of us crammed into Alex's weathered Subaru with tents, sleeping bags, lanterns, and more food than we could possibly eat. Alex was the sort who carried an axe just to feel rugged, while Jenna brought along her camera and the lenses, because she insisted that forests were more photogenic than cities. My younger brother Daniel tagged along as well, half for the hiking and half because he never turned down free beer. The drive took hours, winding farther north until the paved roads thinned into gravel paths, until the houses gave way to endless trees, and the air smelled sharper, like pine and cold water. We reached the site just before dusk, a patch of clearing beside a lake that glittered even under the fading light. We pitched our tents quickly, laughter echoing through the stillness, and by nightfall we had a fire burning bright. There was something pure about that. The flames snapping, marshmallows roasting, the hiss of the lake when embers drifted too far. We told stories and joked, the way friends do when they are far from phone reception and street lamps. The forest around us was immense, a wall of darkness pressing against the glow of our campfire. The stars were sharp as needles above, and the moon lay low and swollen. I remember feeling perfectly safe, despite the vastness. The world was big, but our circle of firelight was a shield. It was sometime after midnight when he appeared. At first I thought my eyes had tricked me, that I had imagined movement between the pines. But then the figure stepped closer into the edge of the light. He was a man, tall, thin, dressed in clothes that seemed ordinary enough. A dark jacket, jeans that hung loose, boots scuffed with mud. What was strange was the way he carried himself, as though every limb were too long, as though he hadn't quite learned how to inhabit his own body. We all went silent, spoons and mugs frozen midair. Strangers were not expected here. This was not the sort of campsite near a trailhead where people wandered through. We were deep enough that anyone appearing out of the woods felt impossible. The man did not introduce himself. He only stood just beyond the circle of flame, his face tilted slightly. Slowly, with deliberate steps, he moved forward and sat cross, leg near the fire, directly across from me. Not a word passed his lips. Instead, he smiled. It was not the polite curve of lips one gives to strangers. It was wide, too wide, stretching as though it would tear his cheeks. His teeth gleamed in the firelight. For a long while, that was all he did. Sit and smile. Alex, braver or perhaps more foolish than the rest of us, cleared his throat and said, "Hey man, you lost or something?" No response. The stranger only kept smiling. His hands rested on his knees, fingers twitching slightly, as though keeping rhythm with a song only he could hear. Jenna tried next. "Do you have a camp nearby?" she asked, voice pitched higher than usual. Her camera lay forgotten in her lap. Again, silence. Just that grin. I remember how the fire crackled, how the wood split and hissed, and how each of us exchanged nervous glances. Strangers in the woods are never just strangers. There are rules unspoken you greet. You explain yourself. You acknowledge your presence. He broke those rules entirely. We tried to be polite at first. We offered him food. Daniel even held out a beer. The man never moved to take it. His head tilted slightly to one side, his grin fixed, unblinking. The firelight flickered against his face, and in that shifting light I saw what made my stomach turn. He had no eyes. At first I thought it was shadow, a trick of flame and night. But when I leaned forward, I saw clearly where eyes should have been. There were only smooth hollows, lids stretched over emptiness. It was the smile that drew your gaze, but the absence above it was worse. Two blank spaces that refused to be ignored. I gasped, and Alex muttered, "What the hell?" under his breath. Jenna clutched my arm, her nails digging into my skin. Daniel's beer slipped from his hand, spilling into the dirt. The man did not flinch, did not acknowledge our horror. His grin only seemed to grow. The fire reflected where pupils should have been, yet there was nothing to catch the light. I wanted to speak, to demand an explanation, but the words died in my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to run, yet I was rooted in place, as though the earth itself would not release me. For what felt like hours, though it could not have been more than minutes. We sat in that unbearable silence, the stranger grinning, the fire crackling, the woods listening. Then, as abruptly as he had arrived, he stood. His movement was fluid but unnatural, limbs unfolding too quickly, too smoothly. Without a sound, he turned and walked back into the trees. The darkness swallowed him whole, as though he had never been there at all. No branches snapped. No leaves rustled. One moment he was visible, the next he was gone. The four of us sat frozen, listening. The night had grown heavy, pressing against us. Even the crickets had stilled. Finally, Alex spoke, his voice shaking despite his attempt to sound calm. "We're leaving in the morning. First light." No one argued. That night, none of us slept. We huddled close to the fire, letting it burn too low, then feeding it desperately just to keep the shadows back. Every sound from the forest seemed amplified, the lap of water on the shore, the groan of a tree in the wind, the shuffle of our own breaths. I kept expecting him to return, to step back into the firelight, smiling. Each time the flames popped, my heart leapt. Dawn eventually crept over the lake, washing the clearing in pale blue. Exhausted, we packed quickly. None of us wanted to linger, but when I stepped toward the tree line to relieve myself, I froze. In the soft earth, just beyond the edge of camp, were footprints. Dozens of them, bare, long-toed, pressed deep into the soil, as though someone had walked in circles around us all night. They led nowhere. They simply looped and twisted, never straying far from where we had slept. I stumbled back, my chest tight, and nearly collided with Daniel. He followed my gaze, then swore under his breath. We said nothing to the others, not then. It was enough to finish packing in silence, to load the car, to drive until the forest thinned and cell service returned. We told ourselves it had been some drifter, some stranger with deformities, someone who had stumbled across our fire. That was easier than admitting what we had seen. But deep down, none of us believed it. Because every time I close my eyes, I still see his smile. And every night since, I have dreamt of the woods swallowing him whole, and I have wondered what waited in that darkness, what still waits. The drive home was silent. The tires hummed against the cracked pavement, and each of us seemed locked inside our own head, unwilling to speak the truth aloud. I remember staring out the window as the trees slid by, endless walls of green that seemed to lean closer, as if they knew what we had seen and wished to keep us from escaping. When we reached town, civilization felt wrong, like slipping back into a dream after being awake too long. Gas stations, coffee shops, the chatter of strangers, all of it felt shallow compared to the memory of that grin. We said quick goodbyes. Alex muttered something about needing sleep. Jenna hugged me too tightly, and Daniel offered a smile that looked more like a grimace. Then we scattered back to our separate lives, leaving unspoken the thought that none of us wanted to gather again soon. For a while I tried to push it away. I had classes to prepare, essays to grade, children to keep focused on multiplication tables and reading comprehension. The world moved on, as it always does, even when your heart is knotted with fear. But nights were different. When the lights dimmed and silence fell, I saw him again. Not outside my window, or in the corner of my room, but in my dreams. Though sometimes I was not certain it was only dreams. In those visions I would sit by a fire, the smell of smoke in my hair, the pop of resin sharp in my ears. Then he would appear, just as before. Lanky, strange, cross-legged in the dirt, grinning wide with no eyes to meet mine. He never spoke, yet his silence was louder than any voice. I would wake with my jaw clenched so hard it hurt, my hands aching from fists I did not know I had made in my sleep. I stopped telling myself it was just a trick of firelight. That lie had dissolved the moment I saw the footprints. Whatever he was, he had been real, and he had followed us. Weeks passed. I avoided camping trips, begged off when friends suggested hikes. Even walks in the park left me uneasy, every shadow stretching too long, every passerby's smile lingering too wide. Then Jenna called me late one night. Her voice trembled through the receiver. "Nora," she whispered. "He was in my photographs." I sat up in bed, every nerve on edge. "What do you mean?" "The night at the fire. I didn't think I took any shots of him. I was too, you know. But I developed a role this evening, and he's in them. Standing behind us, sitting by the flames. In some frames he's closer than I remember. And his smile, God, Nora, it looks bigger. Like the film caught more than we saw." I pressed a hand to my forehead, trying to breathe. "You need to get rid of them. Burn them. Delete the scans." "Whatever. I tried," she said. I tore up one of the prints, but when I checked again, it was back in the envelope. Like I never touched it. My skin crawled. "Then throw them away. Get them out of your house." There was a pause, long enough that I thought the call had dropped. When she spoke again, her voice was smaller. "He was at my window last night." A cold weight pressed against my chest. You saw him. I didn't open the curtains. I didn't need to. I just knew. I felt him smiling. And when I finally looked, the glass had fogged, like someone breathing against it. But there weren't any eyes staring in. Just emptiness. I did not sleep at all after that. The next day I drove to her apartment, clutching coffee like a lifeline. Jenna looked pale, her hands trembling as she led me inside. She showed me the photographs spread across her table. The images were grainy, high contrast from the campfire, but the figure was unmistakable. His grin glowed in every frame, his eyeless face catching the light in ways that made me nauseous. In one picture, he sat behind Daniel, so close it looked as though his breath had brushed my brother's neck. In another, he loomed over Alex's shoulder, and in one shot he stared directly at the camera, that terrible grin stretching impossibly far. I shoved the envelope shut. We need to leave. Right now. Where would we go? Jenna whispered. Hell follow. She was right. The woods had swallowed him, but it seemed he no longer needed the woods. He could find us anywhere. That evening, Daniel showed up at my door without calling first. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot. He dropped onto my couch and rubbed his temples. I can't take it anymore. He's been laughing. My stomach lurched, laughing. Daniel nodded, his jaw tight. At night, in my apartment. At first I thought it was the neighbors. But it's too close, too loud. It starts in the corner of the room, then moves to the closet, then to the foot of my bed. I turn on the lights and there's nothing. But I know it's him. It's that smile. You can hear it. My hands shook as I poured us both water. The three of us compared what we had been experiencing. It was the same presence, the same suffocating silence, or sound, in Daniel's case, that followed us. Alex had been ignoring our messages, which worried me more than anything. 2 days later, we found out why. His sister called Jenna, desperate. Alex hadn't shown up for work. His car was still parked outside his apartment. The police had been notified. No signs of struggle, no evidence of where he had gone. Only one strange detail. His front door had been left unlocked, and inside, on the living room floor, they found a circle of ash, as if a fire had burned there without wood or fuel. We did not say what we thought, but the truth pulsed between us like a wound. He had come for Alex. I tried to reason with myself, tried to conjure explanations that fit inside the boundaries of reality. Stress hallucinations, shared delusion, but logic collapsed under the weight of evidence. Footprints in the soil, photographs that refused to be destroyed, laughing that moved around a room, an ash circle where a man had vanished, and always that grin. Nights stretched longer. I no longer dreamed. I endured. Each time I closed my eyes, I felt the shift in the air, as though someone sat across from me, cross-legged, waiting. The smile pressed against my thoughts until I woke gasping. One evening I caught movement outside my classroom window. The children had gone home, and I was grading papers. The sky had darkened early, rain clouds rolling in. At first I thought it was a reflection, but then I saw him. He stood just beyond the glass, unmoving, no eyes, only that mouth, wide as ever. The pane blurred with fog where his breath should not have been. My red pen slipped from my fingers, staining the floor. When I blinked, he was gone. I locked up and fled. Jenna stopped answering her phone after that week. I drove to her place and pounded on the door. No response. Through the window, I saw the apartment dark. Photographs scattered on the floor. I found one pressed against the glass, a shot of me, sitting by the campfire, staring wide-eyed into the lens. Behind me he loomed, smile larger than ever. I do not know if Jenna left or if she was taken. Her car was still in the lot. Her purse was still on the counter. The police treated it as a missing person case. For me, it was proof that the smiling man was not finished. That night, as I lay awake, I heard it. Not laughter, not words, but the sound of wood popping in a fire. It came from the corner of my room. The air filled with smoke that had no source. My eyes watered, my chest heaved, and through the haze I glimpsed him, crouched low, grinning. I shut my eyes tight, praying it was hallucination. When I opened them again, the smoke had thinned. The corner was empty, but the smell lingered. It lingers still. After Jenna vanished, I stopped trying to convince myself this was survivable. People talk about hauntings as though they are tied to a place, a house, a graveyard. But this wasn't that. He was not bound to the woods, nor to the campsite, nor even to the fire. He was bound to us, to me. I started sleeping with the lights on. It made no difference. His presence was not frightened by brightness. Sometimes I would wake to see the shadows, bending unnaturally, curling toward the bed, his grin stretching in their shapes. Other nights I would wake convinced someone sat on the mattress beside me, the weight real enough to dip the springs. And when I dared turn, there would be no one there, only the faint sound of lips stretching wider, skin creaking against skin. I stopped working. My students deserved better than a teacher who jumped at every flicker, who stared too long at the classroom door. I took leave, telling the administration it was exhaustion, which was true in its own way. I stayed home, curtains drawn, trying to keep the outside world at bay. But he didn't need the outside world. He carried it with him, the woods, the fire, the silence. Daniel visited often at first. He was unraveling faster than I was. His laughter claim had worsened. He described it crawling under his skin. It's not just laughter anymore. He told me, pacing my living room. It's words. I can't hear them clearly, but I know they're there. He's whispering things. Promises, maybe. Or threats. I begged him not to listen. He nodded, but his eyes were bloodshot, his hands shaking too much to hold his coffee steady. I knew he was listening even if he didn't want to. Then, 3 nights later, he stopped answering my calls. I drove to his apartment, stomach knotted, heart refusing to hope. The door was unlocked, just like Alex's had been. Inside, the air stank of smoke. His bed was unmade, his wallet still on the dresser. On the floor, drawn in suit, was another circle. At the center sat a single charred log, still warm, though there was nothing else burned around it. My brother was gone. The police treated it like any other disappearance, filing papers, asking questions I could not answer. Did he have enemies? Did he owe money? Was there any sign of depression? I told them no. I wanted to scream the truth, to tell them about the man with no eyes and the smile that widened beyond human skin. But even in my panic, I knew what that would sound like. So I stayed silent, carrying the weight alone. That was when I realized he was whittling us down, one by one. 4 of us had sat by that fire. Alex was gone. Jenna was gone. Daniel was gone. Only I remained, and he was patient. The nights became unbearable. My apartment no longer felt like mine. Ash collected in the corners, though I never burned anything. My mirrors fogged without cause. The photographs Jenna had once shown me began appearing in my mailbox, even though I had torn them to pieces. In every new one, His smile had grown. The last photo showed me sleeping in my own bed. The angle was from the corner of the room. He sat cross-legged beside me. I stopped sleeping. I considered running, but I knew it would be useless. Distance did not matter. He had followed us from the woods into towns, apartments, schools. Where could I possibly go? One night, nearly delirious from exhaustion, I sat in the center of my living room with every light burning. I spoke aloud, voice cracking. "What do you want?" The air shifted. Smoke curled from nowhere. And then I heard it, a voice, faint, stretched thin as paper. To smile, I clutched my head, shaking, but the voice only grew stronger, filling the room though it came from nowhere. To smile and smile and smile. I screamed for him to stop. My words vanished into the air as if swallowed. When I opened my eyes, he was there, sitting cross-legged, exactly as he had by the fire, hands resting lightly on his knees. His grin stretched from ear to ear, skin splitting at the corners. Blood trickled but did not fall, vanishing before it could stain. Where eyes should have been, there was only the hollow smoothness of skin. I could not move. My body betrayed me. My lungs refused to breathe. All I could do was sit across from him, mirroring him like some grotesque reflection. He leaned forward. The grin bent wider, and then he vanished. I collapsed, gasping, tears hot on my face. My hands shook as though I had touched fire. For hours I sat there, waiting for him to return, but the room stayed empty. I thought perhaps I had survived, that he had taken the others and left me for reasons I could not understand. But I was wrong. The next day, walking to the corner store, I felt eyes, or the absence of them, on me. Every passerby's smile seemed stretched too far. The cashier's lips curved too wide as she rang up my groceries. A man on the sidewalk grinned as he passed, and for a split second I saw nothing above his mouth but smooth skin. Then he blinked, and his eyes returned, ordinary and blue. The smiling man was not only following me, he was spreading. I stayed indoors for days. But the grins appeared everywhere, on television anchors, on strangers in the background of news footage, on faces in magazines. All too wide, all too knowing, and behind each one, a hollow where eyes should have been. I don't know if I am the last of the four, or if I was simply the doorway he needed. Perhaps Alex, Jenna, and Daniel were sacrifices, and I am the carrier. Perhaps his smile is not content with one campfire, one circle of friends. Perhaps he means to sit at every fire, in every room where shadows flicker. I write this now as a confession or a warning. My name is Nora Beckett. I was a teacher once. I loved the woods once. I sat by a fire in Maine with my brother and two friends, and a stranger joined us. He smiled, and we thought it was only silence. But he had no eyes, and when the woods swallowed him, he did not leave. He followed. He waits. If you are reading this and you begin to notice strangers smiling too wide, if you wake to the smell of smoke with no fire burning, if your photographs shift when you aren't looking, then it is already too late. Because when he sits across from you, cross-legged, and grins until the skin of his face threatens to split, you will understand the truth. He doesn't want to hurt you. He doesn't want to kill you. He only wants you to smile with him. And you will, because you cannot stop him. The woods never spat him out. They only lent him to us. And now he belongs everywhere. Even here, in the glow of your screen, as you read these words, look around you. Do not look for his eyes. You will not find them. Look for the smile. My name is Ranger Victor Ruiz, and I serve as part of the Denali Patrol Unit in Alaska. My responsibilities, like those of my fellow rangers, involve overseeing the vast backcountry of the park: tundra plains, frozen rivers, shadowed forests, and white, draped mountains that stand like ancient sentinels against the northern sky. For nearly a decade, I have walked these trails, and I have come to know the sound of the wind over snow as intimately as one might know the voice of an old friend. I pride myself on being prepared for nearly any circumstance. The wilderness is indifferent to human arrogance, and it demands respect. I have always carried that respect with me. Yet there are some things no training, no experience, no logical foresight could prepare me for. The night of the storm was one such time. It began with a routine patrol, the kind I had done dozens of times before. I was tracking signs of caribou, migration across the northern boundary of the park. The early days of winter had already sunk their claws into the landscape. Temperatures plunged well below zero, and the air carried the sting of fine ice crystals. Still, the sky was clear when I left camp that morning, and I expected nothing more than a long, cold day of observation. But the Alaskan wilderness is mercurial. By late afternoon, a curtain of gray clouds advanced from the west, moving faster than seemed possible. Within the hour, the mountains and valleys vanished in a blur of white, and the wind rose to a shriek that rattled the bones. I radioed in my position, but the storm devoured the signal with static. The snow thickened, stinging my face and numbing my hands through the gloves. Visibility shrank to almost nothing. I could not tell where the sky ended and the ground began. It felt like walking inside a blank page, featureless and disorienting. I knew I had to find shelter before the storm worsened. Out here, exposure could kill a man in less than an hour. I adjusted my bearings toward what I believed was a nearby ridge that held a ranger supply cache. I had marked it countless times before, and the distance should not have been more than 2 miles. Yet the snow spun around me, erasing landmarks. The compass needle shook in my gloved hand, pointing true, but the terrain felt unfamiliar, as though the land itself had shifted. My boots sank deep into drifts, each step harder than the last. The cold seemed alive, biting deeper into muscle and bone. And then, through the chaos of snow, I saw it. A light at first I thought it was a trick of my eyes, an illusion born from exhaustion. But no, the glow was steady, yellow and warm against the blizzard's fury. I trudged closer, half convinced I was hallucinating. The light revealed itself as the square outline of a window, glowing like a beacon in the white void. A cabin stood in the clearing. It was impossible. I knew this area as I knew the lines of my own palm, and no structure existed here. Cabins in the Denali backcountry are rare, marked, cataloged, and maintained either for rangers or research teams. I had never seen nor heard of one in this location. Yet here it was, squatting in the snow, as though it had always been there. Smoke curled from a narrow chimney, vanishing instantly into the storm. I hesitated. Logic demanded caution. Entering an unknown cabin in the middle of nowhere carried risks. But the storm howled louder, pulling the warmth from my body with greedy fingers. Instinct for survival overrode hesitation. I pushed through the drifts and mounted the creaking steps to the door. The wood was old but solid. My gloved hand left a damp print as I knocked. No answer. I tried again, louder this time. Still nothing. The wind whipped against my back, threatening to shove me down the steps. I turned the handle. It yielded, The door opened inward with a low groan. Heat struck me first, along with the faint smell of burning wood. Relief nearly brought me to my knees. I stepped inside and shut the door quickly, cutting off the storm's roar. The cabin was small but sturdy, built of pine logs, its single room illuminated by a lantern on a table. A wood stove in the corner radiated warmth. Someone had clearly been there recently. The fire was alive, the lantern freshly lit. Yet the room was empty. I removed my gloves, flexing numb fingers as sensation prickled painfully back. My eyes adjusted to the dim light. That was when I noticed the photographs. They covered the far wall, at least 24 of them tacked up in uneven rows. Black and white prints, slightly curled at the edges. I stepped closer, and my breath caught in my throat. They were photographs of me. Not from years past, not old snapshots or distant encounters. These images were recent, taken that very day. I recognized my parka, the exact gear I had worn, even the small tear near my sleeve. One photo showed me striding through snow, the storm already blurring the world behind me. Another captured me adjusting my compass. In one, my head was turned toward the camera, as though I had sensed someone watching. I scanned them, heart thudding painfully in my chest. Some of the photos had been taken from angles that meant the photographer had been close. Too close. One image showed me pausing to drink water, snowflakes frozen in midair around my face. Another displayed me checking my radio, my brow furrowed in frustration at the static. The timestamp on the corner of that print made my stomach lurch. It was marked less than an hour ago. Who had taken these pictures? How had they been developed so quickly, pinned neatly to this wall before I ever arrived? I backed away from the photographs, my pulse hammering in my ears. The cabin, which only moments ago had felt like salvation, now closed around me like a trap. I listened. The storm battered the roof, but beneath it I thought I heard something else. A faint shifting sound, like weight moving across floorboards. I was no longer certain I was alone. I turned sharply, scanning the corners of the room. Shadows flickered, cast by the lantern's glow. The stove crackled softly. The table sat empty, save for a kettle and 2 mugs. 2. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to plunge back into the storm, rather than remain in a place that should not exist, surrounded by impossible photographs. Yet outside, death waited in the form of freezing wind and endless snow. Inside there was at least warmth, though accompanied by a growing dread. Survival and fear warred inside me, each pulling in opposite directions. I edged toward the door, but before I touched the handle, I heard it. Footsteps. They came from above. Slow, deliberate pacing across the ceiling. The cabin had a loft I had not noticed before, a shadowed platform above the stove. My eyes followed the sound, heart hammering. The footsteps stopped. Silence descended, thicker than the snow outside. Then a voice, low and hoarse, whispered my name. Victor. My blood turned to ice colder than the storm. I did not call out. I did not ask who was there. Some primal instinct warned me that acknowledging it would only make things worse. I kept my hand on the door, but I did not move, afraid that sudden action might provoke whatever lingered above. The silence stretched until it felt unbearable. My eyes drifted once more to the photographs, to the image of me standing in the snow, looking directly into the lens. A realization crept over me like frost on glass. I had felt it then, out there in the storm, the sensation of being watched. Whoever had taken those photographs had not been far. They had followed me, and now they were here, The whisper of my name lingered in the cabin's rafters, as if the logs themselves had spoken. I stood motionless, my hand on the door handle, aware of my own shallow breathing. The storm outside roared like a living beast, battering against the walls, yet inside the air felt suffocatingly still. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, but reason clawed back against the urge. Running out into a blizzard without shelter was suicide. I would not last the night. The warmth of the stove mocked me, a cruel tether keeping me inside this place that smelled faintly of pine smoke and something else. Something metallic, almost like old blood. The silence stretched, broken only by the pop of sap in the firewood. My eyes fixed on the loft above the stove, where the sound of footsteps had ceased. The lantern's glow barely reached into the shadows overhead, leaving a black hollow that seemed to absorb light. I felt that if I looked long enough, shapes might shift in that gloom, rearranging into something watching me. I forced myself to move, slow and steady, keeping my back to the door but stepping toward the table. The photographs still clung to the far wall, each one of me frozen in the storm, each one impossibly recent. My fingers hovered near the nearest print but didn't touch. I was afraid of confirming its reality, afraid that the glossy paper might feel warm from some unseen hand that had placed it only moments ago. A soft creak snapped my head upward again. This time, the sound was not above but behind me, near the far wall, close to the corner where shadows gathered. I spun, heart hammering, but saw nothing. The mugs on the table sat undisturbed. The kettle hissed faintly, steam rising from its spout as though it had only just been boiled. I whispered to myself, trying to ground my thoughts. It's just the storm, the wood expanding. Nothing else. But I didn't believe it. I crossed the room to the stove, more for the reassurance of firelight than warmth. My shadow stretched long against the photographs as I crouched, feeding in another log. The flames flared, painting the walls in flickering orange. That was when I noticed something on the floor, half hidden by the rug. Boot prints. Not mine. The tracks were damp, melting into the wooden planks, as though someone had come in from the storm not long before me. The prints led from the door to the table, then veered toward the loft's ladder before vanishing into shadow. My mouth went dry. I was not alone, and whoever had left those prints was still here. I stood and backed slowly toward the ladder, each breath fogging in the air. The urge to call out, to demand an answer, a name, some explanation, rose in my throat but caught there. Speaking would shatter the fragile silence and invite whatever lingered above to reveal itself. Instead, I placed my boot on the first rung and ascended. The wood groaned under my weight, a protest that echoed through the small cabin. My hand gripped the side rail, tight enough for splinters to press into my skin. I raised my head cautiously over the loft's edge. The lantern light barely touched the space, but I could make out a narrow bed, blankets rumpled, and a trunk at the foot of it. No figure crouched there. No pair of eyes gleamed in the dark. Still, the sense of being watched gnawed at me, insistent and heavy. I climbed fully onto the loft. The air smelled mustier here, as though dust and time had been stirred. I approached the bed and pulled back the blanket. Empty, my gaze shifted to the trunk. It was closed but not locked. My hands shook as I lifted the lid. Inside lay more photographs. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, stacked in bundles and tied with twine. Some spilled loose across the bottom. I picked one up with trembling fingers. My own face stared back at me again. caught mid-step along a snow-laden ridge I recognized from weeks ago. Another showed me repairing a fence line near the southern boundary. Another caught me sleeping at a fire tower station, my body slumped in exhaustion, mouth slightly open. These weren't just from today. They spanned weeks, maybe months. Someone had been following me for longer than I realized, documenting my every movement with obsessive precision. My stomach churned as I dropped the photograph back into the trunk, bile rising at the thought of eyes always on me, hidden lenses in the wilderness where I thought myself alone. A soft whisper drifted through the loft again. "Victor." I froze, my skin crawling. The sound did not come from the room. It came from directly behind me. I turned, pulse pounding, but the loft was empty. The ladder stretched down into the glow of the lantern below, and the stove crackled with fire. No one stood there, yet I felt the whisper brush the back of my neck like breath. That was enough. I scrambled down the ladder, my boots striking the rungs in a clatter. My hand found the door handle, twisting it with desperate force. The door resisted for a moment as if held shut from the outside. I wrenched harder, and finally it swung open, slamming against the wall. A blast of snow and wind filled the cabin, extinguishing the lantern in an instant. The storm swallowed everything in white chaos. I stumbled onto the porch, snow searing my exposed skin. My eyes stung, but I forced myself down the steps and into the clearing. I needed distance between myself and that impossible cabin. But when I turned back, the cabin was gone. Where it had stood was only an unbroken wall of snow-laden spruce trees, their branches swaying violently in the gale. The porch, the chimney, the window's glow, all erased as though they had never existed. I stood ankle, deep in a drift, blinking against the storm, disoriented and trembling. Had I hallucinated at all? The warmth, the fire, the photographs, fabrications of a freezing mind. Yet my gloves were damp with melted snow from boot prints I hadn't made, and my chest still tightened with the memory of that whisper curling into my ear. I turned in a slow circle, trying to regain bearings. The compass needle quivered uselessly, unable to hold steady. My radio emitted only static. Panic rose like floodwater in my veins. I had to move, had to find real shelter before the storm claimed me. I forced myself onward, trudging blindly through drifts, one step after another, until my body screamed for rest. Hours may have passed, or minutes. I could not tell. The snow blurred time into a meaningless smear. I fell once. Then again, my knees sinking deep. Darkness closed around the edges of my vision. Just when I thought I could no longer continue, light pierced the storm ahead. A glow, faint but steady, cutting through the swirl of white. My breath caught. Not again. Not another cabin. But I staggered toward it regardless, too drained to question, too desperate for warmth to resist. As I drew closer, the shape of a window emerged. Glowing yellow against the storm, my heart lurched in my chest. It was the same cabin, the same porch, the same chimney exhaling smoke into the storm. I stopped dead in the snow, dread flooding every nerve. This place should not exist, and yet it awaited me once more, unchanged. The photographs on the wall, the warm fire, the unseen watcher above. I knew they were inside, and I knew if I entered again, something would happen that I might not return from. But the storm screamed around me, tearing heat from my body, numbing my hands and feet. My choice narrowed like the throat of a funnel: go in and face whatever horror awaited, or stay out here and freeze into a lifeless statue among the drifts. I staggered to the porch, My boots struck the wood with hollow thuds. The door waited, the handle glinting faintly. My hand trembled as I reached for it. This time, I didn't knock. I opened the door and stepped inside. The warmth enveloped me instantly. The lantern burned on the table, the stove alive with fire. The photographs still lined the wall, though I could not bring myself to look too closely at them. The difference was immediate, though. I was not alone. A figure stood at the far side of the room, half-shadowed, watching me. Its face was indistinct, as though blurred by fog or smudged glass. But the outline of shoulders and head was unmistakable. It did not move, did not speak. It only stood there silent as the storm battered outside. I felt my knees weaken. My lips parted, but no words came. The figure tilted its head slightly, like a predator assessing prey. And then, in perfect unison with my own heartbeat, it whispered, "Victor." The figure's whisper of my name reverberated in the cabin, though its mouth never moved. It was as though the sound came from inside my own skull, vibrating through bone rather than air. My skin prickled, sweat breaking despite the warmth of the stove. The shadow stood utterly still, indistinct yet solid enough to radiate the undeniable presence of another being. I forced myself to steady my breath, though my chest quivered with panic. Training had taught me that fear narrows the mind, blinds it to detail. I forced my eyes open wider, studying the thing in the corner. Its edges blurred like a photograph out of focus, but when it shifted its head, the movement was unmistakably human. Still, there was something wrong about its height, its posture. Shoulders slightly hunched, arms too long. Head tooted at a strange angle, as if it hadn't quite learned how to wear the shape it occupied. The fire popped, startling me. I realized then the photographs on the wall had changed. Where before they had been still images of me in the snow, now some showed me here, in this room, my hand on the door, my body halfway inside. My stomach lurched as I spotted one with me crouched at the stove. Another showed me halfway up the ladder to the loft. Another, fresh, glossy, showed me as I was now standing frozen, staring at the figure in the corner. I could not breathe. My entire life had been laid bare in photographs that should not exist, each captured moment an intrusion, and the most recent had been pinned there impossibly fast. My voice cracked when I finally managed words. "Who are you?" The figure did not answer. Instead, it took a step forward. The floorboards groaned under its weight. My hand instinctively reached for the radio at my belt, though I already knew what I'd hear. Static crackled loudly, drowning out thought. The figure moved again, each step slow, deliberate, inexorable. Its face, or the absence of it, remained blurred, as though the lantern's light refused to touch it. Yet I felt its gaze, piercing, intimate. I backed toward the door, every muscle taut, but when my hand touched the handle, it refused to budge. The wood was immovable beneath my grip, as though fused shut. I yanked harder, panic surging, but the door didn't so much as rattle. "Victor." The whisper cut through the static, louder this time. Layered, my name spoken in multiple voices overlapping, all slightly out of sync. Male, female, young, old. They all knew me. They all claimed me. I staggered back, my spine pressing to the table. The kettle still steamed faintly, the mugs empty but waiting. Waiting for me, or for us. My hand brushed against one, and I nearly screamed at how warm it was. Someone had prepared tea. The figure stepped closer, its shadow stretching long across the photographs. For the first time I noticed its hands, if they were hands. long, too many joints, fingers that twitched as if each moved independently. They flexed once, then stilled, like a spider folding against its web. I broke. I lunged for the lantern and hurled it toward the wall of photographs. Glass shattered, oil splattering, flames leaping instantly. The prints curled and blackened as fire consumed them, the faces of myself burning away in choking smoke. The figure recoiled, a low sound rising from it, a sound that might have been pain or fury, I could not tell. It staggered backward into the corner, its blurred outline shuddering. The flames climbed higher, smoke filling the cabin. I seized the chance. My shoulder crashed against the door once, twice, until with a splintering crack it burst open into the storm. Snow-laden wind rushed inside, colliding with smoke in a suffocating swirl. I stumbled into the white night, lungs burning, eyes watering. The storm clawed at me, erasing sight within feet, but I ran. My boots pounded through drifts, my body driven by pure animal terror. Behind me, through the roar of wind, I swore I heard voices rising, my name chanted again and again, carried on the gale like the howling of wolves. I did not look back. Time ceased to matter. Steps blurred into one endless motion, muscles screaming, heart slamming. I expected collapse at any moment, but fear kept me upright, dragging me through the blizzard's maw. And then, darkness. Not the white blindness of snow, but true, absolute dark. One moment the storm surrounded me, the next it vanished. My body pitched forward onto hard wood. The air was still. I lifted my head. I was on the cabin floor again. The photographs lined the wall unburned. The lantern glowed calmly on the table. The stove radiated its steady warmth. No smoke, no fire, no shattered glass. The cabin stood untouched, as though nothing had happened. I screamed. The sound tore from my throat, raw and ragged. It bounced from the log walls and returned to me, mockingly small. My fists pounded the floor until skin split. None of it mattered. I was trapped. The loft creaked. Footsteps, deliberate, slow. Descending the ladder one rung at a time. I scrambled backward, my spine pressing against the cold wall, eyes locked on the shadow descending. When it stepped into the lantern glow for the first time, I saw its face. It was mine. Not exactly. A distortion. As if someone had stretched a photograph of me across a mannequin. The features were all wrong, blurred at the edges, the smile too wide, the eyes pits of shifting black. But it was recognizably me, an echo or mockery wearing my skin. My double crouched, tilting its head, studying me with unsettling calm. My breath came ragged, body trembling as though every nerve wanted to flee in opposite directions. Why? I managed, my voice a broken rasp. Its smile stretched further. It raised one of its grotesque hands, long fingers twitching, and pointed to the wall of photographs. I followed its gesture. The photographs had changed again. Now they were not of me in the snow, nor of me inside the cabin. They showed me as I was now crumpled on the floor, bleeding fists, terror wide in my eyes. Each photo appeared instantly, one after another, documenting every second as it unfolded, pinned to the wall by some unseen force. The figure's voice rose once more, but this time it was not a whisper. It was my own voice, perfectly mimicked, resonant and hollow. You are never alone. The words struck deeper than the storm's cold. They carried a weight that felt older than the forest, older than the mountains themselves. I knew then with a certainty that no matter where I went, no matter how far, I would always be watched. My life was no longer mine. I don't remember leaving the cabin. Perhaps I blacked out. Perhaps the storm carried me. All I know is that I woke hours later beneath the pale wash of dawn, half buried in snow. The storm had passed. The sky was a brittle blue. I staggered to my feet, every joint stiff, every breath ragged. My eyes scanned the tree line. There was no cabin. Only endless wilderness stretched in every direction, blanketed white and silent. When I returned to Ranger Station 2 days later, frostbitten and exhausted, they said they had been searching. They claimed I'd been missing for 36 hours, my radio dead, no signal from my locator. I told them about the storm. I did not tell them about the cabin. But when I removed my parka to thaw before the fire, something fell from the pocket. A photograph curled at the edges, damp with melted snow. It showed me, lying in the snow at dawn, eyes half open, exactly as I had awakened that morning. And in the background of the image, just behind the tree line, the cabin stood. My name is Joel Maddox, and I have worked as a park ranger in Glacier National Park for most of my adult life. That statement alone tells you something about me. That I am a man who has chosen the wilderness over the city, silence over constant chatter, and long nights in solitude rather than crowded rooms. The wilderness has its own language, one that takes years to learn. The snap of a branch means something entirely different depending on its rhythm. The pitch of the wind tells you more about the coming weather than any forecast on the radio. For me, the mountains and forests of Montana have always been more than landscape. They have been the place where I felt closest to understanding who I am. Yet, when I think back to one particular night, I cannot shake the truth that the wilderness also harbors things no one is meant to see. What I witnessed under the pale wash of moonlight has altered the way I step into those woods, how I listen to their whispers, and even how I see myself. The evening began in routine fashion, the kind of night that makes a ranger grateful for the quiet. I was assigned to a patrol near the western boundary of the park, close to areas where illegal hunting has been known to occur. Poaching is not common, but it is always a threat in places where elk herds move through valleys easily accessed from dirt roads and unmarked trails. The season had already seen several suspicious kills just outside park borders, and rumors had circulated of a man bold enough to slip deeper into restricted territory. My orders were clear: patrol the ridges, watch for campfires, and if I spotted anything unusual, radio it in. The sky was darkening as I set out, a faint glow of amber lingering above the jagged peaks, giving way to a night clear and sharp enough to show every star. The air was crisp, laced with the scent of pine and distant snow. I carried my rifle slung across my back, though I hoped I would not have to use it. My flashlight swung at my side, but I relied more on the moonlight, which poured across the land in pale silver. There was enough light to see the outlines of trees, the shimmer of leaves, and the faint shadows of animals moving cautiously through the brush. The forest was quiet in the way it becomes just before midnight. The daytime creatures had retreated to burrows and nests, while the hunters of the night had only just begun to stir. Occasionally I heard the cry of an owl or the brush of movement that suggested a fox or coyote slipping out to prowl. Every sound was familiar, catalogued in my mind like entries in a book. I had no reason to think this night would be any different, no reason to prepare for the moment when familiarity gave way to terror. It was near the tree line of a wide meadow that I first noticed him. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, tall and rigid, with the posture of someone scanning the land for movement. My first thought was simple and practical: a poacher. The outline suggested a man, and though I could not make out details, the stance gave him away. Poachers stand differently than hikers or campers. They stand alert, tense, waiting for something to wander into their sights. My training told me to approach with caution, to identify myself and make clear the authority I carried as a ranger. Yet some instinct, buried deeper than training, made me hesitate. The wind shifted, carrying the faint smell of smoke and sweat, both human in origin. My grip tightened on the flashlight as I raised it, its beam slicing through the silver wash of moonlight. The light fell across the figure, illuminating more than I wanted to see. What I thought was a man seemed wrong, bent at angles that suggested strain, arms hanging too long, legs positioned in a way that made them appear both sturdy and unsteady at the same time. His head turned slowly, catching the light. I froze. The antlers were the first thing I saw, massive and sharp, branching upward not as decoration, not strapped like some grotesque hunter's disguise, but as if they had grown from the very skull itself. The base of each antler seemed fused with flesh, veins pulsing faintly around bone. My mind rejected it. I wanted to believe it was a mask, a trick, something worn by a trespasser with cruel imagination. Yet the way it moved, slight shifts of weight that caused the antlers to tilt naturally with the motion of the head, told me otherwise. No mask could imitate such fluidity. Its eyes caught the light next, and they were not human eyes. Too dark, too wide, like pools without bottom. They reflected nothing, only swallowed what little light reached them. I felt a tremor run through me as it tilted its head, the antlers rattling faintly like branches clashing in the wind. The sound echoed far louder than it should have, bouncing across the meadow until it seemed as though the mountains themselves were rattling. I took one step back, my boot crunching against dry leaves. The figure reacted instantly. Its body dropped with a jarring fluidity, shoulders shifting until it was on all fours. The motion was wrong, somewhere between man and animal, arms bending as if they had joints beyond the human range. It did not crawl. It flowed, swift and purposeful, limbs striking the earth with force that suggested weight and speed far beyond mine. Then, without warning, it lunged forward, covering distance with a speed that stole the breath from my chest. I raised my rifle, but did not fire. Instinct told me that pulling the trigger would not save me. Yet it did not strike. It stopped at the far edge of the meadow, crouched low, muscles trembling with contained energy. For the briefest moment, I thought it might leap across the space between us. Instead, it let out a sound, one that still unravels me when I hear echoes of it in memory. It was not a growl, not a roar, but a layered cry, like a stag in rut crossed with a man's strangled scream. The sound crawled across my skin, prickling every hair, pressing against my ribs as though the air itself had thickened. My flashlight trembled in my hand, the beam jittering across trees and shadow. By the time I steadied it, the creature was gone. I stood there for what felt like hours, listening to the silence that followed. The forest had stilled completely, no owl, no rustle, no wind through branches. Even the stars seemed dimmer. My breath clouded before me, and I realized I was shivering, though. The night was not especially cold. The only sound I heard was the frantic beating of my own heart, loud enough to drown thought. At last, I forced myself to move. I lifted the radio to call in, but the words caught in my throat. What could I say? That I had seen a man with antlers growing from his skull. That something not human had crossed my path. I lowered the radio and began the slow walk back toward the trailhead, eyes darting to every shadow, expecting movement at the corner of vision. The distance back to the truck felt endless, every step dragging me deeper into fear. And though I reached the vehicle without incident, the sense of being watched clung to me. I drove back with white, knuckled hands gripping the wheel, headlights cutting the darkness, every shadow along the road seeming too tall, too sharp. That night I slept little, replaying the sight in my mind. The way the antlers had gleamed in the flashlight, the unnatural speed, the sound that was not meant to exist. By dawn, I had convinced myself I needed to rationalize it. I thought of poachers who disguise themselves in strange ways, of hunters who wear antlers during certain ceremonies. I told myself it was a trick of the light, fatigue, imagination colliding with expectation. Yet none of those explanations settled the unease in me. The memory was too vivid, too precise, branded into me with a clarity that dreams never leave behind. In the days that followed, I avoided speaking of it. Rangers share stories, of course. Strange noises, lights in the distance, animals behaving oddly. But there is a line between the credible and the absurd. I knew which side my experience fell on. Still, I could not shake the compulsion to return, to search the meadow where I had seen it, to confirm in daylight what I had encountered in darkness. And so, against my better judgment, I did. I returned alone, tracing the same path, walking into the clearing as sunlight bathed the grass. I saw no figure, no movement, nothing but trees and open land. Yet near the far edge of the meadow, I found something that turned my blood cold. Impressed deep into the earth were prints, larger than human hands, yet shaped vaguely like them. Each had elongated impressions where fingers might be, gouged deep as though weight had pressed them heavily into the ground. Around them were marks that resembled hooves, but misshapen, splayed too wide. The arrangement suggested a body moving on all fours, something that was neither entirely man nor beast. I crouched, running my fingers over the grooves, feeling the earth torn as if by claws. No hunter, no prankster could have left prints like these. I stayed crouched over those prints for longer than I want to admit, the sun climbing higher above the tree line, my shadow falling across the disturbed earth. My mind raced through every animal I knew, every track cataloged in years of study, but none matched what lay before me. Elk hooves left neat clefts, symmetrical and clean. Bare paws carried weight across wide pads with claws scratching the soil. Even mountain lions, when pressed, left behind impressions of feline order. These were none of those. They were wrong, mismatched. Like a child, had sketched fragments of different creatures and pressed them into the ground with a cruel hand. Human fingers stretched impossibly long, paired with distorted hooves, digging deep, as though the earth itself recoiled from their weight. I rose slowly, brushing dirt from my palms, and felt the tightness of unease coil deeper into my chest. I knew better than to follow the tracks, but curiosity in the wilderness is like thirst. It gnaws until you answer it. Against reason, I began to trail them, careful, deliberate. Rifle cradled in both hands, though I doubted it would matter. The prints led deeper into the tree line, weaving between pines where light thinned and shadows lengthened. Though it was midday, every step was louder than I intended, every crack of a twig echoing back at me. My ears strained for movement, but the forest was too quiet. It was the same silence I had felt that night, heavy, oppressive, as though the world itself was holding its breath. The trail ended abruptly at a boulder field, jagged stones piled as though the mountain had shed them in a single violent moment. The prints scattered here, some gouging into moss, others vanishing into cracks where no living weight should have been able to balance. I searched, circling, but the tracks disappeared into rock. That should have ended it. Tracks vanish all the time in rough terrain. Animals climb where men cannot, and hunters slip away into places too tangled to pursue. Yet, as I stood among the stones, I felt eyes upon me. Not the glance of deer, not the sharp watchfulness of predator, but something heavier, more deliberate. I turned quickly, heart pounding, but saw only trees swaying gently in the wind. I left then, retreating from the stones with steps faster than I wanted, unwilling to turn my back for too long. The feeling followed me until the meadow opened again, sunlight spilling across grass as if the forest had coughed me out. Only then did I breathe fully. I drove back to the station, hands gripping the wheel tight enough to whiten the knuckles. The prints burned into memory as if etched on my skin. I told myself not to speak of it, and for a while I kept my silence. But silence does not erase unease. Days turned into weeks, and patrols kept me near the same regions. Every time I passed the meadow, I slowed. I caught myself scanning shadows, watching the tree line as though the antlers might tilt into view again. My dreams betrayed me. I would wake in the small cabin provided to rangers, sweat cooling on my skin, the echo of that layered cry still rattling in my chest. Sometimes I dreamed of the prints, stretching longer, deeper, spreading like roots beneath my bed. Other times I dreamed of the eyes, black and endless, swallowing every glimmer of light until I woke choking on the dark. It was near the end of September when the second encounter came. I was scheduled for a night patrol with another ranger, Peter Harlan, a man I respected for his steady humor and seasoned calm. He had worked in Glacier nearly as long as I had, and together we had weathered blizzards, rescued stranded hikers, even faced down an angry moose that refused to leave the trailhead. I considered telling him about the prints, about the figure, but pride and fear tangled too tightly. I did not want him to see me as a man who had let shadows unnerve him. So I said nothing. We set out together, the evening crisp, stars sharp above us, moonlight cutting through the forest with cold precision. We walked a familiar circuit, our voices low, the occasional laugh breaking the quiet. The night seemed ordinary until we reached that same meadow. The sight of it under moonlight was enough to dry my throat. I forced myself to keep pace, to mask the tension building in my shoulders. Peter noticed my silence and asked if I was tired. I lied and said yes. We walked on, the meadow stretching wide, shadows at its edges thick and shifting. That was when Peter stopped mid-step, his hand lifting slightly. I followed his gaze. On the far side, where the meadow met trees, a shape stood. Tall, unmoving, its silhouette sharp against the pale wash of moon. Even from the distance, I recognized the antlers, wide and branching, reaching skyward as though they would pierce the stars themselves. My stomach dropped. It had returned. Peter muttered something under his breath, too low for me to catch, then whispered, "Ilk." His voice carried doubt. I wanted to agree, to let him believe that, but my own experience pinned me silent. We stood frozen, two men watching across distance that felt far too small. The figure did not move. It only watched. After a long moment, Peter reached for his binoculars. I almost told him not to, but the words stuck. He lifted them, adjusted focus, and then hissed sharply through his teeth. His arms dropped, binoculars swinging against his chest as though they burned. "What the hell?" he whispered, voice stripped of calm. The figure stirred then, tilting its head. Even across the meadow, we heard the rattle of antlers, dry bone against bone. My blood iced. Peter raised his rifle instinctively, though he did not aim, only gripped it hard. The creature moved, dropping in that fluid, unnatural way until it crouched on all fours. The speed with which it surged forward defied reason, limbs striking earth in pounding rhythm. Peter cursed, stepping back. And I found myself raising my own rifle, though my hands shook so badly the barrel wavered. It stopped short of the meadow's center, crouched low, breath heaving invisible clouds. Its body shimmered in the moonlight, not entirely solid, as though parts of it flickered between presence and shadow. Then it released that sound, the cry I had heard before. Only louder, closer. A stag's bellow threaded with human agony, a sound that pressed into bone, reverberated in teeth, and stole breath. Peter flinched, his face contorting in horror. I gritted my jaw against the pressure of it, fighting the urge to collapse. My vision blurred at the edges, stars above swimming in black. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the sound cut off. The creature stood, antlers scraping sky, and in a blur of impossible speed, it retreated, vanishing into tree line so swiftly it seemed swallowed whole. We stood in silence, trembling. Peter's mouth worked, but no words came. At last he muttered, "That wasn't an elk." His understatement would have been absurd in any other context, but I could not laugh. I felt no relief that someone else had seen it. If anything, terror deepened. Until then, part of me had believed I might be losing my mind, that my eyes had deceived me. But now there was witness, confirmation. The antlered thing was real, and it stalked these woods. We reported nothing official that night. Back at the station, Peter poured 2 drinks from a bottle he kept hidden, and we sat in silence, glasses untouched. Finally he spoke. "What can't tell them? They'll never believe it." I nodded, though the weight of what we withheld pressed heavy on me. Rangers are trained to report everything unusual, to protect others from danger. But how could we describe this without branding ourselves liars, or worse, unstable? We agreed to keep it between us, at least for now. But secrets fester, and this one would not remain buried long. The following days carried an edge. Both of us avoided conversation about that night, but I saw the change in Peter. He patrolled less willingly, his easy humor fading into wary silence. I found myself checking shadows constantly, hand never straying far from the rifle slung across my shoulder. At night, the dreams worsened. Sometimes I heard the rattle of antlers. Outside my cabin window, faint but insistent, as though bones scraped glass. Other nights I woke convinced something crouched at the foot of my bed, though the room was always empty. The wilderness I had once trusted had become a labyrinth of threat. It was late October when the next incident drew me deeper. A hiker vanished along a trail not far from that meadow. Search parties formed quickly, combing paths, calling his name. I joined. Of course, it was my duty. But dread gnawed at me from the start. We found no trace of him, no backpack, no torn clothing, no footprints leading astray. Only once did we uncover anything unusual, impressions in the earth, faint but unmistakable, like elongated fingers pressing into damp soil. My breath caught. Another ranger dismissed them as erosion. I said nothing, though my pulse thundered. That night alone, I returned to the meadow. I told myself it was to clear my thoughts, but truthfully I was drawn by something darker, a compulsion that had rooted itself since the first encounter. Moonlight spilled across the clearing as before. The air was still, too still. I stood at the edge, rifle in hand, and whispered into the silence, "I know you're here." My voice shook, but the words came. For a long moment, nothing stirred. Then, from the shadows of the tree line opposite me, two black eyes opened, wide and endless, gleaming with hunger. The eyes did not blink. They hovered in the darkness, fixed on me, as though the shadows themselves had grown aware and hateful. My chest tightened. I forced my breath steady, though every instinct screamed for me to turn, to flee back to the safety of truck and station, of electric light and walls. But some stubbornness rooted me there, rifle raised, my boots planted in the grass of that moon-drenched meadow. If I turned away now, I would never be free of it. The forest would always belong to the antlered thing. So I stood. Slowly, the shape came forward, separating from the tree line with deliberate, measured steps. Antlers emerged first, antlers that seemed to grow with each pace, pale bone glinting under silver light. Then the body followed, tall, unnaturally thin, limbs too long, bent in angles that strained against the rules of flesh. Its skin, or what I thought was skin, seemed to shift like smoke clinging to bone. The black eyes remained fixed on me, deep wells of absence. My rifle's barrel trembled slightly despite my efforts to steady it. I could hear my pulse in my ears, a heavy thud that seemed loud enough for the creature to hear. When it reached the center of the meadow, it stopped. We stared across the distance, two beings caught in a stalemate that felt older than the land itself. Then, with deliberate care, it rose higher, unfolding its body into an upright stance. The antlers stretched skyward, branching wider than I thought possible, scraping at invisible boundaries. They rattled as it moved, that dry bone against bone sound reverberating like a warning. The cry it gave was quieter this time, a low rumble of stag and man twined together. But it carried deeper into me than the earlier scream. It was not trying to drive me away. It was answering. I do not remember pulling the trigger, but I know I did. The rifle barked, recoil slamming against my shoulder, echo crashing across the meadow. The muzzle flash lit its form for a heartbeat, solid, undeniable. I saw the bullet strike. I know it did. But the creature did not fall. It did not bleed. It only staggered, as if mildly inconvenienced, before straightening again. Those black eyes never left mine. The rifle shook in my hands. I fired again, then again, 3 shots ringing into night. Each round struck, each round meaningless. The antlered thing tilted its head, almost curious, as though I were an insect fluttering against glass. Then it dropped. On all fours, it surged forward, speed blurring into nightmare. I stumbled backward, heart slamming panic into every nerve. I could not run fast enough, I knew. In that instant, I thought of Peter, of the missing hiker, of every silence in the forest where animals should have been. This was the predator behind them all. It came closer, close enough for me to see the tremor of its limbs, the frost of its breath steaming the night. I braced for impact, but it stopped again, so near I could smell it, a reek of soil and iron, decay threaded with musk. It crouched low, face inches from mine, those endless eyes reflecting my own pale terror. I dared not breathe. Its mouth opened slowly, and I saw not teeth, not tongue, but blackness, a void that seemed to swallow sound itself. From that void came words, or something close to words. The voice was layered, breaking across registers, human syllables torn and stitched with animal howl. "Not yours," it whispered. Then, with a sudden twist of motion, it bounded sideways, leaping with impossible strength back toward the tree line. In 3 strides it was gone, swallowed by forest as though it had never been. I collapsed to my knees, rifle dropping, breath tearing my lungs. The meadow spun around me. My hands would not unclench, fingers locked stiff from terror. I remained there until dawn painted the sky with pale streaks, too shaken to rise, too terrified to leave the open. Only when light spilled across the trees did I stagger to my truck, numb and drained, the words still echoing. "Not yours." I could not keep the silence any longer. I told Peter first. He listened, pale, his jaw tight, then nodded once. "I've heard it too," he said softly, as though admitting a crime. "Outside my cabin. The rattle. The breath. It watches." The admission chilled me more than denial would have. We were not alone in this torment. The antlered thing had marked us both. It was not content to haunt the meadow. It followed. For weeks after, I lived with the sense of being shadowed. Patrols became agony. Every snap of branch sent my rifle jerking up. I caught glimpses of antlers between trees, flickers of black eyes in water's reflection, shapes crouching at the edge of vision. Always watching, always near. Sleep abandoned me. The words it spoke replayed endlessly, "Not yours." What was not mine? The forest. The lives within it. My own fate. The more I dwelled, the more the meaning twisted. I began to feel as though I were trespassing in a land that had never belonged to man. That the wilderness I thought I knew had its own guardian, ancient and merciless, one that would not tolerate intrusion. When winter arrived, search parties dwindled. Tourists left, and the park quieted into its brutal season. The silence gave me no peace. On one night of patrol, snow heavy in the air, I returned to the meadow, compelled as always. My boots sank into white crust, my breath plumed frost. The world was muffled, wrapped in cold. At the meadow's heart, I stopped and waited. The trees loomed like black sentinels. Minutes stretched. Then, faintly, the rattle began. Not one set of antlers, but many. Dozens. A chorus of bone clashing against bone, rising into a storm of sound that shook the night. My blood froze. From the tree line, shapes emerged. Tall, thin, each crowned with sprawling antlers, eyes black as pits. Not one antlered thing. Many. The meadow filled with them. Their bodies shimmering between shadow and flesh. My breath caught in my throat, heart thrashing against my ribs. I lifted my rifle but let it fall. Futile. Surrounded, dwarfed. They did not advance. They only circled, their rattling building into deafening roar. Then, as one, they cried out. The layered scream of stag and man multiplied, echoing through mountains, rattling snow from branches. I fell to my knees, hands clamped to ears, pain lancing through skull. When I dared look up, they were gone. Vanished. The meadow was empty again, only snow falling gently, muffling earth. I lay there shaking, half buried in white, until exhaustion dragged me into blackness. When I awoke, morning sun burned my eyes. I staggered to my feet, snow crusted on my clothing. Around me, the meadow was scarred. Deep prints gouged the snow, elongated hands, misshapen hooves, circling me in perfect symmetry. My stomach heaved at the sight. They had encircled me as I slept, close enough to touch, and yet left me alive. Alive for what? A warning, a claim? Not yours. That was the last night I patrolled alone. I told my superiors I was unwell, requested reassignment, but Glacier offers no escape from its own heart. Even when posted to different sectors, the feeling of eyes never left. Peter grew worse too, haunted, hollow. One morning he did not report for duty. Search found his cabin empty, door wide. Snow trampled with prints leading into the woods. Prints that ended, as always, at stone and shadow. We never found him. Official record called it disappearance in winter storm. But I know better. The antlered things had claimed him. He was theirs now. And me, I survived. I write this as testament, though I know it will be dismissed as fevered tale, ranger's ghost story, mountain madness. Perhaps you reading will call it that, and perhaps you should. But know this: the wilderness does not belong to us. The rivers and ridges, the valleys and pines, they are not ours to take. They never were. They belong to older things, to guardians with antlers of bone and eyes of black, who walk between shadow and flesh and whisper to trespassers. Not yours. If you ever stand in a meadow under moonlight and hear the rattle of antlers where no elk should be, do not wait. Do not watch. Leave. Because once those black eyes find you, once the antlered thing knows your name, you will never walk the forest alone again. My name is Ranger Natalie Chambers, and I serve as a backcountry patrol officer along the vast and often merciless reaches of Lake Superior. I have been with the Park Service for 8 years, long enough to have seen my share of accidents, tragedies, and the kind of quiet beauty that lures people into wilderness they are not always prepared to face. I was trained to find missing hikers, to respond to boating accidents, to treat hypothermia and broken bones. What I was not trained for was what I stumbled into that autumn. An encounter that would fracture the very notion of what belongs in the natural world and what should not exist at all. I still write these words with my pulse racing, because memory is a cruel companion, reminding me that silence can be louder than any scream. The missing kayakers had been a case that began like many others. 3 college students, all in their 20s, had set out to paddle a remote stretch of the lake, where the granite cliffs and boreal forest rise sharply from the water. Their plan was a 3-day trip, and they had texted family upon launching from the harbor. When the 4th day arrived with no contact and no sign of return, their parents called in. At first, we assumed weather had slowed them. The lake has moods: steel, gray chop one moment, deceptive calm the next. But when 2 more days passed, concern hardened into dread. A small search was organized, consisting of myself, another ranger named Paul Dennison, and a volunteer with the Coast Guard. We carried radios, emergency gear, and a certain grim resignation. By the 6th day missing, survival odds plummet in that terrain. We launched from a rocky cove at dawn, the horizon blurring into a pale smear of light. The air had that mineral coldness particular to Superior, a damp knife, edge that seeps through even layered clothing. We scanned for overturned kayaks, for the splash of color against water or stone, anything to suggest where the young men had gone. Hours passed with only the hiss of paddles and the distant cry of gulls. Then, rounding a bend beneath an overhanging cliff, we saw them. At first I thought they were asleep. 3 bodies sat propped against the rock shelf just above the waterline, their kayaks floating nearby, tethered loosely by straps. They were upright, backs against the stone, faces turned slightly upward as though watching the sky. The stillness was uncanny. We paddled closer. Paul was first to speak. his voice cutting the silence. "Natalie, they're not moving." I stepped from my kayak onto the ledge, boots scraping the stone. The air smelled faintly metallic, like blood diluted in water, though no wounds were visible. Their eyes were glassy, skin waxen with the pallor of death, but what froze me were their mouths. Each of them sat with jaws stretched wide, lips drawn back in a rictus of terror, teeth bared as though mid-scream. But no sound came, nor ever would, when I knelt and pushed gently on the jaw of the nearest boy. I saw the horror that would haunt me. The throat was empty, smooth scar tissue where vocal cords should have been. As if something had reached in and plucked their voices away. I staggered back, choking on bile. Paul swore softly, crossing himself despite being a man I knew seldom entered church. The Coast Guard volunteer, a young woman named Danny, turned away to retch into the water. The silence pressed on us, thick and almost tangible. Even the gulls had ceased their cries. The lake itself seemed to hold its breath. Protocol demanded we radio in, but when I tried, my hand held. The static was unbearable, a shrieking distortion that drilled into my skull. Paul tried his set with the same result. It was as though some frequency in the air bent the radios into instruments of torture. We could not call for help. The only choice was to document and recover what we could. We photographed the scene, hands trembling. Then, with as much reverence as we could muster, we moved the bodies one by one into the kayaks, strapping them down for transport. It was grueling work, and the sense of being watched never left me. Every so often I felt a prickle at the back of my neck, as if unseen eyes tracked our movements from the tree line above. Once, I thought I heard a faint whistle, high and tremulous. But when I looked to Paul and Danny, they gave no sign of hearing it. The paddle back felt endless. The dead weight of the bodies slowed us, and the sky darkened into a slate curtain. A storm was building, the kind that can swallow Superior in minutes. Waves rose, slapping hard against the hulls, but the kayaks holding the boys seemed strangely steady, as though guided. At one point, Danny gasped, pointing at the shoreline we hugged for safety. In the spray and shadows, I glimpsed shapes moving among the trees. Tall, too thin, swaying almost boundlessly as they kept pace with our progress. I blinked, and the trees were empty. Fear has a way of inventing phantoms, but I was not convinced these were inventions. We reached the Ranger dock just as the storm unleashed itself. Rain hammered down, drumming the surface into chaos. Lights glared from waiting rescue vehicles. Backup had finally arrived after our overdue return raised alarm. Medics swarmed, lifting the bodies onto stretchers, covering them with sheets. I watched numbly as the young men were borne away, knowing their families would soon face the unbearable sight of their children returned voiceless. In the aftermath, reports were filed, autopsies ordered. The official explanation was inconclusive trauma, though the surgeons admitted in hushed tones they had never seen vocal cords removed so cleanly, without incision, as though they had simply dissolved. The photographs I took were confiscated, labeled evidence, and I was warned not to speculate. But how can one not speculate when faced with such a thing? Something took those voices. Something left them frozen mid-scream. Sleep abandoned me in the nights that followed. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw their mouths, gaping black voids from which no sound would ever emerge. Worse, I began to hear things when awake. In the hiss of my shower, in the wind threading through the trees, faint echoes of screaming, though no one else seemed to notice. Once, While locking up the ranger station after dark, I heard a chorus of muffled cries, seeping through the radio static, as if the missing still begged to be heard. I tried to rationalize. Stress can fracture perception. Trauma can warp the senses. But then Danny came to me, pale and trembling, saying she too had begun hearing things. She swore she awoke at night to the sensation of breath on her ear, accompanied by a scream that never reached her eardrum, but vibrated straight through bone. Paul, too, confessed unease. He admitted he had smashed his radio after hearing whispers calling his name. We were 3 witnesses, each unraveling in our own way. The lake is vast enough to hide secrets, and it has swallowed many before. But this was different. It felt less like drowning victims and more like theft. Something out there harvests voices. Something that despises sound or hungers for it. I walked the shoreline often in those days, staring into the black water, half hoping to glimpse a clue. Once, I swear I saw bubbles rise where no fish swam, followed by a distortion like a face pressed against the surface from below. Wide mouth open, screaming silently. Then the ripples broke apart, leaving nothing but cold water lapping at my boots. I did not tell the others. Some truths are too easily dismissed as madness. Instead, I kept patrols, carried out duties, and tried to steady myself. Yet deep inside, I knew the wilderness had changed for me. I had always believed the woods and waters held dangers one could prepare for. Cold, storm, predator. Now, I knew they also held hungers beyond anatomy, hungers that could unmake the human voice itself. And the worst part was not knowing. If those young men had screamed as they died, or if their voices had been taken first, leaving them in silence as death approached. That question gnawed at me, louder than any shout, louder than the storm. It gnaws at me still. For a week after the recovery, the station sounded wrong. Doors still creaked, boots still thudded on old wood, the coffee maker still hissed. But the space between sounds felt, stretched thin, like the room had been padded with something that absorbed more than it should. Conversations dwindled. Our supervisor, Hutchins, ran interference with media and families. Paul asked for night patrols, so he could be alone on the lakeshore, as if solitude might dilute whatever kept humming in his skull. Danny stopped by my office twice and never sat. She hovered in the doorway and said my name, like she needed to be sure I was really there. And when she swallowed, it clicked loudly in her throat. On the 8th morning, the mother of one of the boys called the station. She didn't ask for Hutchins, she asked for me. Her voice was faint, like the phone line ran underwater, yet every syllable cut. "You found my son." I told her yes. I told her we had done all we could. I said the lines that are meant to salve the living, and they rang tinny and wrong in my own ears. She breathed, slow and measured, as though counting. They sent me his things. His wallet, his watch, his phone. A wet exhale. I charged it, Miss Chambers. There's a recording. It's only a few seconds. Her voice stuttered like a record skipping. Will you listen? Please. I almost said no. It would be outside procedure. It would be cruel to insert myself into this family's rawness. But I heard something small and hard in her plea. The kind of grit grief leaves behind, that either becomes pearl or erodes you. I gave her my private email. 10 minutes later, an audio file landed in my inbox, dated the boy's second day out. The subject line had no words, just 3 dots. I waited until the office emptied. Then I put the file on my desktop and turned the volume low. What came from my speakers wasn't a scream. Not at first. It was wind, the laugh of waves against rock, a voice saying, cheerful and a little performative the way young men get when they think they're making memories. Lake Superior is superior, my dudes. Another voice, softer, don't be that person, Theo, followed by laughter. Then a click as if someone shifted the phone. Then silence. Not dead air silence. The software visualizer shows even white noise. But a dropout that turned my room into a vacuum. I could hear my own blood then, the rush behind my eyes. When sound returned, it came back as flailing. Paddles splashing too fast to be useful. A panting breath that hitched. The first scream burst from the speaker like pressure let off a valve and then cut. Not faded, but snuffed. A second scream rose and broke off in the same instant, chopped mid-note. The third sound wasn't human. It was the crackle of radio static. Except it bent like a voice learning how to be. If there were words, they were wrong shaped. Something trying to wear language the way you drag a shirt onto a body without arms. I shut it off. My chair's fabric scraped the floor, and that tiny noise felt obscene. I copied the file to a flash drive and locked it in my desk, because I didn't know if I was protecting the world from it, or it from the world. Then I drove the long way home to let the road scrub the edges off me. The lake was a sheet of hammered metal under a pale sky. Out beyond the cliffs, I imagined empty mouths. That night I dreamed I stood at the waterline and called my own name. The wind took it up, carried it a few feet, and set it down at my boots. My name sat on the stones like a shell, and when I picked it up it crumbled to grit in my palm. I woke to the taste of salt, and my jaw clenched so hard my teeth ached. The next day, Danny asked me to meet her at the little diner inland, where the coffee is always slightly burnt, and the pancakes are always perfect. She wore a scarf even though it wasn't that coal and wouldn't unwrap it. The look on her face put me on alert. Too composed. Like when a person is holding a plate piled high and has decided the only answer is to walk very slowly. You asked me, after, she said, cutting triangles in her pancake without aiding them. If I heard anything. In the static, she made herself meet my eyes. I hear it when there is no static. I thought of my shower, my wind, my empty rooms. Me too. It's not voices exactly. She laid her knife down. It's the shape of voices. Like fossils. Paul slid into the booth without asking. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his knuckles raw from worry's habit of finding bone. "We need to go back," he said. "No hello. No small talk. I can't sleep in my own house. I can't sit with my radio off. Because it's worse, and I can't sit with it on because it's worse. So either we go back and we see if there's a thing we can do, or I quit and take a job somewhere soundless." He laughed then, a harsh little bark. "There's nowhere soundless. Officially," I said, because some residue of discipline still lived in me. "We have nothing to go back for." Paul stared at his hands. "I dream about their mouths. I wake up and my jaw is locked and my throat hurts, and I can't make a noise for a full minute. And then it comes back like my voice had to decide to be mine. If we don't go back, it's not going to stop." Dani unwrapped her scarf. The skin at her neck was mottled with faint crescents, like pressure marks left by fingertips. "I think it knows we took them away," she said quietly. "Or, I think it pretends to think." So we planned like people who know better and went anyway. We signed out a boat and a pair of kayaks under the pretext of checking a snag hazard. reported by fishermen farther down the coast. We packed as if heading to war, though we didn't say that aloud. Paul brought ear protection, the heavy kind for gun ranges. Danny brought an analog cassette recorder. She swore her dad used to bootleg concerts back when. Digital drops out, she said. Matter of fact as a medic listing supplies. Magnetic tape hangs on. I borrowed a hydrophone from a fisheries biologist who owed me a favor and pretended I was only curious about fall spawning chatter. We packed water and thermoses and notes to pass without speaking if speaking became dangerous. I wrote mine in block letters like a child and stuck a pencil in my sleeve. We launched before dawn, the sky a bruise that kept threatening to darken, and never quite did. The water near shore was a mirror. Farther out it chopped itself into hieroglyphic strokes. The cliff where we'd found the boys rose from the lake like the side of a ship. Even before we entered the cove, I felt the pressure changes, the way your ears tell you the elevator is moving before your eyes confirm it. The cove itself was a breath held in the rock. Out on the open water you hear life, birds, wind, the deep belly, speech of waves. But inside the cove, everything pressed flat. Our paddles bit and lifted, and I found myself counting the dricks off my blade to make sure I hadn't vanished. We beached on the same narrow shelf of rock. The stains our boots left weeks before had been washed cleaner than nature usually bothers to wash, as if something had licked them away. Paul set the ear protection around his neck like a necklace. Danny clicked the cassette recorder on, and the tape began its small, dutiful spin. The hydrophone cable felt like a snake, coiling through my fingers as I fed it into the water. It sank with the kind of slowness that makes you imagine intelligence. I held the headphone cup to one ear, and the world outside lifted away. In its place came a sound like snow falling on paper. Then, beneath it, a very low hum. Not mechanical, but biological, the way a cello is biological when wood and wire turn breath into tone. I don't know what made me speak first. Maybe I wanted to prove the cove hadn't taken everything. I said, quietly, "Hello." The hydrophone didn't capture my voice. It turned it into a shadow of itself. The hum swelled and fell again, as if something very large had turned its head. Paul shot me a look that said, "Don't," and then wrote on a pad, "Do not speak loudly." I nodded. We moved along the shelf, scanning for anything a rational report would accept. A fissure that could cause infrasound, a vent, some geology trick. The rock was old basalt and gneiss, varnished by water. In one place it was slick as wet skin. We found the slit by accident, because a gull found it first. The bird skimmed the cove and tried to land on a ledge hidden by spray. It opened its beak mid-call, and the call didn't come. Its wings flailed 3 beats too fast, as if surprise could be flown out of, and then it was just a body with feathers falling past our field of view. The splash was delicate and obscene. I stepped closer to where the gull had tried to land. The slit was slender as a blade wound, not a cave entrance so much as a seam. When I held my hand near it, the air pulled at my skin. Not wind. Negative wind. I took my hand away fast and felt silly. Then, felt relieved at the silliness, because it meant we hadn't entirely crossed out of the world that names things. Danny leaned in and the tape recorder whirred on. She whispered, "Please." And I wanted to cover her mouth like she was a child about to touch a stove. The slit pulsed. That's the only way to say it. The edges trembled as if a membrane just behind the rock flexed. The hydrophone's hum rose. It wasn't a whale sound. It wasn't machinery. It was hunger dressed in bass. Paul put the ear cups on properly, then and waved his hands like a marshal guiding a plane, pointing toward the open lake, ordering retreat. We obeyed halfway. We shuffled back a few steps. The slit drew a breath that I did not hear but felt along my teeth. Danny made a small ah of surprise that didn't reach the air. Her mouth formed it, and I saw the shape. Then her voice dropped out. Not quieted, removed. She clutched her throat with both hands and bent double, a soundless cough rocking her shoulders. Paul grabbed her, and I grabbed her, and together hauled her away from the seam. Even in panic, I kept one hand on the hydrophone cable, stupidly unwilling to abandon good equipment. We did not run. Running would have made us noisy, and something in me had the certainty of a child who touched an electric fence once and learned. We made distance. The pressure lessened. Danny's breath turned audible again in little shreds that built into words. It took it. It took it. It took just the edge. She touched her throat with 2 fingers like a person checking a wound without opening the bandage. I wrote Ilyev Nobu, and underlined now until the pencil broke. We shoved off. Out past the cove, the world reattached. The wind had picked up a little, and it felt like a friend. We paddled in silence, but for the work. Noises you can't banish. Oars in sockets. Water parting. When we reached a safe distance, Paul said, softly, "Don't." No talking. He gestured to the cassette deck. Danny turned it off and set it in the bottom of her kayak, like an animal she didn't trust and didn't want to anger. Back at the dock, Hutchins met us with his eyebrows up and his mouth as flat as paper. "Find your snag?" he asked. The tone said he knew we'd not gone where we said. We lied badly. He sniffed once, like a dog cataloging scents. "Next time you borrow a hydrophone, sign it out through me," he said, and walked away. Which was his way of laying rope and watching, if we'd hang ourselves. We took Danny to the clinic, even though she said she felt fine. The PA on duty was a woman with kind eyes, and a tolerance for ranger nonsense. She scoped Danny's throat with a little flashlight, and said there was irritation, like after a concert, or a long day shouting into wind, and asked if she'd been shouting. Danny said no, and the PA gave me a look I couldn't hold. She told Danny to drink tea with honey, and to rest her voice, and I wanted to ask how you rest something that isn't wholly there. Night fell like a lid. I sat on my living room floor, with the cassette as if keeping vigil. When I pressed play, what came back wasn't the slick scrape of our boots, or the small slap of water. Those sounds existed at the edges, like diminished stars. The main thing was a tone that moved inside my head more than in the air. Layered under it, faint as threads, were shapes of speech. I couldn't pick words, only the fact of there having been words once. Here and there a human voice broke the surface. Mine, a whispered hello, turned into a smear. Danny's pleas was a moth wing against a window. Then, after a long chord that hurt my chest, the tape coughed up 3 human cries, in quick succession like fish thrown from deep water. They weren't the boys. Even as I thought it, I knew their mothers would never mistake them. These were fresh. The first was Paul's name said, in my own voice like a warning. The second was my name in Danny's voice, but stretched, syllables pulled long. The third was a word I didn't know I could still fear. Hush. It came out as a command, and as it came the tone swelled until my speakers rattled, and I reached to stop the tape with hands that fumbled. When the room went silent, the silence had weight and form, and sat in my lap like an animal. I didn't sleep. Sometime near dawn, my phone buzzed. For a stupid second, I thought it would be the lake calling. It was the duty line. Another pair of paddlers overdue. A brother and sister, adults. Competent. Their car still at the trailhead. You and Paul? Hutchins said and paused. Take the volunteer if you need. He didn't say Danny's name. He didn't have to. And Chambers, he added. Voice roughened by either cigarettes or fear. Don't go into any holes in the rock. On the dock, Paul's mouth looked chewed by worry. We're not ready, he said, which was the twist thing he'd said in weeks. But we're going anyway, I answered, which was the second truest. He handed me a pair of foam earplugs and then the heavy ear muffs. I took both. We launched into a lake that refused to learn our names. And I told myself I would keep mine anyway. I told myself a lot of good little stories while we cut through the morning. Because that's what you do when you're heading back toward a place that wants your voice, and maybe more. You talk to yourself inside the skull, where nothing can hear you, and then you find out if that's true. The lake that morning was iron. No shimmer, no kindness, just a flat hardness that seemed to promise it would break us if we made the wrong move. Paul's paddle strokes were clipped and mechanical, as though he were rowing against his own fear. My arms already ached, but I did not let myself slow. We had 2 names now. 2 new people the lake had decided not to give back. Their families would be calling by sundown. Hutchins would give us orders by radio, but not tell us what he really thought. We both knew what he really thought. That we were going to bring back more bodies, posed like grotesque statues, mouths open in silence. I kept the earplugs in, the muffs ready around my neck. Paul had done the same. We were 2 people pretending that pieces of foam and plastic could defend us from a thing that pulled voices from throats. It was absurd, like bringing a paper umbrella into a wildfire. But absurd armor is still armor when you have nothing else. I gripped it like a charm. The cliffs rolled by in dark walls, streaked with moisture and hung with pine. Each cove we passed was a question mark. When we reached the one, the cove that had ruined us, we both slowed without meaning to. The water darkened there, as though ink had bled beneath the surface. I thought about the seam we'd seen, the slit that had pulsed as though it breathed. I imagined it wider now, open like a mouth yawning. I shook the thought off, but it returned each time the paddle dipped. We didn't land immediately. We circled, watching the ledges, calling the siblings' names once, twice. Our radios gave nothing but their jittery static, no worse than usual, but no better either. At the 3rd pass, Paul pointed to the far corner where driftwood tangled against stone. 2 cocks bobbed there, caught like corpses in a net. 1 red, 1 blue. No paddlers. We pulled close enough to catch the tether lines. The cockpits were empty, the seats wet but not overturned. It was as though the paddlers had stepped out mid-water. No life jackets floated nearby, no packs. Just absence. The silence inside the cove had the thickness of wet wool. Every splash of paddle seemed smothered before it reached the air. Paul's eyes said what we were both thinking: they had gone to the seam. I wanted to argue, to say maybe they hiked inland. Maybe they had made camp above. But the cliff face was sheer, no trail, no easy scramble. No footprints on the wet shelf. No chance. We beached and dragged the kayaks up, setting them side by side like offerings. My ears buzzed. I couldn't tell if it was real or just anticipation. but the hair on my arms lifted. We moved with caution, hands signaling when words seemed unsafe. I pointed left, Paul right. We scanned. The rock glistened like oiled skin, dark veins in the basalt. My boots slipped twice, and each time the slap of my hand on stone was swallowed, echo stolen. That was worse than noise. That was proof. When we reached the seam again, it had changed. It was no longer a narrow slit, but a vertical gash the length of a person. Blackness pressed between trembling lips of rock. It shivered, though there was no wind, no quake. The air around it pulled inward like tidewater. My breath caught, not because of the sight, because of the sound. From inside, from deep beyond the visible dark, came the muffled cries of the missing. Not recordings. The brother's voice shouting his sister's name. The sister gasping. Stop, stop, cut clean in half. Their words pressed into the air like damp fingerprints. My stomach turned to stone. Paul yanked the muffs over his ears and motioned me to do the same. I obeyed. The world dulled, cottoned. But sound still came, not through air but through bone. You know how a dentist drill vibrates the jaw? It was like that. Voices resonated through skull, bypassing ears. I staggered, biting my tongue, tasting blood. Paul scribbled on his pad, duo no tien skewer. The seam convulsed. Out of it, something thin slid forward. Not flesh, not stone, but some in between. A membrane stretched too tight, translucent, inside it veins of shadow instead of blood. It quivered like a drumhead, and every quiver released more soundless screams that rattled my teeth. I saw the shape of mouths opening and closing behind it. Too many mouths. None aligned. Faces pressed as though begging to be let out. But they had no eyes, only voids where throats should be. Paul grabbed my sleeve, shaking his head violently, gesturing toward the kayaks. Retreat. Then the thing pushed further. A ripple traveled across its surface, and with it came our names. Mine, whispered in Paul's voice. Paul's, whispered in Danny's voice. Then Hutchins. Then the siblings, crying each other's names. The horror was not just that it spoke. The horror was that it spoke in voices stolen, stitched together, replayed as bait. I felt my knees weaken. My own name echoed again, this time in my own voice, stretched and warped until it cracked. I wanted to run. But then I thought of the siblings, maybe alive inside, pressed behind that membrane. I thought of their mother waiting for a call that would break her. My duty warred with terror. I reached into my pack and pulled out the hydrophone we had borrowed again, this time with its cord coiled like a lifeline. Paul gaped at me, shook his head violently. I mouthed the proof. He scrawled a death. We stared at each other, frozen in stalemate, while the seam breathed like a gill. The decision was made for us. The membrane convulsed, and from its surface, something sloughed free. A shred of dark tissue that splattered onto the stone like a jellyfish. It quivered, then spread, crawling toward us with wet suction sounds. Even muted through the muffs, I could feel its pull. I yanked Paul back. We scrambled toward the shelf edge, boots slipping. The thing left behind streaks like ink on glass, widening as it slithered. Paul ripped a flare from his belt, struck it, and hurled it. The red fire hissed across the rock and caught the thing square. For a moment, it writhed in seizure, the membrane on the wall spasming in sympathy. Then both retracted, the crawling shred dissolving into smoke, the seams snapping shut like a cut stitched by invisible hands. The silence that followed was not relief. It was hunger pausing. We didn't wait. We sprinted for the kayaks, shoved off, and paddled with a frenzy I have never matched. Behind us, the cliff loomed impassive, as though nothing had happened. The water remained calm, but my chest ached with the certainty that we had only postponed its reach. Twice I thought I heard splashes behind us. Once I dared glance back and saw rings widening, where nothing moved. My throat was raw from holding screams in. Back at the dock, we hauled the siblings' kayaks up, empty. Their bodies never appeared. Reports would be written, statements given, language bent until it broke. Accident. Possible drowning. Words that mean less than silence. Hutchins looked at our faces and did not ask. He signed the paperwork with a hand that trembled once, then steadied. I thought that would be the end. But endings are mercies we don't always earn. That night, while lying in bed with lights off, I heard my phone buzz. I reached for it, but it was blank, no call, no text. Then it buzzed again, and again. On the fourth time, I lifted it to my ear without dialing. What came through was not static, not a voice, but a scream. A scream that cut mid-sound, then restarted over and over, like a record skipping. And under it, a whisper, "Natalie." Hush, I dropped the phone. It kept buzzing on the floor until I pulled the battery free. Since then, silence has become a living thing around me. At the ranger station, conversations falter when I enter, as though the air grows thick. Danny avoids me. Paul doesn't return my calls. Hutchins pretends he has other cases, but his eyes tell me he's waiting for the next disappearance. They always come. Superior swallows with method. I have started keeping journals, filling pages with words just to remind myself I still have them. I hum songs to myself in empty rooms. My throat aches constantly, as though something presses from the inside, testing seams. Once, in the mirror, I opened my mouth wide and swore. I saw not just my tongue and uvula, but another dark behind them, a second mouth deeper in. I slammed my teeth shut so hard they bled. People still paddle these waters. Families still laugh on the beach, not knowing what waits beyond the cliffs. Sometimes I want to warn them, but the words curdle on my tongue. What would I say? The lake steals voices. They would laugh, and then, when their silence arrived, no one would remember the warning anyway. The last time I patrolled, I carried the cassette recorder Danny left behind. I turned it on while sitting by the cove, miles from any radio. At first, just waves. Then faintly, unmistakably, the sound of my own voice. Help me? Not recorded from the present, but some future. Some moment yet to come when my voice will no longer be mine. I turned it off and threw it into the trees. But the words stayed. They always stay. I know now why the boys' mouths were frozen open. Not because they died screaming, but because the lake demanded their silence mid-breath, cutting them off before the world could hear. It doesn't just take voices. It hoards them. It collects sound the way the cliffs collect shadows. And one day, when it has enough, maybe it will loose them all at once. A flood of screams rolling over the water, drowning everything. Until then, I keep speaking because speaking feels like rebellion. Even as the silence grows heavier, even as my throat tightens, I force words out. My name, the date, the weather. Proof that I exist. Proof that my voice is still mine. For now. And if you ever paddle Lake Superior's backcountry and hear nothing, no birds, no wind, no lap of water, turn back. Do not trust the stillness. Because silence there is not absence. It is appetite. And once it notices you, it will try to take what you cannot live without. My name is Frank Hollister, and I am employed as a fire lookout in Olympic National Park. It is a post of solitude and responsibility, one that requires patience, keen eyesight, and a willingness to live alone above the trees for weeks at a time. From the cab of my tower, I watch the forests spread out below me in all directions, valleys wrapped in mist, slopes heavy with Douglas fir and western hemlock, ridges dark and endless against the horizon. The park is vast, wild, and remote, and during fire season my tower becomes my world. I log the weather, scan for smoke, and keep my radio ready for contact with dispatch. It is work I chose deliberately, believing the quiet would suit me. For the most part, it does. But quiet is not the same as peace, and lately, I have found the silence of the tower more unsettling than comforting. The first time I noticed anything strange was not long after I rotated into my assignment for the summer. The steps leading up to the tower are narrow and steep, 50 feet of lumber that creaks when the wind pushes against it. I had returned from a short hike down to the spring for water, and as I set my jug on the landing, I saw something dark caught in a groove between the planks. At first I thought it was a burned leaf. When I picked it up, however, I realized it was a feather. The shaft was intact, but the vein was blackened, brittle, and faintly warm, as though it had only recently come from a fire. I held it between my fingers, confused, wondering what bird could have left it in such a state. I looked around, scanning the forest below. The trees swayed with the breeze, but there was no sign of smoke, no whiff of fire. I dropped the feather into my pocket and carried it inside, telling myself it must have been blown up the stairs by the wind, perhaps from some campfire embers below. It was odd, but I did not dwell on it. The tower teaches you not to fixate on small mysteries. There are too many of them, and they will gnaw at you if you let them. Still, that evening as I made my supper of beans and rice, I kept glancing at the pocket of my work shirt, thinking of the fragile texture of that charred feather. 2 mornings later, another appeared. This time it lay on the landing, directly outside the tower door, as though placed deliberately. I bent down to retrieve it, the boards cool with dew, and found the feather in the same condition, blackened, fragile, faintly warm. I frowned, holding it up to the early light. There was no smoke anywhere in sight, no burned tree, no lightning strike scar on the ridges. Yet the feather looked like it had been dragged from a fire pit. I set it on the desk beside the first one, a little collection I told myself I was keeping out of curiosity. But the truth was less innocent. I was unsettled, and I did not want to admit it. Things like that do not simply happen twice without cause. That night, sleep came in fragments. The tower cab is small, just large enough for a bunk, a desk, and my stove. The windows face every direction, and at night, when I turn out the lamp, I sometimes feel as though the darkness presses against the glass, searching for a way inside. I woke several times, certain I had heard the scrape of claws on wood. Each time I lit my lantern and peered out, but the stairs were empty, the forest still. I told myself it was squirrels or raccoons climbing, nothing more. The mind invents sounds in solitude. But when dawn came, I opened the door and froze. On the 3rd step down, a feather rested against the rail, blackened like the others. The wood around it smelled faintly of smoke, though no fire had touched it. I picked it up carefully, and for a brief second I could have sworn the barbs shifted as though the feather still lived. I began keeping notes in my logbook, not just of the weather and visibility, but of the feathers. Day, time, location. By the end of the week I had found 7, each one on the stairs. Always one at a time, never more, as if placed with intent. Their appearance was regular, though not predictable, sometimes morning, sometimes evening. Never in the night, though I often woke to the uneasy feeling that I was being watched from the trees below. I would turn my lamp low, press my forehead to the glass, and scan the shadows until my eyes burned. But the forest gave nothing back. It was on the 9th morning that I first saw it. I had stepped outside with my mug of coffee, the air damp with fog. I leaned on the rail, enjoying the pale wash of light breaking over the ridges. Then, movement caught my eye. On the ground near the base of the tower, something shifted. At first I thought it was a stump, blackened and misshapen, but then it unfurled wings. A great bird, dark and ragged, stood at the edge of the clearing, its feathers mottled with ash. I recognized it immediately, despite its unnatural state, a bald eagle. Yet its plumage was not the proud brown and white of a healthy bird. Its body seemed charred, its tail streaked black, its head bare save for twisted quills. It tilted its head, and even from that distance, I felt its gaze meet mine. My chest tightened. The eagle spread its wings, and for a moment I expected it to rise into the air. Instead, it simply folded them back and stepped slowly into the trees, vanishing as if the forest swallowed it whole. I stood frozen on the platform, the coffee cooling in my hand. The sight lingered in my mind long after the bird was gone. I wanted to radio dispatch, to tell someone what I had seen, but the words would not come. How does one explain that a blackened eagle has taken to leaving charred feathers on your tower steps? You do not. You keep silent, lest your sanity be questioned. So I said nothing, though my silence felt heavy, like a stone in my pocket. The days that followed brought no reprieve. The feathers continued to appear, each one crisped and faintly smoking, though they never crumbled to ash. Once I tried burning one in my stove, curious if fire would consume it. The moment it touched the flame, it emitted a sharp hiss, as though protesting, and the smoke that curled from it smelled of something rotten, not natural combustion but decay. I snapped the stove door shut, coughing, and when I reopened it minutes later, the feather was gone, leaving no trace, not even ash. I stared at the empty grate for a long time, unnerved. By now I had become vigilant. Each morning I searched the stairs before stepping outside. Each evening I checked them again before locking the tower door. My logbook filled with entries, the script growing tighter, more frantic. Another feather, warm to the touch. Found one halfway up the stairs this time. Smelled smoke again. No fire visible. The act of writing steadied me, though I could feel my grip on calmness slipping. The isolation of the tower, once a comfort, had become a cage. Then came the morning I will never forget. The forest was hushed, the dawn light pale. I pushed open the door, half dreading what I would see. Sure enough, on the top step lay a feather, larger than any of the others. I bent to pick it up, and as I did, a shadow swept across the platform. I straightened, heart pounding. There, perched on the railing not 10 feet away, was the eagle. Its size was immense, larger than any eagle I had ever encountered, and its feathers smoldered faintly, as though tiny embers burned within them. Its head turned slowly, unnaturally, rotating in a full circle until it faced me again. The sound of bones grinding echoed in the stillness, and my skin crawled. The bird did not move to attack, nor did it flee. It only stared, eyes black and bottomless, and in that gaze I felt a presence older and heavier than the forest itself. I stumbled backward into the cab, slamming the door shut. My breath ragged. Through the glass, the eagle remained, unmoving, its head continuing its impossible rotation. I watched until the sun fully crested the ridges, and in that light the bird seemed to fade, dissolving like smoke. When I dared step outside again, it was gone. Only the feather remained, lying where it had been, still faintly warm. I picked it up with shaking hands, unsure whether to keep it or cast it into the woods. In the end, I set it carefully on the desk beside the others, a grim collection that now numbered more than I could count. That was the beginning. I did not know then how far the watching would go, how deeply this silence of the tower would be broken by the presence of that thing. But I felt it. The sense that I was not alone, that every movement of mine was observed, recorded, weighed. The eagle had revealed itself, and in its gaze I understood a truth. I did not want to face something had claimed the tower long before I arrived, and I was only a guest within its watch. The days after that first direct encounter felt unlike any I had lived before. Time in the tower usually slides by in an orderly rhythm. Morning weather checks, afternoon scans, evening reports. But now the rhythm faltered. My attention wandered constantly to the windows, to the stairs, to the clearing below. Every shift of shadow in the canopy set my nerves jangling. I still made my reports, still logged the temperature and humidity, still searched the horizon for smoke. But my notes grew shorter, less precise. My focus was consumed by the presence of the bird, the watcher. I began to sense it even when I could not see it. There were moments in the deep night when I would wake to the creak of wood and feel the certainty that it perched just beyond the glass, head swiveling, eyes fixed on me. My lamp would stay unlit. I learned quickly that light gave me no comfort, only cast my reflection into the blackness, making me more visible. Instead, I lay still, straining to hear, and always the faintest scrape of talons echoed in the silence, so soft I could have dismissed it, except that I knew. One afternoon, heavy fog rolled through the valley. The ridges disappeared behind a wall of pale gray. The forest drowned in cloud. I stepped onto the platform, radio crackling faintly behind me, and immediately felt the hair rise on my neck. The fog muffled every sound. And in that muffling came the awareness that something else occupied the space with me. I leaned against the railing, peering into the whiteness. That was when I noticed them feathers clinging to the wood, scattered across the platform. They had not been there moments before, each one black, brittle and smoldering faintly at the edges. I crouched to touch one and hissed as it burned my finger. The pain was brief but real, and the feather left no ash when I dropped it. The fog thickened, and in the blank canvas of the air, I thought I glimpsed the curve of wings unfolding, vast and indistinct, stretching across the mist. I retreated into the cab, heart hammering. For hours I sat at the desk, trying to write, but my pen scratched uselessly, recording nothing but fragments. Feathers again. Fog alive. It watches. The radio squawked at one point with a weather update from another tower, and I answered automatically, my voice sounding foreign to me, too loud, like I was interrupting something. When the fog finally lifted near dusk, the feathers were gone. Not a trace remained, as if they had never existed. The experience broke something in my sense of control. Until then, I had believed the encounter with the be contained. Disturbing, yes, but singular. Now I understood. It was not limited to occasional sightings. It moved with purpose, It left signs where I could not ignore them, and it manipulated the space around me. I began to dream of fire. Night after night, I saw flames racing across the ridges, devouring the trees. But always, just before the dream consumed me, the fire would form a shape, wings stretching from the smoke, talons reaching through the heat. I would wake drenched in sweat, the smell of smoke still in my nostrils. And without fail, a feather would be waiting on the stairs in the morning. I tried once more to dispose of them. This time I gathered all the feathers I had saved and stuffed them into a canvas sack. My intention was simple: carry them down the tower, bury them deep, and be rid of them. But when I reached the base, I found myself frozen. The forest loomed too quiet, and the sack in my hand felt strangely heavy, heavier than feathers had any right to be. I dropped it on the ground, meaning to kick earth over it, but when it struck the soil, the bag split and the feathers scattered. They did not fall normally. They rose. Each feather lifted in the air, as though borne on invisible currents, circling slowly around me. I staggered back, my breath caught. They swirled once, twice, and then collapsed all at once, onto the ground in a perfect ring around my boots. A circle, unbroken, binding me in place. My throat tightened with panic. I stepped forward, trying to break the circle, but the feathers did not shift. They remained fixed, as though painted onto the earth. I forced myself to step harder, grinding one under my heel. It crumbled instantly, dissolving into smoke, and the others followed, vanishing in a ripple that broke the ring. I gasped, stumbling free, then turned and climbed the stairs two at a time, slamming the tower door shut behind me. My lungs burned, though I had run only a short distance. The smell of smoke lingered, embedded in my hair and clothes. After that, I stopped trying to rid myself of the feathers. Each one I found, I placed carefully on the desk, an unwilling curator of a growing collection. They seemed to want to stay, and I had no strength left to defy them. My logbook filled with sketches of feathers, wings, circles. I scarcely recognized my own handwriting, jagged and urgent. As the weeks dragged on, my isolation deepened. Normally, during long watches, I could ease my solitude with books, or the scratch of radio chatter from neighboring towers. But now, books lay unopened, and the radio brought only static. Sometimes voices crackled faintly through, but they were never clear, never familiar, and often sounded like whispers more than speech. Once, late at night, the static formed a single word: my name. I dropped the radio and backed against the wall, staring at it as though it had grown teeth. The eagle itself returned only rarely, but when it did, its presence dominated everything. One dawn I found it perched directly on the railing again. This time I forced myself not to retreat. I stood at the threshold of the cab, fist clenched, trying to muster some authority. "What do you want?" I asked aloud, voice shaking. The bird tilted its head, bones creaking audibly, and fixed me with eyes so black I felt my reflection vanish inside them. No answer came. Yet, in the silence that followed, I felt words press into my mind, not spoken but imposed burn again. I reeled backward, clutching my head. The voice was not sound, not vibration in the air, but something deeper, as if the thought had been carved directly into me. I staggered to the desk, gasping. The bird remained unmoving, watching. When at last I looked up again, it was gone. The only proof of its presence was a single feather on the floorboards, still smoking faintly. That phrase haunted me burn again. I turned it over endlessly, trying to decipher it. Was it a command? A memory? A warning. The park had seen fires before, of course. Every ranger learns the history of the great burns that once tore through the Olympic forests. But the way the words echoed in me carried something older than human record, as though the forest itself remembered a time of burning. My sleep unraveled. I no longer distinguished between dreams and waking. Sometimes I would find myself standing at the windows with no memory of rising from my bunk, staring into the night. Other times I would wake to find ash smeared across my hands, though I had lit no fire. Once, I discovered my logbook open to a page. I had written a page that read only, "The tower is not yours." I considered abandoning my post. I imagined calling dispatch, requesting immediate relief, and hiking down from the tower forever. But every time I rehearsed the words, something stopped me. The forest seemed to lean closer, the weight of the trees pressing inward, and I felt as though the watcher knew my thoughts. The idea of leaving filled me with dread greater than staying. It was as though the tower itself had claimed me, and to walk away would be to trespass against something vast and unforgiving. So I remained, caught in a strange paralysis. My reports continued, though less frequent, less coherent. I wrote of clear skies, low wind, stable conditions, all while knowing a storm churned inside the tower itself. And still, every few days, a new feather appeared, keeping count of something I could not understand. The turning point came late one night, when a dry lightning storm swept across the ridges. Flashes lit the clouds, and thunder rolled like a drumbeat. I scanned the horizon nervously, watching for strikes. Then, in one brilliant flash, I saw it, the eagle, vast and luminous against the storm, perched not on my railing, but on the peak of the tower roof itself. Its wings spread wide, each feather outlined in fire. I heard the creak of wood as though the weight of it bent the tower. Then the thunder crashed, and the vision dissolved into darkness. I stumbled to the door and looked out, but there was nothing. Only the rain beginning to fall, hissing against the glass. Yet the smell of smoke thickened in the air undeniable. I pressed my forehead to the cool window, eyes shut, and whispered aloud to the emptiness, "What are you?" No answer came, but again the words pressed into my mind, undeniable burn again. The storm that night should have ended things. Rain pounded the glass, lightning cleaved the sky, and thunder shook the tower as if the mountain itself roared. But instead of release, the storm was a summons. Each flash illuminated the valley in stark white. And with each illumination came the certainty that something immense moved through the trees below. I tried to steady my breathing, to remind myself that lightning and wind conjure phantoms, that shadows leap in storms. But the truth was written already in my bones. The watcher had drawn closer. Sleep was impossible. I paced the narrow cab, listening to the wind rattle the shutters, until I noticed the smell again. Smoke, acrid and heavy, curling through the rain-washed air. My pulse hammered. I rushed to the windows, fearing fire. But the ridges held no glow, no orange flame. The smoke was inside. It seeped from the floorboards in thin tendrils, gray fingers coiling upward. I dropped to my knees, pulling open the trapdoor to the stairs, and the breath caught in my throat. Every step was covered in feathers. Dozens of them, hundreds, blackened and smoking faintly, layered so thick I could no longer see the wood beneath. They writhed in the draft, shifting as if alive, and the heat rising from them forced me back. I slammed the hatch shut, stumbling to my feet, my lungs burning. The storm outside beat against the tower, but the greater storm was now inside. I retreated to the desk and seized the radio, my last tether to the world beyond this place. My thumb shook on the transmit button. "Dispatch, this is Hollister at Tower 12. My voice broke, strangled by smoke. Static swallowed my words. No reassuring reply came, no crackle of human voice. Instead, through the static, a sound emerged. Not speech, a scream. High, ragged, endless, carried through the radio speaker until it filled the cab. I dropped the unit, my ears ringing, and backed into the corner. The scream continued without the radio. It vibrated in the walls, in the glass, in my teeth. Only when lightning struck nearby, shaking the structure, did the sound stop. Silence followed, but it was not relief. It was expectation. I could feel the air thick with it, pressing down, waiting. I turned slowly to the window behind me and found the eagle there. Its body filled the pane, wings spread wide, every feather smoldering. Its head rotated in a slow, complete circle. Bones grinding loud enough to cut through the storm. When its gaze aligned with mine, the words carved themselves into me again. Burn again. I staggered forward, gripping the desk for support. My eyes blurred, and in them the bird became more than bird. It was shape and shadow. Fire and ash, wings that spanned ridges, talons that scraped valleys. A thing older than the forest, older than the stone, demanding not worship but recognition. And in that moment, I understood the feathers, the smoke, the words. All of it was not warning, not omen. It was invitation. The watcher did not guard the forest. It consumed it again and again, and I was chosen to see. The rain ceased as suddenly as it had begun. The storm clouds tore open to reveal a bruised dawn, streaked with purple and gold. The bird was gone. Only a single feather remained, pressed against the outside of the glass, its veins still glowing red as an ember. I lifted my hand, trembling, and the heat of it radiated through the pane into my skin. The glass did not burn, but my hand shook as though it had touched flame. The next days blurred. Time thinned, and I was no longer certain of its passage. I remember waking from shallow sleep to find the logbook open, pages filled with words I did not recall writing. The fire is memory. The ash is inheritance. The tower belongs to the burning. My handwriting, but not my will. I remember walking the platform and finding feathers arranged in lines, forming symbols I could not decipher. And I remember standing at the edge of the platform one night, looking down into the forest and seeing a ring of light far below, as though a circle of fire smoldered among the trees with no fuel to sustain it. The watcher revealed itself more boldly. At twilight it perched openly on the railing, too vast for the wood to bear, yet the tower did not collapse. At midday it wheeled above the ridges, wings blocking the sun, casting a shadow that stretched for miles. And always, when it fixed me with its gaze, the phrase tore through my mind. Burn again. Each time I tried to resist, but each time the words embedded deeper, like nails driven into green wood. On the 12th day since the storm, I reached the breaking point. I had not eaten more than scraps, had not slept more than minutes, and my body trembled with exhaustion. Yet I moved with clarity as though guided. I gathered matches, kerosene kindling. My hands did not hesitate. I carried them to the platform, set the wood against the railing, doused it, and stood with the match trembling between my fingers. The forest spread below me, vast and still. The tower creaked in the wind. And behind me, though I did not turn, I felt the watcher perch. Its weight bent the air, its heat licked my skin. The words surged again, burn again. I struck the match. The flare was small, harmless, human. I held it to the kindling, and the flames caught, licking upward. Smoke rose, acrid and sharp, mixing with the ever-present scent of the feathers. My eyes watered. The flames spread across the platform rail, crackling, eager. The tower groaned. In that moment of ignition, I felt the eagle move closer, its breath hot against my neck. Not breath, not flesh, but fire itself leaning in. My knees buckled, and I clutched the rail to keep from falling into my own blaze. The flames snapped higher, and for an instant I saw shapes in them. Wings unfurling, talons reaching, eyes blazing like coals. The Watcher was no longer separate from the fire. It was the fire. It had always been the fire. Panic surged through the haze of awe. I staggered back, choking, and realized what I had done. The flames spread faster than they should, racing along the boards as though guided. If I did not stop it, the tower itself would ignite, and with it the forest below. My survival instinct screamed louder than the command in my head. I seized a bucket, filled it from the rain barrel, and hurled the water across the flames. Steam billowed, stinging my face, but the fire hissed and resisted. I threw another and another until the flames sputtered, then died. Smoke clung to everything, bitter and suffocating. My lungs burned. The platform was scorched, blackened in patches, but intact. I sank to my knees, coughing, tears streaking my face. For the first time in weeks, the air felt empty. No gaze pressed into me, no words carved my thoughts. The Watcher had vanished. The silence that followed was absolute. For hours I sat there, waiting for the next feather, the next whisper, the next impossible presence. None came. By nightfall, I dared to believe it was gone. I collapsed onto the bunk, slept without dreams, and woke at dawn to a world that seemed clean again. When I stepped onto the platform that morning, the sun was bright, the ridges sharp against the sky. I breathed deeply, savoring the scent of wet wood and pine. My hands shook with exhaustion, but I felt relief. True relief for the first time. The desk was clear, the feathers were gone. Every last one. And yet, as I stood there, basking in the fragile return of peace, I noticed something on the railing. Not a feather. A mark. Blackened, burned into the wood. The outline of a talon, 4 deep grooves and a hooked scar where the claw had rested. It was not fresh nor old. It was simply there, as though it had always been. I touched it with my fingertip. The grooves were warm. I remain in the tower still. The season has not ended, and my duty holds me here. I write these words not as confession or warning, but because silence is heavier than ash. I do not know if the Watcher will return, or if it has only withdrawn to wait. But I know the command will never leave me. It lies in me like a coal that will not cool. Burn again. My name is Lee McIntyre, and I have served as a ranger in Maine's Northwoods for close to 8 years. The work is solitary more often than not, defined by long days patrolling the trail systems, monitoring wildlife, and ensuring campers follow regulations meant to protect both themselves and the fragile environment. It is a life I chose deliberately after growing wary of city, noise in office windows that never opened. Out here the air is sharp with pine and resin. The lakes shine like sheets of polished metal beneath the sun. And at night, the forest settles into an uneasy stillness broken only by the far off howls of coyotes and the rustle of unseen things in the brush. For most people, those sounds inspire caution, even fear. For me, they have always been the music of home, something primal yet familiar. That changed on the evening I encountered the koi dog that smiled. I should explain for anyone unfamiliar that a koi dog is a hybrid, the offspring of a coyote and a domestic dog. They are not especially rare in this region, though sightings are infrequent. Locals sometimes mistake them for either wolves or large coyotes, but once you have studied them enough, you notice the traits that give them away: the uneven posture, the odd combinations of coat patterns, or the eyes that seem just slightly too large or too small for the head. I had logged several sightings during my years of patrol, usually noting their behavior and location for the wildlife database. They are not considered especially dangerous if left alone, though like any wild animal, cornering them is unwise. That knowledge, combined with long familiarity, should have kept me calm the night I found one sitting in the middle of a trail at dusk. But there was something in its posture, in the way it looked at me, that unsettled me so thoroughly that I can still recall the precise angle of its head and the shine of its teeth. I had been out later than usual that day. A pair of campers had gotten turned around on a connector trail, and I had walked them back to their site near dusk. By the time I was returning to my truck, the forest was steeped in that thick twilight, where shapes blur and shadows take on the suggestion of movement. The trail curved gently downhill, bordered by spruce on either side, their branches knitting together overhead. About halfway along that stretch, I noticed the shape. At first glance, I thought it might be a stray dog. It sat perfectly still in the center of the dirt path, its body framed by the encroaching dark, ears upright, tail laid neatly across its paws. As I drew closer, I realized it was not a domestic animal but a koi dog. Its coat was mottled gray and tan, patchy in places as if tufts of fur had fallen out. Its eyes gleamed faintly in the dim light, fixed on me with a focus I can only describe as unnatural. But what froze me where I stood was the expression it wore. It was smiling. The word seems absurd, even childish, but there is no other way to describe it. The animal's lips were pulled back, not in a snarl, not in the tense grimace of an animal, warning me to back away, but in a relaxed curve, as though it were genuinely pleased. Its tongue lolled slightly between rows of teeth, and the expression had none of the tightness of aggression. I remember stopping in my tracks, one hand instinctively going to the radio at my belt, though I did not raise it. I had the sudden thought that if I moved too quickly, I would break some delicate balance between us. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath, the usual drone of insects and rustle of evening wind strangely absent. It was only the koi dog and me, staring across the narrow trail. I whispered, more to myself than to the animal, "What are you doing?" My voice sounded out of place in that heavy silence. The koi dog tilted its head as though it had heard me. Then the smile widened. I have seen plenty of dogs appear to grin, mouths open, tongues panting. This was different. The lips stretched further than seemed possible, curling upward until the corners nearly touched the outer edges of its eyes. And then, impossibly, one of its teeth fell. I saw it drop cleanly from the gum, bounce once on the dirt, and lie still. A second later, another tooth slipped loose and landed beside it. I should have fled then. Any rational person would have backed away, chalked the vision up to fatigue, and put as much distance between themselves and that creature as possible. Instead, I remained rooted, unable to tear my gaze away as tooth after pattered softly onto the earth. The koi dog did not flinch, did not show any sign of pain. It only smiled, the expression stretching wider as the neat rows of white gave way to ragged black gaps. Within a minute, the animal's mouth was a ruin of missing teeth and receding gums, yet still it held that expression. The teeth on the ground formed a small pile, pale against the dirt. I forced myself to move then, stepping slowly backward up the trail, my boots crunching softly in the soil. I did not turn my back. Some primitive part of my mind insisted that doing so would be a mistake. The coy dog remained seated, head slightly tilted, the grin unchanged, even though the mouth was now almost toothless. When I had put 20 yards between us, I finally turned and hurried up the path, my breath loud in my ears, my heartbeat pounding hard enough to blur my vision at the edges. I did not stop until I reached the truck. Even then, when I looked back toward the trailhead, the darkness had already swallowed the figure whole. That night I lay awake in my cabin, the image replaying endlessly behind my closed eyes. The smile, the falling teeth, the stillness of the forest. I told myself I had witnessed a sick animal, that perhaps it had been suffering from some disease causing tooth decay. Rabies, distemper. Any number of conditions might explain abnormal behavior. But the certainty with which it had met my gaze, the deliberate widening of that grotesque grin, it was impossible to reduce it to mere illness. And the silence of the woods haunts me as much as the animal itself. Forests are never truly quiet. The absence of sound that evening was wrong in a way my mind cannot dismiss. I did not report the encounter to my supervisor. What could I have said? That a coy dog had smiled at me until its teeth fell out. At best, I would be teased. At worst, questioned about my fitness for duty. Instead, I kept the story to myself, though the memory lingered like a bruise. For the next week, each patrol felt heavier, the trees leaning too close, the dusk arriving too quickly. I avoided the trail where I had seen the creature, choosing alternate routes under the excuse of checking new growth areas. Still, unease clung to me like damp air. At night, I began hearing noises outside my cabin. The scrape of claws across wood, the faint sound of something breathing just beyond the door. When I flung it open, flashlight in hand, there was never anything there. But once, just once, I thought I glimpsed a pale shape, retreating into the tree line, its head turning back toward me before the shadows claimed it. I found the first tooth 3 days later. It lay on the porch, directly in front of the door, small and white and unmistakably canine. I picked it up using a rag and placed it in a plastic evidence bag, though I never turned it in. The next night there were 2 teeth. The following night 3. Each morning I found them waiting, aligned neatly on the wood as though someone, or something, had set them there. I checked for signs of predators, for tracks in the dirt around the cabin. But the ground was undisturbed. It was as though the teeth had simply appeared. By then, sleep was nearly impossible. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of wind across the roof seemed amplified into menace. I began drinking coffee late into the night, sitting at the table with my sidearm close at hand, eyes fixed on the door. My rational mind insisted I was being absurd, that there must be an explanation. Perhaps a raccoon had dragged up bones. Perhaps I was the victim of some cruel prank by local teenagers. Yet deep inside I knew better. I knew the smile I had seen in the forest had followed me home, and it was not finished with me yet. I did try to be sensible about it. The morning after the 3rd night of teeth, I swept them into a fresh evidence bag with a gloved hand. labeled the time and place, and photographed the porch boards. I set a ruler and a quarter for scale, and noted the lack of tracks in my log. I dusted the step and first 2 planks with baking flour so any visitor would leave prints. I mounted a trail camera at knee height, aimed straight down at the threshold. Sometime after 1 in the morning came the scrape, a deliberate drag across wood, then the tick of something placed carefully on the board. Another, and another. I watched the door. The knob didn't turn. The glass didn't tremble. When the last click fell, I counted to 600 by the clock before moving. Outside, the flour lay smooth. On that untouched surface, arranged in a neat arc like the beginning of a grin, sat 6 teeth. I photographed the curve, slid each tooth into a labeled envelope, and sealed the bag. The urge to say hello to whoever had left them tugged at my face like wire. In the morning, I reviewed the footage. At 01:47, the microphone recorded the scrape and the clicks. Between one frame and the next, the teeth simply existed, gray pixel noise hardening into white shapes. No raccoon, no fox, no human shadow. Labeling the clip like evidence steadied me more than I liked. By then there were 12 teeth. The first set were smooth and white, roots whole as if lifted from the gum line. The second set were darker at the tips. They weren't all from the same mouth. Several were juvenile. 2 had the broad crowns of premolars. 1, wide, 4 cusps, made my stomach tighten. I wrote, molar, possible human, and hated my own handwriting for speaking the thought. That afternoon, I drove the bags to Dr. Valerie Chen at the Regional Wildlife Lab. She laid them out in tidy rows on steel and took her time. Dog, coyote, probably a hybrid, she said. These dark tips are odd. I'll scope them. This one, tweezers paused over the wide crown. Leah, that's a human molar. Tell me I'm wrong. You're not. No blood. No cementum staining. It's as if they were cleaned. I told her about the arc in the flour and left out the smiling animal because some truths feel like traps when you say them. She promised tests the same day. That night at 2:11 the scrape resumed. I opened the door on cold air and an empty porch. A tooth arsed down from a patch of shadow like a drop of milk and tapped the board. Another appeared a foot from it and fell. They came from no mouth or hand, but from a precise point in space. I watched 8 teeth drop into a second tidy arc and shut the door gently, as if slamming it might tear the surface between us wider. Valerie called at ZOHM30. Those dark tips aren't tar, she said. Under the scope the layers look like keratin, but wrong. Not heat. Not a chemical I know. 2 coyote teeth have microscopic tool marks at the roots. She hesitated. Leah, where did you really get these? I told her the trail, the smile, the nightly offerings, the way the teeth fell out of nothing. She was quiet for 3 beats. Bring the new ones. Don't keep them there. When I lifted the first evidence bag, it rattled more than it should have. There were 20, 8 teeth inside the bag that had contained 12. The zipper was still sealed. I emptied it and counted with shaking fingers. None of the 20. 8 matched the 15 damp from my porch. The teeth had multiplied while shut away from air. Valerie and I counted 40, 3 across her tray. She locked them in a steel cabinet and put her hand on the key as if it might jump. I need to be there, I said. If someone is doing this, I need to catch them. We both knew no prank accounts for teeth appearing out of air. I napped in my boots and woke to my jaw aching, as if I'd been clenching it. In the mirror, my gums looked a shade paler. I pressed a finger to my right canine and felt it shift a fraction. I chalked a line across the threshold, taped a hair to the jamb, and aimed a second camera inward. At midnight, I sat without lights. The woods were loud in the wrong way. Loon call half a step slow. Wind gusts ending too cleanly, the house breathing out when I breathed in. The scrape came from the back steps at Zoa once in 52, followed by the sound of an animal licking a bowl. Wet, patient. I stood with my ear inches from the pain and felt a face on the other side. Not heat, not pressure, certainty. The licking stopped. Boards creaked once. Then came a long, satisfied sigh shaped like relief after pain. I opened the door. No tracks. No smudge on the frame. On the step sat one tooth alone, larger than the others. When I lifted it, a smell rose faint as old pennies. Blood left in air too long. I put the tooth down and locked all 3 locks. At first light, the teeth on the porch were arranged into something new, not a grin, but a circle with a gap at the top, an open mouth seen from above. In the center lay a small gray crescent, the strip of gum no longer than my thumb, dotted where teeth had been. I slid it into a jar and twisted the lid until the glass squealed. On the trail to the access road, past the white birch where the air runs a degree colder, the coy dog sat exactly as before, tail curled around its paws. Morning should have softened things. It didn't. Its eyes were wet and yellow-flecked. Its lips were pulled impossibly high. Where teeth should have been was only darkness. A blade of sun slid across its muzzle and stopped at the edge of that dark, as if light refused to cross it. The muscles of my own face twitched in mirror. The corner of my mouth pulled upward without permission, and I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted iron. "Stop," I whispered. Its ears flicked. It rose, unfolding stiffly, joints articulating with a faint crack like lake ice. It stepped aside. In the dirt beneath its paws were dark crescents, prints of gums, pressed to earth. The black in its mouth shifted like a school of fish turning. That broke me. I ran. I have stood my ground before a bluff, charging cell with a cub. I ran anyway and didn't look back. In the clearing by my truck, the world had sound again. A jay scolding. The tick of cooling engine metal. I drove to Valerie's with the jar and the newest teeth. One look at the gum strip and her face went still. "Don't go back alone tonight," she said. "I think it's trying to trade," I said, dizzy just admitting it. I held up the jar. "It's giving me pieces of a mouth. Maybe it wants mine. I'm coming. Or we call the warden." "What do I write in the report?" I asked. "Entity delivers dental trophies nightly, while negotiating for Ranger's smile." We both knew how that would read. "It doesn't like being seen," I said. "It wants me alone." "Then at least wear eyes for me." She taped a small camera to my vest strap and clipped a recorder to my belt. "Don't turn your back on whatever this is." I drove back at dusk and sat on the porch as the light blotted out of the trees. I didn't lay flour or chalk. The door stood open behind me. I held a single tooth, the human molar, and considered dropping it as a bargain. In my palm it felt warm, as if just pulled from a mouth. At 01:39 the scrape came not on wood, but inside my head, faint as a thought. Something arranged pieces on the flat of my mind. I tasted iron. I set the molar on the porch and said, clearly, no. The scrape paused. In the kitchen behind me, ceramic clicked on ceramic. I stood without meaning to and walked toward the sound. Words I meant to say. "No, stop. Not yours," melted like ice under tongue. On the counter sat my coffee mug. Inside the mug was a tooth that wasn't mine. Beside the mug, on the cutting board, lay a small, neat pile of white, tilting toward a shape I recognized too late. My right canine gave under its gum. A soft, treacherous release. Something cold traced the inside edge of my smile, approving. The tooth slid free and struck the wood with a delicate sound that, in any other house at any other hour, might have been pleasant. Outside on the porch, something breathed in, happy at last. My name is Leah McIntyre, and though I still wear the uniform and badge of a ranger, the person beneath feels less whole than when this began. Writing these words is an effort to capture the truth. Not just for myself, but in case I falter further and forget where the boundary lies between my own body and the thing that waits in the trees. I have already lost something essential, one tooth, a canine from the right side. It should have been an ordinary event. People lose teeth to decay, to accidents, to age. But I did not. Mine slid free, like a pearl into the palm of something unseen, something that had courted me for nights with its offerings. Now every time my tongue grazes the gap, I feel not absence but a tether stretched outward into the forest. The coy dog smiles through me, and I through it. The night it claimed that first piece of me was not the end, but the opening act of a longer ritual. After my tooth fell, I did not sleep. I sat at the kitchen table as dawn crept in pale strips across the floorboards. Outside, I heard footsteps circling the cabin, deliberate and measured. They were not the quick skitter of an animal, but the calm pace of something that knew I was awake and listening. When I rose to the window, nothing moved among the trees. Yet in the dirt I saw impressions, not paw prints, not boots. They were too round, too shallow, as if gums had pressed into the soil like damp clay. A trail of them curved away into the timberline, leading east toward the trail where I had first seen the creature. I did not follow. Valerie demanded I leave the cabin. "Stay with me in town," she said. "File something, anything. We can't pretend this is wildlife anymore." I told her I would consider it, but in truth I felt I could not abandon my post. The woods were mine to protect, and whatever this was, it had chosen me. To flee would not sever the bond. The toothless smile would only find me again in streets or apartments, maybe leaning from a subway tunnel or crouching in a stairwell. Better to face it here, where at least I know the rules of the land. The next night I set the recorder on the table and left the door ajar. I spoke aloud into the silence. "You have one. You will not take more." For a time there was nothing but the creak of wood as the cabin settled. Then came the reply, not in words but in laughter. It began as the soft panting of a dog at rest, then shifted into rhythm, the breath lifting at the ends like the chuckle of a child. I pressed my palms over my ears, but the sound reverberated from within. The recorder captured only static, a hiss that rose and fell as though mimicking speech. When I played it back in the morning, I thought I heard my own name forming beneath the noise. By the fourth night, new teeth waited on the porch. 12 of them, aligned in two arcs like upper and lower jaws. In the middle rested a tongue, shriveled and gray, as if it had been dried in sun for weeks. The smell clung to my hands, even after I sealed it in a jar. I told myself to bring the evidence to Valerie, but I could not. Some part of me feared that by showing her I would bind her into the same bargain, that the smile would turn its attention to her. So I kept the jars sealed in my cabin, lining the shelves like grotesque trophies. Each one seemed to hum faintly when I neared, as if eager to be reunited into a whole. Sleep came fitful. I began to dream of chewing sounds, loud and close to my ear. In one dream, I sat at the ranger station, filling out incident reports, and every time I opened my mouth to speak, teeth rained out onto the desk in neat rows, clattering like dice. My coworkers in the dream did not react. They smiled politely, lips closed, as if waiting for me to finish. I would wake with my jaw sore, my gums throbbing, as though they had been worked loose by invisible fingers. When I checked the mirror, the remaining teeth were still intact, though they seemed to sit lighter, as if the roots had thinned overnight. The woods changed too. Trails that once felt familiar grew uncanny. The air hung heavy, soundless again as it had been that first night. On one patrol, I discovered something worse than silence. A group of deer stood motionless in a clearing, 7 of them, their bodies stiff as statues. They all faced the same direction, muzzles pointed toward me. Their mouths were open, wide, lips stretched back in a grotesque curve. Not snarling, not bleeding, smiling. I froze, rifle halfway raised, but none moved. Their teeth were wrong human in shape, lined in 2 perfect rows. A breeze stirred, and as it passed, their heads tilted in unison, lips curling further, as though to share some private joke. I retreated without firing, though every instinct screamed at me to destroy them. When I returned later that day, the clearing was empty save for tufts of fur and prints pressed deep as if by bare gums. I told Valerie a fraction of this, enough to keep her worried, but not enough to draw her closer. She threatened to call higher authorities, but I begged her not to. If they come, they won't understand. They'll shoot at shadows, and then it will spread. She did not believe me, but she saw the strain in my face and the gap in my smile, and she let it go for one more night. That night was the longest yet. I felt it waiting before dark had fully settled, hovering at the tree line, pacing the border of the yard. The air tasted metallic, like holding a coin on my tongue. At midnight, a knocking began, gentle at first, then louder, as though knuckles rapped from inside the walls. I walked room to room with my flashlight, seeing nothing, but the sound always moved just ahead, guiding me in circles until I stood back at the door. When I opened it, the coy dog was there. It sat as it had on the trail, tail wrapped around paws, head tilted. Its mouth was a cavern of black gums, glistening with a sheen like oil. I realized it was not simply toothless. It was bottomless, a pit carved into the shape of a muzzle. The smile seemed to pull at me, tugging my own lips upward until I felt my cheek muscles tremble. My body leaned forward against my will, one step onto the porch, another toward the creature. I tasted blood as my other canines shifted loose. The coy dog's ears flicked, and in the depths of its maw something moved. A swirl, a grinding wheel of white, countless teeth suspended and waiting. I fell to my knees, clutching my jaw, certain I would cough up every last piece of myself. Then a voice cut through, sharp and human. "Lee." Valerie stood at the tree line, flashlight blazing. Step back. The spell cracked like glass. I stumbled against the railing, gasping. The coy dog lowered its head, lips curling not in a smile now but in disappointment. With a ripple of shadow, it dissolved into the trees, leaving the night suddenly noisy with insects again. Valerie dragged me inside and slammed the door. "You can't stay," she said. "It wants your mouth. You know that." I could only nod, pressing gauze to the bleeding gap where my second tooth had come free. The following day, we packed evidence into crates, jars of teeth, photographs, recordings. But as we loaded them into her truck, I saw movement from the corner of my eye. A pile of white had appeared on the porch boards once more, glistening in morning sun. Not teeth this time, but fragments of jawbone, arranged into a crescent grin. At the center sat a single tooth, my own canine, the one I had lost. Clean, whole, as if it had never left my mouth. I wanted to pick it up. Every nerve screamed to reclaim it. Valerie stopped me, her hand clamping my wrist. "Don't touch it," she whispered. I believed her, but the longing remains sharp as hunger. We left that afternoon, driving toward town with the crates sealed tight. Yet even as the forest thinned and the road widened, I felt the tethers stretching, humming in my gums. When I glanced in the mirror, just for a heartbeat, I saw another face beside mine. Its grin was wide, toothless, endless, and it was wearing my ranger hat. Now, as I finish this account, I sit in Valerie's spare room. The evidence is locked away in steel, though I hear rattling from the cabinet at night, the faint clink of teeth against glass. My mouth ache is constantly. Twice I have woken to find blood on my pillow, though no new gaps appear. I fear the smile is only waiting for the right moment, when I am too weak or too careless to resist. If you read this, know that there are things in these woods that do not hunt with claws or hunger for flesh. They want something smaller, subtler, yet more essential. They want the shape of your joy, the curve of your grin, the part of you that greets the world before any word escapes. They want your smile, and once you have seen theirs, you will never truly stop smiling back. My name is Ranger Holly Graves, and I am stationed at Yellowstone National Park, working the patrol routes near the east entrance. I have been with the National Park Service for just over a decade, which means I have seen nearly every variety of wildlife behavior and weather condition that this wild, unpredictable land can conjure. I am accustomed to long nights, unpredictable roads, and the constant vigilance demanded when you are both a caretaker of the land and a protector of those who come to see it. My work has taught me that Yellowstone is not simply a park. It is a living system, a world that breathes, hunts, and remembers in ways most visitors never imagine. On an ordinary evening in late autumn, I began what should have been a routine drive, back along the narrow highway that cuts its way through the forested ridges toward the gate. The air was crisp, a knife, edge cold that hinted of the early snowfalls to come. My shift had stretched longer than expected, as I had stayed behind to check reports of campers straying too close to thermal features, and the last hour of my watch found me wary, ready to return to the ranger station and perhaps indulge in the simple luxury of coffee that was not brewed hours before. Driving in Yellowstone after dark is always a game of patience. You learn to expect animals to appear on the road, even when your headlights seem to cut through nothing but empty trees. Elk will wander suddenly from the shadows. Mule deer will bolt across the asphalt as though chased by unseen hands, and sometimes an entire herd of bison will choose to occupy the lanes as if they own them. In truth, they do. The park belongs more to them than to us, and we are merely tolerated guests. That night, the moon was obscured behind a thin veil of cloud. My headlights reached out like pale fingers, illuminating the stretch of road ahead in a tunnel of white. The world outside that beam was thick with darkness, so complete that the outlines of the lodgepole pines seemed like cutouts against an infinite void. My vehicle's engine hummed, steady and reassuring, until I rounded a bend and pressed the brake so hard that my seatbelt bit into my shoulder. Standing directly in the center of the lane was a bison. This in itself was not unusual. Bison frequently wander the roads, often unfazed by headlights or the blaring of horns. What made this particular encounter different, and what even now makes my chest tighten as I recall it, was the way the animal stood. It was massive. Larger than any bull I had seen on that stretch, its body filling both lanes, as if it had been carved out of the night itself. The creature did not shuffle or graze or turn its head to assess the intruder barreling down upon it. Instead, it faced me head-on, eyes reflecting the white of my headlights with a strange, unnatural glow. They were not the dull, amber reflections typical of animal eyes in darkness. They were an almost pure white, pale and empty, like the eyes of a corpse filmed over by death. I kept my foot pressed against the brake, heart pounding. My hand hovered over the radio. But in that suspended moment, all I could do was stare at the hulking shadow in my headlights. I tried the horn. The sound cut through the cold night, loud and insistent. The bison did not move. A prickle ran along the back of my neck. I had dealt with stubborn animals before, but this stillness was not stubbornness. It was something else, something deliberate. I flicked my brights on, flooding the figure with sharper light. That was when the animal moved, but not in any way my mind was prepared for. The bison tilted its massive head backward, slow at first, almost curious, and then further, impossibly further. Its thick neck bent until I heard the faint crackle of joints straining, followed by a single, sharp pop that echoed off the trees like a gunshot. The horn scraped along its own spine, and I realized with a jolt of horror that its head was facing backward, bent beyond anything natural or alive. I froze. My hand clutched the wheel, knuckles bone white. The creature remained in that grotesque posture, horns raking against hide, its throat stretched, and yet the body never wavered. For a moment it seemed carved out of stone, a statue in an obscene position. Then the neck twitched once more, and the sound it made was not the sound of any animal I know. It was the brittle tearing of something breaking beneath its own weight. My breath fogged the windshield. Instinct told me to reverse, to turn the vehicle around and flee. But instinct was drowned beneath something stronger: fascination, or perhaps shock. The bison's eyes glowed brighter, almost luminescent in the beam. They were locked on me, though its face was inverted, a stare that came from a head bent backward and wrong. The sound that followed was worse than the sight. A low bellow rose from its chest, one that should have rattled the forest. Yet as it echoed across the road, the noise seemed strangled, wet, as if the voice came from a throat that no longer knew how to produce sound. It vibrated through my ribs, through the steering wheel, through the glass. And then, silence. I blinked, heart hammering, sweat chilling against my neck despite the cold air. I tightened my grip, ready to shift into reverse. But when I looked again, when I forced myself to sweep my gaze across the lanes, back to the figure, it was gone. The road stretched empty before me. No shadow, no lumbering bulk, no beast with its head bent back in a broken arc. Only the trembling reflection of my headlights on the yellow lines of the pavement. I sat frozen, eyes darting from one side of the forest to the other, expecting to see movement, a retreating shadow. Nothing. No branches stirred. The world was unnervingly still, as though the entire forest held its breath. Slowly, almost unwillingly, I eased the patrol vehicle forward. The tires rolled across the exact spot where moments earlier the animal had stood. I half expected to feel a jolt, as if running over invisible weight. But the car moved smoothly, without resistance. I should have driven straight back to the station, filed a report, tried to explain what had happened in professional terms. Instead, I found myself pulling the vehicle onto the shoulder, cutting the engine, and sitting in silence. My ears rang from the absence of sound, and I could hear nothing but the faint ticking of cooling metal. I replayed the scene in my head. The bison's spoke its eyes, that impossible angle of its head. My mind insisted I had seen it, yet logic demanded otherwise. No creature could survive such contortion, let alone vanish in the span of a heartbeat. After a long while, I restarted the engine, turned the wheel back toward the main road, and continued my drive. My hands remained tight on the steering wheel, and every curve in the road made me tense for another impossible encounter. I arrived back at the ranger station without further incident. The fluorescent lights above the garage door seemed too bright, too normal, after what I had seen. I parked the vehicle, shut off the engine, and forced myself into the motions of routine, signing logs, locking the doors, checking communications. But I could not shake the memory of those pale eyes, staring at me from the road. It was only when I reviewed the dashcam footage, later that night, that the true weight of the encounter settled in. On the recording, my vehicle rounds the bend exactly as I remember. The headlights flare, illuminating the stretch of road. But the lane is empty. There is no besom, no figure blocking the way, no grotesque bending of a neck. The footage shows only me braking sharply, headlights quivering as the vehicle shudders to a halt. Then I sit there, engine idling, horn blaring once, brights flickering. And, in the recording, there is nothing but bare asphalt and the lines painted on it. I stared at that screen long after the video ended. My mind reeled, caught between two irreconcilable realities. What I had seen with my own eyes, and what the camera insisted had never been there. Sleep did not come easily that night, and when it did, it carried images of horns scraping bone, of eyes without color, of a road that seemed less like asphalt and more like a stage where something ancient had chosen to perform. But even then, deep in the hours of restless dream, I knew this was not the end of it. Encounters in Yellowstone rarely come as solitary events. The land remembers, and it repeats, and when something reveals itself once, it almost always returns. I did not tell anyone right away. That sounds strange for a ranger, whose job is to report what she sees. But something about the blank footage felt personal. Like a failed memory test I wasn't ready to share. I sat in the dim glow of the break room monitor for almost an hour, replaying the same stretch of empty road, while my heart remembered a thing the camera denied. When the coffee machine clicked and burbled behind me, I flinched hard enough to spill what I wasn't even holding. I finally downloaded the clip, labeled it with date and time, and logged the stop in the patrol notes with careful, sterile language. Vehicle braked for obstruction. Dashcam shows none, no collision, no wildlife observed on review. I added the mile marker off East Entrance, rode near the first pullout after Sylvan Pass, and left the rest unsaid. When I closed the incident report, my name looked small on the screen, like it belonged to someone else. Sleep didn't show up. At 3 in the morning, I went back outside, stood under a sky frosted with starlight, and listened to the cold ring off the metal railings. The station sat quiet, A low, practical building squatting in the dark. A wind came through the pines and made the flag snap. Somewhere far off, a fox yipped and got no answer. The world felt paused. At 7, I found myself in maintenance, trying not to look like someone who needed to talk. Sam, who knows our trucks like doctors know hearts, was coaxing a stubborn bolt off a skid plate. He and I had worked together for years. He could smell a lie on me, but he also knew when not to name it. "You hammered the brakes last night," he said, eyes still on the wrench. "I did. You want me to pull the event recorder?" He meant the small box that logs speed, throttle, brake pressure. "Please." He wiped his hands and connected the tool. "You got your dash cam file?" "Yes." I didn't say what it showed. He didn't ask. The recorder gave back numbers my speed. The spike in brake pressure, the quick toggle of the brights, the single tap of the horn. The timeline matched what my body remembered down to the second. "What'd you stop for?" he asked eventually. "I thought there was a bison in the road," I said. I said it, like a hypothesis I was already prepared to revise. "You thought?" "It wasn't there on the footage." I stared at the bay door, at the slice of daylight where dust hung like quiet rain. But it was there. He clicked his tongue, a small sound. "You want me to check the bumper, undercarriage, see if anything you know?" He didn't say air. He didn't say blood. He didn't have to. Go ahead. He lay on the creeper and rolled under the truck. I listened to the small private sounds of tools touching metal. After a while, he rolled back out and said a few things, on a rag, one pebble of salt from the last road. Treatment we'd done before the recent thaw. A thin thread of pine bark, caught in a seam by the wheel well, and a tiny matte flake the size of a fingernail clipping. "What's that?" I asked. He tilted the flake with tweezers. It looked almost like paint, except it wasn't glossy. It was dull and dark, with a slight ridged texture. "Could be keratin," he said, "like a toenail piece. But it's not, I don't know. It's light, but it's cold." He passed the tweezers to me. The flake felt like a piece of shadow someone had pressed flat and left out overnight. "You can show it to Judy in bio. She'll get you an answer." I nodded. I didn't tell him how the word keratin made the back of my neck tighten. Judy in bio is one of those people you want near when you don't know what you're dealing with. Practical, curious, unimpressed by haunting stories and heroic exaggerations. In her hands, mysteries go quietly to ground. She didn't ask me where the flake came from. She just set it in a glass dish, peered at it with the binocular microscope, and then switched to the higher power like a person turning up the volume. "HM," she said. "What kind of M?" "The kind that means I don't immediately know." She adjusted the focus. "Keratin, sure. Except it's not layered like hair or hoof. It's closer to horn, but not exactly. The surface is cooked, vitrified in places. If you told me this spent a second inside a forge, I'd believe you. But those ridges, look." She slid the scope so I could see the monitor. The flake's surface glistened like cooled lava, and along it ran shallow, parallel grooves, not quite regular. "Horn scrape?" I asked, my mouth dry. "Maybe." She glanced at me sideways. "You want me to send it to the regional lab?" "Not yet." I couldn't explain the impulse to hold it close. "Can you just keep it here? Don't log it yet." She studied my face, nodded once, and covered the dish. "You doing okay, Holly?" "No." The honesty surprised us both. But I'm on duty. Back out on the road, daylight took some of the edges off my memory. The world in sun is a forgiving place. Hell is harder to picture at noon. I drove the same stretch toward the east, checked the pullouts, watched the slopes for early avalanches, listened to the radio hum with the painless chatter of work. I told myself I would not stop at the mile marker. I stopped anyway. There, in the bright plain light, asphalt lay ordinary and ugly. But at the center of the lane, where my headlights had painted a cone the night before, the pavement wore two crescent scuffs, the width of a spread hand, shallow arcs the color of slate, as if someone had dragged a heavy, curved tool across it twice. They were side by side, symmetrical. I stepped out, boots scuffing grit. Kneeling, I touched a fingertip to the arc. It should have been no different from the road around it, but it felt faintly smoother, faintly warmer, as if the sun liked that spot more. When I brought my finger to my nose, I found the barest ghost of a smell: singed hair. It was not a smell you mistake. Traffic doesn't pound this road like highways elsewhere. Hours can go by between vehicles, especially off-season. My arcs would last a while. I stared at them until the wind pushed a brittle leaf across one and erased nothing. I didn't call it in. Instead, I took out my phone and snapped pictures I would never upload to the shared drive. I stood, wiped my finger on my pant leg, and almost laughed at myself. The laughter would have broken something, so I didn't let it out. On the way back, I passed a rental SUV pulled onto the shoulder. A family stood outside, parents conferring over a paper map like pilgrims. Two kids dangling on the guardrail and chewing air. I rolled to a stop, window down, and asked if they needed help. The mother smiled with the sheepish relief of people embarrassed to need guidance. "Do we keep going for the herds?" she asked. "We heard you can see them anywhere." "You can," I said, voice steady. I gave them directions, answered questions about geyser schedules, pointed at a pullout with a good view. The kids nodded and pretended to listen. When I pulled away, I looked in the mirror, and for an instant, I thought I saw it again, a dark hump in the road behind me. Head bent back in that obscene angle, horns touching spine like a lock. By the time I braked, the hump was just a shadow, the ordinary seam of two lanes meeting under a cap of cloud. I forced my foot back to the gas. By afternoon, the edges of the story were wearing smooth in my mind. That's a trick the day plays. It sands everything down. I didn't tell anyone. I finished checks, wrote up a warning for a camper who'd thought the rules about thermal crusts were suggestions, and drove back to the station at dusk with my radio turned down low. Night comes to Yellowstone, as if pouring in from the tree line. As I reached the same bend where I'd stopped before, I felt a heat behind my breastbone, like shame or fever. The road ahead lay empty. I told myself I would drive by without slowing. My foot lifted from the accelerator in direct disobedience. The radio twitched, a small hiccup of static that turned into a slow, breathy rasp. Sometimes the mountains do that to comms. Bounce, echo, smear. But this sound had a throat in it. I picked up the handset. "Station, this is Graves on East Entrance. Comms check." The only answer was a soft, long exhale. It wasn't mine. I could hear my own breath in my own body, and this was other, deeper, like wind forced through a broken reed. "Copy," I said, voice too loud. "Station, radio check." The sound deepened, not louder, just lower. A frequency my chest noticed before my ears did. a tone that rubbed the cartilage between my ribs. My headlights brightened slightly. That was nothing but my hands squeezing the wheel, and the beam seemed to thicken, as if the light had found a fog I couldn't see. The bison stepped into the road. Not from the side, not like an animal pushing out a brush. The space in the lane was empty, then the space had a shape, and the shape was a bison facing me head on, already centered, already still. I did not brake this time. The instinct that wrungs your legs away from cliffs lifted my foot, but my other instincts, the ones trained by years behind the wheel, overruled. I eased slower, steadied at 20, then 10, the truck idling forward until I stopped with the bull a car length away. The eyes showed again, white as winter's sun on ice, reflecting nothing human back at me. I didn't hit the horn. It wouldn't help. "Okay," I said, as if it could hear me in a language not made of sound. "Okay." The head tipped. Bones murmured under fur. The neck bent back, then farther, until the horns traced their arcs along the hump of the back and found the line of the spine. This time, when the horn tips met bone, a dry static crack jumped in my radio, and the truck's dome light flickered, even though it was off. The smell of hot wool flooded the cab. I gagged and swallowed it down. "Station Graves," I said through my teeth. "I have a large animal in the road at." I checked the mile marker, though I already knew it. "At the Sylvan Bend." "It's not moving." The handset squealed, not with feedback, but the reverse of it, a vacuum squeal, a sound like pressure being pulled out of air. Then a voice, not words, but voice, shaped, long, low, wrong. It grazed the register where a bison's bellow starts, except it carried a jitter, a tremor like shutter speed gone sideways, as if the voice were made of frames out of order. My chest closed around one thought: don't blink. I didn't. Tears gathered and broke. Hot on cold skin. I watched the crease where horn met spine, expecting blood, expecting anything the world could name. Nothing came out. The bison's breath steamed once, twice, 3 times. Each time the mist drifted, and then hung, as if time forgot about it. My right hand moved without me, flicking the switch that turns on the dashcam's manual tagging feature. The file would be easy to find later, stacked with the others I wished I could unwatch. "Mauve," I whispered, not to it but to the night. The bison's head twitched forward. Not a natural return, not a living vertebrae flex, but a single frame forward, exactly 1 notch, like a film spliced wrong. Then another notch. Then the head was upright again and the eyes were not eyes. Just white discs in a skull that wasn't a skull. The legs shifted not to walk, but to declare a new position. It was 3 feet to the left without traveling those feet. My hand closed so tight on the wheel. I felt the stitching cut my palm. I took my foot off the brake. The truck inched forward, confusion and terror braided so tight they were indistinguishable. "Go," I said to myself. "Go through it." I don't know if that was bravery or its opposite. I eased forward until the grill met the space where its shoulder should have been. The truck nosed into shadow. The shadow did not part. The engine hesitated. The static on the radio peaked, turning to a thin screaming that probably wasn't in the air at all. The windshield fogged in an oval like breath, but the cab was cold as rock. Then the shape stepped backward into absence and wasn't there. The road, as before, lay innocent and plain. The static cut. The breath smell evaporated as if the night swallowed it whole. I sat until the slick of sweat on my neck cooled to ice. When I finally drove on, my hands shook so hard the turn signal looked drunk. At the station, I went straight to the monitor and pulled the file. The seconds slid by. My truck rounded the bend, slowed, stopped. The lane stood empty. My headlights swung over nothing. In the cab, my face stared forward, eyes wide, pupils too big. Mouth moving with words the microphone didn't choose to pick up. I watched myself talk to a road. I rewound, looking for anything. At 27 seconds in, the headlights flickered one frame low and high, a tiny pulse. At 31, the edge of the beam trembled like a curtain touched by a draft. At 33, the windshield showed two faint arcs of condensed breath that formed and faded in the space of a blink. If anyone else watched, they would call it artifact. If they were kind, they'd call it glitch. I closed the window, sat back, and realized my neck hurt. Deep, hot, where the base of the skull anchors to the spine. When I reached up, my fingers found two narrow welts, parallel, like lines pressed by something curved and smooth. Not broken skin, just the suggestion of pressure, like a warning the body knows how to write without help. The radio on the desk burped and settled. From the maintenance bay, I heard Sam laugh at something on the little speaker. He keeps tuned to the weather station. It sounded so normal it made my stomach lurch. I stood, went to bio, and asked Judy to log the flake, bag it, and send it to the regional lab after all. I told her to keep the chain of custody tight. I did not tell her about the arcs on my neck. I didn't know how to. On my way back out to the truck, I passed the bulletin board, where the safety notices and seasonal warnings hang. Someone had pinned up a printed sheet about road ice forming without visible sheen. The dreaded black ice advisory. At the bottom, in neat pen, someone had added a note. Remember, if you brake for nothing, it's still something. I recognized the handwriting. It was mine from last year, after I'd nearly spun out on a clear morning. I touched the corner of the paper and felt the thumbtack cool under my finger. Then I went back to the truck, started the engine, and watched my breath fog the glass, exactly where the arcs had formed on the footage. When it cleared, the road lay in front of me like a mouth that had just learned how to smile. I thought I could outlast it. That was the lie I whispered to myself as autumn bled into winter, as snow gathered on the shoulders of the east entrance road. As the hours grew long and the patrols lonelier, I told myself the bison was an incident, a hallucination carved out of exhaustion, an optical trick. But when the sun went down and the forest thickened with silence, my body remembered better than my brain. My hands twitched on the wheel before the mile marker even appeared. I stopped telling anyone anything. The flake Judy had sent off to the lab came back weeks later with a report written in bureaucratic dead speak. Sample exhibits properties inconsistent with known ungulate keratin. Further analysis inconclusive. The words meant nothing, or worse, they meant everything. I filed the paper in the cabinet under wildlife. Miscellaneous. Sometimes at night I'd pull it out, read it by the glow of the desk lamp, and imagine the lab techs pausing over their microscopes, frowning, then choosing silence. Sam asked once more about the truck. "You ever figure out what you stopped for?" he said, leaning on the doorframe with his arms folded. "I thought I did," I said, which was not a lie. He let it go. Good men know when not to pry. But the road did not let go. It always began with the radio. Static where there should have been weather. Breaths that did not belong to me. Once, a voice that was no voice at all, humming low like the groan of glaciers shifting under weight. My headlights would brighten or dim a shade, not enough to register as a malfunction, just enough to make my heart knock against my ribs. Then the shape would be there, as sudden and undeniable as the moment a nightmare takes form in a dream. Sometimes it stood in the lane, sometimes on the shoulder, once on the ridgeline itself, outlined against the pale fire of the stars, always facing me, always still, always with those eyes like ice turned opaque. I learned that the camera never saw it. I could sit there in the cab, staring at the impossible, while the dashcam produced clean footage of empty asphalt and leaning trees. The body I trusted most, my own, told me one thing, and the machine insisted another. Between them lay a chasm that no report, no log entry could ever bridge. The worst night came in December. Snow fell thick, muting the forest into a muffled hush, and I crept the truck along at a cautious crawl. The wipers squeaked across glass, smearing white into streaks. My thermos was empty, my mind dull. That was when the road opened up ahead, and the figure was already there. The bison towered in the snowfall, every flake skirting its body, as though the air itself bent around it. I stopped 10 yards short. The world outside my headlights was black, but around the animal there was a strange clarity, as though the snow feared to touch its hide. Its head tipped back, slow as ritual, horns raking spine with a sound I felt in my teeth. This time the spine did not stop at a bend. It cracked. Wet. The bison's body shuddered but did not fall. It kept standing, though the head was inverted completely, horns scraping ribs. Throat stretched until it looked ready to split. White eyes fixed on me from upside down, and breath steamed from nostrils that pointed at the sky. I pressed the horn out of panic. The sound blasted into the dark and came back. Not an echo, not truly. The noise returned heavier, distorted. A lowing groan braided into my own honk, like the road itself had joined in. The wheel trembled. Snow stilled. For one impossible instant, I thought the mountain had leaned closer to listen. Then the animal lurched forward. Not walked, lurched. Each step was both too slow and too sudden, a broken sequence stitched together wrong. It came closer. My own breath stopped. At 5 yards I could smell it, hot wool and copper, the reek of something both living and long dead. I fumbled for reverse, but the gear stick refused to move. The engine revved in neutral like a trapped heart. My headlights dimmed, flared, dimmed again. The radio screamed thin static, a pitch that felt like needles in the blood. The bison reached the hood. I swear its horns grazed the grill. Though when I closed my eyes and opened them again, the paint was unmarked. It leaned over the hood until its upside. Down eyes hung level with my windshield, close enough that if glass had not been between us, I could have touched the wet frost of its nostrils. I did not move. I could not. Every instinct told me to run, but running requires time. And time was not obeying its rules anymore. The world outside the cab had slowed to syrup. My breath fogged and hung without dispersing. My pulse thudded so hard it echoed in my ears. The animal opened its mouth. No sound came, no roar, no bellow. Only a widening of black gums, where teeth should have been, a cavern ringed in pale steam. For a moment I thought it would swallow the truck whole. Instead, it snapped its jaws shut with a force that rattled glass. The headlights went out. Darkness. I must have sat there for seconds, but it felt like a year. In the dark, I could hear nothing but my own pulse and the faint, steady rasp of breath that did not belong to me. Then the lights returned with a flick, and the road was bare. The snow fell again in normal rhythm. My hands, clamped on the wheel, were numb. When I tried to move them, pins of pain shot down my arms. The dashcam replay showed me braking hard for an empty road. Nothing else. That was the night I stopped driving the east entrance after sundown. I traded shifts, begged favors, invented excuses. I told myself the problem was solved. But in Yellowstone, avoidance is a luxury. The roads do not forget you. The land does not forget you. And sometimes, the thing that waits will find its way regardless of detours. Weeks later, I woke in my bunk at the station to a sound. I knew too well the strained crackle of joints, bending where they should not. It came from the hallway outside my door, slow, deliberate. My throat went dry. The air smelled faintly of singed hair. I sat up, every nerve screaming, and listened. The sound came again, louder, bone against bone, horn against spine. I reached for the flashlight on my nightstand, clicked it on, and opened the door. The hall was empty, but along the floor, pressed into the thin dust of boot tracks, were two arcs, perfect crescents, side by side, as though horns had dragged across the ground. They trailed away toward the far door and stopped, ending in nothing. I did not sleep again that night. After that, I began finding signs everywhere. On morning patrol, frost patterns on the windshield formed pale, crescents that vanished with the sun. In the garage, a faint smell of hot wool clung to the air, even when no animal had been inside. Once, walking between cabins, I caught sight of two white glows at the tree line, like eyes that blinked out the moment I raised my flashlight. I tried to rationalize. Stress, fatigue, imagination carving shapes out of fear. But when I traced the welts at the base of my skull, the ones I had first noticed after that second encounter, I knew the truth my body refused to forget. Two parallel ridges, as though something curved and smooth had pressed there, lingered even as the weeks passed. I started to think maybe it wasn't the bison itself that haunted me, but something older, something using its shape the way a mask uses a face. Yellowstone is ancient ground. The land shifts, erupts, regrows. Bones rest in its soil. Fire rewrites its forests. Who is to say something doesn't rise from that cycle, wear it like a skin, and remind us we are guests on borrowed earth? My dashcam holds hours of footage now. Empty roads, quiet trees, and me, staring at nothing with eyes wide, as though pinned open. If anyone else watched, they'd call it exhaustion. But I know what I've seen, what I've smelled, what I've felt in my bones. The road remembers. One night soon, I fear it will not be the bison standing in the lane, but me, frozen there with eyes gone pale and a neck bent too far back, waiting for the next ranger to round the curve and see something their camera will never believe. And when that happens, maybe the road will finally have what it's been asking for all along. My name is Ranger Thomas Keegan, and I serve in the Rocky Mountain Backcountry Patrol. I was born with an appreciation for wilderness that some might call obsession, but I have always thought of it as duty. The forested slopes, alpine meadows, and winding rivers of these mountains are not simply terrain. They are living testaments to survival, both harsh and beautiful. My role, as defined in the simplest of terms, is to protect that balance. I enforce rules, guide lost hikers, and, when necessary, perform the final mercy for creatures that suffer too long. It is not a task that gives me satisfaction, but it is one I accept with the solemnity it demands. Death, when delivered swiftly, can sometimes be the last act of kindness. I must note this introduction carefully, because what follows has made me question every certainty I carried into the wild. The Rocky Mountains are older than anything we can properly measure, scarred with time, carved by storms and glaciers. The stories they hold are deeper than any book or archive. On patrol, I often felt those stories pressing at the edges of perception. Whispers in the wind, shadows among the trees. A sense that what I could see was only the surface of something far larger. Most days, I brushed off that unease. But one evening beside a cold river, those stories stepped into my path, and I can no longer separate myself from them. I record this with clarity, in plain language, for there is no need to exaggerate. The truth, when it reveals itself, requires no embellishment. It began in late September, when the air carried both the dry crispness of autumn and the first bite of early snow. I was traveling a section of river that cut between steep granite cliffs, a route familiar from years of patrolling. My pack was lighter than usual. I carried only field rations, first aid, and my rifle. The sun had dropped lower than I realized, casting the water in a dull silver sheen. Most wildlife had already sought shelter for the evening. The silence was deep enough that I could hear the faint scrape of my boots on the stones, the occasional splash of water against the riverbank, and my own breathing in the chill. That was when I saw her. A doe, thin and ragged, stood near the river's edge, her legs trembling as though they could hardly support her weight. Her ribs jutted sharply beneath a patchy coat, the kind of image that makes a ranger's chest tighten with dread. Animals starve, yes, but this one looked beyond repair. Her body worn down to something skeletal, her stance a portrait of exhaustion. I had seen animals in distress before: elk caught in wire, foxes limping from broken bones, bears sick with mange. This doe carried a different kind of affliction. She stood too still, watching the water, as though she was not part of this world at all. Training and instinct guided me. My duty was to ease the suffering. I shouldered the rifle and felt its weight settle into my palms, my eyes narrowing as I steadied my breath. A clean shot between the eyes would be swift, ending her pain in a fraction of a second. I whispered to myself the same words I always do in these moments for mercy, not malice. The sound of the river filled my ears. My finger brushed the trigger. Then she raised her head, slowly, with effort, as though every movement required more strength than her body contained. Her eyes caught mine, not the dull, glassy eyes of a dying animal, but wet, wide, and filled with something I did not recognize. They looked terrified, and when her mouth opened, I prepared myself for a bleat. The soft cry of deer I had heard countless times before. What came instead froze my blood. The sound that left her throat was not animal, not instinctive. It was a sob, a child's sob, broken, uneven, the kind that comes when fear overwhelms breath. It trembled through the stillness, rising over the river's song, and the hairs on my neck lifted as if touched by an unseen hand. My chest seized. The rifle hung in my grip, useless. Every nerve told me I was hearing something impossible. I lowered the gun an inch, unable to process the noise that still rang in my ears. She sobbed again, louder, raw with desperation, and for a moment I thought my knees might give way. Her legs shook violently, yet she did not fall. Her ribs heaved. I could hear water moving behind her, the steady churn of the river. But my attention was locked on the impossible grief spilling from her throat. The forest itself seemed to pause, listening. I whispered into the air, perhaps to reassure myself I was still sane. "That's not right." The words felt brittle, as though spoken in a dream. I blinked hard, tried to shake myself free of what I thought must be fatigue or hallucination. I even considered that someone else was nearby, a child concealed in the trees. Their cry carried toward me on some strange echo, but there was no other figure. Only the doe, her body trembling, her eyes shimmering with tears that should not exist. Then, as swiftly as it had begun, it ended. The doe turned, stumbling awkwardly into the river, her legs finding sudden strength where none should have remained. The water should have splashed, rippling outward from her weight, but it did not. She moved into the current like smoke through the air, her form bending, softening, until it slipped beneath the surface without resistance. There was no ripple, no sign of entry, no disturbance in the water. She vanished as though the river had swallowed a shadow. I stood alone, my heart hammering against my ribs, my rifle slack in my hands. The river churned on, steady and indifferent, silver under the fading light. I stared at the spot where she had been, waiting for bubbles, for the gleam of antlers, for any evidence that my eyes had not betrayed me. Nothing rose. The water was empty, smooth, unbroken. My own breath came loud, ragged, the only living sound in a silence that suddenly felt suffocating. For a long moment, I could not move. The rational part of my mind shouted for explanations. Deer do not cry. They do not sob with voices stolen from children. And they do not vanish without trace beneath a river that shows no sign of their passing. I should have convinced myself it was exhaustion, a trick of fading light, a merging of sound and imagination. Yet the rawness of that sob still rattled inside me, undeniable. My body knew it had heard something real, something alive, something wrong. Finally, I forced myself to kneel at the water's edge. My hands cupped cold against the surface, sending ripples outward, but beneath the sheen I saw only stone and silt. No deer, no shadow. I splashed my face, hoping to shock myself awake from what felt like a fevered vision. The cold cut deep, but clarity did not come. The sob still echoed in memory, as sharp as if it had just been spoken beside my ear. Darkness settled swiftly after that, as if the sun had fled from the scene. I gathered my pack, slung the rifle over my shoulder, and forced my body to return to the trail. My legs felt unsteady, my breath uneven, but I walked as though pursued. Every few steps I turned, scanning the water, expecting to see the doe standing there once more, ribs jutted, eyes wet. Each time, the river was empty, whispering with the same indifferent current. And each time, my chest tightened with the fear that perhaps I wanted to see her again. Because then, at least I would not have to believe she had never been real at all. The hike back to my outpost was longer than it should have been. The shadows stretched across the path, blackening into shapes that seemed to watch me. I kept my flashlight angled low, unwilling to see what the trees might suggest. By the time I reached the cabin, my hands were trembling so violently I nearly dropped the key. Inside, the familiar scent of wood smoke and oil lanterns should have comforted me. Instead, the silence pressed close, leaving me to sit on my cot, with the rifle still across my lap, staring at the floorboards as though they might give answers. That night, I did not sleep. Each time my eyelids closed, I heard it again, the sob, fragile yet piercing, echoing across the dark. I opened my eyes, scanning corners of the cabin, convinced the sound might emerge from the shadows themselves. But nothing stirred. The silence outside was complete. The river lay hidden beyond the trees, carrying its secrets downstream, indifferent to the man who had witnessed them. And still I sat awake, questioning whether the line between duty and horror had shifted beneath my feet. I watched the thin seam of dawn slide between the lodgepole pines, as if the light were searching for a way to enter. The stove ticked as it cooled, unneeded after a night of insomnia. I put coffee on anyway, more for the ritual than the heat, and wrote the incident in my field log with language so careful it felt dishonest. Observed distressed vocalization from Otocoileus virginianus. Anomalous entry into water, no visible disturbance. I paused with the pencil over the page, then added, possible auditory misperception due to fatigue. That last sentence was insurance against the look I had seen before in colleagues' eyes, when a story strayed too far from what the world agrees is possible. After the coffee, I checked the radio, called in my position, and kept my voice even. Routine is a rope you can hold when the ground tries to tilt. Then I packed for another walk to the river. I told myself I was going because I might find a wounded animal downstream, or tracks to explain how I'd been fooled. If I admit the truth, something in me felt as though I'd left the scene of a crash without checking for survivors. The sob had made a claim on me, and ignoring it would have been a kind of cowardice. Frost silvered the grasses along the trail. The world had gone bright and clean, as if the night had scrubbed it, and my thoughts moved more sharply with the cold. I reached the river bend and recognized the exact rock where I had stood, the ripple, marked slab worn smooth by centuries. The water shouldered past me, indifferent. I crouched and studied the mud at the edge. Hoofprints pocked the bank, fresh, sharp at the edges, a scatter of deer sign that could have belonged to any doe. They led toward the water and simply ended. They did not blur, did not collapse into the slurry you expect where mud and current meet. They stopped as if the hooves had lifted into the air and never come down again. I followed the bank in both directions for 100 yards, scanning for drag marks, for any sign of struggle. There were none. A red-tailed hawk called from somewhere up the slope. The sun reached a thin hand through the canyon, lighting the river like a blade. I felt like a man on the far side of a one-way mirror. I could see out, I could not tell what was looking in. I forced myself to do what training taught, collect small facts, even when the large ones refused to fit. I measured the stride of the tracks with a bit of paracord. I photographed the bank, the rock, the pattern of the gravel just downstream, and I logged the time. I took a water sample because I needed to do something that obeyed cause and effect. The river slid past my vial, as if bored by my attempt to make it yield. On my way back, I nearly missed the hair caught on a low willow branch. It was fine tan, easily deer, and I would have passed it if not for the glint beside it. A bright plastic bead, blue as a lake at noon, threaded onto a single hair, thin filament. The filament was tangled among the willow leaves, weaving itself through like a spider web. The bead was the size of a lentil, not wild, not part of the river. I nudged it into my palm. It left a faint smear of silt. I carried the bead in a bag to the outpost and set it on a folded paper towel the way you set down an insect you intend to study and then release. I remembered every hiker I'd stopped that season, every family with kids. No one had reported a missing child along this stretch. I did not like where my mind was going. The Ranger District Office was a 2 Hour drive on good roads and half a day on the kind we actually have. I used the satellite link instead, opened the incident archive, and searched drownings within our section for the last 20 years. You do not expect a long list. We do not encourage swimming in water fed by glacial runoff. There were 7. 2 rafters whose boat flipped against a strainer. A fly fisherman wading deeper than his sense. 1 suicide the coroner's report laid out in careful, clinical prose. 3 children. I read the children's reports twice. The first was 14 years ago, late June, a 7-year-old girl named Lila, visiting with her grandfather. He took a nap. She wandered to the water. They found her 2 miles downstream. No foul play suspected. The second was 9 years ago. A 5-year-old boy named Weston. His parents were with him. He slipped off a rock. The third was 3 summers ago. A 12-year-old, Clara, who drowned trying to cross a narrow channel to reach a dog that had writhed free of its leash. In each report, the same phrase appeared. No significant disturbance noted at point of entry. The writing was bureaucratic and plain. I stared at that line until it felt like an accusation. The district keeps paper records going back further, stored in a basement that smells like damp cardboard and government dust. I drove down after lunch because the satellite link has never been a substitute for turning pages. For the way a note in the margin can tell you something the official line has suppressed. The basement attendant nodded when I gave my badge and my purpose. "You been bitten by the search bug, Keegan?" she asked without irony. "Sometimes it bites and won't let go." I requested any incident reports along that river, all categories. The attendant brought out a cart with cardboard boxes labeled by year. I sat up at a metal table under humming fluorescent lights and started reading. Reports of illegal fires, bear encounters, a lost shoe that became a report because its owner wanted it back. And then older things, written with a tone that felt closer to mine than the modern forms do. A report from 1978, a ranger named Mullins. Handwriting cramped and meticulous. Do observe entering the water without visible displacement. Accompanied by sound like crying. Concluded vantage point deceptive. A report from 1956, typewritten. Local rancher claims to have heard a woman weep from the far side of the river. No campers present. Investigated. Found deer hair snagged in willow. No cause determined. And in a bound log from 1931, a line that looked like a confession. There is something hungry in the river that is not satisfied by meat. I closed the log and rubbed my eyes until stars spun behind the lids. When I looked up, the attendant was at her desk, reading a mystery novel, underlining passages in pencil. The light hummed on. The world had not changed to acknowledge what I had just learned. I signed out the older reports with copies and drove back as the day thinned to evening. Back at the outpost, I laid the copies on my table and set the blue bid beside them. A plan would have been better than an itch, but I had an itch and rope is rope. Dusk was falling fast, and the river after dark is a rule breaker's classroom. I took a fresh flashlight, a small audio recorder I use when I have to narrate findings in bad weather, a coil of line, and a waist harness. I told the radio I was doing a short check along the river bend for signs of a snared elk a hiker claimed to have heard the previous day. There was no such call. I left the radio on the tay after that because I wanted no voice but my own following me to the water. Night fell between one step and the next. The river was a darker ribbon inside the dark, and the sound of it filled the space inside my head. I anchored the rope to a stout pine 15 yards from the bank. The harness buckled around my waist with clicks that sounded too loud in the quiet. I clipped the audio recorder to my chest pocket and switched it on. My voice, when I tested it, didn't sound like mine. Ranger Thomas Keegan. Field observation 21:53 hours, it said, returning to Bend. Noting ambient sound. River approximately 70 decibels at 2 yards. I took 3 steps closer to the bank and said, "If there is anyone in trouble, call to me." Then I felt absurd, a man talking to physics. I stood and listened as the river spoke in its one language. Minutes passed. The cold worked its way through my pants and found my knees. I began to think I had made the entire night before into something it was not. The mind can reel out a spool of error when given an anchor of fear. Then the crying began. It did not come from the trees or the air. It came from the water. A thin, broken sob, as if the river's mouth were an inch from my boots. My body pulled back before my mind could, and the rope tightened against the pine. I have been shot at by a drunk hunter who thought I was a bear. I have stood between a bull moose and a teenager with more bravado than sense. This sound frightened me more than both. I spoke into the recorder without looking away from the gleaming stripe of current. Auditory anomaly consistent with human child between 4 and 8 years. Female register. No visible source. No visible disturbance on surface. The crying kept going, catching on breaths that did not belong to lungs. I had brought something else inside my jacket, something I had never imagined carrying into the field. The blue plastic bead. I do not know why. Maybe to prove to myself that it meant nothing. I took it out and held it, where the faint starlight could catch it. "I'm here," I said to the water, so to whatever thread ran between the two. "If you need help, tell me how." The sobbing shifted. Words formed blurred, as underwater speech would be if it could exist. I caught only fragments. Cold. Home. Sorry. A child's litany of small, immense words. The rope at my waist drew tight again, but it was not the rope pulling. It was me. I stepped forward until my toes touched the wet sill of river, mud. The crying paused, then resumed softer, as if I had done something correct and was being rewarded. I went down to a knee to put my hand in. The water took my fingers and they disappeared. Not under the surface. Into it. Not submerged the way wash water hides your hands in a dishpan. Gone, as if there were no boundary between wet and not. The rope creaked on the pine, the bark complaining. I yanked my hand back and stared. It was there, cold, skinned, intact, a human hand attached to a man too old to think a river could swallow him like a trick. The surface where my fingers had been was smooth and unruffled. The recorder ticked faintly, capturing my breathing and the small sounds the night offered. I whispered, uselessly, "This is wrong." Something touched the palm of my hand. Not water, not fish. A small, quick pressure like a child putting their hand in yours. I did not think. I closed my fingers around the pressure and pulled. The rope went taut, and the pine groaned. For a fraction of a second, whatever was in my grip resisted with the weight, another world leaning on it. Then it gave. I fell back on my rear end, in the mud and cold spread up my jeans. In my hand lay a plastic charm bracelet, the elastic stretched and silt choked. Charms shaped like stars and hearts. The blue bead on the table at the outpost had a twin on that bracelet, blue and chip. The bracelet dripped on my skin. My palms smelled like river rock. The sobbing stopped. I do not remember getting back to the outpost. Memory uses a shutter sometimes, opens on the necessary frames and throws the rest away. The next thing that exists is me at the table. The recorder's still running on its second battery. The bracelet beside the blue bead. The bead beside a stack of copied reports. It all had a hole where explanation should go. I played back the audio from the river. The crying lived on the tape. It wasn't a hallucination limited to warm blood and nerves. It was sound that wires could carry. The words were no clearer on the recording they had been in the air. I slept, finally, in a chair, because beds felt like a promise of safety I had not earned. I dreamed that the river ran down the corridor, between shelves in the record basement, and the paper floated away from dates like leaves from their branches. When I woke, light was yellow on the floor, and the room smelled faintly of wet plastic. I put the bracelet in a new bag and drove to the district office in daylight. The attendant looked at it and then at me. "Found that in Lost and Found?" she asked. "Found it at the river," I said. My voice made it sound ordinary. We checked the evidence locker, checked the property drawers, checked what people had turned in near that bend. Nothing matched. I asked for permission to families from the 3 child drownings. That's not a small thing to request. The superintendent called me into his office and asked whether I was sure I wanted to be the first person from the park those parents had heard from in years. I said yes, because a different kind of cowardice waits behind not knowing. The first number belonged to Leela's grandfather. He was still alive, living 3 states away, voice strong and distant on the line. I explained who I was, what I had found, the location. There was a pause long enough to make me check whether the call had dropped. Then he said, with a steadiness that made the hairs on my arm stand up, "Lila had a bracelet like that. Her mother bought it at a gas station on the way. We never found it." He asked if I could send a picture. I took one against the white of a form, sent it. When the photo delivered, another pause. Then a sound you don't forget, because it's the weight of the world moving. "That's hers," he said. "That scratch by the star. It's where the dog chewed it." I thanked him for his time and his patience, and when I hung up, I put my hands on the desk and waited for my breath to come back. The superintendent sat very still. The person at the next desk stopped typing. Offices have their own wind, and it had shifted. That night I returned to the river. I did not bring the rope. I brought a life jacket because rules exist for a reason, and I intended to disobey only one at a time. I brought the recorder and fresh batteries. I brought the bracelet. The sky was clear and the cold was honest. I stood at the same rock and said, "I have something of yours." The water accepted the presence of the words without comment. The crying came back without the preamble of silence, as if no hours had passed between then and now. It vibrated against my ribs like a tuning fork. I put the bracelet on the rock and touched it with 2 fingers. "Tell me what you need," I said. And I meant it as a ranger, and as a man who not been able to let the river keep its secret. The sobbing softened, and I leaned in, because soft is often where truth hides. The bracelet gleamed faintly in the starlight, its plastic charms trembling as if caught in a breeze that did not exist. The sobbing drew closer, surrounding me. Yet the river's surface remained smooth, unbroken, a mirror made of flowing glass. My breath steamed in the cold, curling into the night, and I realized that every instinct screamed to back away, to leave the bracelet on the rock and retreat. But duty is sometimes heavier than instinct. The Rocky Mountains had taught me that. The bear that charges, the storm that pins you, the avalanche that does not care whether you are prepared. You meet them head on, because turning your back never saves you. So I stayed. The sobbing shifted. It was no longer random gasps and stutters of grief. It gathered itself into words, fractured but undeniable, as if the water were a throat straining through centuries of silence. Cold home, sorry. The words rose and fell, not in human cadence, but something close enough to force my skin to tighten. I crouched, keeping my voice calm, the way I do when talking to lost hikers on the edge of panic. "I have this," I said, fingers brushing the bracelet. "It belongs to you, or to someone you knew." The sobbing hushed, replaced by a low hum, like current striking a hollow log. Then the water rose, just slightly, no more than an inch, but against all sense of flow. The river bulged, as though something beneath pressed upward, testing the surface. My muscles locked. The flashlight in my pack might have steadied me, but I dared not move. I held still, the bracelet under my palm, my heart clanging like a bell in my ribs. The bulge smoothed, and then came the hand. Small, pale, fingers too slender, too delicate to belong to any creature of the forest. They reached up through the surface as if through glass, dripping without wetness, trembling in the cold air. The sobbing returned, softer now, pleading. I should have turned, run, called in the district, handed this whole nightmare to someone else. But the truth is, I was already bound to it. That bracelet, the bead, the report stretching back a century. It had claimed me. I placed the bracelet carefully in the tiny hand. The fingers closed around it with heartbreaking slowness, clutching as though it were salvation. The hand sank again, sliding into the current without a ripple. For a moment, the night was utterly silent. Even the usual pulse of river noise seemed to pause, as though the entire canyon were holding its breath. Then the crying stopped. Not faded, stopped, as if a door had slammed shut on it forever. I waited. Minutes passed. The water moved as it always had, unbothered, smooth. The forest stirred with ordinary sounds. The distant hoot of an owl, the click of ice shifting on stone. I exhaled. The first true breath in what felt like hours, and my knees sagged under the release. That was when the voice came. Not sobbing now, not fractured. A girl's voice, soft but steady, rising from the water itself. "Thank you." It was one word. 2 syllables. Simple. Yet it struck me harder than any scream. Because it carried the tone of release, of something unbound after being trapped too long. The kind of word you might hear from someone at the end of a long illness, not a child. But it had come in the register of one far too young. I whispered back, because the night demanded quiet. "You're welcome." The river seemed to sigh, a subtle deepening of current, as if some burden had rolled away beneath its surface. And then it was only water again, only the endless silver moving downhill, toward valleys and plains I could not see. I left before dawn. The bracelet was gone. In its place on the rock lay a feather, white as bone, perfectly dry. I pocketed it, not as evidence, but as proof to myself that the night had not been madness. The following days passed in a blur of routine. I patrolled other trails, checked permits, guided 2 lost backpackers back to their campsite. I answered radio calls with the same steady tone. Yet the river never left me. Every sound of water, filling a canteen. Melting snow in a pan summoned the memory of sobbing. At night, I dreamed of children's faces half, seen under ripples, eyes wide, mouths open. I woke with my throat raw, as if I'd been calling their names. I did not tell the superintendent. Not yet. Some truths do not travel well in the daylight. Instead, I kept reading the older reports, tracing every thread I could find. The pattern grew darker with each page. Unexplainable drownings, reports of crying, deer acting strangely near water. Notes in margins warning future rangers not to linger by certain bends. The 1931 log, the one that spoke of hunger in the river, haunted me most. It was too blunt, too raw to be dismissed as poetic fancy. Hunger implies appetite. Appetite implies it can happen again. I told myself the voice had said thank you, that maybe the bracelet had closed something, released a soul bound to grief. But deeper in me, a darker suspicion coiled. What if the hunger had only been quieted, not ended? What if my offering had satisfied it, for now, but encouraged it to linger for more? The thought hollowed me. On the 5th night after returning the bracelet, I woke to the sound of running water, not unusual in the outpost. The river was close enough that a shift in wind could carry its voice inside. But this was different. It was closer, inside the cabin itself, as though a stream poured under the door. I sat up, heart thrashing, and saw nothing but shadows. The floor was dry, the stove cold. Yet in my ears, the rush of current swelled, louder, until it seemed I was sitting midstream. And then, faintly, another sob. I stumbled out of bed, boots half laced, and grabbed the feather from the shelf. It felt warmer than it should, as if holding some pulse of life. The sound faded at once, like water sucked back underground. Silence flooded in, deafening. Sleep never returned. By dawn, I had made my choice. I hiked to the river with the feather in hand, frost crunching under my boots. The sun had not yet broken the ridge. My breath came in clouds, my body tense with expectation. I reached the same bend, the same slab of stone, and set the feather gently on the water's edge. I don't know what you want, I said, voice ragged. But if this is a call, I'm here. If it's hunger, find another. I won't feed you. The river rolled past, indifferent. Minutes stretched, then the feather lifted. Without breeze, without touch, and drifted onto the current. It should have soaked, should have darkened, should have spun. Instead, it glided downstream, upright, carried by an invisible hand. I watched it vanish around the bend, and with it went the sound. The sobbing, the whispers, the impossible cries. They ended, not with a scream, but with a silence deeper than the mountains themselves. I thought it was over. But 3 days later, a hiker was reported missing. A young man, 20, last seen near the river bend. His friends swore he had been walking 10 yards ahead, then turned, and he was gone. No splash, no sign, just gone. Search and rescue calmed the banks, divers went in despite the danger, but nothing surfaced. His name joined the list. The superintendent looked older when he gave me the report. Another drowning, he said, though there was no body. Sometimes this place eats people, Keegan. That's the truth. I nodded because what else was there to do? It has been months now. I still patrol, still guide, still protect. My logbooks are filled with the ordinary duties of a ranger. Yet every time I pass that river, I feel its eyes, or whatever lives within it. I never linger. I never set foot near that slab of stone. The crying has not returned. But the silence feels heavier than sound. Sometimes, when the wind is right, I think I hear a child's laugh carried faintly over the water, bright and fragile. It makes me stop in my tracks, rifle slack in my hands, until I remember what laughter becomes when the river claims it. And always, at night, I dream of a pale hand reaching from the surface, trembling, waiting for mine. My name is Ranger Thomas Keegan. I serve in the Rocky Mountain backcountry. My duty is to protect this land, its creatures, its people. Yet there are things here older than duty, deeper than the mountains, hungrier than anything we can understand. The river took a child once. It sobbed through a deer's throat to remind me. It took more before and after. It is not finished. And when I close my eyes, I know it waits. My name is Alex Monroe, and I have always believed that camping is a way to remind yourself of the things that matter. The simple things. A fire to keep you warm, a pot of coffee bubbling on the grate, the sound of friends laughing beneath a sky so full of stars it looks like it might shatter under the weight of them. When I was younger, my parents took me out into the woods every summer, and it was during those trips that I learned how to set up a tent, how to keep kindling dry, and how silence in the forest never truly exists. There is always something breathing, chirping, rustling, or snapping just out of sight. That background noise was a comfort to me for most of my life. It felt like proof that the world was alive. I didn't expect that same comfort would one day turn into something else. Something that has followed me ever since. It started with what was supposed to be a casual trip. I was 27 when it happened, old enough to know better, young enough to still crave the simplicity of being under the pines with friends who understood me. There were 4 of us: myself, Tyler Briggs, who had been my closest friend since high school, Julia Hammond, who was Tyler's girlfriend at the time and one of the most fearless people I knew, and Marcus Lane, my college roommate who had the kind of easy smile that made every story sound like a punchline. We picked a place off the beaten path, a campground we found online called Echo Hollow. None of us had ever been there before. That name alone should have told us something. I remember Julia reading the description aloud as we sat in my apartment planning the trip. Secluded sites, surrounded by ridges that bounce sound like an amphitheater. She read and laughed. So if we're obnoxious, at least the woods will clap back. We all thought it was funny at the time. The first day went perfectly, as most trips do. The drive was long but easy, winding through hills that turned into ridges, then into a narrowing valley that seemed to swallow the highway whole. The campground itself was empty except for one RV parked near the ranger station. The sites were primitive: fire rings, picnic tables, flat ground for tents. No showers, no hookups. That was exactly what we wanted. We set up camp on a site tucked between 2 rocky slopes that funneled sound like a megaphone. When we laughed, it really did echo. It was strange at first, but it quickly became a running joke. Marcus imitated his own laugh, just to hear it come back warped and doubled. Tyler let out exaggerated belly laughs, until Julia swatted him with a dish towel. I remember sitting by the fire that night, smiling, because it felt like the woods themselves were in on the fun. But there was something odd about it too. Something I didn't let myself dwell on in the moment. The echoes didn't sound delayed the way you expect. They came back almost instantly. Too sharp, too precise, like another voice hiding just behind our own. On the second day, we hiked. the trail wound along a ridge with views of the hollow spread out below. From up there, you could hear the smallest noise bounce and ripple. A twig snapped beneath my boot, and the sound rattled around the valley like a firecracker. Marcus whistled and grinned as the notes trailed off into layered copies of themselves. It wasn't until that evening, when we were back at camp, that I first noticed something I couldn't explain away. We were making dinner. Hot dogs charred over the fire, foil packets of potatoes smoldering in the coals. Julia cracked a joke about Tyler's inability to cook, and we all burst out laughing. Then, just after the echo faded, there was a laugh that didn't belong to any of us. It was faint, like someone trying not to be heard, but it was there. A fifth voice. I remember glancing around at the others, waiting for someone to say something. Tyler was busy turning the hot dogs. Marcus still chuckling at Julia's jab. Julia herself sipping from a can of beer. None of them seemed to notice. I told myself I must have imagined it. Sound bounced in strange ways out there, and I was tired. But when it happened again, later that night, as we sat by the fire, it was harder to ignore. Told a story about a haunted barn from her hometown. The kind of silly ghost story people tell, just to see who will jump. We laughed at the ending, and then the echo came back, crisp and perfect. And then, just after, a quieter laugh, softer than the rest, tucked into the silence like an afterthought. I caught Marcus staring into the dark trees across from us, his expression unreadable. When I asked him what was wrong, he shook his head and said, "Nothing. Thought I heard something, that's all." He didn't elaborate, and I didn't press. The third day, I woke up early, just as the sun was breaking over the ridge. The forest was full of bird calls that spiraled upward into the echo chamber of the hollow. I stretched, stepped out of my tent, and found Tyler already up, poking at the fire to coax it back to life. He handed me a cup of coffee and asked if I'd slept well. I lied and told him yes. The truth was I'd woken twice in the night, certain I'd heard someone moving through the brush just beyond the circle of our firelight. That night, everything shifted. We'd spent the day swimming in the creek that cut through the valley, and by the time we got back to camp, we were exhausted. Dinner was quiet, the fire smaller. Still, laughter found its way into the air. Marcus always made sure of that. He teased Julia for misplacing her flashlight, teased Tyler for mispronouncing the name of a bird he'd spotted. And every time we laughed, the echo came back. Once, twice, and then came the extra one. I knew it the second I heard it. We all did. There were 4 of us, 4 voices, 4 laughs. But that night, 5 distinct bursts of laughter rolled back at us. Not one layered, not one distorted. 5. The fire popped in the silence that followed. Julia set her drink down slowly, her eyes moving from face to face. Tyler frowned and said, "That was weird." Marcus forced a laugh and muttered, "Echo's just messing with us." But I knew. We all did. That wasn't an echo. It was someone, or something, laughing with us. After that, none of us wanted to say much. We went to bed early, though none of us truly slept. I lay in my tent, heart pounding, listening for every snapped twig, every brush of leaves. At one point, I swore I heard footsteps circling just beyond the fire pit, crunching slowly, deliberately. I told myself it was a deer. I told myself a lot of things. But then, just as I was about to drift off despite my fear, it came again. A laugh, not an echo, not ours. A single, sharp laugh from outside the tents, low and close, right at the edge of camp. and this time there was no mistaking it. I didn't say anything when I heard that laugh outside my tent. Fear has a way of pinning your tongue down, convincing you that silence might keep you safe. I lay there, staring at the nylon ceiling of the tent, listening to the sound fade into the forest. My first instinct was to convince myself it hadn't happened. That maybe it had just been Tyler shifting in his sleep, or Marcus snorting at a dream. But dreams don't sound like someone standing at the tree line, mocking you with a sound that doesn't belong. Morning came heavy and gray. None of us looked rested. Julia's eyes were rimmed red, Marcus kept rubbing his temples, and Tyler barely spoke as he brewed coffee. No one mentioned the laughter. Not directly, but it hung between us unspoken, heavier than the mist that clung to the ground. We decided to hike again, partly because sitting in camp felt unbearable. The trails wound higher into the ridges, and the air was cool enough that we should have felt refreshed. But the forest seemed off, too still. Birds called from far away, but closer to us the silence pressed in. Every snapped twig under our boots made us flinch. Every rustle in the brush set us spinning. It wasn't until Julia stopped, dead, that I realized we weren't the only ones listening. "What is it?" I asked, my voice low. She raised a hand for silence. We all froze. And then, faint but undeniable, we heard it. Our voices. Louder. Not from us, not echoing. It came from farther down the trail, warped by distance, but unmistakable. It was the same cadence, the same rhythm of Marcus's laugh, then Julia's, then mine. As if someone were replaying our joy in the wrong part of the woods. "Hell no," Marcus muttered, his face pale. "That's not funny. We didn't chase it. We didn't even move for a long minute, standing in the middle of the trail like statues, while the false laughter died away. When it finally did, Tyler said, 'Let's go back.' His tone didn't leave room for argument. The hike back was a blur. None of us talked. Every so often, I thought I heard footsteps behind us, matching ours too perfectly. But when I glanced over my shoulder, the trail was empty. By the time we reached camp, the air felt suffocating. The trees leaned in, the hollow seemed smaller, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the four of us weren't alone. We busied ourselves with meaningless tasks, sweeping dirt from the tents, stacking firewood we didn't need, anything to avoid sitting still. As dusk fell, Marcus suggested we keep the fire bigger that night. Nobody disagreed. Flames roared higher than before, sending sparks spiraling toward the dark sky. We sat closer together, shoulders nearly touching, as if proximity could keep us safe. Conversation was strained. Every laugh was forced, brittle. And yet, even those brittle laughs were answered. The echoes came, too sharp, too quick. And always, that one extra. Julia was the first to snap. "That's not us," she said suddenly, standing with her fists clenched. "Don't you hear it? That's not us." Her voice cracked, and for a moment I thought she might cry, but she didn't. She turned and stared into the trees, her face hard, waiting. The silence that followed was worse than the laughter. It was as though the forest itself held its breath. Then came a sound, soft but distinct, a giggle. High, pitched, almost childlike. It drifted out of the dark and slid into our circle like cold wind. Tyler leapt to his feet, grabbing the flashlight and aiming it into the trees. The beam cut through the undergrowth, catching trunks and branches, but nothing else. The giggle faded as quickly as it had come, leaving only the crackle of fire and our ragged breathing. "That's it," Marcus said, his voice shaking despite the bravado he tried to layer over it. "We're leaving tomorrow. First light. I don't care if we lose the deposit." No one argued. That night, none of us pretended to sleep. We sat up by the fire, keeping it alive long after the woodpile should have been gone. The flames threw shadows that shifted and writhed across the rocks, shapes that seemed almost deliberate. I remember staring at one shadow in particular, a tall, narrow shape that didn't quite move with the others. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and it was gone. Around 3 in the morning, Julia dozed off, her head on Tyler's shoulder. Marcus was poking at the fire, his face pale in the glow. He looked at me suddenly and said, "You heard it last night, didn't you? Outside the tents." I didn't answer right away. My throat was dry, my chest tight, but lying felt pointless now. "Yeah," I admitted. He nodded slowly, as if that confirmed something he'd already known. Then he said, "It wasn't far." We didn't speak again until the sun came up. When it did, the forest seemed deceptively normal. Birds sang. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, and for a few moments I almost believed we had imagined everything. But then we found the footprints. They circled our camp. Bare feet, pressed into the damp soil just beyond the ring of firelight. Small, too small to belong to any of us. Dozens of them, like children, had been playing in the dirt while we tried to stay awake. Julia went pale when she saw them. Marcus swore under his breath. Tyler kicked at the ground as though erasing them would erase what we'd heard. We packed quickly. Tents down, bags loaded, fire drowned. The woods felt hostile, and we didn't linger. But the hollow wasn't ready to let us go. Halfway to the parking lot, as we hauled our gear along the trail, the laughter started again. This time it wasn't distant. It came from all around, overlapping, as if the trees themselves were cracking up at our panic. I felt my legs go weak. Julia dropped her pack and clapped her hands over her ears. Tyler shouted into the woods, "Leave us the hell alone." His voice cracked, swallowed by the mocking chorus. And then it stopped, all at once. We didn't waste time. We ran the rest of the way, stumbling over roots, slipping on rocks, dragging our gear like it weighed twice as much. When the ranger station came into view, relief hit so hard I nearly cried. But relief didn't last. The RV we'd seen when we first arrived was still there, parked crookedly near the office. Its windows were dark, the curtains drawn. Something about it seemed wrong now, wrong in a way I couldn't explain. As we hurried past, I glanced at the dusty glass and froze. For just an instant, I swore I saw faces staring back. Too many faces pressed against the window, mouths stretched in silent laughter. I stumbled, nearly dropped my bag, and when I looked again, the glass was empty. We didn't stop to check in with the ranger. We threw our gear into the car and sped down the winding road that led out of Echo Hollow. None of us spoke until the valley disappeared in the rearview mirror. But even then, silence didn't save us. Marcus was the first to laugh. Not because anything was funny. His laugh was sharp, nervous, the kind that spills out when fear gets too big to hold in. And right after, inside the car, where no echo should have followed, we all heard it. A second laugh, and then a third. Julia screamed. Tyler swerved, nearly driving us off the road. My heart slammed against my ribs like it was trying to escape. There were 4 of us in that car, but 5 laughs filled the air. The drive home should have been the end of it. That's what we told ourselves anyway. Just get out of Echo Hollow. Put miles between us and those ridges, and the strange sounds would fade into memory. But the truth followed us onto the highway, riding in the car like an uninvited passenger. The fifth laugh hadn't stopped after that first burst inside the car. It lingered, quieter now, timed wrong, as if it were testing us. Whenever one of us laughed nervously to break the tension, there it was again, tucked between us like a splinter under skin. Tyler turned the radio up loud enough to make the speakers rattle, trying to drown it out, but it didn't matter. The sound wove itself through the music, sliding beneath the guitar riffs, slipping into the silence between songs. By the time we reached my apartment, we were strung thin. Julia looked sick, pale and glassy-eyed, and Marcus barely said goodbye before climbing into his own car to head home. Tyler promised he'd call later, though the way his voice cracked made it sound more like a hope than a promise. I thought sleep would erase it. I thought I'd collapse in my own bed, in a room with 4 solid walls and a lock on the door, and the nightmare of Echo Hollow would fade. But laughter doesn't respect walls. I woke sometime after midnight to the sound of my own chuckle. At least, that's what it sounded like. But I hadn't laughed. My apartment was dark, quiet, and yet, there it was again, my laugh, softer, thinner, coming from the corner of the room. I sat up, heart pounding, eyes straining against the dark. The corner was empty. No shapes, no intruders, just shadows. I didn't sleep again that night. Over the next few days, the 4 of us tried to reconnect, to reassure ourselves it had been nothing more than some strange acoustics, some tired imaginations. But each time we talked, one of us had another story. Julia said she heard laughter on the phone line when she tried to call her sister. Not an echo, not static, laughter, layered right under her voice. Tyler swore someone standing outside his apartment building at night, looking up at his window, their shoulders shaking like they were trying not to laugh out loud. Marcus said his television kept switching channels on its own, cutting to old sitcom reruns where the laugh track never stopped, rising louder until he had to pull the plug. I tried to tell myself these were coincidences, stress, imagination, but deep down I knew better. A week later, we met at a diner, hoping that if we were together again, whatever was happening would make more sense. We sat in a booth by the window, ordered coffee none of us touched, and tried to talk it out. Maybe we should go back, Marcus said finally. His voice was hoarse, his eyes hollow. Maybe whatever it is wants us to. Maybe it followed us because we didn't finish something. Go back. Julia snapped, slamming her hand against the table hard enough to rattle the cups. Are you insane? We barely made it out of there. Tyler rubbed his forehead, sighing. She's right. Going back isn't the answer. We need to move on. Stop feeding it. But the thing about laughter is that it feeds itself. Right there in the middle of the diner, with people all around us, it came again. Not from outside, not from the walls. From under the table. A small, sharp laugh, like someone crouched at our feet. Julia shrieked and scrambled back against the booth. Marcus cursed and shoved away from the table, so fast he knocked his cup to the floor. Coffee spread across the tiles, but all I could hear was that laugh, repeating, climbing, overlapping with itself, until it was a chorus that only we seemed to notice. Other customers turned to look, brows furrowed, seeing only 4 young adults panicking at nothing. To them, the diner was quiet. To us, It was filled with invisible mouths laughing until our bones rattled. We left without paying. After that, the group fell apart. Julia stopped answering calls. Tyler moved back in with his parents for a while. Marcus blocked us all on social media. Whatever had come home with us was driving us in separate directions, like isolation made us easier prey. And me, I stayed awake. I learned the patterns of the laughs. When I turned on the shower, I'd hear it whistle through the pipes. When I microwaved food, it crackled in time with the beeps. In moments where silence should have been absolute, it crept in, a reminder that I was never really alone. One night, maybe 2 weeks after the trip, I decided to test it. I sat in my living room, lights off, recorder running on my phone. I told a joke out loud, some stupid line I barely remembered, and forced myself to laugh at the end. Right on cue, the second laugh came, and then a third. I didn't move. My skin prickled, sweat chilled my back, but I forced myself to wait. The silence stretched long enough that I almost thought it was over. And then another laugh. Not mine, not an echo. Low, guttural, wet, like someone choking on the sound. I played the recording back afterward. My laugh was there, thin and forced. The second laugh faint. The third, warping on the edge of hearing. And the fourth, the one I hadn't been able to explain, was gone. The tape caught nothing, which meant I hadn't imagined it. The sound was real. It just didn't belong to this world enough to be recorded. The realization broke something in me. Whatever had followed us wasn't just sound bouncing between ridges. It wasn't just the woods playing tricks. It was something that could stand in a diner, sit at my feet under a table, crouch in the corner of my bedroom. Something that wanted to be heard but not seen. Something that multiplied laughter until it owned it. I stopped telling jokes. I stopped smiling. I stopped giving it anything to mimic. But here's the thing, silence didn't kill it. It laughed anyway. Sometimes, late at night, I'll hear it start on its own. A soft chuckle from the closet. A hiss of amusement from behind the bathroom door. When I lie perfectly still, holding my breath, it grows louder, as if my fear is the punchline it's been waiting for. I don't know what happened to the others. I've tried to reach out, but Tyler never picked up again, and Julia moved across the country without leaving a forwarding address. As for Marcus, I read about a car accident last month. The article said he swerved off the road late at night. Witnesses claimed they heard him laughing moments before the crash. I don't know if that's true. I don't want to know. As for me, I'm writing this down because I don't know what else to do. Maybe telling the story will make the laughter lose its hold. Maybe someone else has heard the same thing, been to the same campground, and can explain what it is. Maybe I just need to know I'm not insane. But I can tell you this much: if you ever go camping in a place called Echo Hollow, don't laugh. Don't smile. Don't give it anything to copy. Because laughter should be a human thing, a joyful thing. But once you've heard it coming from somewhere it shouldn't, once you've realized there's always one more laugh than there are mouths to make it, you'll never hear it the same way again. And right now, as I finish writing this, alone in my apartment, I can hear it again. A soft, breathless chuckle from right behind me. My name is Naomi Fletcher, and I serve as a park ranger stationed in the northern backcountry of Colorado. My post is not glamorous, nor is it the kind of work most people imagine when they think of the wide-eyed, idealistic ranger standing proudly at a visitor center handing out trail maps. My assignment is less about answering questions for tourists and more about patrolling the outer stretches of forest that rarely see visitors. I monitor trailheads, check permits for dispersed campers, and ensure the wilderness areas remain both safe and preserved. It is lonely work, but it is also quiet, steady, and until recently, dependable. I have always believed that the forest has two faces. The first is the one most people see. The shimmering leaves in morning light, the rivers that run cold and clean, the sound of elk boogling at dusk. But there is another face, a hidden one, revealed only when the stillness breaks in unnatural ways. A snapped branch when the woods should be quiet. A shadow that lingers too long between trees. The face I saw that dawn is something I still cannot explain. But it has haunted me ever since. That morning began like so many others. I was out before the sun, hiking along a narrow trail that wound between pines still slick with dew. The air was cold enough that each breath clouded in front of me, rising like pale smoke. My job was to check several campsites, scattered across the ridgeline and along the valley below. The season was late autumn, and by that time of year the woods were thinning of visitors. Only the hardiest campers still pitched tents, their sleeping bags pulled tight against the near freezing nights. I had grown accustomed to the silence of those dawn rounds. My boots pressed into the soft soil. My radio clicked against my belt, and aside from the occasional call of a distant raven, the forest was hushed. I followed the ridge trail until I reached the first site, a clearing of hard, packed earth ringed by stones where campfires were permitted. The ashes were cold, nothing more than faint gray powder. A neatly coiled rope sat beside a log, and the faint impression of tent stakes dimpled the ground. Whoever had been here had left sometime the previous day, hiking out without incident. I noted the site as vacant in my logbook and moved on. The second campsite lay farther down the slope, where the pines grew thicker and the undergrowth crowded close to the trail. I could already see the shape of a tent pitched between two firs as I approached, the nylon walls trembling faintly in the breeze. I slowed, my boots crunching over a patch of frosted needles. It was early still. Sunlight had not yet pierced the canopy, and the tent seemed strangely out of place, a pale dome crouched in the shadows. That was when I saw it. The wall of the tent closest to me bulged outward, as if someone had pressed their face against the inside. I froze where I stood, my breath caught in my throat. The outline was unmistakable, the curve of a forehead, two sockets where eyes jutted forward, and below them a mouth stretched wide in what could only be a scream. The face was distorted by the nylon, the fabric pulled tight across its features, yet the detail was horrible. The eyes looked as though they might burst through the thin material, bulging so far that I half expected them to tear holes in the tent wall. The mouth gaped, teeth outlined. Lips spread wide in an expression of terror so vivid that it made my stomach clench. I took one step back. My first thought was that someone inside was suffocating, trapped, trying to push through the fabric for air. I hurried forward, grabbed the zipper, and pulled it down in one swift motion. The flap fell open. The tent was empty. No sleeping bag, no gear, no person, only the crumpled floor. Bare and cold, the nylon walls swaying slightly in the morning air. The face had vanished the instant the zipper opened, dissolving into nothing. I remember kneeling there, one hand still clutching the flap, my pulse hammering in my ears. I forced myself to look around, searching for footprints, discarded belongings, anything that might explain what I had seen. The ground was bare save for the shallow depressions, where tent poles pressed into the soil. A few needles scattered inside, but otherwise nothing. I stepped back and circled the tent. The fabric was thin, a cheap make, and yet intact. Not a single tear or puncture. I pressed my palm flat against it, half expecting the face to swell back from within. But the wall only rustled beneath my touch. Logic warred with instinct. My training told me that perhaps a camper had already left at dawn, packing hastily and abandoning the tent. But if that were true, how could I explain the face? It had been too real, too vivid. Every detail burned into my vision, every line etched deep enough to leave an afterimage when I blinked. I radioed the station, my voice steadier than I felt. Unit 3 to base. I've got an abandoned tent at Site 12. No occupants, no gear. I'll check for ID. Static crackled back, then the calm voice of the dispatcher. Copy that, Unit 3. Proceed with caution. Caution. As if caution could protect against whatever I had seen. I crouched low, peering again inside. The floor of the tent was damp with condensation, but no sleeping bag had ever been spread across it. No indentation marked where a body had lain. It was as though the tent had been set up and left unused. Yet that face, I cannot shake it even now. I stood and made a slow sweep of the surrounding area, my eyes scanning the underbrush. A squirrel darted along a branch. A jay shrieked and flitted between trees. Nothing else stirred. I found no footprints beyond my own, no trail of someone leaving in a hurry. The cold seemed to deepen then, settling around the site like a shroud. My breath plumed in front of me, lingering longer than before, as though the air had grown heavier. I felt watched. The hair along the back of my neck lifted, and my hand strayed to the radio again. Though I did not press the call button, I did not see the face again that morning. But the silence that followed was worse. I logged the tent as abandoned, marked the site for later collection, and forced myself to continue my rounds. Yet with each step down the trail, I could not rid myself of the sensation that the forest had turned its hidden face toward me, watching, waiting. That was only the beginning. The days that followed carried their own strange weight. I found myself waking before the alarm, heart pounding, as though some unseen force had whispered me awake. My dreams became fractured, filled with flashes of white nylon, stretched tight, and a mouth gaping wide in mute terror. When I returned to the site the next morning with another ranger, the tent was gone. Not collapsed, not packed neatly, gone. Only the flattened earth where it had stood remained, and even that looked oddly smooth, as though brushed over by some great hand. My partner, Ranger Thomas Keegan, frowned at the empty ground and shook his head. "Probably kids," he muttered. "They pitch it, spook themselves in the night, then run off and grab it later." But his voice lacked conviction, and I said nothing. Because I knew what I had seen. Because sometimes the forest wears a mask, and sometimes it lets you see what lies beneath. And because I had begun to realize that the face I saw that dawn might not have belonged to anyone human at all. The disappearance of the tent should have been the end of the story. In the normal rhythm of ranger life, I would have filed the paperwork, checked the box marked resolved, and moved on to the next assignment. But the forest has a way of refusing to let certain things go. What is gone does not always stay gone, and what you think you've left behind has a habit of reappearing in the corner of your vision. I could not stop thinking about that face. It had pressed outward with such force that the nylon had stretched to its limits. Yet when I pulled the zipper, there had been nothing inside. My mind kept replaying the moment like a scratched record. Sometimes, in my memory, I swore I saw the lips move. Sometimes I imagined I had heard the faintest cry muffled behind the fabric. But in truth, all I remembered clearly was silence, the kind of silence that smothers sound. The day after the tent vanished, I tried to shake the weight of it. I walked my rounds, hiked the ridges, and filled my logbook with dutiful notes: trail clear, campsite vacant, wildlife sighted. On the surface, nothing was wrong. Yet the forest felt changed, as though every sound was a step too slow, every shadow a beat too long. By evening, I found myself lingering at the ranger station, long after I should have gone home. The others filtered out one by one, their laughter carrying into the night as they headed to the small cabins where we each lived during season. I sat at my desk with the logbook open, staring at the entry for Site 12, 10 abandoned. No occupants. Site cleared. I closed the book, but the words did not close with it. It was 2 nights later when the true strangeness began. My cabin lies on the edge of the compound, a small one-room structure with a wood stove, cot, and desk. That night, the wind was high, rattling the windows and sending needles skittering across the roof. I tried to sleep, but the shadows thrown by the swaying trees kept pulling me awake. Around midnight, I sat up, heart pounding for no reason I could name. The forest outside was black, the kind of deep black that seems to swallow starlight whole. That was when I heard it. A faint sound, almost like fabric straining. I told myself it was the wind. But as I lay there, holding my breath, I realized the sound had rhythm. The slow pull of nylon stretching under pressure, then releasing, like a tent wall bowing outward. I swung my legs off the cot and stood, listening. The noise came from outside, near the back wall of the cabin. My mouth was dry, my hands trembling as I reached for my flashlight. When I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a wall. Frost glittered across the ground, crunching under my boots. I swept the beam of my flashlight across the clearing, between the dark trees, along the wall of the cabin. Nothing. The sound had stopped. I stood there for what felt like an hour, the beam trembling in my hand, until finally I forced myself back inside. I bolted the door and sat awake until dawn, the light creeping gray across the floorboards. The next morning, exhaustion wrapped itself around me like a shroud, but I still had my rounds. I checked the lower valley trail, logged the empty fire pits, noted the claw marks of a black bear against an aspen. Everything ordinary, everything explainable. Yet with each step I felt eyes on me, the unseen weight of being followed. At Site 9 I froze. In the dirt beside the fire ring was the outline of a footprint. Only it was no boot, no hiking shoe. It was the shape of a bare human foot pressed deep into the earth. And it was large, larger than any print I had ever seen, at least 14 inches long. Stranger still, it was pressed into frost that should have cracked under such weight. Yet the edges were crisp and undisturbed. The print faced the trees, leading nowhere. I crouched to study it, my breath forming clouds above the mark. There were no other prints around it, no trail of steps leading to or from. Just one footprint, standing alone, as though whoever had left it had risen straight out of the ground and then vanished. I radioed base again, my words stiff and clipped. Unit 3, Site 9. Possible trespasser. Bare footprint unusual size. They logged it. Told me to document, photograph, and move on. But photographs do not capture dread. That night the sound returned. I was lying on my cot, exhaustion heavy in my bones, when the nylon stretching noise began again. It rose and fell, just outside the cabin wall. I forced myself not to move, not to breathe. My eyes burned with the effort of keeping them closed. But I could not rise, could not face it again. I told myself it was wind. An animal, anything but what I knew in my marrow. Because if I looked, I feared I would see that same face pressing from the wall of my cabin. Its eyes bulging, its mouth frozen in a scream that never ended. When dawn came, I stumbled outside to prove myself wrong. The frost on the back wall was smooth, except for one place. Near the baseboard, the wood bore a faint impression, as though something had pressed hard against it during the night. Not enough to leave damage, but enough to leave a memory in the grain. I began to dread nightfall. 3 days later, the face returned. It was early morning, mist still clinging between the trees. When I hiked toward Site 15, a narrow clearing on the edge of the creek. The air was sharp with the scent of pine and cold water. As I came within sight of the clearing, I stopped dead. A tent stood there, white nylon, cheap, slightly sagging against the poles, and on the wall facing me, the face, pressed outward, eyes bulging, mouth open wide in eternal scream. I did not unzip this time. My hands would not obey me. I stood frozen, watching as the features shifted, the mouth trembling as though it were trying to speak. My pulse thundered in my ears, and for one insane moment I thought I heard it. Words, muffled and broken, leaking through the nylon. Help me. The voice was thin as smoke, nearly lost to the sound of the creek, but it was there. My knees buckled, and I stumbled back. I forced myself to turn, to run crashing through brush until the trees swallowed me whole. My radio crackled as I gasped into it. Base, this is Unit 3. Possible emergency at Site 15. Need backup. By the time I led another ranger back, the clearing was empty. No tent. No face. Nothing but the untouched earth and the cold rush of the creek. My partner, Keegan, gave me a look I could not read. He said nothing, only wrote the log and marked the site as vacant. But I caught the way his hands shook as he held the pen. Because he had seen something too. I know he had. That night I dreamed of the tent. I dreamed I unzipped it and saw not emptiness, but a dark tunnel spiraling down into the earth, lined with nylon stretched tight like skin. And at the bottom of the tunnel was the face, waiting, screaming without sound. I woke with tears on my cheeks, my nails dug into my palms. Something was bleeding through the fabric of the world, pressing against it, trying to tear free. And it was choosing tents, the thin barriers we pitched between ourselves and the wilderness, as its veil. But the longer it lingered, the thinner that veil became. And I had the sickening feeling that one night soon, it would not be content to stay on the other side. The forest did not give me rest. After that morning at Site 15, the vision of the face pressing through the tent wall had set itself deep inside me, a splinter that could not be dug out. Every shadow looked too thick. Every gust of wind carried that sound of straining fabric. Even the simple act of unzipping my gear bag filled me with dread, because the rasp of the teeth on the zipper sounded too much like breath being forced through clenched teeth. I could feel something waiting. Keegan tried to act normal, though he did not fool me. After Site 15, He had walked more quickly than usual on patrol, his shoulders rigid, his eyes flicking constantly between trees. He never mentioned the tent, never asked me what I saw, but silence sometimes speaks louder than words. He knew and I knew he knew, and that was worse than denial. By the third night, I stopped sleeping altogether. I sat in the cabin with the lantern burning low, staring at the wall where I had first heard the sound. The flame flickered with every draft, shadows jumping across the floorboards. Outside, the forest breathed its endless breath, the whisper of pines shifting, the crackle of frost expanding in the soil. I told myself that if I stayed awake, I could catch it, that I could see the thing before it pressed through the veil again. Sometime past midnight, I heard the fabric straining once more. This time it came from inside. I froze, my breath locked in my chest. Slowly, mechanically, I turned my head toward the corner of the cabin. The air shimmered as though heat warped it, though the night was frigid. Against the wooden wall, pale lines bulged outward, forming shape. Forehead, eyes, mouth. The face pressed from within, but not against nylon. Against air itself. Against reality. Its eyes bulged, wet and frantic, and its mouth gaped in that eternal scream. Only now the scream made sound. The noise tore through the cabin, high, pitched and hollow, as though funneled through miles of narrow pipe. My lantern rattled, the flame nearly extinguishing. I stumbled backward, crashing against the cot, one hand clamped to my ear, and still it screamed. The face pushed farther, distorting the air until the wall itself groaned, as if under strain. I saw its lips move, the same words I had half heard before, "Help me. Help me." Then, as suddenly as it had come, it vanished. The wall stood bare again, only wood and shadow. The scream cut off so abruptly that silence felt deafening. I stayed awake until morning, staring at that spot, unable to close my eyes. By dawn, I made a decision. I had to go back to Site 12, the place where I first saw the tent. If there was an answer, it had to start there. The hike took most of the morning. The air bit with sharp cold, and the ridge trail seemed longer than ever. When I finally reached the clearing, I felt my stomach drop. A tent stood there, white nylon, sagging. My legs wanted to run, but I forced myself forward, each step crunching in the frost. The tent wall trembled with the wind, and then the face pushed forward once more, stretching the nylon taut. Its eyes bulged bloodshot, the mouth open in its silent howl. I gripped the zipper. My hand shook so violently I thought I would tear it from the seam. "No," I whispered aloud. "Not this time." I did not unzip. Instead, I circled, searching for prints, gear, anything. The ground was bare. Only the tent and the face that shifted inside it, pressed outward like a drowning figure beneath ice. I forced myself to speak, my voice hoarse. "What do you want?" The lips moved again. This time the sound came through clear. "Help me." The words were wrong. They were shaped by a mouth that did not know language fully, as though it borrowed the plea rather than owned it. The voice was dry, scraping, too deep for the thin body I imagined inside. My stomach turned. I backed away, my boots sliding on the frost. When I blinked, the face was gone. The nylon sagged inward, limp and ordinary. Then the tent collapsed. Not in pieces, not torn by wind. It folded down on itself in a single instant, as though whatever held it upright had been snatched away. By the time the poles hit the ground, the clearing was empty. I staggered back until my shoulders struck a tree. I could barely breathe. The forest had shown its second face again, and I knew now that Whatever pressed against Thale was not a lost camper. It was something else, something trying to mimic us, to slip between worlds using the thinnest barriers we build. Tents. Walls. The fragile skins we place between ourselves and the dark. I returned to base and wrote my report with shaking hands. I left the section marked Incident Description. Nearly blank, only writing. Unexplained structure collapse at Site 12. No occupants located. But I could not leave it at that. That night, as I lay staring at the ceiling of my cabin, I realized the truth. If the thing could press through nylon, if it could press through air itself, then there was nothing stopping it from pressing through me. The thought made my skin crawl, my body feel paper thin. What if, one night, I woke with my own face bulging outward from inside a tent, screaming silently, while someone else unzipped it to find me gone? What if that was its plan? The third night after Site 12, I woke to sound again. This time, it came from directly above me. Fabric stretched, breathless straining, a mouth pulling wide. I did not look. I did not move. I only lay frozen beneath my thin blanket, staring at the ceiling as if stillness alone could save me. The sound grew louder, closer, until I could hear teeth grinding behind nylon that did not exist. And then, clear as day, right above my ear, help me. I broke. I leapt from the cot, snatched my lantern, and stumbled outside into the freezing night. My breath burst white, my chest heaving. The clearing around my cabin lay silent. But in the trees beyond, pale shapes trembled. Dozens of them. Faces pressed outward, bulging between trunks, as though the very forest had grown thin as nylon. Mouths gaped wide, eyes bulged, and every voice whispered the same broken plea. Help me, help me, help me. The sound overlapped until it became a chorus, until the forest itself screamed for salvation. My vision blurred, my knees buckled, and I dropped to the frozen earth. When I blinked again, the shapes were gone. The forest was still. The night was silent, and I was alone. In the weeks since, nothing has happened. The tents are gone. The nights are quiet. Keegan has stopped giving me those sidelong looks, and the others laugh in the mess hall, as though nothing has ever been wrong. But I cannot forget. I cannot sleep without hearing that fabric, stretching sound just before my eyes close. I cannot walk past an abandoned tent without feeling my chest seize, because I know it is not over. The forest wears two faces, and I have seen them both. The first belongs to the living world, the one we know, bright and wild and clean. The second belongs to whatever waits behind the veil. And one night, I fear, that face will press through not just nylon or wood, or air, but through me. When that night comes, I don't think anyone will find me. Not in my cabin, not on the ridge, not in the forest. They'll only find an empty space where I should have been. And maybe, if they listen closely, they'll hear a faint voice pressing through the thin fabric of the world, begging with stolen words. Help me. My name is Anthony Ruiz, and I am a park ranger assigned to the northern sector of the Rocky Mountain backcountry. My position requires a balance of vigilance, endurance, and the kind of solitude that many people would consider unbearable. For me, the silence of the forest has always been a companion rather than an enemy. I have spent years walking trails at dusk and monitoring remote campsites at midnight, carrying nothing more than a flashlight, a sidearm, and the weight of responsibility that comes with keeping both visitors and the wilderness itself safe. I did not expect that one night on patrol. The silence I thought I knew so well would be broken by something that should not have been possible. Something that arrived through my radio and left me questioning the boundaries between the natural and the unnatural. The midnight shift has always been my preferred rotation. The day patrols bring more human noise. Tourists snapping branches, campers who forget that food left unattended will draw in bears, hikers who lose their sense of direction. At night, however, the land itself seems to exhale. The trees stand tall like sentinels. The stars pour across the sky, and the only interruptions are the rustling of deer in the undergrowth or the distant call of an owl. That night, I had been scheduled for a 4-hour circuit through a stretch of terrain that locals rarely venture into. We call it Ridge 17. A narrow spine of land thick with lodgepole pine and scattered boulders. The kind of place that feels older than any map. The patrol began uneventfully. My boots crunched through thin layers of frost that sparkled faintly beneath my headlamp. The temperature had dropped below freezing, and every breath I drew puffed white in the air. I checked a campsite marker, inspected a fire ring for fresh ash, and kept my eyes scanning for signs of trespassers. My only company was the faint chatter of the radio clipped to my shoulder. The signal was steady, the kind of background hiss I hardly noticed anymore. Rangers grow accustomed to that static, a reminder that the dispatch tower, though miles away, is still within reach if something goes wrong. An hour into the circuit, the static changed. It wasn't unusual for the radio to crackle, especially along the ridge, where the terrain interferes with transmission. But this wasn't normal interference. The hiss grew sharper, louder, as though the volume knob had been turned up without my touch. I slowed my pace, thinking perhaps I had brushed the dial against my jacket. Then, through the distortion, came something that chilled me to my bones, a voice. Stop moving. Just 2 words, clear and deliberate, but twisted by static as though dragged across gravel. My legs locked instantly. The instinct was primal. Years of training and field experience had taught me not to freeze, but something deeper, older, urged compliance. I stood perfectly still, my boots pressed into the frozen dirt, my breath clouding before my face. The forest around me, which had seemed so ordinary moments before, now felt like a stage with me at its center. I tilted my head slightly, straining my ears. At first there was nothing. No wind, no owl, no rustle of branches. Then it came. A sound like thunder, but not from the sky. It rolled from behind me, deep and resonant, shaking the earth beneath my feet. I could feel it in my chest, as though my ribs were hollow drums. Whatever made that sound was moving fast, crashing through the undergrowth with a weight and speed no elk or moose could match. I did not turn. I did not breathe. My muscles screamed to run, but I remembered the words from the radio. If I moved, I would draw its attention. That certainty pulsed in my mind, not reason, but absolute. The thundering passed to my left, so close I imagined I could reach out and brush whatever it was with my hand. Trees groaned as though shoved aside. Branches snapped like brittle bones. The vibration rippled up through the soil, rattling rocks beneath the frost. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was gone. Silence reclaimed the ridge, heavy and suffocating. I stood frozen for what must have been 5 full minutes. My body felt like stone, my mind trapped between disbelief and terror. When at last I dared to move, I turned my head in tiny increments, scanning the darkness with my headlamp. Nothing. No tracks in the frost. No movement between the trees. No sign that anything had passed. Only my own shallow footprints stretched behind me. The radio hissed again. I flinched so hard I nearly tore it from my shoulder. This time, the static was softer, closer to its usual pattern, but my heart still hammered in my chest. I pressed the button, my voice shaking as I called dispatch. "This is Ruiz on Ridge 17. Did anyone just..." I stopped, unsure how to phrase what I had heard. Did anyone transmit to my channel? There was a pause before dispatch replied. The kind of pause that tells you someone is checking carefully before answering. "Negative, Ruiz. We've had no transmission for the last 20 minutes. Why?" I swallowed, the taste of iron thick in my mouth. "Copy," I said, forcing my tone steady. "Just interference." The lie felt heavy, but I could not explain. Not yet. My hands trembled as I adjusted the strap of my pack and forced my legs to carry me forward. Every step felt like I was moving into a trap. The remainder of my circuit blurred, together in fragments. Trees looming too tall, shadows flickering at the edge of my light. The phantom echo of thunder in my ears. I finished the patrol without incident, reported nothing unusual in the log, and returned to the ranger station just after 4 in the morning. But sleep did not come easily. Each time I closed my eyes, I heard the static again, that impossible voice whispering through it, telling me to stop. In the days that followed, I tried to rationalize what I had experienced. Radios can pick up stray frequencies. Voices can bleed through from truckers, from law enforcement, even from hobbyists with powerful antennas. Interference could warp words, turn them into commands that felt more sinister than they were. As for the thunder in the dark, perhaps an elk herd startled by my presence, their hooves drumming the earth in unison. Maybe my nerves had exaggerated the sound, yet the explanations felt brittle, unable to withstand the weight of memory. Each time I recalled that night, I could feel again the certainty that if I had moved, I would have been destroyed. It wasn't logical, but it was absolute. Logic told me I had imagined it, but instinct whispered otherwise. A week later, I was scheduled once again for a midnight patrol, this time along the river flats that lay below Ridge 17. I considered swapping shifts, feigning illness, even requesting reassignment. But pride and duty held me steady. I had worn the badge too long to yield to fear. So I clipped the radio to my shoulder once more, adjusted my flashlight beam, and walked into the darkness. The first half of the patrol was uneventful, almost reassuringly so. The river whispered along its banks, and the night air carried the scent of pine and cold stone. I allowed my thoughts to wander, almost convincing myself that what had happened on the ridge had been nothing more than a trick of fatigue. Then the static returned. It began subtly, just a faint crackle under the steady hiss. I stopped mid-stride, every nerve in my body tensing. The hiss grew louder, sharper, filling the silence until it drowned out the river's song. My hand hovered near the transmit button, though I did not press it. The voice came again. This time it said, "Behind you." My blood turned to ice. "Behind you." I did not turn. My spine tried to twist on its own, but I pinned it still with the stubbornness that has kept me alive through whiteouts and lightning storms. The river whispered to my right, thin ice ticking against reeds. My headlamp washed a pale cone over gravel and willow. I stared into that light as if it were a commandment. The radio hissed once, a breath. Then the same voice, flat, slightly warped by static, yet with a cadence I recognized without knowing why, said, "2 steps forward." Then lights out. Training said never to kill light unless you must. Instinct said the voice had already saved me once. I slid my boot ahead, heel finding purchase on frozen pebbles. The second step cracked a skin of ice, water sighing up around my soul. I clicked off my headlamp. The world compacted into sound river on stone, my pulse in my ears, the tiny crackle of frost retreating from my exhale. Air moved behind me as if something the size of a truck had taken a long, careful breath. The smell hit me a heartbeat later. Not rot, not musk, but a hot mineral scent like wet iron and warm rock after lightning. The hairs along my neck rose as though a static charge had brushed them upright. The thing passed. No footsteps. No hoofbeats. If weight had a sound, this was it. Pressure bleeding through earth, the banks groaning. Willow stems whispering against something that didn't break them so much as slide between them. It moved within arm's reach, and I had the impossible sensation that if I reached back I wouldn't touch hide or hair or bark. I would touch absence, like finding the hollow in a tree where heartwood should be. The river's voice came back. I waited until the cold in my boots gnawed through adrenaline and became pain. I did not turn until the radio sighed and fell quiet, returning to its ordinary, companionable hiss. When I finally flicked my light, the beam showed only my prints leading to the water and a damp crescent where I had broken the skin of ice. The bank behind me was undisturbed. No trail, no scuff. The willow wands bowed as though they had never moved. I keyed the mic. Dispatch Ruiz on the flats. Any units operating in my area. A pause. A paper shuffle. The sleepy voice of our night operator, Brenda, came through. Negative, Ruiz. You're alone out there. Everything all right? Affirmative, I said. Because that is what you say when you are not sure which truth you are standing inside. I released the transmit and listened to the hiss as if it were a living thing. The rest of the shift I made a ritual of the basics. Check every signpost. Photograph every fire ring. Note every coyote, yip, and owl call in my log. Pretend the world was the same shape it had always been. When I got back, I set the radio on the bench in the gear room, as gently as you'd put a sleeping child to bed, then went straight to the tower where our comms tech, old Henderson, drank coffee from a chipped mug and read paperback westerns between calibrations. He glanced at me over the tops of his reading glasses. You look like you saw the mountain blink. Something's wrong with my handheld, I said. Or something's right with it in a way I don't like. Henderson hooked it to his analyzer. He's one of those men whose hands know more than his mouth, says. The machine beeped and chirped as he ran diagnostics, and he whistled when the data settled. She's clean. Good power, good receive. Transmit level steady. If there's a gremlin, he's not in the hardware. Any chance of bounce? I asked. Skip from out of area, ducting off the inversion layer. Plenty of chance. Plenty of weird. But voices don't get smarter because the air bends. He handed the radio back. Careful out there, Ruiz. We've had oddities before. He slid a ledger across the counter, a brittle old log bound in blue cloth. Henderson is one of the few who remember the station before everything lived in the cloud. He keeps paper copies like talismans. The entry he pointed to was dated February 1996. Midnight Patrol, North Sector, note. Voice on TAC 3 advised me to hold position. Herd of elk broke through 30 seconds later. Ranger on duty, Keegan. The handwriting was compact, steady. The kind of hand that belongs to a man who keeps lists and follows them. I knew the name. Every ranger who stays long enough knows the dead. Keegan is on the little brass plaque, near the visitor center flagpole. Lost in a river during a spring flood. Body found 2 miles downstream, caught on a logjam. Keegan logged more than once. Henderson said, "Couple of fellows keep those entries to themselves. Don't like admitting when the world draws outside the lines." I closed the book. "I'm not superstitious." "Me neither," he said, wise enough to leave it there. That evening I tried to make the rational case to myself. I poured coffee, cleared my incident report queue, scrubbed the dried mud out of my laces, and told the sensible part of my mind that I had been tired, wired, primed to hear meaning in noise. It worked the way aspirin works on a broken bone. It blunted things without fixing them. The next midnight was mine again. We were short-staffed, and the ridge had seen fresh bear activity. No one else volunteered. I took a different route. Trail to meadow to the old CCC line shack that sits half collapsed where the ridge bends back toward the river. The shack's been there since the 1930s. A single room with a rusted-out stove, a table that leans, and a peg on the wall where someone once hung hope, right beside a heavy wool coat. I reached it at 2 in the morning. Frost rimed the window glass in fern patterns. The moon had set. My headlamp floated over everything like a held breath. I stepped inside and the boards complained softly. The radio hissed. Then, close the door. I did. The latch clacked, small and loud. Cold bled through the gaps in the planks. "Hang the mic on the peg," the voice said. "There is a line where obedience becomes complicity." I stood on it and looked down. Then I took the radio from my shoulder, set it on the table, and looped the coiled cord over the peg as if the device belonged to the room, and I was the one who had just arrived. For a long minute there was only the steady whisper of the speaker. Then words came, not a sentence but the shape of one, built slowly, as though woven through a mesh of snow and distance. "K. Now, say, don't move." My thumb disobeyed me and pressed transmit. "Stop moving," I said, and the sentence fell out of my mouth in a voice that made my heart wobble, because heard through the speaker, warped by static. It sounded almost exactly like the first words the radio had spoken to me on the ridge. I let go of the mic as if it had burned my skin. The shack felt smaller. The smell of wet iron crept under the door again, faint as memory. I turned my head toward the window and caught my reflection in the frost. A ghosted man with wide eyes, the beam of his own lamp cutting him in half. I asked, and hated the pleading in it. Static. Then, like breath pressed through teeth, later. Later arrived faster than I wanted. The floor's complaint shifted pitch. The wood remembering an old weight. A sound like a hand moving over the roof shingles made the dust sift. I had the foolish, childish urge to duck, as if I could draw myself small enough that the room might forget me. "Light out," the voice said. I clicked off the lamp. Darkness took my face. My pulse thudded inside my mouth. The smell swelled. The hot mineral note, the storm stone scent, and under it something like cedar sap warmed by sun. Not one wild thing I knew belonged to all those notes at once. "Count to 7, the radio said. Slow, I did. On 4, the roof creaked again. On 6, the boards flexed. On 7, something like the tenderness of a fingertip. Not pressure, but attention, moved along the outside wall behind my shoulder, paused where my breath fogged the glazing, then drifted away. "Hang the mic back on your shoulder," the voice said. "How am I supposed to?" Just do it. I fumbled, found the clip by feel, nested the radio where it belonged. The speaker was against my ear now, the hiss intimate. Step out, it said. Don't look up. I cracked the door, squeezed through. Frost glittered. The shack's shadow looked deeper than any structure that small should cast. I kept my eyes on the path, which means I still saw the roof with the corner of my vision. And because I saw it that way, I will tell you the most honest version of this. I do not know what was on the shack. I know only that the stars behind it were not where they should have been. Something adjusted the sky the way you'd nudge a picture frame until it hangs straight. The voice said, "Walk." I walked. It stayed with me all the way to the bend in the ridge where the pines thin and the land opens into a shallow bowl. There, the radio sighed and quieted the ordinary fuss of long night. I went the rest of the way back alone, the trail hard, the frost sharp underfoot. My breath an argument I was having with the temperature. I slept in my truck outside the station because I didn't want walls touching me that weren't under open sky. At 10 a.m., after the day crew rolled in, and the coffee burned into something that tasted like duty, I went to the archive room and pulled the incident notebooks. Henderson's old ledger had primed me for paper. I wanted ink and crooked lines. I paged through entries I had read a dozen times before and never really seen, because that's how the brain protects itself. A polite blindness. 1968, Ranger Sloan received instruction to take shelter under culvert. Avalanche debris crossed road 1 minute later. No unit acknowledged broadcast. 1979, Ranger Ellis, voice on Channel 2 warned. Don't turn your back. Bear had been following at 20 yards. Then a parenthetical note in a different pen, a different hand. Ellis swears it was his father's voice, deceased 1976, 1996, Keegan again, TAC 3 advised countdown. Stopped. Falling branch missed head by inches. Then, 3 weeks later, the log entries stop. A black ribbon is taped to the inside cover. The flood took him on a day without warnings, as if to balance the ledger. I closed the notebooks. I did not feel safer for having read them. I felt held in a larger pattern, as if I had stepped back from a map and realized the trail I thought I had chosen was actually the only one drawn. The next night I went out with 2 radios, my assigned handheld and an old analog brick from the equipment graveyard that Henderson tuned to monitor the same channel without transmitting. The plan, if you can call it a plan when it sits so close to superstition, was simple. If the voice came, I would hear whether it lived solely inside my unit, or if it would bleed into any ear that chose to listen. Midnight turned the world into a held breath again. I took the long loop, ridge to flats to meadow and back. When I was level with the bend where the bowl opens, the old radio crackled. Not my assigned handheld. The old brick with the taped battery door and the scuffed antenna. Anthony, the voice said. And this time my name carried through the distortion with a care that made my skin go tight, because it sounded not like a stranger's command, but like the way you say a name you know too well. I swallowed. Who are you? K, you're Mick. It said, ignoring the question. Say, do not turn around. I keyed. The words spilled out smoother than my fear. Do not turn around. Wind, if wind were a body, moved behind me. The ground made that small complaint again, the one you only hear, if you live on it, long enough to notice when it talks back. Again, the voice said, and I repeated myself, and in my repetition I heard echo. Memory trying to catch up to itself. Ridge night. First command. My own mouth. "What are you doing with me?" I asked. "What am I doing with you?" The static rose, then settled. "Keeping you alive," it said. Keeping me alive. I stood in the bowl and felt the shape of the world tilt 1 degree. Enough to throw the water in my body against one side of its glass. The idea that came was not logical, and yet it fit like a key slipped into a worn lock. The warnings I had heard were my own, bent by distance and whatever lay along this ridge that made time a medium as unreliable as the air. "Say it again," the voice said. "Quieter now. Say it like you mean it." I did. I told myself not to turn. I told myself not to look at the sky. I told myself to step forward, to kill the light, to count to 7. With each order, the night rearranged around my compliance, as if what threatened me were also obeying old rules made before language, back when instruction and action were the same thing. The radio fell quiet. I stood a while longer, listening for the thing that moved without steps. Nothing came. The river kept its small conversation with stone. A snowshoe hare printed the meadow with neat punctuation marks. When I finally walked on, no miracle snapped, no curtain tore. It was only man moving through cold air with 2 radios and too much knowledge. Back at the station, I wrote my report the way you write around a word you cannot spell. I left out everything that would make me look haunted. I copied Keegan's steadiness as best I could. Then I sat with Henderson and told the rest without flourishes. He lifted his mug, looked into the coffee, as if he might find the ridge traced there in rings. "Suppose it's you," he said. "Suppose it's always been. What about Keegan, Ellis, the others? Rivers braid," he said. "Sometimes they share a channel for a stretch." "Is there a rule?" I asked. "Something like don't step on the shadow of a thing you can't see." "Rule?" He smiled tiredly. "If there is one, it's this. Say what you needed to hear when you didn't know you needed to hear it." Sleep took me briefly and without kindness. When the evening came again, so did my shift. The assignment pinned on the corkboard for me was planes relieve the fire tower at 1. Check the ridge shack for storm damage. Walk the bowl. On any other week I would have read those words and thought only of miles. Now I read them like a script I might have written without remembering. I clipped on the radio with something that was not quite reverence and not quite fear. On the steps outside, under the sodium light, the night smelled ordinary for once. Dry wood, cold dirt, last year's leaves. I told myself a simple thing: we patrol because we must, and because people get turned around, and because sometimes something in the dark needs a light it didn't know it needed. At 12:43 a.m., as I crossed the lot toward the trailhead, the radio hissed. The voice was faint, far, thin as breath on glass. It used my name again, careful and certain. Then it asked for the one thing I had not yet been willing to give. "Anthony," it said, "when you reach the tower, do not go in." The fire tower loomed like a matchstick against the stars, its silhouette braced by cross beams that had withstood 70 winters. I had climbed those stairs more times than I could count, carrying thermoses, replacement bulbs, packs heavy with paperwork, and on one unforgettable occasion, a frightened boy who had wandered too far from his campsite. The tower had never unsettled me before, but that night, with the voice in my radio telling me not to go in, the structure looked less like a workplace and more like a snare waiting to close. I paused at the first step. The wood was rimed with frost, my boot heel slipping slightly. I stared upward, at the hatch door closed against the sky. Inside, a fellow ranger named Kelly should have been finishing her shift. She was steady, practical, the kind of woman who kept her field notebooks wrapped in plastic so the ink never smudged. If anyone was up there, she would be. But the voice had been clear. "Do not go in." "Kelly," I called, my breath vanishing into the black. "Tower secure." No answer. Only the faint hum of the wind over the ridge. The radio hissed softly against my shoulder, a heartbeat made of static. "Kelly." I tried again. Louder. Status. Silence. The rational response would have been to climb, to check on her welfare, log my findings, call dispatch if necessary. That was the job. But reason was a weak light against what I had already seen and heard. The voice had kept me alive twice. To defy it now felt like stepping into the path of a falling tree, because I wanted to prove gravity wasn't real. I pulled the mic close. "If you can hear me," I whispered, explain. Static crackled, then words, drawn out, broken, but unmistakable. "If you enter, you will not leave." My throat tightened. "Is Kelly alive?" A long pause. Then, "Not anymore." The air seemed to collapse around me. I looked up at the hatch again, the metal latch glinting faintly in starlight. Every instinct in me wanted to climb, to see, to know. But knowledge had teeth. I backed away, my boots crunching the frost, the tower growing taller with every step. When I reached the tree line, the radio came alive once more. "You must speak for me," the voice said. "You must finish what I began." I wanted to scream that I didn't understand, that I was a ranger, not a prophet or a medium. But the words stuck in my throat. My pulse hammered, drowning out the night. "Who are you?" I managed. Static filled the answer, a long exhale. Then, "You are." I nearly dropped the unit. My own voice, distorted, threaded through the hiss. It had said the same phrase the first time. "Stop moving." Now it echoed back at me, not command but confession. The ground beneath my boots felt less certain. The forest stretched outward into a map I no longer trusted. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to breathe. When I opened them again, the tower stood unchanged, its ribs black against the stars. But something inside me had shifted. I turned away. The path back to station was long, winding through ridges that seemed to rearrange themselves as I walked. I caught glimpses of movement in the trees, always at the edge of vision. A shadow too tall, a sway where no wind blew. My radio remained quiet, its hiss steady, almost soothing now that it withheld speech. When I finally reached the gravel lot, the station windows glowed faintly yellow. Relief loosened my shoulders, but stepping inside did not return me to safety. Henderson was at the counter, his paperback closed for once, his mug steaming. He looked up, and in his eyes I saw recognition, like he had been waiting for me to arrive from somewhere farther away than the ridge. "You heard a question?" He said yes, I admitted. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. It warned me away from the tower. Said Kelly. I couldn't finish. Henderson's mouth pressed tight. He slid a slip of paper toward me. On it was a name, Kelly Anders, with a date beneath. The date was tonight's, written in his careful block letters. "How did you?" He tapped the notebook stacked beside him. Pattern. The ridge takes them early. Always the tower. Always a watcher who doesn't make it to dawn. I stared at the paper. The handwriting was steady, not the hand of a man predicting. but of one recording what he already believed inevitable. Then why send anyone out there at all? I asked, my voice breaking sharper than I meant. He folded his hands. Because if no one goes, the ridge reaches farther. It takes campers, hunters, whole groups. But if we feed it, with one the rest are spared. The station seemed to tilt around me. The logbooks, the brass plaques, the weight of all the names. I felt sick. And me, I asked. You're different, he said. It speaks through you. It's never done that before. The radio crackled then, as though affirming his words. I flinched. Henderson didn't. Why me? I whispered. Because you're willing to listen. The days that followed blurred. Official reports claimed Kelly fell from the tower during icy conditions. The body was recovered at the base, broken in ways that suggested a fall from height, though no one could explain why the hatch had been locked from the inside. Her family was notified. A black ribbon joined the others in the visitor center. I wrote the report with hands that shook less than they should have. The words felt rehearsed, like I had already written them once, maybe more than once. Henderson said little, but his eyes lingered on me, as though waiting for me to speak the voice aloud. Night patrols returned to rotation. I avoided the ridge when I could, but the assignments kept drawing me back, as if the rotes themselves knew where my boots belonged. Each time, the static would rise, and I would hear fragments. Commands, warnings, sometimes only my own name spoken with a tenderness that was worse than anger. The thing, or the place, or whatever lived in the radio, wanted something from me. That much was clear. But what unsettled me most was the slow realization that I wanted something from it too. A pattern, a reason, a shape to the chaos. The third week after Kelly's death, I walked the flats again. Frost rhymed the willows, the river whispered. The radio hissed, then, say it. My throat closed. Say what? The static swelled. Then, say you are me. I froze. My breath came harsh, loud. What happens if I do? Then I go on, it said. And so do you. I should have thrown the radio into the river. I should have filed for transfer, quit. Run until the ridge was a name on someone else's patrol map. But standing there, with frost knowing my boots and the night pressing against my ears, I pressed the mic and spoke. I am you. The forest answered. The sound came not from behind me this time, but from everywhere at once. The thunder that had first rushed past me on the ridge, now circling, shaking branches, rattling stones. My body vibrated as though my bones were tuning forks. My vision blurred, doubled. For a moment, I stood both inside myself and outside, looking down at a man in a ranger's coat gripping a radio too tightly. Then silence. The hiss returned, soft and steady. The voice was gone, but in the weeks that followed, I began to notice small changes. I would hear my name spoken in voices I knew. Brenda at dispatch, Henderson with his mug, even hikers passing me on the trail. The syllables carried an undertone, a faint distortion, as if static had threaded itself into the world. Sometimes I caught myself giving orders aloud, when no one was near, commands like, stop, or don't turn around, and once, terrifyingly, close the door. Each time, the world seemed to obey. The ridge is quieter now. Fewer reports of missing hikers, fewer inexplicable accidents. Henderson says maybe the balance has shifted, that whatever needed to feed is sated. But I know better. It isn't sated. It's speaking. And I am its mouth. Last night, alone in the station, I clicked the mic without reason. just to feel the button under my thumb. The hiss that answered was soft, warm almost. And through it, faint but familiar, my own voice whispered back, "Stop moving." I froze where I stood. Not because I was commanded, but because for the first time I understood what it meant. Not just to halt footsteps, but to still the wheel of time itself, to catch the echo before it vanishes, to let two voices, past and present, overlap until they are the same. I am Anthony Ruiz. I am a park ranger. I am the voice on the radio. And if you ever find yourself on Ridge 17, listening to the hiss of static at midnight, and you hear my words telling you not to move, listen. Because by then it will not matter whether you believe in voices, or in fate, or in the patterns hidden under frost. It will matter only that you obey. Because the thing that moves without footsteps is still out there. And now, when it passes, it does not thunder past me. It waits, listening the way I once listened, waiting for me to speak. And I will. My name is Valerie Chen, and I serve as a park ranger in Yellowstone National Park. My assignment is not glamorous, though many imagine it to be. Sunsets against mountains, elk boogling in the mist, bison lumbering across wide meadows. Those images are real, yes, but the work is long, unrelenting, and heavy with responsibility. I am entrusted with safeguarding one of the most fragile and spectacular ecosystems in North America. My duties stretch from law enforcement to wildlife management, from patrolling the backcountry to guiding lost hikers. It is a life that demands vigilance, patience, and no small amount of grit. I chose it because I could not imagine belonging anywhere else. I have always felt at home in places where silence runs deeper than the human voice. Yellowstone has a way of making you feel small, reminding you that the land belongs to forces much older than us. Even in the 21st century, the park is not tamed. There are geothermal basins that hiss like something alive, forests that stretch into miles of shadow, and valleys where wolves pad unseen. Tourists may arrive with their cameras and sunscreen, but beneath the surface lies something ancient, untouchable. I once believed that to be only the raw power of nature itself. I am no longer sure. The incident I will recount began during a late summer patrol. In the days when the evenings were beginning to cool, but the meadows still shimmered with grasses. I had been assigned to monitor a backcountry campsite near the Thoroughfare region, one of the most remote areas in the entire park. Few visitors venture that far. Those who do must be prepared for long hikes, thin air, and the sense of stepping outside civilization. I was stationed there with a colleague, Ranger Daniel Brooks, to ensure that the camp was secure and to log wildlife activity in the area. We arrived at dusk, when the sky burned with fading streaks of orange. The air carried the sharp tang of pine resin and distant wood smoke. The camp itself was unremarkable. 2 small tents pitched on hardened ground, a designated fire ring, and bare, safe food canisters chained to trees. Our job was routine. We checked the perimeter, looked for signs of scavengers, and prepared to settle in for the night. The stillness was almost perfect, the kind that makes you lower your voice without thinking. Elk are common in Yellowstone. I have watched them countless times. Cows with their calves grazing in meadows, bulls boogling during the rut, their antlers locked in brutal contests of strength. They are magnificent animals, embodiments of the wildness the park preserves. But that night, as the last light drained from the sky, something walked into camp that did not belong to the world as I knew it. I heard it first. The slow, deliberate crunch of hooves pressing down on dry earth. I turned toward the sound, expecting to see a bull elk passing nearby. My flashlight beam caught movement between the trees. The animal emerged into view, its body massive and unmistakable. The chest was broad, the shoulders high, the dark mane bristling, with the regal thickness typical of a mature bull. For a moment, relief flickered through me. Just another elk wandering through. That relief lasted only seconds. The antlers. I have seen antlers in every shape, sweeping, symmetrical, broken, heavy, tined, crowned with years of growth. But these antlers were wrong. They branched and branched again, fractal, endless, rising higher than seemed possible. They looked less like bone and more like trees, stretching upward with impossible geometry. And at the end of each tine, where sharp points should have been, there were shapes. Pale shapes. Fingers. Human fingers, curled and flexing, as though grasping at the air. Some were clenched fists, others spread wide, reaching. I froze, my lungs constricted. The beam of my flashlight trembled as it reflected across dozens of pale knuckles and nails. The elk turned its head toward me, and in that moment the forest seemed to inhale, every sound sucked into silence. Daniel swore softly behind me, his voice breaking the spell. The elk stepped forward. The hands at the tips of its antlers writhed, flexing as though alive. They were not still like antlers carved of bone. They moved in synchrony with the animal's motion, each finger grasping at the dark as though yearning to catch something unseen. My mind rebelled. I wanted to believe it was a trick of the light, that my exhaustion had warped the image. Yet the smell of damp earth and the hot, musky scent of elk filled my nostrils, grounding me in a reality that refused to shift. Daniel raised his rifle. Valerie, what the hell? Don't, I whispered, though I could hardly hear my own voice. Shooting was pointless. Against what? Against something that should not exist? The elk paused in the center of camp. Its breath came in heavy plumes, visible even in the fading light. I heard a sound then, something between a groan and a sigh, but layered, as though more than one voice was carried within it. The sound did not come from its mouth. It came from the hands. Each hand. I swear I saw lips where palms should have been, whispering in a chorus too faint to distinguish words. My stomach churned. Daniel lowered his rifle slightly, his face pale. This isn't. This can't. The elk raised its head, antlers branching above us like the canopy of a grotesque tree. The hands reached skyward, clutching at nothing. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature walked past us, through the far side of camp, and vanished into the tree line. The forest exhaled again. Crickets resumed their chirping. The ordinary sounds of night returned, as if nothing had passed. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. I realized my own hands were clenched so tightly that my nails had cut into my palms. Daniel finally muttered, "We didn't see that, but we had." That night I could not sleep. Every rustle outside the tent became the scrape of bone. Every shadow the outline of those reaching hands. I lay awake, listening to the wilderness breathing around us. At one point I thought I heard the faintest whisper, like a chorus carried by the wind. Morning did not banish the unease. We searched the area for tracks, expecting to find hoofprints in the soil. Dozens of them pressed deep into the earth. But scattered among them were impressions that stopped me cold, handprints. Human handprints, each the size of a child's, pressed into the dirt alongside the hooves. as though the very antlers themselves had touched the ground. Daniel swore again and rubbed his forehead. "I'm filing nothing about this. You hear me? Nothing." I said nothing in reply. What words could capture it? Over the next 2 days, patrol continued as normal. Or rather, we forced it to appear normal. We logged elk sightings, noted bear scat, and checked the condition of trails. But silence lay between us. Each night, I half expected the elk to return, its impossible crown of hands swaying above me. And in the silence of the forest, I felt watched. Not by wolves or bears or any ordinary predator, but by something older, stranger. On the third night, I heard them again. Not hooves this time. Whispers, loud, insistent, rising and falling as though dozens of voices murmured just beyond the reach of comprehension. They seemed to encircle the camp, threading between the trees. I woke Daniel, but by the time he sat up, the sound had faded. His expression told me he believed me anyway. Neither of us returned to sleep. At dawn, we made the decision to cut the patrol short. Regulations required justification, but we did not care. We packed quickly, hiking out with nerves frayed, glancing back at every rustle of branches. The forest felt too close, too heavy with unseen eyes. When we finally returned to headquarters, our supervisor asked for our report. Daniel gave the essentials. Patrol completed. Campsite in good condition, standard wildlife sightings. Nothing unusual to note. I nodded along, silent. I signed my name to the false report, feeling the weight of dishonesty in my chest. But I am writing this now because silence has its cost. I have tried to convince myself that we imagined it, that exhaustion played tricks on our senses. Yet weeks have passed, and the memory remains vivid. Worse, I have had to hear those whispers in moments when I am alone, on quiet trails, in my quarters after midnight, even in my dreams. Always just beyond clarity, as though dozens of voices reach for me, clutching like the hands on that elk's antlers. I know what I saw, and I know it was not natural. I tried to go back to the rhythm of ranger life, but the memory of that elk pressed against me, like a bruise I could not stop touching. Days passed in the ordinary way. Hikers with blistered feet, campers who left their food unsecured, bison blocking roads like stubborn barricades. I enforced rules, wrote citations, and gave safety talks with a voice that sounded calm enough. But inside, my thoughts returned always to the antlers and their impossible growth, to the hands that had moved as if alive, to the whispers that followed even after the creature vanished into the trees. Sleep became shallow, a thing of brief snatches, interrupted by dreams that bled into waking. I would hear the soft scrape of fingernails on canvas, or the hiss of many voices speaking at once. Sometimes I woke with my arms raised above my head, as if reaching toward something unseen. I told myself it was stress, an overtaxed mind working itself into corners, but the explanation never stuck. Daniel refused to speak of it at all. The day after our return, he passed me in the office and gave me the kind of nod one reserves for a stranger. When I asked if he wanted to grab a coffee, he shook his head and walked away. I could see the lines around his eyes deepened by lack of sleep, but his silence was unbroken. Our bond from that night had splintered into avoidance, as if words themselves might draw the elk back. I lasted a week before I found myself hiking back toward Thoroughfare, this time alone. I told myself it was routine patrol, just another scheduled trip into the backcountry. But deep down, I knew I was drawn by something else, a gnawing need to confirm what I had seen. If I could find some trace, some tangible evidence. Maybe it would settle inside me instead of circling endlessly in my head. The hike took 2 days. The weather was feathering and dispersing like indecisive thoughts. I carried the usual supplies: tent, stove, bear spray, rifle. Yet everything felt heavier, weighted by anticipation. When I reached the campsite where it had happened, the place was as ordinary as any patch of forest could be. The fire ring lay cold, the ground covered in pine needles. Yet as I walked the perimeter, I felt that same hush settle, the silence thickening around me until even my breath seemed intrusive. That night I built no fire. I sat in the dark with my back against a tree, rifle across my knees, ears straining at every sound. Hours passed. Nothing. Just wind in the branches and the occasional crack of settling wood. My eyelids drooped despite myself. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a sound that froze me instantly. Hooves, deliberate, slow, circling. My heart hammered as I scanned the trees. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, cast in silver shadows. The sound drew closer, heavy steps pressing into soil. I raised the rifle, hands trembling, and then I saw them. Not the elk, not yet, but the hands. Pale shapes glimmering in the dark, swaying gently as though reaching down from branches. Dozens of them, attached to nothing, suspended in the air. My breath caught. They flexed and curled, grasping at the night. Only when the elk stepped forward did I realize the antlers were there, immense, supporting them like some terrible crown. The bull's eyes glowed faintly, not with reflection but with their own dim light. It exhaled, steam rising like incense. The hands shifted in unison, pointing toward me. "Why?" I whispered, though I did not know what question I asked. The chorus of voices returned, layered whispers that scraped against my mind. For the first time, I understood fragments. Not words as we speak them, but impressions, hunger, reaching need. I felt as if dozens of lost souls pressed around me, clamoring for recognition. My arms rose without my willing them to, fingers stretching upward toward the antlers. A sudden crack split the air. A rifle shot. The elk staggered but did not fall. I jerked my head to see Daniel emerging from the trees, his weapon still smoking. His face was wild. "Eyes fever, mauve," he shouted. The elk turned toward him. The hands lashed outward as if caught in a storm. Daniel fired again, the bullet thudding into its chest. The animal bellowed, but the sound was not natural. It was layered with human screams, dozens at once. Shrill and broken. My ears rang. "Run," Daniel screamed. I stumbled to my feet. My legs carried me into the dark, branches whipping my face. Behind me the forest roared with noise. Shrieks, the thunder of hooves, the crack of rifle fire. I did not know how far I ran before collapsing. Lungs burning, sweat cold on my skin. When silence finally returned, I dared to look back. The trees loomed, still and indifferent. Daniel was gone. The elk was gone. Only the echo of that unnatural scream remained lodged in my bones. At dawn, I retraced my steps cautiously. The campsite lay in shambles. Branches broken, earth churned with hoofprints, and scattered handprints pressed deep into the soil. My pack had been torn open, contents strewn across the ground. But of Daniel there was no sign. No blood, no rifle, no trail leading away. As though he had been erased. I radioed headquarters reporting that he was missing. Search teams combed the area for days, calling his name, scanning ridgelines, even bringing in dogs. They found nothing. Not a shred of clothing, not a spent casing. The official report listed him as missing, presumed dead, likely mauled by a bear or lost to exposure. I signed my name beneath words I knew were lies. But I cannot unsee what I saw. Since then, the whispers follow me more persistently. They slip into the edges of my hearing, even during daylight. I hear them when hikers laugh too loudly, when the wind calms through grass, when the geysers vent their steam. Always the same impression: hunger, reaching need. Sometimes I wake with bruises on my arms shaped like fingers, though I live alone. I have begun to search old records, digging through archives of ranger reports and local lore. Yellowstone is full of stories, ghost tales, native legends, whispered accounts from trappers. But one account struck me with particular force. It was a journal entry from the early 1900s, written by a surveyor. He described an elk with horns like a forest, sprouting hands that reached to the sky. He claimed 2 of his companions vanished after pursuing it. The entry ended abruptly. No further pages survived. I do not know what this creature is. A spirit of the land, a manifestation of all who have died here, their grasping souls bound into antlers of bone and flesh. A punishment. None of the theories hold firm. But the thing exists. I know that with a certainty stronger than anything else in my life. And I fear it is not done with me. 2 nights ago, I dreamed of Daniel. He stood at the edge of my bed, pale and silent. His eyes were blank, his mouth opening and closing without sound. When he turned his head, I saw antlers sprouting, and at the ends of the tines, his hands, his very hands, reached toward me. I woke screaming, my sheets torn as though by many fingers. I have tried to request transfer, but paperwork is slow. In the meantime, my patrol routes continue. Each step into the forest feels like stepping in a cathedral where I am not welcome. The air holds its breath. The shadows lengthen too quickly. And always, at the edge of sight, I think I glimpse the sway of antlers, the flecks of hands. Last night, while driving back from Lamar Valley, I saw it again. The elk stood in the middle of the road, illuminated by my headlights. Its body filled the lane, immense, motionless. The antlers spread across the road like an archway. The hands waved slowly, in perfect unison, beckoning. I slammed the brakes, heart hammering. The car skidded to a stop. For a heartbeat, I thought of ramming it, of ending this by force. But before I could move, the headlights flickered. Darkness swallowed the road. When they returned, the elk was gone. I drove the rest of the way with my hands shaking on the wheel. Something is following me. Not just in Yellowstone, but beyond it. I feel it in my bones, in my dreams, in the shadows that lean too close. The elk with its impossible antlers is no longer confined to the backcountry. It walks through the corridors of my life, waiting for a moment when I will falter. And when it comes again, I do not think I will escape. I have reached the point where silence is no longer possible. If I do not write this, if I do not lay it bare, then the whispers will devour me entirely. They are louder now. Not just at night, not just in dreams. I hear them in the chatter of radios, in the hiss of wind through lodgepole pines, in the bubbling mud pots that churn like cauldrons. Sometimes I hear my own name woven among the voices. Valerie, Valerie, always reaching. 2 weeks after Daniel vanished, I received a call from headquarters. A hiker had gone missing in the same region. Thoroughfare again. The man's wife reported he left camp to fetch water and never returned. I volunteered for the search, though I told myself it was duty, not obsession. In truth, I knew I was walking back into the elk's territory, back into the place where reality had first frayed. We were a team of 6 rangers. Radios crackled with static, maps spread on waterproof paper. We moved in grid patterns, calling the hiker's name, listening for replies. But the forest gave nothing back. The thoroughfare is vast, a wilderness that swallows mistakes whole. Many have vanished there even without the presence of something unnatural. Yet as we advanced deeper, I felt that terrible hush close in, the weight of eyes pressing from all directions. By the second day, 2 of the rangers dropped out, citing sickness, headaches, nausea, disorientation. I saw the fear behind their excuses. That left 4 of us, myself, Rangers Ellis and Grant, and a volunteer named Martha. We camped near a creek, the water running clear over stones. The evening air was cold, sharp enough to sting the lungs. As darkness fell, I heard it again, the scrape of hooves. My skin prickled. I raised a finger to my lips, silencing the others. The night filled with whispers, a chorus layered and endless. Ellis swore, fumbling for his flashlight. Before he could click it on, the elk stepped into view. It was worse than before. The antlers had grown, spreading outward in a grotesque canopy. More hands now, hundreds swaying, flexing, some clawing at the air, some clasped together as if in prayer. And in the glow of the moon, I saw faces. Not just hands. Faces pressing out from the animal's flanks, mouths opening in silent screams, eyes rolling beneath the skin. The others gasped. Martha dropped to her knees, sobbing. Grant raised his rifle, but I slapped it down. "Don't," I hissed. I knew what bullets did nothing but provoke. The elk's breath steamed. Its eyes glowed like coals, and in the shifting of its antlers, I recognized shapes I had prayed not to see. Daniel's face, stretched across one tine, his mouth opening and closing. His hands among the grasping ones, fingers straining toward me. The whispers sharpened. This time I understood. Not impressions, not vague hungers, but words.
Join.
Join us. My knees weakened. My arms lifted as if pulled by unseen strings. The others screamed, their voices panicked. Ellis tried to drag me back, but the hands on the antlers reached farther, impossibly long, stretching across the space between us. One brushed my cheek. It was cold, clammy, unmistakably human. I cried out, wrenching away. Then the forest exploded with motion. The elk charged, its hooves shaking the earth. We scattered, diving into the trees. Martha's scream cut through the dark, abruptly silenced. I heard the crack of bone, the wet tearing sound of flesh. I stumbled through branches, heart thundering, breath ragged. The whispers followed, always just behind, always reaching. I do not know how long I ran. When I collapsed, the forest was quiet again. The elk was gone. The others were gone. Only I remained. At dawn, I forced myself back to camp. The tents were shredded. Martha's pack lay torn open. Contents scattered. There was no body. Ellis and Grant were nowhere to be found. Only the ground bore witness. Hoofprints churned deep, and beside them, a sea of handprints pressed into the soil. Dozens, hundreds, all reaching outward. I radioed headquarters with shaking hands, voice breaking as I reported another disappearance. I did not mention the truth. I have learned what happens when you tell the truth. People look at you as if you are broken, unfit for the badge, unfit for the trust the uniform demands. So I spoke the official language. Lost. Presumed dead. But inside me, I knew better. They had not been lost. They had been taken. Since returning, I have been haunted by visions. In mirrors, I sometimes catch faces peering over my shoulder. Daniel, Martha, strangers I do not know. Their lips move, but no sound comes. At night, I feel hands gripping my arms, my legs, my throat. Sometimes I wake with bruises in the shape of fingerprints. The worst came 3 nights ago. I dreamed of Yellowstone burning, the valleys filled with smoke, geysers erupting with blood instead of steam. In the center of it all stood the elk, its antlers scraping the sky, its hands clawing at the clouds. From its mouth spilled thousands of voices, all screaming in unison. I saw myself among them, my own hands reaching from the crown, my own voice shrieking for release. I woke soaked in sweat, my throat raw as though I had been screaming aloud. I fear I am marked. The elk chose me the first night it walked through camp, and it has been circling closer ever since. Each encounter strips something away. Companion's sanity, the barrier between dream and waking. I know what it wants. I know what the whispers mean when they say join. It is not content with haunting. It consumes. It adds. I am not Navi enough to think I can fight it. Rifles do nothing. Walls do nothing. Distance does nothing. Wherever I go, it follows. Perhaps it is bound to Yellowstone, perhaps to me. I cannot decide which is worse. I write this now as record, as confession, as warning. If anyone finds these words after I am gone, know that the elk is real. Do not dismiss the stories as campfire legend or ranger superstition. It walks the forests. It carries the lost within it. Every hand, every face, every whisper is a life it has taken. And it will take more. Even as I write, I feel the air shift. The night outside my cabin is too still, too heavy. The radio on my desk hisses with static, but beneath it I hear the voices rising, layered and insistent. Valerie, Valerie, join us. I know it is here. My rifle leans by the door, but I will not reach for it. I understand now. This was never a battle to win. It was a summons, a call into something vast and ancient, a hunger older than the park itself. I resisted as long as I could, but resistance frays. The cabin walls creak, the windows darken, though no clouds pass. And there, beyond the glass, I see them. Antlers rising like black trees, swaying against the night. Hands brushing the panes, dozens of them, hundreds, each finger tapping gently, insistently, as though asking permission to enter. My own hands lift from the page. I cannot stop them. They tremble, reaching upward, reaching outward, ready to be taken. If you are reading this, it means I am gone. Do not come looking. Do not follow the whispers. Do not answer when the voices call your name. Because once the elk finds you, it does not let go, and you will become part of the crown. My name is Daniel Mercer, and for the past 12 years, I have worked as a seasonal ranger in northern Minnesota's Superior National Forest. The forest is vast, dense, and older than the maps we print to guide hikers. I have spent most of my life in the woods, hunting, fishing, guiding, and now patrolling for search and rescue. But even with all that experience, I learned early on that the forest is not a place you can ever claim to fully understand. It holds secrets in its soil and shadows, and sometimes it feels like the trees themselves keep watch on those who walk beneath them. In the summer of 2019, I was assigned to lead the search for a missing camper named Matthew Sloan. He was 23 years old, a student from Chicago who had come up north with 3 friends for a weekend of camping and canoeing. According to the reports I was given, he had wandered from their campsite sometime after midnight, barefoot and without gear. His friends said he had been restless, pacing by the fire, saying he heard something moving in the tree line. They claimed he stepped into the dark and never returned. At first, it sounded like another case of an inexperienced camper getting lost after dark. It happens more often than most people think. One wrong step, one turn away from the firelight, and the woods can swallow you whole. But what struck me as unusual was the way his friends described his departure. They insisted he was calm, almost entranced, when he left. Not panicked or drunk. He didn't stumble or shout. He walked steadily into the dark, as though he had been following something only he could see. The initial search was routine. We fanned out with flashlights, called his name, checked the trails and shoreline. The ground was soft from recent rain, and we expected to find tracks easily. But there were none. No impressions in the mud, no bent grass, no broken branches. It was as though he had stepped out of existence the moment the darkness swallowed him. I had been doing this job long enough to know how unreliable witnesses can be in the woods. People panic. They misremember. They fill silence with fear. But these boys all told the same story, and their details matched too perfectly. Each of them described seeing Matthew pause at the edge of the firelight, turn his head slightly, as if listening, and then walk into the trees. One of them swore he heard Matthew say a name, though he couldn't remember what it was. By the second day, with no trace of the missing camper, we expanded the search area. We brought in dogs, drones, and a helicopter. Still nothing. The forest felt unusually still, as though sound itself refused to travel. At night, when we camped near the site, I noticed something that unsettled me more than I care to admit. Our fire crackled, insects buzzed, the wind shifted the branches overhead. But every so often, in the pauses between, I heard what I can only describe as footsteps circling just beyond the light. Slow, deliberate, keeping distance. On the third night, I sat awake while the others slept. Around 2 a.m, the footsteps returned, this time closer. I gripped my flashlight, waiting. The sound moved left, then right, as though whoever it was circled behind me. Finally, I swept the beam across the trees. For a split second, I thought I saw someone standing there. Tall, thin, pale face turned toward me. But the light caught only bark and leaves. Still, my chest tightened, and I could not shake the certainty that I had not been alone. Morning brought little comfort. We were exhausted, frustrated, and no closer to answers. I led one of the search teams deeper into a stretch of woods, known among locals as Devil's Hollow. Old folklore claims the place is cursed, that travelers vanish there or lose days wandering in circles. I never put much stock in legends, but the hollow has a strange gravity to it. The trees grow thicker, their branches tangling overhead until daylight feels dim. Sound carries strangely too, echoing in ways that don't make sense. It was there we found the first sign of Matthew. A shoe, left in the middle of a mossy clearing. Not discarded, not tossed, placed neatly as though set down with care. The laces were untied, and the shoe was clean despite the mud and pine needles all around. There were no tracks leading to or from it. Just the shoe, sitting alone in the silence. We marked the location, bagged the evidence, and pressed on. Not an hour later, one of my team members shouted. We rushed over and found him, holding a crumpled sheet of paper. At first, I thought it was litter, but when I smoothed it out, I saw it was a page torn from a journal. The handwriting was shaky, almost frantic. The words ready, "It keeps calling my name." I can't see it, but I hear it. Sometimes it sounds like my mother, sometimes like my brother. I know I shouldn't follow, but it wants me to. If I go, maybe it will stop. The page was damp but not ruined, suggesting it hadn't been there long. I asked the friends if Matthew had carried a journal, and they confirmed he had been writing during the trip. That night, back at base camp, I couldn't stop staring at the words. Something about them gnawed at me. If Matthew had written them before he vanished, it meant he had been hearing voices for longer than they realized. And if he had written them after, then the implication was far worse. He had been alive somewhere in the forest long after we thought him gone. On the fourth day, search operations should have been winding down. Statistically, survival chances plummet after 2 hours without food or shelter. But I felt a gnawing conviction that he was still out there. I convinced my supervisor to let me take a small team back into Devil's Hollow for one final sweep. We moved cautiously, every step deliberate. By afternoon, we reached an old logging road half swallowed by brush. It was there that I noticed something strange. The woods had fallen completely silent. No birds, no insects, no rustle of wind. Just silence so deep it pressed against my eardrums. Then, faintly, I heard it, my name. Not Matthew's. Mine. Daniel. The voice was soft, almost familiar, like a friend calling from a distance. My team didn't react. They kept walking, unaware. I froze, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. Then it came again, closer this time. Daniel. I forced myself to keep moving, unwilling to admit I had heard it. But deep down, I knew this was the same voice that had lured Matthew from camp. Whatever it was, it had learned my name. When dusk fell, we made camp near the road. I pretended to sleep, though every nerve was strung tight. Around midnight, the air grew colder, the fire guttered low, and I sensed movement at the edge of the clearing. Slowly, carefully, I opened my eyes. There, beyond the light, stood a figure. It looked like Matthew. Same build, same clothes. He was barefoot, his face pale as ash. He stared at me, unblinking, lips parted as though to speak. I opened my mouth, but no sound came. When I blinked, he was gone. I sat up, heart hammering, and heard the footsteps again. Circling, closer this time, just beyond the firelight. That was when I realized this search was no longer about finding a missing camper. It was about surviving whatever had already found us. The figure that had looked like Matthew lingered in my thoughts long after the fire burned down to embers. I sat awake, shivering in the cold, listening to the slow circling of unseen footsteps. Each time I thought they had faded, they would start again, as though whoever, or whatever, paced deliberately to remind me I was being watched. By dawn, the sound stopped, and when the first light pierced through the canopy, I almost convinced myself it had been exhaustion and imagination. But the image of Matthew's pale face, eyes wide and unblinking, stayed with me like a stain. My team stirred with the rising sun. None of them reported hearing anything strange during the night, which troubled me more than if they had. Whatever haunted us in that place seemed to select its audience carefully. After a quick breakfast, we pushed deeper into Devil's Hollow, following the overgrown logging road. It twisted north, narrowing until it was no more than a scar between the trees. The silence was suffocating, broken only by our boots crunching over dead leaves. Around mid-morning, we stumbled across another trace. It was not clothing or equipment this time, but something more unsettling, a line of stones, arranged carefully in a circle at the base of a birch tree. In the center lay Matthew's second shoe. Like the first, it was perfectly clean, as if placed moments before. The stones were smooth, river-worn, though there was no stream nearby. Their deliberate placement made my skin crawl. We examined the area for tracks, for any sign of how the shoe arrived. But again there was nothing. No broken branches, no depressions in the soil. Just the eerie neatness of that circlet, as something, or something, wanted us to find it. I could feel my crew looking at me, waiting for instruction, but my mouth was dry. I finally ordered them to collect the shoe, mark the coordinates, and keep moving. Hours passed without further discoveries, but the air itself seemed heavier the further we went. Shadows pooled beneath the trees even at midday, and a damp chill clung to our clothes. I couldn't shake the sensation that we were walking into a place that resisted us, as though the forest itself had grown hostile. Then, just as fatigue set in, one of the rangers ahead of me froze and lifted his hand. He had spotted something ahead. We moved cautiously until we saw at a clearing with a rotted foundation the remnants of a long, abandoned cabin. Moss covered the collapsed timbers, and saplings sprouted from what had once been the floor. The air was colder there, and as we approached, the silence deepened until even our footsteps seemed swallowed. On one of the timbers, pinned beneath a rusted nail, fluttered another torn journal page. The handwriting was Matthew's. It waits for me at night. I see it at the edge of the fire, sometimes looking like a friend, sometimes a stranger. It never blinks. When I close my eyes, I hear it whisper my name until morning. If I follow, maybe I'll understand what it wants. The words tightened something in my chest. It confirmed what I had seen by the fire. The pale imitation of Matthew, standing silent at the edge of the clearing. My team whispered uneasily among themselves, but I ordered silence. The forest did not feel like a place where noise was safe. That night, we decided to camp near the ruined foundation. It offered a semblance of shelter, though the thought of sleeping where someone, or something, had left that note made my stomach churn. The others drifted to uneasy sleep, but I kept watch again. Near midnight, the fire guttered low, and I heard the voice. Daniel. This time it came from inside the clearing, not the woods. Slowly I turned, and there it was again. The figure of Matthew standing by the collapsed timbers. His face was paler than before, lips cracked, eyes hollow. He raised one hand, beckoning. Every instinct screamed to stay put, to cling to the fire. But the sound of my name, spoken in his voice, pulled at me like a tide. My legs twitched with the urge to rise. I clenched my fists until my nails dug into my palms, forcing myself still. The figure tilted its head, as though disappointed, and then slowly sank back into the darkness until it was gone. I did not sleep the rest of the night. When morning came, I avoided telling the others what I had seen. If I admitted aloud that Matthew himself, or something wearing his likeness, was following us, I wasn't sure my team would keep searching. Some of them already looked ready to abandon the mission. On the 5th day of the search, we found the body, or what we thought was the body. It lay at the edge of a swampy bog, half submerged in reeds. Pale skin, dark hair, clothing that matched the description. We moved fast, calling the sheriff's office on the radio, preparing to recover it. But as we approached, I felt dread gnaw at my gut. The closer we came, the less it resembled Matthew. The face was wrong, stretched too long, the mouth slightly parted in a fixed grin that exposed teeth too sharp, too numerous. One of my rangers gagged. Another swore and refused to go closer. I forced myself to step into the muck, but the instant my boots splashed, the figure dissolved beneath the water with no ripple, no disturbance. The reeds shifted, And then it was gone. The swamp lay still and empty. Panic spread through the team. One ranger shouted that he was done, that this wasn't a search anymore, but something worse. He stormed back toward the logging road, and another followed. I tried to call them back, but the forest swallowed their voices almost instantly. The silence that fell afterward was deeper than before. By late afternoon, I realized we were lost. The compass spun uselessly, and landmarks repeated themselves. Same fallen pine, same boulder, appearing again and again, as though we walked in circles. The others whispered that Devil's Hollow lived up to its name, and for the first time, I couldn't argue. At dusk, when exhaustion forced us to stop, I sat on a fallen log staring at the dim glow of the fire. My hands shook uncontrollably. The forest seemed to lean in closer each hour, the trees crowding, the shadows lengthening. That was when I heard it again. The footsteps, slow, steady, circling us. But this time the others heard them too. One ranger drew his sidearm, sweeping the dark with his flashlight. Another clutched his radio, whispering into it that the signal had long since failed. The footsteps circled faster, closing in until they seemed only feet away. Then, from the shadows, came Matthew's voice. "Help me." It was weak, trembling, filled with desperation. I shouted his name, lunging toward the sound, but my team grabbed my arms, holding me back. The footsteps retreated, vanishing into the trees, leaving only silence. My chest heaved, my vision swam. I wanted to believe it had been him, still alive, calling for rescue. But deep down I knew it was a lure, the same lure that had pulled him from camp in the first place. That night, none of us slept. The forest remained restless, as though the darkness itself prowled around us. Each time the wind shifted, I thought I heard whispers. My name, repeated softly, over and over. My men sat with guns drawn, eyes wide and bloodshot, waiting for dawn. When morning finally came, half of my team refused to go further. They demanded to turn back, insisting the search had gone beyond reason. I argued, pleaded, reminded them of their duty, but in the end, only two agreed to remain with me. The others vanished down the trail, leaving me with the weight of command and a gnawing certainty that the hollow would not let us leave so easily. We pressed deeper, each step heavier than the last. Hours blurred into one another. I could no longer tell if the voices I heard were real or inside my head. At times, I thought I saw Matthew walking just ahead of us, his form slipping between trees, always out of reach. Once, I even called out to him, and he turned to look back, his face hollow, his mouth too wide, his eyes dark pits. By the 7th day, the official search was called off. Orders came by radio: return to base, file the report, accept the loss. But I could not. Something about the hollow refused to release me. That night, I stayed awake again, the fire low, the forest pressing close. From the dark, Matthew's voice came once more, whispering my name. And for the first time, I felt my resolve break. I stood, and for a moment, the only sound was the faint crackle of the fire behind me. The voice had called from the darkness, the same tone Matthew's friends described the night he vanished. Calm, steady, almost reassuring. My two remaining rangers stirred, startled by my movement. One of them whispered my name, asking where I was going, but I couldn't answer. It felt as though the decision had already been made, not by me, but by whatever force had wrapped itself around this forest. The voice came again, soft and insistent. "Daniel." I took a step toward the tree line, then another. Behind me, my men rose quickly, one of them grabbing my sleeve. His eyes were wide with panic, his voice cracking as he begged me not to leave the fire. For a second, reason broke through. I felt the weight of his grip, the warmth of the flames at my back, the knowledge of how many missing persons had already been swallowed by these woods. But the sound came again, closer now, and it no longer carried Matthew's tone. It was my mother's. She had been dead for 7 years, but I heard her voice as clearly as if she stood in front of me. "Daniel, come home." My chest tightened, and my vision blurred. I ripped my sleeve free from the ranger's grasp and stepped into the darkness. My men shouted, their voices shaking with anger and fear, but their words fell away the moment I crossed the threshold where the firelight ended. The forest swallowed them whole. The first thing I noticed was how quickly the air changed. Cold, damp, heavy, carrying a smell of earth and rot. The trees pressed close, their branches clawing at my shoulders as though urging me deeper. I knew I should stop, turn back, force myself to return to camp. But each step forward felt inevitable, guided by something outside of myself. My boots found the path without thought, and my body obeyed a pull I could not resist. The voice led me through the hollow. Sometimes it was Matthew's, sometimes my mother's, once even the voice of an old friend I had not spoken to in years. Each time it shifted, it grew harder to remember why I shouldn't follow. My breath came shallow, my heart pounding, and yet I felt no fear, only a strange calm, as if I was being led to something I had been meant to see all along. After what could have been minutes or hours, the trees thinned into another clearing. At its center stood an old stone well, crumbling and moss-covered, with a wooden frame sagging over it. The air here was so still I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I approached slowly, every instinct on edge. The voice called again, now from inside the well. "Daniel." I peered over the lip, shining my flashlight down. The beam fell into endless blackness. No glimmer of water, no bottom, just a void that seemed to drink the light. Then, faintly, movement. A face emerged from the dark below. Matthew's face, pale and wide-eyed, staring straight up at me. His lips moved, and though the sound was muffled by the depth, I recognized my name. He raised one trembling hand toward me, pleading. I dropped to my knees, reaching instinctively, but the rational part of me screamed that it was impossible. No one could survive down there. No one could stand in that pit without light or footing. My hand hovered over the stones, frozen. Then Matthew's expression changed. His eyes rolled back, and his mouth split into a grin too wide for his face. Rows of teeth gleamed where they should not have fit. The hand he held out twisted, the fingers lengthening unnaturally, curling against the stone rim with a strength that made the ancient rock groan. I stumbled back, my flashlight tumbling into the well. The beam spun as it fell, catching glimpses of the thing climbing upward. Pale limbs, too many joints, skin that looked both human and not. And then the light winked out, swallowed whole. The forest around me erupted with sound. Footsteps pounding, voices whispering my name from every direction. Figures moved between the trees. Some looked like Matthew, some like strangers. One even looked like myself. They circled the clearing, closing in. My breath came ragged, and I realized there was no escape. Something surged from the well. A hand, no, a claw, snapped over the stone rim, slick with something black. Another followed, pulling the thing higher. Its head rose into view, stretching Matthew's features like a mask pulled too tight. Its eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment I understood. This was not Matthew. It never had been. It was something older, something that lived in these woods long before us, wearing the shapes of those who wandered too far. I turned and ran. Branches tore at my arms. Roots snatched at my boots, but adrenaline carried me. The voices chased me, all whispering my name, some screaming it, some sobbing. The forest bent around me in impossible ways. The same boulder, the same fallen pine, appearing again and again, until I no longer knew if I was moving forward or in circles. But I did not stop. Hours blurred into a nightmare of running and stumbling until, somehow, I burst into the faint gray light of dawn. The trees thinned, and ahead I saw the ragged remains of the old logging road. My knees buckled, but I forced myself onward until I collapsed in the dirt. When I came to, my 2 rangers were dragging me toward camp. They said they had found me lying on the road, my face white as chalk, my eyes wide open and unblinking. They claimed I had been whispering Matthew's name over and over. I tried to explain what I had seen, but the words died in my throat. How do you tell someone that the forest itself wears faces, that it calls you by name until you surrender? By the time we staggered back to base, the official search was long since over. Matthew Sloan was declared missing, presumed dead. His family was given the report. His friends returned to their lives, and the case was closed. But I knew the truth, that he had not vanished into the wilderness by accident. He had been taken, the same way countless others before him must have been, by whatever watches from the shadows of Devil's Hollow. I still work as a ranger, though I avoid that stretch of forest whenever I can. But sometimes when the wind shifts just right, I hear it again. A voice calling my name from the tree line. Calm, steady, almost reassuring. Each time I fight the urge to step toward it, because I know that if I do, I will never come back. My name is Ranger Holly Denton, and I have served as a backcountry ranger in the western ranges of Yellowstone for nearly a decade. My responsibilities extend beyond the usual duties of trail maintenance, wildlife monitoring, and enforcing park regulations. I have found that my work often places me in situations where human error and wilderness unpredictability collide, and my role becomes one of quiet witness to the strangeness that unfolds. I am not a person given to exaggeration, nor do I invite superstition into the framework of my profession, yet certain events linger in my memory with a sharpness that resists explanation. One such event began on a late autumn morning, when a thin column of smoke appeared above the timberline in an area that had been officially closed to campers for several weeks. The call came into the station just after 9 o'clock. Another ranger on patrol had spotted the smoke from a vantage point along the ridge near Grizzly Butte. He radioed it in, assuming it to be a group of campers ignoring the posted closures. At first, it seemed routine, though in our line of work the word routine is a fragile assurance. I was assigned to hike in and investigate, accompanied by Ranger Elias Markham, a colleague with whom I had worked on many backcountry patrols. Elias was younger than me by a few years, but he carried himself with the quiet steadiness of someone who understood the risks of the terrain. We set out just before noon, each of us carrying standard gear radios, first aid kits, fire shelters, and enough provisions for an overnight stay should circumstances demand it. The air carried the bite of oncoming winter, and the trees wore the dull gold and rust tones of late season. As we crossed the first ridge, Elias remarked that the smoke had an odd quality. It was not the heavy, twisting plume one associates with a strong fire, nor the thin thread of a smoldering ember. Instead, it rose in a perfectly vertical column, gray and strangely steady against the pale sky, as though someone had built a campfire designed not for warmth or cooking, but for signaling. The trail into that part of the forest was faint and seldom used, marked only by old blazes on tree trunks that had begun to peel away with age. The land dipped into ravines and climbed sharply again, forcing us to pace ourselves. Hours passed. By the time we reached the second ridge, the sun was already angling low. The smoke still marked the same location, visible whenever the trees opened enough for us to look across the valley. What unsettled me was how little the column had shifted. Wind cut through the branches above us, rattling dry needles and lifting flakes of frost from the ground. Yet the smoke remained eerily vertical. We stopped once to rest and drink. Elias crouched on a fallen log and studied the distant haze. "You ever seen smoke hold like that?" he asked. I admitted that I had not. Even prescribed burns, carefully controlled and monitored, produced inconsistent patterns of smoke. Campfires, especially in wilderness conditions, were usually erratic. A part of me began to feel as though we were being drawn forward by something deliberate, something placed in our path. It was nearly dusk when we finally crested the rise that would bring us to the source. The smoke had thinned but was still visible, marking the location like a beacon. We descended into the hollow, our boots crunching over frost, stiff grass and brittle leaves. The woods were unnervingly quiet. No jays called. No squirrels darted across the understory. Even the usual distant roll of a raven's croak was absent. It was as though the forest itself had been hushed in anticipation of our arrival. The clearing came into view, a shallow bowl surrounded by towering firs. At the center of it lay a fire pit, freshly used, the stones blackened, the soil still radiating heat. Wisps of smoke curled upward from charred wood that had not yet gone completely to ash. The fire had been extinguished only minutes, perhaps an hour, before our arrival. Yet there were no tents, no backpacks, no utensils or signs of human presence. Only the fire pit, and the faint echo of warmth that clung to the ground around it. Elias knelt and brushed the ashes with his gloved hand. He froze, then motioned for me to look. At first I thought the shifting gray surface of the ash was merely the result of the wind. But as I studied it closer, my breath caught in my chest. The ashes had been arranged, sculpted, almost, into letters. They were crude, uneven, but unmistakable. 4 distinct marks spelled out a single word, away. For several moments neither of us spoke. The air seemed to press against my ears with a weight that felt physical. The word lay before us like a command, silent yet forceful, as though the fire itself had whispered it before going cold. Elias was the first to break the silence. "It's a prank," he said quickly, though his voice carried none of his usual steadiness. "Some campers thought it would be funny." I wanted to agree, to dismiss it as some backcountry mischief, but my stomach told me otherwise. There had been no evidence of people, no discarded food wrappers, no trampled grass, no footprints in the soft soil around the pit. The fire had burned hot enough to consume most of its wood, yet the ashes retained their shape, resistant to the breeze that should have disturbed them. We circled the clearing, scanning for any sign of where the supposed pranksters had gone. My flashlight beam cut across the trees, illuminating bark and undergrowth, but nothing human. Elias checked for tracks, crouching low with his headlamp angled close to the ground. The soil was soft enough that even the smallest animals left prints. Yet there were none. It was as if the fire had existed in isolation, a remnant of something left for us alone. Night was coming fast, and protocol dictated we return to the station, rather than risk being caught unprepared. Still, I could not bring myself to simply walk away from the message. I felt as though leaving now would mean abandoning something unfinished, something important. Elias must have sensed my hesitation, because he suggested we set up a temporary camp on the ridge overlooking the hollow. From there, he reasoned, we could observe the clearing through the night and see if anyone returned. We pitched our small tents beneath a stand of firs, our vantage point granting a clear though distant view of the fire pit below. As darkness settled, the clearing became a pale disk in the gloom, faintly outlined by the residual glow of ash. Elias brewed coffee on his portable stove, the smell cutting through the cold, and we took turns watching through binoculars. Hours slipped past. The forest remained silent. No one came. No one stirred. Sometime after midnight, as I was peering through the lenses, a faint glow flickered in the clearing. At first I thought it was a trick of my tired eyes. But then the glow sharpened, resolving into the unmistakable shimmer of firelight. The fire pit, which we had seen extinguished, now blazed with fresh flame. I nearly dropped the binoculars. "Elias," I hissed, shoving them into his hands. He looked, then swore under his breath. The fire was real. Sparks danced upward, orange tongues licked skyward. Yet the clearing remained devoid of movement. No figures crouched beside the pit. No hands fed the flames. The fire existed without source, burning on wood that had already been reduced to ash. We debated whether to descend again, but unease held us still. Instead, we watched, transfixed, as the flames leapt higher, then dwindled. Within an hour, they had died back down, leaving the same smoldering pit as before. When the last ember faded, I could swear the word in the ashes had changed shape. The letters shifted slightly, warped by new lines of gray. It no longer read LAV. It read LFT. By then the night air had turned so cold that frost formed on the outside of my tent. I lay awake, listening for sounds that never came. Sleep, when it found me, was restless and shallow, filled with the crackle of phantom flames. When dawn arrived, Elias and I packed quickly, neither of us eager to linger. From the ridge, the clearing looked ordinary again. Just a circle of stones around blackened soil. But as we descended for one last look, my unease sharpened into dread. The ashes were cold now, but they had been rearranged once more. The letters spelled a new word. They spelled sty. The word stared back at me from the fire pit. Letters etched in pale gray against the blackened soil. Stop. My breath plumed white in the morning air. As I stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, unable to shake the feeling that the command was not written for just anyone. It was written for us. Elias walked a slow circle around the pit, boots crunching over frost, lips moving silently as though he were rehearsing what to say. Finally, he spoke. "This is someone's game," he muttered. "They saw us. They must have come back after we left and did this." His explanation was rational, and yet every part of me resisted it. I had spent enough years in the backcountry to know the signs of human passage, and there were none here. The ground held no tracks, the brush was unbent, the air was still. It was as though the forest itself refused to admit anyone else had been present. Then where are they? I ask. My voice sounded small against the vast silence of the trees. Elias had no answer. We photographed the fire pit with our phones, cataloging it as we would any suspicious sight. Elias suggested radioing in, but I hesitated. What could we say? That the ashes were writing to us. We'd be laughed out of the station, or worse, questioned about our fitness for duty. The wilderness was full of strange illusions. Wind patterns, shadows, chance arrangements of nature that suggested order where there was none. That was the official stance, anyway. And yet, as I looked at the word stay, unease seeped into my bones like the morning cold. We lingered in the clearing longer than we should have, circling, checking the tree line, listening. The longer we stood, the stronger the impression grew that something unseen was watching. Not a bear or wolf. Nothing with breath or fur. It felt old or patient, like the forest itself had bent its attention toward us. By late morning, we began the hike back to the station. Neither of us spoke much. Our conversation limited to trail directions and short acknowledgments. Each bend of the trail felt like it might reveal someone following, though the only sounds were our boots and the occasional snap of brittle branches. The forest did not return to its normal rhythm. No bird calls, no rustling underbrush, just silence. We reached the ridge by early afternoon, and from that vantage point the hollow, where the clearing lay, seemed impossibly still. No smoke rose now, no sign that fire had ever touched it. Elias stopped and trained his binoculars on the spot. After a long silence, he handed them to me. "Tell me what you see." I raised the lenses. The clearing lay in a pale oval, the stones of the fire pit like small teeth in the center. For a moment it looked ordinary. Then the faintest shimmer caught my eye. Heat waves rising from the pit, though it was hours since the last ember died, and in those wavering lines the word remained visible. "Stay why." I lowered the binoculars. "It's still there," I said. Elias swore under his breath. We did not speak of again until we were nearly back to the station. That evening, after filing our routine reports, Elias pulled me aside. "We need to go back," he said. "Why?" I asked, though I already knew his reasoning. "Because this isn't normal. If there are people out there playing tricks, they're breaking closure orders. If it isn't people," he trailed off, "then we need to know what it is." I should have objected. The sensible course would have been to escalate it, let our supervisor assign a team, treat it as potential vandalism or trespassing. But I had felt the weight of those ashes, and something deeper compelled me to return. I agreed. We would go back the next morning. That night I barely slept. I dreamed of firelight licking upward without smoke, of gray letters shifting like living things. In the dream, the words rearranged faster and faster: come, Geo, Haiti, Ron. When I awoke before dawn, my throat was dry and my hands shook. We set out again, the air sharper now with the threat of early snow. Clouds hung low, heavy with promise. As we retraced our steps into the back country, I felt a sense of inevitability, as though the forest itself had already written the day's events, and we were merely walking through them. When we reached the ridge and looked down, smoke rose once more. The same vertical column, steady as if painted into the sky. Elias muttered something I could not catch. We descended in silence. The clearing was unchanged except for the word. The ashes no longer read Stei. They read Moitenj. I felt my knees weaken. Elias dropped his pack with a thud and crouched near the pit. He touched the soil again, then jerked his hand back. "It's warm," he said. "Still warm." We searched the surrounding area with increasing urgency. We combed the tree line, followed game trails, scanned for footprints, broken branches, any sign of a human presence. Nothing. The woods were undisturbed, untouched, pristine. The only disturbance was the message in the ash, as deliberate as handwriting. By late afternoon, the wind began to rise, carrying the bite of snow. We knew we could not linger long. Elias proposed setting up another observation point, this time closer, just inside the tree line, where we could watch without being exposed. I hesitated, but agreed. As night fell, the forest darkened with unnatural speed. The clearing remained visible, faintly illuminated by the smolder of its pit. We sat in silence, hidden among the firs, waiting. Hours passed. The fire pit remained cold and gray. Then, near midnight, the sound began. It was faint at first, a low crackle like kindling catching flame. But no fire burned. The sound grew louder, spreading outward until the clearing itself seemed to hum. I strained my eyes, searching. That was when I saw the figures. They appeared not with the rustle of approach, but as though the darkness itself had shaped them. One moment the clearing was empty. The next, 3 silhouettes stood around the fire pit. They did not move naturally. Their limbs bent oddly, their heads tilting too far to one side. They looked like shadows given weight, darker than the night around them. Elias gripped my arm so tightly it hurt. Neither of us spoke. The figures stood in silence for several minutes. Then, as though obeying an unseen cue, they lifted their arms and bent toward the pit. A glow erupted, not flame, but something colder, whiter, like bone-catching moonlight. The fire pit blazed without fuel. The figures straightened. Slowly, their heads turned toward the tree line. Toward us. We froze. My heart slammed so loudly, I feared it would betray our position. The shadows did not advance. They only watched. Then, together, they lowered their heads once more. The fire sputtered out, plunging the clearing into darkness. When my eyes adjusted, the figures were gone. Elias released my arm and whispered, "Tell me you saw that." I saw it. I breathed. We did not sleep. We waited out the rest of the night, shivering in our hiding place. At dawn, exhaustion heavy in our bones, we stepped back into the clearing. The fire pit was cold, but the ashes bore a new message. Swoon. Elias stared at it for a long time before speaking. "We can't keep this to ourselves," he said. "Not anymore." I agreed. Whatever this was, it exceeded prank or vandalism. It was something else entirely, something I did not want to name. We began the hike back, determined to bring others here, to share the weight of what we had seen. Yet even as I walked away, a part of me knew it would not be so simple. The word Somme clung to me, echoing in my thoughts with the rhythm of my footsteps. The forest seemed to follow us as we went, branches creaking though no wind stirred. Once, as we crossed a ravine, Elias stopped dead and pointed. On the far slope, in the thin layer of snow that had fallen overnight, letters had been etched into the white. From that distance they were faint, but clear enough to read. Tiarn Biscay. Neither of us spoke. We hurried, driven by a fear that felt older than the forest itself. When we finally stumbled into the station that afternoon, faces pale, uniforms stiff with frost, our supervisor frowned at our state. We gave our report, measured and professional, omitting details that would have sounded insane. We said only that we had found evidence of unauthorized fire activity, that we had reason to believe trespassers were moving through closed areas. Reinforcements would be needed. A team should be dispatched. The supervisor agreed to review it. But even as we spoke, I knew the truth. No team would find what we had seen. The ashes spoke only to us. That night, as I tried and failed to sleep, my radio hissed softly on the nightstand. At first it was ordinary static. Then, buried within, came the faint crackle of fire. And under it, a single word, stretched thin and distorted, but unmistakable.
Son.
The voice on the radio should not have existed. The unit hissed with static, as it often did in the dead zones of the backcountry, but within that hiss was the unmistakable crackle of fire. I sat bolt upright in my bunk, the thin mattress pressing into my back, breath held as the sound burned through the silence. Then the word came, long, stretched, almost submerged beneath the static. Swan. I snatched the radio, thumb trembling on the switch. Station 2, come in, I said, forcing my voice to sound calm. Identify. Nothing answered but static. The hiss faded. Silence reclaimed the room. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay awake, staring at the dark rafters, my thoughts churning. The fire pit had followed us back. Not physically, but through something deeper. It was no longer bound to the clearing. It had found me. Morning brought no relief. Elias looked as ragged as I felt. His eye bloodshot, his expression haunted. Over breakfast he admitted he'd dreamed of the clearing. They were standing around my bed. He whispered as though the walls might hear. The shadows. Just watching. Neither of us told the supervisor about the radio or the dreams. The line between professional duty and madness felt too thin. But we both knew what would happen. The park would send us back. With more rangers this time. And I suspected that was exactly what whatever lurked in those ashes wanted. By late afternoon, the order came. A 3-person team would accompany us on a return patrol to investigate the unauthorized fire activity. They were solid rangers, experienced, practical, not given to flights of imagination. I should have been relieved. Instead, I felt dread coil in my stomach. We set out the next morning under gray skies. Snow fell in light, dry flakes, swirling against our jackets as we hiked. The others, Ranger Paul Keene, steady as stone, Ranger Dana Wells, sharp-eyed and skeptical, and Ranger Aaron Gupta, younger but eager, chatted as we went, unaware the weight pressing on Elias and me. We said little, conserving energy for the trek, our silence mistaken for routine seriousness. When we reached the ridge, the clearing was already visible. Smoke rose again, that same unnatural vertical column, ignoring the wind. Dana narrowed her eyes. Somebody's out there, she muttered. Probably squatters. But as we descended, the smoke thinned and faded. By the time we stepped into the hollow, only wisps remained. The fire pit lay at the center, cold and gray. Yet the ashes were no longer in disorder. They spelled another message. The letters stark against the blackened soil. Paul let out a low whistle. "That's some sick joke," he said. Aaron crouched, studying the letters. How'd they do that? You can't keep ash in place like this. Wind would scatter it. Could be carved? Dana suggested. Someone dragged a stick through it. Then where are the footprints? Elias asked. His voice cracked with strain. Where's anything? We've been here before. There's never sign. The others exchanged looks. They were uneasy now, though unwilling to admit it. I couldn't blame them. If I hadn't already seen the figures with my own eyes, I'd have dismissed this too. We searched again. We combed the tree line. We spread into the underbrush, radios crackling with short, clipped check-ins. Nothing. Always nothing. When dusk fell, Paul made the call. "We'll camp nearby. Keep watch. If someone comes back to play tricks, we'll catch them." We set up just beyond the ridge, a semicircle of tents beneath the firs. The fire pit lay in sight, pale and still. As night closed around us, the forest grew silent once more. The others noticed it this time. No owls, no wind. Not even the shifting creak of trees. The silence was heavy, oppressive, as though something vast held its breath. We took shifts watching. My turn came just before midnight. I sat bundled in my jacket, eyes locked on the clearing. The moon had risen, a thin blade cutting the clouds, and in its light the fire pit seemed to glow faintly. For nearly an hour, nothing stirred. Then I heard it. The crackle, faint but rising. I held my breath. The pit ignited. Flame blossom where none should have been, white and unnatural, dancing without fuel. My heart pounded. I wanted to wake the others, but something kept me rooted. As I stared, the figures appeared again. Shadows in human shape, 3 of them. Their limbs bending wrong, their heads tilting too far. They circled the fire in silence. The ashes shifted beneath the flame, forming new letters. From where I sat, I could read them clear. You turn. I stumbled back, kicking at the tent behind me. Elias stirred first, then the others. They scrambled out, voices low, sharp, angry at being woken. But when they saw the clearing, silence fell. The figures still stood there, lit by the impossible fire, and the words blazed in the ash, "Woe your TRN." Dana swore. Aaron whispered, "This isn't possible." Paul drew in a slow breath. "We move," he said. "Now." But the forest had other plans. The moment we turned, the radio on my belt erupted with static. Fire crackles surged through the hiss, louder than before. And beneath it, the same distorted voices, "Stay away." The flames in the clearing roared higher, casting long shadows that reached into the trees. The figures began to move. Jerky, halting steps, as though dragged forward by strings. They did not run. They did not lunge. They simply walked toward us. "Go," Paul shouted. We ran. Branches whipped at my face. Snow crunched beneath my boots. My breath tore in ragged gasps as we scrambled up the ridge. Behind us, the clearing pulsed with light, the fire blazing like a beacon. The shadows followed, slow but relentless. I dared one glance back and wished I hadn't. The figures did not move like bodies. They blurred at the edges, darkness spilling outward, as though they were not moving through the forest, but stretching it with them. Each step seemed to bend the trees, warping the distance. We didn't stop until we reached the ridge. When we turned, the clearing was dark again. No fire, no figures. Only snow and silence. The others looked at us, faces pale, eyes wide. The authority Paul usually carried faltered. "We'll leave at first light," he said hoarsely. No one argued. That night we stayed awake in shifts, but sleep crept in anyway, heavy and restless. My dreams were worse than before. I dreamed of the fire pit, its ashes forming words faster and faster until they became sentences. I dreamed of my own name written in gray. I dreamed of waking to find the figures not outside, but standing within the tent, their heads bent to watch me. When dawn came, the snow had deepened. We packed quickly, desperate to be gone. But as we began the hike out, Dana stopped dead. "Tracks," she said. We gathered around. In the snow, just yards from our tents, were prints. Not boot prints, not paws. They were shaped like human hands pressed flat, fingers splayed wide, dragging forward. The trail of prints led toward the ridge, and then they stopped. Not faded, not obscured. Stopped. As though the hands had pressed in the snow one final time, and then lifted into the air. We hiked fast, hearts pounding. Every shadow seeming to move at the corner of our eyes. When at last the station came into sight, relief nearly dropped me to my knees. But it didn't last. At the threshold of the station, where snow had drifted against the wall, lay a message. The words were formed in the same pale gray ash we had seen in the clearing, scattered across the snow in deliberate lines. Halawai. My name. The others froze, staring at me. I wanted to deny it, to insist it was coincidence, but I knew better. The fire pit had chosen me. That night, I locked the radio in the supply closet, as though distance could keep it quiet. But around midnight, I woke to the faint smell of smoke seeping through the walls. Not wood smoke. Not the rich, warm scent of pine logs burning. It was acrid, cold. A fire without fuel. I lay still, listening. The radio hissed again. The crackle of flame returned. And then the voice whispered, softer this time. Closer. Eyeing it. I don't know what it waits for. I don't know if the figures will return, or if one night I will wake to find the ash already spelling my end. What I do know is that the fire pit is no longer bound to that hollow. It has followed me, and maybe it always will. I am Ranger Holly Denton, and I swear to you on my badge and on my life, there are fires in these woods that do not burn with heat, and there are messages written in ash that no human hand creates. If you see smoke rising steady, where no fire should be, do not go looking. Because once you find the missing campfire, it will never stop finding you.